True, 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 true. How are we doing today? Word is you didn't like the Vox video. Yeah, I watched some of it. Are you aware it's pretty rare to be able to retain info after reading it once? I agree. I don't, this is how I view this. I'll say this a lot. I don't usually retain all the info, but it'll create like an impression. And then if I read it or I see it somewhere else, it like reinforces it. Like everything I read, I'm not going to remember it all. I don't remember everything I read, but it leaves an impression. And then when I read something related to it, or if I read it again in the future, it leaves a stronger impression, and then kind of like that basically. But it's good to get it in your brain once. Because even if I don't remember all of the facts, at the very least, I'll have like a general macro impression, so that if I hear something contrary to that in the future, I could be like, that doesn't sound right. I might not remember exactly why it doesn't sound right, but at least I'll have like good intuitions, I guess. Also, I think once you learn all the, I feel like once you learn like dates and stuff, or not dates, once you learn events, the dates kind of fall into line too, I think, right? Because like it all makes sense, I think, you know. Well, I mean, it's history. It has to make sense because it happened, right? It has to happen, or it only happened one way. You're thinking about doing the Anki/flashcard method? No, I feel like, honestly, I do like the debate method. Like if somebody comes up and they ask me questions or they argue about something and I don't remember it, then I'll just go back and look it up because clearly that's an important point if somebody else is bringing it up. It's like that one guy from Tim's show yesterday brought up the Sykes-Picot agreement and I didn't remember exactly what that was about, right? That was the agreement between, is it the UK, France, and Russia on how to divide the territory of the Ottoman Empire? I didn't remember that offhand. Yeah, so it's good that I can like re-look up things and refresh. If somebody brings something up, I'm not immediately remembering 100%. Has your research changed your position on the Israel-Palestine conflict? Yeah, the beginning quite significantly, but I mean, yeah. And I didn't even really start, I think I might go back and I might move some years earlier because I think I'm technically even starting at a time that's pretty favorable to Arabs. But I think if I go back to 1920 and go to 1940, I think it becomes even less favorable because I think there was more Arab-Palestinian on Jewish-Palestinian violence at that point. But I'm not sure. I haven't looked. I haven't even dug. I started at around 35 and then we're going from there. But yeah, maybe once I get to the end of this, maybe I'll go back. We'll see. Could start at 1882. Maybe, I don't know. Channel 4 is stating the Hamas Health Ministry death toll numbers as fact. I wouldn't trust anything Channel 4 says. The Hamas death toll numbers, if I had to guess, they're probably not that far off. They might be a little bit exaggerated. The biggest problem with the Hamas death toll numbers aren't going to be the numbers. It's going to be them saying every single person killed is a civilian. That's going to be the big thing, yeah. Destiny, what changed? Because when the talks of Loner Box, I didn't feel like you changed much. I mean, I was kind of like in favor of Israel existing because they're already there and they kind of have like, because it's there and like, fuck it, like, you know, we have to figure it out. but I feel like as I read more historically, I feel like the historical argument for Israel, I actually feel like is becoming quite strong. But I could be wrong. I'll probably. It seems like an unbiased or a Wikipedia retelling of history feels like it's favoring Israel. So once I'm finished with this, I might watch some like Palestinian documentaries or some pro-Palestinian or pro-Arabic documentaries to try to see like, are there stronger arguments on the other side? Or I can already kind of sort of see where some of the stronger arguments might be. So for instance, I could imagine that there's probably pro-Palestinian scholars that argue that Plan Dalet was like an intentional ethnic cleansing of the Arabic people from parts of historic Palestine. I'm guessing there's probably a lot of Palestinian authors that argue stuff like that. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. And whether or not you can get down to the fact of the matter there is probably quite difficult. So who knows? Apparently they're reusing names of people that have died almost a decade ago. Okay, not to sound racist, but like when half your names are like Hussein al-Muhammad, like, I mean, I imagine there's probably a lot of people that probably have similar names. No, am I crazy? Isn't Muhammad literally the most common name in the world? I wouldn't say just because two people have the same name, I don't think that necessarily means the name is faked. Unless they've got like even same name and birth date, you know? I don't know. Would you agree with the notion that Israel is genociding Palestine? No, of course not. That's ridiculous. Thank God. I'm glad they finally started making trailers with no subtitles. Where are my weebs? Oh, I got it there. Oh, never mind. Thought there were new Titans. Is Jap a slur? Yeah, but you can get away with calling people Japs if you just say it's the Jewish version, okay? Oh my God. How many tabs is that? You think that's like 6 tabs? Good luck. That's fake as fuck. Yeah, it could just be like empty blotter paper. I doubt it's real. I wouldn't believe it. Okay, hold on real quick. We need to get our finances in line, guys. One sec. This man reveals the best credit card hacks no one knows.
It's like Bank of America, for example, I know does this. You can go ahead, get the credit card, and transfer the credit card limit over to your checkings account in hard cash. Yes, they charge you a transaction fee, but it's not that much. It's like 4% or something like that. 4%. So you can go ahead and get like 50K cash, okay? You get 48K of it because after the transaction fees, whatever, you get like 18 months to pay interest-free where you can use that money. Let's say you take that 50K, use this.
Wait, hold up. I'm sorry. This is, unless something is different that I'm not aware of, or there's a different credit card offer, usually this is called a cash advance on a credit card, and usually they charge you like 28% interest on this. Cash advance, American Express terms. Does anybody, the American Express cash advance will likely be 5% of the transaction, whichever is greater. In addition to that, interest on the cash advance will begin accruing immediately, and it's usually at least 25% APR. I've never heard of a credit card giving you a free cash advance. Ever in my entire life. You literally, it's just think about it. It's unsecured debt. Unsecured meaning you're borrowing money against no assets, right? Meaning the lender has no way to recoup the costs besides putting liens on your... No, I don't think you can put a lien on a property. Or taking you to court. He might be talking about a balance transfer. Some CCs let you transfer that into your bank account and you can withdraw. Wait, Christopher, can you link me that? Or Christopher, I have never heard of you being able to cash transfer from a credit card to a checking account to liquid cash. My understanding is that's always going to be treated as a as a cash advance. A balance transfer card is 0% APR. It's what they are for. Wait, can you link me one of these offers? I'm so curious. I've never heard of this in my life. They might exist. I've just never heard of this before. Link me. I'm so curious to see that. Oh, okay, you're saying balance transfer. Oh, okay, hold on. Balance transfer credit cards. 15-month intro balance transfer offer for new customers. 0% intro APR for 50 months on balance transfer, 3% intro fee on balance transferred by January 10th. A balance transfer credit card. Can it be managed your debt by combining your credit card debt on one card, allowing you to try? This looks like it's transferring from one credit card to the next. This doesn't look like it's throwing it into a checking account for cash withdrawal. Because this is saying like consolidate monthly credit card payments, transferring a balance from a credit card with high interest rate to a Discover balance transfer credit card. That amount gets added as credit to your credit card, so you still have to pay up. Yeah, but he's talking about doing a balance transfer into a checking account with no interest. That doesn't sound like it's, I've never heard of that being possible. If it is, I'm just curious to see that. But if you have a Discover bank account, you can transfer your bank account. Balance transfer credit card bank account. Forbes account. Can you transfer money from a credit card to a bank account? It is possible to use a credit card to transfer money to a bank account using cash advance. That's what I was talking about. Or balance transfer check. Would you utilize it for investments if possible? Yeah, of course. If you could get $50,000 of interest-free cash, well, to be fair, it's not totally interest-free because it sounds like he was talking about 2% upfront fee, I think. Did he say they would charge you $2,000? It'd be a 4% upfront fee. Oof. That's okay. A 4% fee for $50,000 of liquid cash to use as capital for investment, and then you leverage the $50,000 into some other asset and you make money off it. You're essentially spending, or you're not even spending it because you would just be money owed. You'd be borrowing $50,000 and then you would owe the $2,000 fee, which would also kind of be on margin because you don't pay it immediately, I'm guessing, right?
this capital, invest it into real estate.
He's gonna say, yeah, he's gonna say real estate. Yeah, because you're leveraging $50,000 of somebody else's money that you're only paying $4,000 to borrow at a 4% interest rate. You're earning more than 4% back if you've got real estate with cash flow and everything, right? Of course. Hopefully, well, unless you invest right before a bubble or some shit.
Now you control that asset with none of your own money while simultaneously getting a bank loan. All right, you go ahead, you take that capital, get the loan from the bank.
There's no shot, bro. I don't believe this. The bank is gonna look at your checking account. They're gonna see that you had, assuming everything so far works, by the way, which I don't even think is possible, but they're gonna see that you just had $50,000 deposited by like Chase, like a whatever financial services, or like Discover card services or whatever. They're gonna look at that and you're gonna go, hey, look, I'm cash rich. Can you lend me some, like another 50K? The bank tells you, like, motherfucker, you are broke as fuck. You aren't getting any of our money. You're wild. There's no shot that they would. Wouldn't you fuck your credit score forever? Well, assuming everything works as he says it does, no, your credit score would be fine. You just pay back your payments or whatever.
Put a down payment on a house, buy the house, now you control that asset. You have 18 months to pay it back, because remember, the house, 18 months is going to be growing up in value. You're going to be collecting cash flow. You're going to be making money and saving money at the same time. And you're getting a tax benefit.
Destiny, if your credit is good enough, you can do the craziest shit. I don't know if I believe that. I think your credit kind of matters, but I think being cash rich is what's going to matter more. Like, I'm pretty sure if I go to the bank, I have a good credit score. But, like, if I can show, you know, I've got, like, a fuck ton of money, they're going to lend me $50,000. It's not a big deal, right? But if I go to the bank with a credit score of 820, and I work at, like, 7-Eleven, and I earn, like, $27,000 a year, and I'm trying to, like, borrow enough money for, a, you know, even, like, a Corvette, they're probably going to look at me funny, like, maybe. Is this a real tweet? White nationalist Nick Fuentes says that efforts to try and convince him and his followers to support Israel by appealing to their racism won't work because we're more anti-Semitic than we are racist. Destiny, selling a house costs money. You won't get more in value if you sell it in 18 months. Also, you have fines on mortgages if you pay them off early. Well, I mean, you can get some with no payoff early penalties. I don't know about commercial real estate, but that's the same case. But I'm assuming Myron wouldn't be talking about selling the property. He'd be talking about making money off of the cash flow from the property, right? Like the revenues from the rent, right? And then once you're making enough money, if you're going to do real estate, the whole point of real estate is making money off of other people's money. That's like the whole point. You want to leverage other people's money to buy assets that are more expensive than you could originally afford in order to make money off of those more expensive assets at like a higher basis, I guess. I don't know how you would say this. That's a big part of it, but don't discount how important the lower correlation with other asset classes is. When you say the lower correlation with other asset classes, are you talking about how the value of housing seems to be moving a little bit independently from other things that are more susceptible to, like, current economic trends? Is that what you mean, Proteus? Are you still pro-renting? I mean, yeah, I rent my apartment. That and that rental income cash flows are also not sensitive to that. Oh, that's true too. That's probably really nice. Well, yeah, not that sensitive. I'm sure a dramatic enough change in all the other asset classes as a result of like economic downturn might affect rents. But for the most part, yeah, that's probably true. Or it's more resistant than most things, huh? Have you seen Bad Empanada's Israel-Palestine? Yeah, we don't talk about Bad Empanada. That dude is crazy. Should probably unironically be hit, like, in the worst way possible. That dude is actually fucking unhinged. Like, that's the kind of guy where if I saw him in real life, I would either call the cops or call security or get the fuck away from him. That guy is a murderer waiting to happen. He is absolutely fucking crazy. Well, what did he do? He harasses people online. I'm pretty sure he doxes people online. On Monday, bro, I don't want to talk to you. He's just absolutely fucking unhinged. It's stupid to buy a house right now. What? Is it stupid to buy a house right now if you can afford it? I'm not sure about that. Unironically and explicitly advocates for violence against political opponents. Yeah. Check out Nick is Not Green's Social Blade. If you had cash for a house right now, whew. I feel like the best position you could ever be in would be, my guess, by the way, I know nothing about investment in housing, but I feel like the best position you could be in is a really high interest environment where you are super cash rich. Because the high interest rate should theoretically be depressing housing prices because it should be depressing demand for mortgages. And the counterbalance to that is obviously if you go to buy the house, the interest is really high, but if you can just buy one out in cash in a high interest environment, I feel like you're like getting the best of all the worlds. That'd be my guess, but I could also be fucking retarded. I don't know. Housing prices are still going up. When you're talking about depressing housing prices, you're not talking about whether or not the housing prices are going up or down. You're talking about whether they're being depressed from where they could be going. So high interest rates right now are absolutely depressing housing prices. Housing prices could still be increasing, but if the interest rates were still as low as they were before, they'd be increasing faster. That's the point, right? Buying a house on all cash means you lose out on the leverage on that capital appreciation you want for an investment property. You lose out on the capital appreciation. How do you lose on the leverage of the capital appreciation if you own it outright in cash? I know that you've spent more money. If you could have gotten it at a lower interest rate, sure, but high interest rates relative to a few years ago means a lot of people won't sell, so demand is still higher than supply. Possibly that might be more of a function of just like the number of people in your houses than just like any condition could make it though, which is true too, right? Because you could buy 5 houses instead of 1. Oh, rage problem. Yeah, sure, that's true. Well, yeah, I'm just factoring in like how high interest gets, right? Like theoretically, like let's say interest was 50%, right? Buying a house in cash would probably be better than borrowing money to buy a house, right? When people say invest in real estate, do they mean via mortgage and cash? Or do they mean some weird investment shit like shares or stocks? When people talk about investing in real estate, 99% of the time they're talking about buying investment properties that you're renting to other people. Buying a house that you live in is not investing in real estate. Anybody that says that is fucking retarded and needs to be lobotomized. Somebody in chat is going to say, what about REITs? Sure, but nobody, like if you own like $1 million of shares in like fucking REIT and a REIT or whatever, nobody's going to be like, oh, I'm a real estate investor. I'm pretty sure when people say real estate investing, they're talking about buying investment properties, probably getting a property manager, and then renting that to other people. REITs is way better than owning investment property 100%. I mean, maybe. A REIT is probably going to give you a more standardized return, but that standardized rate of return is probably going to be about what you would get investing in any stock or fund or whatever, right? I think people do investment property real estate because since it's more localized, the volatility is higher, your rate of return is going to be way, way, way higher too, right? Ideally. I would imagine investment property investments into real estate, individual real estate, should be giving you way bigger rate of return than REITs will. That would be my guess. I would be shocked if that's not the case. That seems interesting because he talks so confidently and matter-of-factly about things he knows absolutely nothing about. Okay, Ambergad in YouTube chat. Tell me what I just said that was wrong. Go for it. Tell me. Let me know. I'm waiting. We're all waiting, okay? Isn't there value for buying a home you live in and fixing it up yourself? Probably not. Probably not. Unless you're literally like, that's your job. In which case, you could also just do that as a job and go fix up other people's houses and charge them for it. Destiny. Owning investment properties gives you more return, but it's a lot more work. It's a classic trade-off putting money in a REIT. You get passive income in exchange for having a bunch of people take cuts from the return. Yeah, of course. My guess is going to be there's probably some fucking rule of finance, okay? I don't know if I got a finance major. There's probably some rule of finance where the higher the liquidity on any investment, the more standardized the rate of return. Because my guess is going to be if there's ultra high liquidity investments, like if there was an ultra high liquidity investment that gave you like a 15% return, everybody would dump their money into it. And so the rate of return would fall because people would be, right? So that would be, right? Investment properties, your liquidity is probably far lower, obviously, because you've got to sell the fucking house. Destiny, liquidity premium is the name of the concept. Okay, there you go. The only real thing is the number in your bank account. Okay, Amar God, thank you. Technically, the number in your bank account isn't even real because of things like fractional reserve lending, but, you know, good for you. A+. Do you see Judean is quitting YouTube prank videos and doing religious? Maybe, we'll see. Okay. Palestinian kid slinging rocks at IDF soldiers gets shot, instantly swarmed by media. Not safe for life, but looks like he will live. Can you explain what WACC is? WACC? I have no fucking idea. Weighted average cost of capital. A company's weighted average cost of capital is the amount of money it must pay to finance its operations. WACC is similar to the required rate of return because companies' WACC is how much shareholders and lenders require from the company in exchange for their investment. Was this just like basically... This sounds like the amount of money a company needs to make in order to secure external funding. Like how much money do you have to pay people that are willing to invest in your company in order to get investments? That's my guess. So yeah. I don't know why you're asking me this. A Palestinian youth throws a stone using a slingshot at the IDF force and receives a shot. Okay. I just want to make this one thing clear, okay? I'm not taking a side on this particular shooting. I'm not taking a side on anything, okay? Just, okay? I watched a lot of gore videos in my day, okay? I've watched a lot of gore videos in my day. Here is what I would just tell you right offhand. Whenever somebody talks about throwing stones or whatever, and they phrase it as like he threw a rock at him, you should probably ignore every single thing that person says, okay? Just because they have no idea what they're talking about, okay? There are videos, okay? And there are things where throwing rocks at people, okay, can be unbelievably fucking deadly. You can kill people, all right? Depending on where you're throwing them from, how big they are, especially using just saying, okay? Now, that's not to say that if you toss a stone at somebody, you get shot. But I'm just saying that, like, people that try to make it sound like, oh, you just toss a stone or whatever, it could be a huge deal, could be bullshit. Just as a heads up, okay? Just as a heads up, all right? Remember, David killed Goliath, all right? With a slingshot, okay? Palestinian youth throws a stone using a slingshot at the IDF forces and receives a shot in response. Let's see what this is. Oh, holy shit. Yeah, this guy's got like a full-on fucking sling. Damn. Yeah, I mean, fuck him. Yeah, I mean, what do you want to say? Yeah, see ya. Yeah. I mean, like, yeah, bro, what do you think? Going down the Destiny rabbit hole, you corrected me from right-leaning to liberal. I always conflated liberals and progressives, but watching you dismantle their standards is changing. Well, thanks, buddy. Jesus. There's like 10 emergency workers like right on standby, immediately ready to help this guy. Oh shit, I can't watch this shit. I can't watch individual videos. I'm gonna get omega black pilled. Is this like staged? Yeah, the ambulance right next to the container. Is this so that they can take pictures later and be like, poor child, poor Palestinian youth gets shot by evil IDF soldier? Like, Jesus fuck. And the cameraman recording it the entire time? He's not even recording who he's throwing the rocket, he's recording the kid. The Reddit comments are pretty... Oh, but this is combat footage. I think combat footage tends to be a bit more... Probably right-leaning, huh? Maybe? So this one person launching a rock had a photographer and a 10-person emergency medical team on standby. It's almost as if someone knew he may be shot. I love how people are like, it's just children throwing rocks. Yeah, let me hurl a fucking rock with a slingshot at your face and see what happens. I can't speak Arabic. Wait, is that what they speak? No, is it Arabic or? Arabic is a spoken language, right? What do Palestinians normally speak? What is the language? It's Arabic. What does anybody here speak Arabic? What is this man actually saying? I feel like I don't know if I trust any of this. Like, do you think the IDF is staging this to make Palestinians look crazy? Or do you think the Palestinian guy was recording this so that he can make the IDF soldiers look crazy if they shot the kid? Or... Zeus speaks it. Okay, the caption for this video is, Palestinian father, this is 7 years old by the way, okay? Palestinian father yells at IDF soldiers, urging them to shoot his child so it can be captured on video. An IDF veteran reports, the soldier instead shakes the young child's hand. The father then tells the child to throw rocks at the soldiers. People film shit. Don't you see all the time that everyone has a fucking camera? Yeah, but if this was a Palestinian person filming this to make the IDF look bad, why would he ever release the footage? He says, shoot at the child, shoot at him? How do I have so many people in my chat that all of a sudden speak Arabic? I don't trust you motherfuckers. He's saying, shoot, shoot, yes, shoot, shoot my child. He then says to his kid, go, go, go. Those retards are wrong. He's actually asking, have you seen the FNAF movie yet? I speak Arabic. He's telling them to give their child their credit cards. He wants to have his child take out a $50,000 advance to invest in property to build his credit. Oh my god. This can't be real. I can't believe this. If it's real, it can't be his child. There's no way you would send your own child in front of you to go die like this. It's not possible. Hi Destiny, I don't know if you read Super Chat, but I just wanted to say, irrespective of your views, really like your videos and researching. Thanks, buddy. Would the idea of soldiers be justified in shooting this kid? I mean, if this was like... The sad thing is, I don't know if the Gaza Strip people use suicide bombs, but in Iraq, wasn't this an actual real-life concern from a lot of soldiers? That you would see either civilians or children like wandering down streets, and you would have no fucking idea if they had IEDs strapped to them or not, and you would have no idea like what you're supposed to do. Jesus Christ. Even dogs? Hamas was the inventor of suicide bombers. I feel like I heard about suicide bombing prior to 2000 and... Well, actually, I don't know when Hamas was invented. They won elections in Gaza in 2006, but maybe they existed before that, actually. Maybe I shouldn't. Hamas has existed since 1980? Use of child suicide bombers by Palestinian militant groups. As part of the Arab-Israeli conflict, especially in the Second Intifada of 2005, Palestinian used children for suicide bombings. Jesus Christ. This is like Martin Luther King on fucking steroids. Oh my God. Jesus. Destiny, you're not understanding the context. The father is upset at IDF and saying, go ahead, shoot him, because he believes they're monsters and would shoot children. Okay, that is a possible context for this video, but the video footage doesn't seem to support that context that much. It kind of looks like, were people in chat saying that he told his child to go throw rocks? Kind of looks like it, because the kid is standing here throwing rocks, but maybe? Why is it like Martin Luther King? Fuck, I read this and then it left my mind. See, that's an example of me reading something and forgetting it. There were really, really big, was it Birmingham? Was that where they did the really big sit-ins? I think Martin Luther King was originally opposed to this, but there were people in his movement that said that if we wanted to win the international coverage, if we wanted to win the international war against the people in this area, we need kids on camera getting the shit beat out of them by police officers. But that was insanely controversial. I'm pretty sure when that idea was originally floated to MLK, he said, that is crazy, we can't do that. But I think some of the civil rights leaders at the time started to pull kids out of high school and teach them to do like the marches and the walks and everything, with the express goal being these kids are going to get attacked by the cops go crazy. And the video footage of police officers and dogs being sicked on children was insane. It was like one of the biggest like catapulting moments for, I think, the civil rights movement in the United States and internationally. It just looked fucking wild. So it's like, it's the same concept as when you get children involved, everybody's feelings, wait, I need evidence of this MLK stance. You say this so often, but I haven't seen proof. Wait. Well, okay. What would I look for? Birmingham civil rights. Control F, Children's Crusade. May 2nd, 1963, 7th grader Gwendolyn Sanders helped organize her classmates and hundreds of children. Some consider the use of children controversial, including incoming Birmingham Mayor Albert Boutwell and Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy, who condemned the decision to use children in the protest. Kennedy was reported in the New York Times as saying an injured, maimed, or dead child is a price that none of us can afford to pay, although adding, I believe that everyone understands that their grievances must be resolved. Malcolm X criticized the decision, saying real men don't put their children on the fire line. Can anybody find MLK's initial feelings about this? Because I feel like initially, I thought I'd read that initially he was against doing this. Oh, maybe this? After initiating the idea, he organized and educated the students in nonviolence tactics and philosophy. King hesitated to approve the use of children, but Bevel believed that children were appropriate for the demonstrations because jail time for them would not hurt families economically as much as the loss of a working parent. He also saw that adults in the black community were divided about how much support to give the protest. Bevel and the organizers knew that high school students were a more cohesive group. They had been together as classmates since kindergartens. He regretted Grisma. I think I'd read even more specifically about this, but yeah. King, along with other activists and members of the black community, were adamantly opposed to involving children. I'm reading from Chad March. Were adamantly opposed to involving children in marches because of the threats to violence from white mobs, as well as from policemen led by Eugene Bull Connor, the Commissioner of Public Safety in Birmingham, notorious for his racist policies. And there you go. There, fuck you. I didn't make it up. Lonerbox's recent video has a section on this. Really?
Media. Although in this case, what they did was especially controversial because the people they sent out to get arrested were children. And when I say children, I mean some of them were 6 years old.
Yeah, like, I mean, you saw in that wiki article, like even like middle schoolers and shit, and then, yeah, probably younger, yeah.
And King himself definitely had reservations about this. He openly voiced those concerns in talks, and apparently his co-leader, Fred Shuttlesworth, just responded with, "We got to use what we got." So in other words, King got destroyed, BTFO'd, shagged. They went ahead with the move, which would have...
Part of the reason why the civil rights movement at this point was getting quite desperate, though, is because the protests that they had done prior to Birmingham, I wish I could remember which city they're in before, did not go well at all. And their movement was losing a ton of steam. Anybody remember the cities they were protesting in? It might have been in Albany, but that was because the police guy and actually I think it was Albany. This is funny as fuck. The Albany police chief, this is because the movement was utilizing nonviolence, the police chief here was smart. He wasn't like that crazy Connor dude from Birmingham. The police chief was like, okay, well, if you guys are going to use nonviolence, we're going to use nonviolence. We're not going to beat the shit out of any of you. We're just going to lock you up. We're going to disperse you all throughout the fucking county in different prisons so you don't get your fucking photo ops, okay? No clout. Laurie Pritchett had a no clout policy for the civil rights movement when they came to his city. The Albany police chief, Laurie Pritchett, carefully studied the movement's strategy and developed a strategy he hoped could subvert it. He used mass arrests but avoided violent incidents that might backfire by attracting national publicity. He used nonviolence against nonviolence to good effect, thwarting King's direct action strategy. Pritchett arranged to disperse the prisoners to county jails all over southwest Georgia to prevent his jail from filling up. The Birmingham Post-Herald stated, "The manner in which Albany's chief of police has enforced the law and maintained order has won the admiration of thousands." It's very, very, very interesting. But I believe this is one of the reasons why, because the Albany movement here kind of sucked. They didn't get any good press. A bunch of people got thrown in jail. Fuck all happened. And by the time they hit Birmingham, they were starting to get pretty desperate. And I think that's why they considered rolling children into the movement as well. Or it was one of the driving forces because they'd lost so much steam from Albany earlier. But then this guy's name, Connor, the Bull or whatever, I don't remember what his last name was. I think it was the Bull, right? It wasn't that as a nickname? Oh, I'm sorry. Eugene Bull Connor was unhinged and probably pretty racist. So yeah, this guy was using water hoses, police attack dogs, beating the shit out of protesters, and but okay. Anyway. I remember reading up on this for because I was going to do the principles of nonviolence when it comes to why protests worked and why Malcolm X is a loser. Watch the Insane Vox video. I'm not like read up enough. I want to get to at least like past the 6-Day War. I watched part of the Vox video, but like, I don't want to watch. This would be like, oh my God. I don't know if I would ever recommend a Vox video after shit that I've seen. After Ukraine, Russia, I feel like when I start to research things and then I watch these like 10-minute throw together videos, I'm just like, bro, what the fuck? It's like egregious. Egregiously horrible in terms of stuff that they leave out. Which sucks too, because like the production values and everything are nice, but...
We are putting a complete siege on Gaza. No electricity, no food, no water, no gas, it's all closed. We're fighting animals and are acting accordingly.
That was the defense minister of Israel, responding to the deadly attack on October 7th by Hamas, a militant group based in Gaza. Hamas launched rockets, killed over 1,400 civilians, and kidnapped close to 200 people.
Okay, they have all this in. Not too bad. I'll take it. It's fair. Back and forth. Okay.
Within days, Israel bombarded the Gaza Strip, killing several thousand, wiping out entire families,
maybe it's possible,
and striking ambulances, border crossings, and residential buildings.
Okay, that's, I mean, like, again, remember, every building in Gaza is a residential building. Every building in Gaza is a civilian building. There are no military installations in Gaza. They always operate out of civilian infrastructure. I wish people would say that. Just mention that. Hamas operates out of civilian infrastructure. It's all civilian infrastructure. Just saying, okay? Jesus.
At the same time, Israel told over 1 million civilians to leave their homes and move south, warning them of an escalation of violence in the north. But Israel is bombarding the south too.
I don't like the way this looks. Why are you making it look like Israel is just indiscriminately missile striking all of southern Gaza after telling people to flee? That's unhinged. Is that really what they're doing? That's fucking wild. There must be tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of deaths. They told all the people to flee and they're just bombing it indiscriminately. Like, but okay, all right, okay.
Leaving Palestinians trapped.
For as long as this conflict has existed, movement in and out of the Gaza Strip has been, to one degree or another, restricted. The Prime Minister of the Israeli occupation, Benjamin...
Okay, we've got one pro-Palestinian author here. Okay, that's fine. I'm sure we'll get probably a mix of scholars from the Israeli side and from the Palestinian side to do this video to get a good mix of views. Okay, go ahead.
Netanyahu, he knows very well that people are not able to leave.
The Gaza Strip is the smaller of the two Palestinian territories occupied by Israel since 1967. This sliver of land, only 25 miles...
Why did they occupy them in 67? Kind of sounds unjustified. No reason given there. Okay.
long and 7.5 miles wide, is home to over 2 million Palestinians, making it one of the most densely populated areas in the world. For the last 16 years, residents here have been living under a harsh blockade that allows Israel to control the flow of electricity, fuel, food, water, and medical supplies.
That's pretty fucked up. Why do they have a blockade? That's kind of weird. Are they just like Hitler? They'll probably get to that, why the blockade exists.
So they can dictate when Palestinians receive essentials and when they're denied.
Okay, that's really fucked up. They're probably gonna get to that, why that's there.
That control is rooted in violence and destruction that goes back decades.
Okay. By who, or what do you mean? Okay.
Before the establishment of Israel,
Okay.
Gaza was part of what became known as historic Palestine under Ottoman rule and later under British occupation.
Okay.
In 1947, as the British prepared to leave, they left the fate of Palestine up to a newly formed United Nations, who voted to divide Palestine into a Jewish state and an Arab state. Soon, Zionist forces and militias began to forcibly expel hundreds of...
Wait, who agreed to that? Who agreed to that divide of land? Are we not gonna mention that?
Thousands of Palestinians from their land to establish the state of Israel.
Wow, that's insane. So the UN set some shit up and then Jewish dogs just attacked and moved out all these Arab people for no reason? Oh my God, that's wild.
Many internally displaced Palestinians
That's horrible. Okay, let's just keep on going, I guess.
fled to this narrow stretch of land that would later become known as the Gaza Strip.
So these refugees,
Like, what is this summary of events? That was 30, 40 years of history. That was a very, very, very interesting retelling of all of that, but okay.
became refugees because
Oh, another Youssef al-Jamal. Now, I'm not trying to stereotype. Do you think this guy's a pro-Palestinian or pro-Israeli?
they were pushed out of their towns and villages. Some of them literally live a mile away from what used to be their towns and villages.
Many others were forced to flee to neighboring Arab countries. Overwhelmed by refugees, these countries immediately declared war
Oh, all of the Arab countries wanted to declare war on Israel because Israel was kicking all the Arabs out. Oh my God. It's not like good guy, bad guy. It's like they're all the good guys and Israel is the bad guy. It wasn't that all of these countries saw Israel that agreed to the partition plan and they were all like, nah, actually, we don't agree to that plan. We're just gonna fucking kill all of you and take your shit. Fuck you. And then Britain was like, okay, peace, good luck. But no, it was all the good and holy Arab countries. Were like, you're kicking all these people out for no reason. Like, we're gonna come and save them.
against the new state of Israel to support Palestinian Arabs.
It was in support of Palestinian Arabs. That's why Transjordan actually, didn't just also take the West Bank for themselves also, right?
They eventually lost to Israel, but Jordan ended up occupying the West Bank.
Ended up occupying the West Bank? Like it wasn't their goal to just conquer territory in the very beginning? What do you mean ended up How does Jordan just magically end up occupying the West Bank? Who was it? Was it King Abdullah I that was literally in contact with Israel trying to make deals over like land and shit? Come on, really?
And Egypt occupied Gaza City and nearby towns along these ceasefire lines. Then in 1967, another war broke out.
What was the cause of this war though? I don't even know as much about the 6-Day War, but I know that this war, pretty sure had causes leading up to it as well. Up to and including, I believe it was the closure of trading routes
Amid
from Egypt, right?
Palestinian resistance and fearing threats from neighboring Arab countries, Israel launched a full-scale attack on Jordan, Syria, and Egypt.
Also, no mention whatsoever of all of the Palestinian terrorist attacks from the, what are they called? The Fidea? During this time that was supported by other countries like Egypt. No mention of the fact that in territories of Jordan and Syria, these terror attacks were constantly being staged against Israel. No mention of any of that, but okay.
In just 6
Fedayeen, it might have been.
6 days, Israel captured the Gaza Strip and the Sinai from Egypt, the West Bank from Jordan, and the Golan Heights from Syria. This was the beginning of the Israeli occupation in Gaza that continues today. Israel took control of all movement from and to the Gaza Strip by land, air, and sea. It placed troops along this line and inside the Gaza Strip, and allowed Palestinians to travel between the Gaza Strip, Israel, the West Bank, and East Jerusalem.
It's just so crazy to me because like all of this is just like, if you take this like retelling of history, and the irritating thing is, this is what I said before. I said this in chat last night. Of all the conflicts I've ever looked at, I feel like Israel-Palestine is one where you can very easily write on either side and make either side look like a fucking demon. The retelling of this just makes Israel look like fucking land-hungry, settler terrorist, imperialist dogs. They're like horrible. They kicked out all these poor Arabs for no fucking reason. They go to war with everybody preemptively for what fucking reason? They occupy land and oppress people here. Like, we're not gonna mention the reason for any of this?
Jerusalem. But just a few months after the war, even though Palestinians now lived under Israeli control, they began to be referred to as non-citizens or foreign residents in official Israeli documents.
You inherit this status from your parents and grandparents, being stateless.
Like, we're not going to mention that Israel gave back that whole Sinai Peninsula. We're not going to mention that they gave back, they didn't give back the Golan Heights. They gave back, what was the territory to the east? I think they gave back to Jordan. What was it called? None of that is going to get mentioned. Oh, do they still own it? It hasn't happened yet? Oh shit, maybe, I'm sorry. Maybe they don't get there yet. They'll get there in a sec, my bad.
Unrecognized, with no rights. And, this impacts your life.
This was also when Israel started to build settlements for Jewish Israelis.
Did they give it back or did Egypt take it back? No, I'm pretty sure Israel gave it back because I think, like I said, fuck, we haven't gotten to the 6-Day War yet, so I can't be screwed. But I'm pretty sure the rest of the world was looking at Israel and they're like, guys, you need to give some of your shit back, okay? Because you guys are going ham. You're out of control, okay? And I'm pretty sure at that point, there were 3 big chunks of land that Israel took. One was the Sinai Peninsula, and they were like, okay, fuck you, Egypt. They gave it back. The second was some part to the east. I don't remember, and I think they gave it back to Jordan. And then to the north, they were like, nah, we're going to keep the Golan Heights because you fuckers attack us from here way too much, so fuck you. And I think they still hold the Golan Heights to this day, which I think formerly belonged to Syria. That's disputed territory. It's not like officially. That part of the east was the whole West Bank. Okay. But also, I'm pretty sure I think the U.S. heavily pressured Israel to give that land back.
Inside of Gaza.
Destiny's actually annoying me with this smug-ass attitude. Bro thinks he found the answer by reading Wiki for 2 days. Call me Igalo, bro. Adding got you tripping. Content cat. If I'm saying anything I'm not even saying... Let me be clear. I'm not even saying Israel is wholly in the right or anything. But I'm just saying that this is an unbelievably one-sided telling of history. They did the same thing with Ukraine-Russia. But we'll wait for a second. Content cat and YouTube chat. If I've said something wrong, if I've missed something, feel free to educate us. You have the chance right now to smack down my smugness. Destroy me. Go ahead. Let me know. We'll wait for you. What do they do with Russia, Ukraine? It's been a while, but if I can remember, because I watched that Vox video before and after my Ukraine-Russia research, I'm pretty sure Vox did a video and they basically they made it sound like Ukraine was full of Nazis getting weapons from the United States and that Russia was a peacekeeping mission to Crimea. It was a wild fuck video. It might still be on Facebook somewhere. It was an unbelievable video though. Destiny's gonna lose so many people to this take just because he is so keen on not having to correct himself. Wasn't that the Gravel Institute? Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. That wasn't a Vox video. That was the Gravel Institute. You're right. My bad. Max Hines, thanks for informing us. I really appreciate your work. Listen, do your own research, okay? I'm waiting for a cat to tell me what I'm wrong on. We're about to all get educated. Also, keep in mind that when I came into this doing reading, okay, I was way more neutral on this whole situation, okay? So my opinion has changed. It's just changing in the direction, I guess, that you don't want it to change. My bad, I guess. They're gone? They replied. What did they say? They said, I'm not the one with 10K viewers. Okay. Well, you had a chance to educate all of us and now you failed. So every Palestinian child that dies is your fault.
To Palestinians, this meant even more land being taken away from them. And they were being closed in. Israel did not allow Palestinians here to operate their own seaport or airport. Within the Gaza Strip,
why not just mention why? What you could even mention it in a biased way. You could say in a biased way. You could even say oh well, Israel claims that they have to do this for security reasons. You could just say it like that. Okay, well fuck Israel. But that's their claim, right? Why not even mention what they would say for it, right? Can you briefly summarize your updated opinion on Israel ex-Palestine? No, ask me in 2 days, okay?
Israel developed key industries like agriculture to cater to Israeli and West Bank markets, taking advantage of Gaza's cheap labor market and paying Palestinians very little. These economic challenges led to the rise of a prominent Islamic social charity, Mujama al-Islamiyah. At the time, this charity, partially funded by Israel, built schools, mosques, clinics, and provided more food for Palestinians in Gaza. But tension simmered. Israel feared a growing resistance movement, and in response, soldiers often frisked, arrested, and detained residents. In 1987, that tension reached a breaking point after an Israeli truck crashed into a civilian car, killing 4 Palestinians. Palestinians immediately responded with protests, strikes, and boycotts against occupation. It would become known as the First Uprising, or Intifada. And that same year, Mujama al-Islamiyya transformed into a militant group, Hamas.
Hamas was a group that came about during the first Palestinian uprising and was not really a part of institutional politics for some time.
They weren't in charge of Gaza yet, but they wanted to liberate Palestinian territories from Israel's control and considered Israel an illegitimate state.
Is that all? Can somebody link me the original Hamas charter? I want to read this on stream. Okay? I want to read this on stream. Original Hamas charter. Is it like chapter 7 or 14 or something? Hold on, chapter 7. As a result of the fact that those Muslims who adhere to the way of the Islamic resistant movement spread all over the world, rally support for it and its stands, strive towards enhancing its struggle, the movement is a universal one. It is well equipped for that because of the clarity of its ideology, the nobility of its aim, and the loftiness of its objectives. On this basis, the movement should be viewed and evaluated and its role be recognized. He who denies its right, evades supporting it, turns a blind eye to facts, whether intentionally or unintentionally, would awaken to see that events have overtaken him, and with no logic to justify his attitude, one should certainly learn from past examples. The injustice of next of kin is harder to bear than the smite of the Indian sword. The Islamic resistance movement is one of the links in the chain of the struggle against the Zionist invaders. It goes back to 1939, to the emergence of the martyr Izz al-Din al-Qassam and his brethren, the fighters, members of the Muslim Brotherhood. It goes on to reach out and become one with another chain that includes... Hold on one second. I don't know if this is what I'm looking for. The day of judgment will not come about until Muslims fight the Jews, killing the Jews, when the Jews will hide behind stones and trees. The stones and trees will say, "O Muslims, O Abdullah, there is a Jew behind me. Come and kill him." Only the Garkad tree, evidently a certain kind of tree, would not do that because it is one of the trees of the Jews. Like, bruv. That quote is a hadith, sure, but go to the top for the meme. Israel will exist and will continue to exist until Islam will obliterate it, just as it obliterated others before it. The Islamic world is on fire. Each of us pour... Yeah, obviously, I mean, like, the destruction of Israel is like the bare minimum for Hamas. Hold on one second. Sorry, Mel called me on accident. I don't know if she was fucking dying or something. Jesus. Somebody said Control F Jew. The Covenant of the Islamic Resistance Movement, Hamas, clarifies its picture, reveals its identity, outlines its stand, explains its aims, speaks to its hopes, calls for its support, adoption, and joining its ranks. Our struggle against the Jews is very great and very serious. It needs all sincere effort. It is a step that inevitably should be followed by other steps. The movement is but one squadron that should be supported by more and more squadrons from this vast Arab and Islamic world until the enemy is vanquished and Allah's victory is realized. The face of the Jews' usurpation of Palestine, it is compulsory that the banner of jihad be raised. I think they call for like everybody. In their Nazi treatment, the Jews made no exception for women or children. Their policy of striking fear in the heart is meant for all. Based. What kind of pushback are you getting for not coming out on one side or the other? I don't know. My community is like pretty independent. I'm pretty sure whichever side I take, they'll probably follow me depending on what we read. Thank you for being one of the few people interested in trying to get close to the truth and pointing out the obvious double standards of both sides. No problem, okay, but I'm pretty sure all you people that donate, like, thanks for searching for the truth. If I came on the other side, okay, I feel like a lot of you would be ass mad, and then I'd be getting donors from the other side too, okay, so fucking chill, all right? Have you seen Chomsky's take on this? He was a Zionist prior to the establishment of the state. He knows some interesting stuff and knows the history a great deal. I've never heard Chomsky give foreign policy takes that I'm very interested in. He did a lot of cool stuff, I guess, with like linguistics and shit. I have respect for him for that, but his political analysis I don't care that much about, or I haven't heard much where I'm like, oh, that's pretty profound. But I don't know, maybe I'm just dumb.
Palestinian uprising and was not really a part of institutional politics for some time.
They weren't in charge of Gaza yet, but they wanted to liberate Palestinian territories from Israel's control and considered Israel an illegitimate state.
Like, why not just say, like, they wanted to eliminate the nation of Israel? That's not, like, is that supposed to be implied or inferred from they considered Israel an illegitimate state? They wanted to remove Jewish people from the lands of historic Palestine. That's the goal. Why not just say that, right?
After the first year of the Intifada, during which over 140 Palestinians in Gaza were killed, Hamas and other militant groups began to attack Israelis more directly.
Like, look at the phrasing on that. Like, Hamas is only attacking Israelis in response to, like, poor Palestinians being killed. I guess for no reason, right? Oh, I'm sorry, bro. This video is trash.
Then the Intifada grew more violent in 1991, which is also when Israel introduced a permit system that greatly restricted Gaza residents' ability to work, travel through Israel, or access the West Bank and East Jerusalem. By the end of the first Intifada, Israeli forces had killed over 1,000 Palestinians.
And then the focus will always be like on death tolls.
And Palestinian militants had killed over 100 Israelis throughout Israel and the occupied territories.
Like, what was the Intifada? Was the Intifada just when, like, Jewish people went in and killed Palestinians? Did they say, I'm sorry, did I miss that? Did they actually say what the Intifadas were? Was Intifadas just, does that stand for Intifada? IDF goes and kills Palestinians? Is that all it is? Did they actually say what it was?
Uprising ended after the internationally brokered Oslo peace accords between Israel and the Palestine Liberation.
Oh, and I can't speak to this because I don't know the details of the Oslo Accords. So I don't even know how wrong they are here.
Organization, or the PLO. This was a liberation movement with an armed wing that fought for Palestinian rights for decades.
Was it just an armed wing only fighting for Palestinian rights? Is that?
The PLO agreed to disarm and recognize...
Did she give the total Palestinian death toll but only Israeli militant death toll? Yes, because remember, when you give the Palestinian death toll, it is always given as all civilians. Every single Palestinian killed is always a civilian. Every single time. That's what every single Palestinian death is, a civilian. Remember that. Very important.
Israel's right to exist, but Hamas, which had very little political support at the time, strongly...
Wait, okay, hold on. I will speak to this. Who actually gives a fuck? Israel is justified in doing all it can to keep terrorist attacks from occurring. That is not true. You are not justified in doing all you can. And if you have taken sole responsibility of a territory, like Israel kind of has when it comes to the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, you have a responsibility to those citizens as well. You can't just fuck over everybody or do the shared punishment thing just because of terrorists in the area. You have to make a good faith effort to weed out you know, who's good and who's bad, and you know, what are the security threats versus what are legitimate humanitarian crises. Now, I think Israel tries to do that, but could they do better? Maybe, maybe not. I'm not sure. I don't know enough about that in particular yet. But you do have a responsibility to the people that you're administrating to. You can't just fuck them all, unless it's their moms, and it's me fucking all of them.
Opposed it. The deal also created a new governing body, the Palestinian Authority, or PA, which allowed political parties and elections in the Gaza Strip. The PA was granted some autonomy within small areas, but Israel still controlled the territories and the flow through these crossings. The Oslo Agreement also promised Palestinians some level of autonomy and a path to statehood in 5 years. But that never happened. Instead, what followed was more Israeli settlements on Palestinian land. And a year later, following an attack by an Israeli settler in the West Bank and a series of bombings by Palestinian militants, including Hamas, Israel's prime minister called for the construction of a fence around the Gaza Strip.
I don't know. I don't have the context now because I haven't read up to this point, so I don't know how wrong the shit they're saying is.
Gaza now had a physical barrier between it and the outside world. These moves made Palestinians trust the Israeli government and peace negotiations even less, and it would lead to a second uprising.
I just want to watch until they bring on like an Israeli scholar to give the other side, right? Because I think they've had like 3 Palestinian scholars on, so let's check right now.
On September 28, 2000, Israeli politician Ariel Sharon visited Al-Aqsa Mosque, a Muslim holy site in Jerusalem that's largely inaccessible to Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. This visit sparked widespread protests and violent clashes, resulting in Israeli forces killing 4 Palestinian children the next day. And Palestinian militants carried out suicide bombings.
Remember, it's always children, it's always civilians. Every single Palestinian death, it's always civilians, it's always children. Always civilians, always children.
Back in the Gaza Strip,
calling it a Muslim holy site is also a lie of omission. Yes, because was Al-Aqsa, was that built on the Temple Mount? Some Jewish guy emailed me a fuck ton of Jewish history yesterday that I tried to... I'm just gonna reread so that I can remember. I don't know fuck all about. It was built on the prior temple of Israel. Yeah, it was like the second temple, right? Which was, I think, one of the. I can find this guy. Okay. I'll just read this. I like rereading shit because it helps me remember it. In the year 586 BCE, the Assyrians attacked Jerusalem, destroyed the Jewish temple, and sent the Jews into exile in Babylon. Jews also remained on the land, but not the elites or leaders. This is the start of the Babylonian exile, like the song by the Rebbe's of Babylon. This is where most of the Iraqi Jewish, Persian Jewish, Georgian Jewish, and Bukharan Jewish communities are believed to derive their ancestry. After the fall of the Neo-Assyrian Empire to the Persians in 539 BCE, the Judeans were allowed to return to Judea and eventually rebuild a second, even larger temple in Jerusalem, called the Second Temple. Part of this larger project included the construction of the Temple Mount, a raised platform on the location of the first temple. I believe that Temple Mount is where Al-Aqsa, the Al-Aqsa Mosque, I think is constructed on top of that, correct? The temple contained a section called the Holy of Holies, where the Ark of the Covenant was stored, and is the holiest place in Judaism. There was also exposed bedrock in the Holy of Holies, which is said to be the foundation stone where God started the earth from, as well as the altar on which the binding of Isaac occurred. This is the current location of the Dome of the Rock, though it came in the 6th century CE with the Islamic conquests. Muslims believe it is the location where Muhammad ascended to heaven on a night journey. The Second Temple would then stand from 516 BCE to 70 CE, and serve as the center for Jewish religious life once again. This is the temple where Jesus, in the gospel narrative, not historical, would drive the money changers out of, just for your reference. During this time, the Judeans dealt with various different invaders and occupiers, most notably the Greeks, who ruled for nearly 100 years, but eventually sought to suppress the Jewish religion and Hellenize them. They placed idols of Zeus in the temple. Idol worship is one of the worst sins in Judaism, which caused the Maccabiah revolt, 164 BCE, and the story of Hanukkah. The Jews then had an independent kingdom again for another 100 years until the Romans conquered the land in 63 BCE. Around now is the time of Jesus and the beginning of the early Christianity. As in the New Testament, the Romans ruled the region. Pontius Pilate crucified Jesus is the narrative, but the Jews had control of domestic life. In 66 CE, the Jews rebelled against the Romans, and in the year 70 CE, Jerusalem and the Second Temple were destroyed, with many Jews killed. This is considered one of the greatest tragedies in Jewish history, and religious Jews commemorate it annually with a day of fasting. The Romans exiled the Jews and took many into slavery in Rome, as depicted on the Ark of Titus in Rome. This is generally considered to be the start of the Jewish exile and diaspora, though Jews remained in the region and were killed in various Christian and Muslim conquests of the land. Ashkenazi Jews come from the Jews exiled to Rome. Judaism would also change at this point from a religion focused on temple worship and sacrifice to one of communal prayer, as there was no longer a temple to perform sacrifices at. Jewish religious life is focused on the here and now and places much less significance on a potential afterlife than Christianity or Islam. This is because there will be a resurrection of the dead when the Messiah comes, so afterlife ideas are vague. The Jewish religion tells of a Messiah figure that will bring peace to the world, have all the world recognize the God of Israel, and in gathering of Jews to Jerusalem. This return to a Jewish Zion has been a consistent dream of Jews throughout history. This is the dream that is referred to in the Israeli national anthem, Hatikva, translates to the hope. Jews pray towards Jerusalem and pray for the return of Jerusalem and the rebuilding of the third temple. Every year, at the end of Yom Kippur, a holiday of atonement, and Passover, a holiday commemorating the Exodus, Jews exclaim, "Next year in Jerusalem." The focus on Jerusalem has been long, with phrases like Psalm 137 saying, "If I forget you, Jerusalem, may my right hand forget its skill," masturbating. Dating back to the first Babylonian exile in 597 BCE, longing to return to Jerusalem is an ever-present feature of Judaism. It has been a longing for millennia. That's why it's called Zionism and why Jews care so much about Zion, Jerusalem, which is seen as the center of the Jewish nation and home. You haven't gone to this? Okay. This guy emailed me like fucking 10 pages of like Jewish history that I read last night. And I was like, oh, okay. Yom Kippur? I don't know. As I read this, someone said, at Destiny, this guy omitted the fact that Muslims were the ones to restore a Jewish population to Jerusalem after the Romans wiped them out. Okay, that might be true. But I read that comment in Cake Chat. I'm sorry, I'm only bringing this up because when they bring up Al-Aqsa Mosque, it's interesting that they say this. Al-Aqsa Temple Mount. Well, let me just read this so I know 1,000,000%. Hold on. The Al-Aqsa Mosque is the main segregational mosque or prayer hall in the Al-Aqsa Mosque compound in the Old City of Jerusalem. In some sources, the building is also named blah, blah, blah. But this name primarily applies to the whole compound in which the building sits, which is itself known as the Al-Aqsa Mosque, during the rule of Rashidun Caliph Umar. A small prayer house on the compound was erected near the mosque site. It's a congregational mosque on the same axis of the Dome of the Rock, a commemorative Islamic monument. It was destroyed by an earthquake. It was rebuilt. The English term of Al-Aqsa Mosque, the translation of blah, 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 I can't read these things. The former refers to the Quran, the furthest mosque, and thus is used for whole compound, of the Temple Mount, also known as the Haram al-Sharif. Explained that the term Masjid al-Aqsa refers to the entire Esplanade Plaza, also known as the Temple Mount, or okay. Mosque is located on the southern part of the Temple Mount, or Haram al-Sharif, an enclosure expanded by King Herod the Great beginning of 20 BCE during the reconstruction of the Second Temple, the Second Jewish Temple. Sorry, I'm just bringing this up because they said Al-Aqsa, and they made it sound like it's only important to Muslims, but that's not true. That area, that's not true. Not only is it not true, I'm pretty sure like the Ark of the Covenant and that temple area, I'm pretty sure, I think that email said, I think it's like I think it might be the most important religious Jewish thing, I think. None of that really matters when the guy went there to fuck with the Palestinians. If I remember correctly, he was talking a lot of shit. That is my understanding, yes. Was the Israeli leader, was it the prime minister or was it just a big politician? I'm pretty sure when he went to do that like mini pilgrimage to Al-Aqsa, he knew it was going to stir shit up. I do believe that is true, yes. I'm almost positive that's true.
September 28, 2000, Israeli politician Ariel Sharon.
This guy, like, I'm pretty sure he knew that he was shit stirring by going there. Just like that one, it's not Tommy Robbins. What's the name of the guy that always goes up to Sweden to like burn the Quran just to like piss everybody off? Yeah, like he knew, yeah.
Visited Al-Aqsa Mosque, a Muslim holy site in Jerusalem that's largely inaccessible to Palestinians.
But I hate that, the Muslim holy site. It is, but you could have a little bit more context there, right? Because Muslim holy site, is he literally just going to Muslim place just to fuck with Muslims for no reason? Like, that's really fucked, right? I'm just saying that, like, every part of this video is very, 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 very...
in the Gaza Strip. This visit sparked widespread protests and violent clashes, resulting in Israeli forces killing 4 Palestinian children the next day. And Palestinian militants carried...
Destiny, it is only accessible to Palestinians. Jews only visit the wall by the side. Yes, it's the south wall or the west wall. There's like one part of the wall because it's like the remaining part of the last temple. So that is true too. I believe it's supposed to be Palestinians having exclusive access on their side, right? Like, I believe it's forbidden. I don't believe Jews are allowed to go inside the Al-Aqsa Mosque, right? Is it the, oh, I'm sorry, the Western Wall. I think, isn't that the reason why it's such a big deal when IDF soldiers go in to when they claim that like there's people they're throwing rocks at them or whatever? Oh, I wish I could find a source for that. I don't want to make shit up, or I don't want to be wrong about any of this. Are Jews allowed inside Al-Aqsa Mosque? The visits to the Al-Aqsa Mosque compound have primarily been organized by Jewish hardline groups, where there's the Temple Mount groups. The ancient ban on Jews, other than a high priest, entering the zone of the Holy of Holies was confirmed, with the consideration also that since the exact location of the Second Temple is unknown, any Jew walking to the site, well, hold on, this is historical to present. After Israel occupied the old city of Jerusalem during the Six-Day War in 1967, the site remained under the control of Jordan-based Jerusalem Islamic Waqf. Though control over access to the site passed to Israel, the Israeli government took several months regarding the Temple Mount, designed to reassure the world that it had no intention of making the issue of where the Temple Mount's sovereignty lay until this could be determined in final status negotiation, despite some frustration from within the Jewish community over both the humiliating conditions imposed on prior worship at the remnant of the temple and a certain desire for revenge. According to Meron Benvenisti, Israel prohibited the flying of the Israeli flag over the site and refrained from extending a number of Israeli laws, including those governing holy places, to the Haram al-Sharif. The IDF will clear the Temple Mount platform and will redeploy outside it. The Israel administration will be responsible for general security, but will not interfere with the internal guarding and the internal inspection of the running of the mount. Currently, 11 gates are open to the Muslim public. Non-Muslims are permitted to enter only through the Moors Gate. So I'm pretty sure that Jewish people are generally not allowed inside the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Pretty sure. Does the Quran even mention Al-Aqsa? I believe Al-Aqsa was that's the place where Muhammad like took a carpet ride up to heaven or some shit, isn't it? In 637, the Rashidun Caliphate under Umar, the father-in-law of the Islamic prophet Muhammad, besieged blah blah blah. In 691, an octagonal Islamic building topped by a dome was built by the Caliph Abd. What does this stand for? Abdul? A-B-D? Al-Malik around the foundation stone for a myriad of political... Is the foundation stone, that's the rock that the earth started from? Is the rock at the center of the dome of the rock of Jerusalem is known as the pure stone because there's a small hole in the sun. I don't remember, maybe. So much lore for these fucking religions. For a myriad of political, dynastic, and religious reasons built on local and Quranic traditions, articulating the site's holiness, a process in which textual and architectural narratives reinforced one another. The shrine became known as the Dome of the Rock in 715, blah, 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 corresponding to the Islamic belief in Muhammad's miraculous nocturnal journey as recounted in the Quran and Hadith. I think Al-Aqsa is where he flew up to heaven, right? Abd al-Malik means servant of God. Gotcha. Okay, sorry, anyway.
Carried out suicide bombings. Back in the Gaza Strip, Palestinians broke down much of this barrier. The Israeli government soon built it back up and heavily militarized it with more troops and observation posts. They further canceled travel and work permits, restricting movement through this crossing even more, and eventually destroyed Gaza's only major airport and its under construction seaport. By the end of the Second Intifada in 2005, Palestinian militants had killed over 900 Israelis, and Israeli forces killed over 3,000 Palestinians. The Second Intifada gradually came to an end as Israel dismantled all Jewish Israeli settlements in the Gaza Strip and withdrew the ground troops. Then, another internationally brokered agreement gave the PA control of this crossing with Egypt on the Gaza side.
XQC, watch this Vox video with chat. Maybe you could talk to him about the conflict because he does seem interested. I mean, if he wants to talk about it, he can always message me, okay?
And allowed trucks and convoys to flow between the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. But Israel didn't let that happen. At the time of the first legislative election after the Second Intifada...
Yeah, I think Israel tried to give Gaza to Egypt, and I think Egypt was like, fuck no. But I don't know that 1,000,000%, so I'm throwing that out there, and it might be not true, but...
Fatah, a party backed by the PA and PLO...
It's funny because something that I picked up on like a macro perspective, and it's coming through hardcore in the Suez Canal crisis, something that's very interesting is that Jewish people... And I said this before, maybe Jews were lucky that they like got fucked all over the world and they didn't have a whole bunch of countries because historically they haven't had a chance to fight with each other. Jewish people seem like hardcore unified and that like we have a country, all of us are gonna go there, we're all gonna do this shit and we all have like this one place that we're protecting. Whereas because Arabs were so, this is kind of like your, what did Bain say? Victory has defeated you. Because Arabs were very good at conducting war. Very good at conquest and good at other things too. History, math, or whatever, or arts and math, or whatever, Arab civilization produced a lot of great shit. But because Arabs were so successful in their conquest, because they have so many different countries, it feels like Arabs have, I'm speaking Arabs very broadly, Arabs have less of this idea of being like a unified people and more of like, I want to be the best Arab country. So the Arabs are very much in competition with one another, whereas the Jewish people are like, hey, like, there's not even that many of us left. Let's all just go to our country and like build up our shit. And that seems to be like a drum beat that keeps being repeated historically, I think. It is like this Arab competition with each other. Seems like it. That's incredibly macro generalist, and I could be wrong on that, but yeah. Hassan and Brandon Wu going out on Twitter, based. Like, for instance, so the two big or several, actually, I guess there's a few big things I've seen of this so far. Like the individual peoples between in the 1920s through 40s of like Iraq gaining independence, I think Syria gaining independence, I think Transjordan gaining independence. Like they weren't all fighting for each other, just their particular kind of tribes. And then as soon as Israel declared independence and everybody started invading, right? Like Transjordan just wanted to take the West Bank and they're like, fuck it, do we really care about the Palestinians? Not really. Or in the Suez Canal crisis, Egypt is unwilling to work with other Arabic countries because they're like, fuck Iraq, fuck these other guys, right? I want to be the big bad Arab country that leads everybody else. Fuck these dudes, right? So all of this like inter-Arabic competition is hampering their ability, whereas Israel is like, yeah, pretty unified in their own shit, kind of, right? Yeah. Same thing as EU people before they got the European Union set up. That could be true too, arguably. Actually, yeah, true. Because Europe was a continent that was thrust into mayhem until what? Until the 1990s? I mean, like, for Ireland and shit, because like if you go to if you go to the Balkans or if you go to like Central Europe until Jesus, but Destiny is aware that not all Jews live in Israel, not all Jews want to, right? It is true that not all Jews want to live in Israel, but it seems to be a pretty culturally big thing that Jewish people support Israel, even though not all of them. But like, remember, one of Israel's biggest strengths was even if you weren't a Jew living in Israel, the Jews in Israel could run to other countries and talk to those Jews and she'd be like, bro, Can you give us some money at least? If you're not going to fucking come here and fight with us? Because they were able to raise, what was it, $30 million in 1947 that one woman raised by going to the United States and telling Jews like, hey, I need you to tithe up, okay? We're fucking trying to buy some Soviet weapons here. Or it wasn't Soviet, well, no, it would have been, right? Yeah, it would have been Soviet weapons, yeah. So I mean, like, yeah, I mean, it seems like they're pretty committed. Whereas if you're Arabic, do any Muslims donate back to their country around the world? Maybe? I have no idea. I don't know as much about Muslim shit, I guess, yeah. What is the explanation for why so many more Palestinians have died than Israelis in the last few decades? I mean, Israel, I think it's just what I've said, right? Like Israel. Okay, hold on. Keep in mind that you're just from the reading that I've done, okay? Here's, okay. I'm gonna give a take here, and I fully could be wrong on this. And like I said, after I do all of my historical reading, I'm probably gonna try to find more Palestinian sources because I don't know if history favors the Jewish people or if it's just Wikipedia or what I've been reading from Jewish people. But one of the big issues, I think, foundationally from this is at the very start, when Jewish people went to move to historic Palestine, Jewish people wanted to make a Jewish nation and have a Jewish country. It was a huge goal. That was why they were moving down there. Now, when we talk about Palestinians and having a right to the land and Palestine, blah, 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 the Palestinian nation didn't exist until 19 what? I don't believe the Palestinians in that area ever really thought of themselves as like a nation of people. It's always just been like a collection of tribes, a collection of agricultural people. Like they're just a bunch of people that live there, but they didn't have like a cohesive, like we are a country and Israel's coming to invade us. They were just like a ton of people that were there and they were always subjects of other nations, right? Whether it was the Ottoman Empire, from 1300 onwards, whether it was the other Arab conquests before them, like there was never like a cohesive idea of like, oh, we're the Palestinian nation, we're the Palestinian people. They never really had that feeling or thought until the Jewish people showed up, they made their nation, and then all of them kind of looked at each other like, fuck. However, yeah, but there were other Arab nations springing up that also didn't view the Palestinians as part of them either, so I feel like, yeah. Ottomans took over in the 1500s, was it 1500s? Ottoman Empire. Those Palestinians were explicitly mad because they were supposed to have a chance to build their nation. Were they? Did they? Because it doesn't seem like they did. I'm not going to say they didn't have a desire to, but it seems like they were just kind of doing like the commune thing. I say commune. That's probably not the right word. What am I looking at here? This area here is Palestine, right? This is the Arab Peninsula. This would be Egypt and the Sinai Peninsula. 1481. Okay, so it would have been by 1566. There's one next. Okay. Arabs were militarily retarded because they're mostly tribal and promoted their leaders through names and nepotism rather than by merit. Well, that might be true. Yeah, I don't know. Destiny, this logic is very dangerous because you're justifying the British takeover of India with this logic. I'm not trying to justify the takeover of anything. I'm just explaining why things happened the way they were. I'm not saying it's justified. I'm just explaining it. It's probably true of all of the indigenous peoples of the Americas as well, right? And isn't this why, I could be wrong, but like for instance, didn't the Aztecs put up a better fight than like the indigenous Native Americans because the Aztecs, actually, no, hold on, I'm pretty sure I'm right here. Even as bad as my history was, the Aztecs literally conquered a bunch of other indigenous people, right? Because the Aztecs started to, what would you say? Not nationalize, started to like create a larger, more coherent governing structure and body, right? Because they were more organized. The Aztecs weren't just a bunch of like disconnected tribes that were hunter-gathering off the land. The Aztecs actually built an empire and became more organized. And as a result of that, the Aztecs like were conquering all of their fellow peoples as well, right? Assuming that like, dude, I'm speaking so much shit for my relatively basic understanding of history. The Aztec Empire, if you deleted Europe, probably would have been like the British Empire if they would have had more time. If you would have given them like another 100 years or something, the Aztecs probably would have been the ones sailing ships with gunpowder, conquering everything and like fucking everybody up. But the British got there, and the French and the Spanish, everybody else, they got there first, I guess, right? Yeah. Before they had time to do that. I don't know how much more time they would have needed, but
that had negotiated with Israel was in power. But many Palestinians saw Fatah and its approach as ineffective. Hamas, which was now a political party in addition to being a militant group,
Probably 1,000 more years. Did the Okay, I don't know this. Did the Aztecs have metallurgy and shit or no? Did they have any of this or no? Oh, they didn't even have softer metal. I guess if I remember RuneScape, would it have been bronze? It was doubtful if the ancient Aztec had the knowledge of bronze or how to obtain it until shown by Spanish invaders. Oh shit, I wonder why they lagged so much on that. The Aztec culture did not exist in 1000 AD, but they were descended from a culture that did have bronze weapons. Wait, really? Destiny, the entire empire was wiped out by 100 Spanish guys. I need 20 good men. Oh, fuck. I feel like I remember this story. Do I remember this story? Did they try to parlay or did they... This is a fiction website? Oh, okay. Why do I feel like I remember a story of a relatively small group of Spanish people? Was it Cortez? Maybe. Bro, I don't remember any South American shit. Listen, history starts in 1776. Anything before that is moot. We should make that year 0, actually. Unironically, like 80 dudes rolled in and kidnapped the king of the Aztecs. Yeah, that might have been it. Was that the Cortez people or was it somebody else? Oh, actually, I might have read this story in Guns, Germs, and Steel, actually, because I read that book a long time ago. Their neighbors hated them because they would take thousands of captives for human sacrifices. The Spanish got a lot of help from the Aztec enemies because, yeah, the Aztecs were on some crazy ritualistic sacrifice shit. I want to say, didn't they find, like, mass graves of over, like, 10,000 people? Largest ritual sacrifice Aztec. They were on some wild shit. Oh, I'm sorry. So maybe not, this might not be true, so take a look at it. Some post-conquest sources report that at the reconsecration of the Great Pyramid of Tenochtitlan in 1487, the Aztecs sacrificed about 80,000 prisoners over the course of 4 days. This is also good to know because people always talk about how imperialism and colonialism and imperialist and conquest, don't ever bullshit yourself into thinking native people, okay? It's so funny because, like, back in the day, we believed in Pocahontas, and then you get a little bit more like, no, the U.S. was, like, way shittier than that. But now we've got, like, reverse Pocahontas, right? It used to be when, this all happened in, like, 30 years. When I grew up, the settlers, this is what we were told, okay? I'm paraphrasing, but kind of. When I grew up, what happened was the settlers came over. We had a really rough winter, and then thank God Pocahontas found us and we made turkey and all of us kind of got along and somehow we got all the land from the natives, and that's what we say. And then I get a little bit older and I'm like, well, actually 95% of those people died from fucking diseases, and then we kind of scammed, killed, and marched off every other fucking native group. But now it's like reversed. And now people are like, well, actually, natives were healing medicine and talking with the trees, and they were actually using environmentally friendly green energy ways of agriculture, and were soft and kind to everybody, and had two-spirit trans rights, and it was actually the evil colonial settlers. It's like bullshit, bro. Okay? Fucking natives were savages just as much as the British were savages, just as much as the French were savages, just as much as the Mongols, everybody in fucking human history, okay? Rapes, murders, pillages, steals from every other fucking person, okay? That's like the history of the world, okay? The noble savage myth has been around for centuries. Yeah. American civilization had no beasts of burden. This is a large part of why they were slow. Oh, I think that's an argument that guy puts forth in that Guns, Germs, and Steel book, too. That beasts of burden were, like, a really, really, really big deal. That's, like, the reason why... Oh, and I think he makes the argument that that was another, like, being punished for your success, that some early tribes were actually so good at hunting that it punished them, because I think he made the argument that the indigenous peoples of Australia were such proficient hunters that they hunted all of their beasts of burden out of existence. And so when it came time for people to civilize or grow more, they, like, didn't even have the animals there to do it. It's been a long time since I read this book, so I don't know 100% if that's true, but I'm just repeating what I remember. Yeah. That's what happened to all the megafauna in North America? Okay, maybe. I'm reading that book right now, and yes, you're correct. There's a lot of specialists that don't like guns, germs, and steel. However, it's my understanding that in academic societies, generalists and specialists fight with each other all the time anyway, so, you know, take that for what it's worth. But anytime somebody tries to summarize a large amount of history, there's always going to be a lot of specialist historians that are going to come in and fight over particular interpretations and everything. Because they think individual people have more sway than material conditions. It's cringe, fuck them. What? Okay. People disagree with geographic determinism. Kraut does. Okay. Geographic determinism is, I think, a big argument put forth. I don't know if he calls it that, but in the Guns, Germs, and Steel book, that because of the climate in certain areas, because of the animals and fauna available in certain areas, that geography is going to determine largely the development of a civilization. I don't know how true or untrue that is, but... XQC said join Discord. I feel like if he said that, I feel like more people would be typing that in chat. As an Israeli, it's always hilarious to me that people actually think this conflict was ever about some piece of land. This is always an Islamic religious war against Israel and the Jews. I still don't fully buy that, but... Jared Diamond never cited any sources, and most of his claims were unfalsifiable. I don't think he's taken very seriously by academia at large. He doesn't cite any sources? I feel like that's not true. But I do believe that his book is generally panned by academics. I don't think academics in general recommend Guns, Germs, and Steel as a good reading of history. I don't believe so. If I had to guess, could you read the link in my donation? Trinidad. You can link it in chat if you want, but it's probably gonna be something I'll read after I finish like my history reading or whatever. I think the biggest problem when you're like a generalist is you probably think of a narrative and then you probably find facts to fit it. And my guess is gonna be that's like the main folly of most people that try to generalize parts of history by certain narratives. That'd be my guess. Jesus. Doesn't heat have a lot to do with how quickly nations were advancing? The northern parts of the world expanded their nations quicker than in very hot climates. Maybe, that was my understanding, but I'm not sure. Okay, thank you. I've got this. I will bookmark this. Okay. The War of the Israeli Historians. Five more minutes on this.
Won most of the seats in 2006.
People voted for Hamas as a way to express their disapproval of the ongoing status quo, which was that the peace process had failed and they had had two uprisings and no state was in sight.
In response to an armed militant party winning, Israel banned laborers from leaving Gaza for work. Then when militants captured an Israeli soldier, Israel carried out airstrikes in Gaza and tightened its control on the sea, limiting fishing capabilities to only 6 miles. Politically within Gaza, Hamas had won the election.
Fourth Palestinian expert.
But the PA was still the...
Can't wait until you learn about the USS Liberty incident. I think the USS Liberty was a US ship that was attacked by Israel during the Six-Day War, right? And Nazis say that Jews attacked it intentionally to try to draw us into the war or something. But I don't think there's ever been any evidence given of that theory ever. On the 8th of June, 1967, during the Six-Day War, the combined air and sea attack killed 34 crew members, wounded 171 crew members, and severely damaged the ship. At the time, the ship was in international waters north of the Sinai Peninsula. Israel apologized for the attack, saying the USS Liberty had been attacked in error after being mistaken for an Egyptian ship. Both the Israeli and U.S. governments conducted inquiries and issued reports that concluded the attack was a mistake due to Israeli confusion about the ship's identity. Others, including survivors of the attack, have rejected these conclusions and maintained the attack was deliberate. The USS Liberty is worth reading on if you want to argue with the Nazis, because this is like one of the most common conspiracies. I'm sure if you go through like Fuentes' VODs, he's brought up the USS Liberty like 100 times. Why would you attack the ship if you wanted the U.S. to join? Maybe they wanted to make it think that like make the U.S. think that Egypt attacked the ship or something. I don't know, to draw the U.S. into the war. Maybe.
The governing body with Fatah under its wing. A conflict broke out between Hamas and Fatah, and Hamas seized power of the entire strip in 2007. This is when Israel put Gaza under the official blockade that continues today, tightening Israel.
Well, you ever read a manifesto on this conflict? So we have your opinions and statements on paper? Almost certainly not. There are people that spend so much time researching this. I would feel unbelievably arrogant trying to enter like a written opinion on this conflict.
Yo. People say you call me?
Oh no, I'm watching this god-awful fucking Vox video on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
I watched it, and I know nothing about the whole thing. It's just them. One thing Vox that I hate is that.
Hello? Okay.
Israel's grip over Gaza even more, trapping over 2 million Palestinians inside. This time, Israel closed the main crossing for commercial goods, made travel even more restrictive, banned exports from Gaza, and imposed restrictions on the import of essential items such as fuel, medicine, and food. They even used mathematical formulas to determine the necessary caloric intake for people in Gaza to control how much food they would allow in.
Basically, we live a slow death.
That sounds like, they make that sound bad, but like, isn't that actually kind of good? Like, isn't that what you want to, like, if there are so many people and they need so many calories to survive, like, shouldn't they be doing that? I mean, as opposed to sending, what, an arbitrary amount of food? Or I don't understand what the, I mean, I guess that could be evil or it could be good. Are they sending enough? Whatever, I don't know. Unless they undercut it, right?
In Gaza, even before major escalations, people cannot travel freely. We have Israeli drones hovering around 24/7. There's always stress.
Over the next several years, reoccurring conflicts and airstrikes made the already devastating impacts of this blockade worse. Israeli airstrikes destroyed vital infrastructure, such as water and power plants. Repairs were delayed by the blockade, which impacted the delivery.
It depends on how many calories they supplied. Curious that Vox didn't include that number. Yeah.
Of construction.
You should look up the tweets of these people being cited. Yeah.
Materials. And for each militant attack on Israelis, Israel killed far more Palestinians in retaliation.
The numbers.
At times, Israel would slightly lift restrictions, but it was never close to matching the humanitarian needs of Palestinians in Gaza. According to a UN report from 2022, this 16-year blockade had made 78% of the water in Gaza undrinkable, left 62% of Palestinians in Gaza in need of food assistance, living with rolling power cuts that last on average 11 hours per day.
That is our normal life. We would have 8 hours of electricity, 12 hours of electricity. It changes depending on the situation and the availability of fuel. We are completely dependent on Israel.
This is what many Palestinians and international law calls collective punishment.
Collective punishment is when cancer patients cannot travel because they get
Then no mention of Hamas fighting from civilian territory ever. No mention of Hamas setting up bases in hospitals. No mention of Hamas using human shields. All of those things I mentioned are not only are those things like well-observed facts, Hamas says that. They take videos of it. They're proud about it. Like that's part of how they wage this war, right? No mention of Egypt ever, true.
And collective punishment means also that Palestinians cannot have their own hospitals and they cannot treat their patients. Collect cannot have their own hospitals.
Except Palestine, Hamas literally runs the largest Hamas base is in the largest hospital, but
they cannot treat their patients. Collective punishment means the people of Gaza now are punished for the most recent escalation.
When we look at the crime of genocide, which is, the intentional destruction of a whole people in part or in whole, we are seeing elements of that.
Is this another was this guy here before, or is this a fifth Palestinian journalist?
Crime being committed and carried out in the Gaza Strip right now.
There's equating between Hamas and all Palestinians. And this is not the first time that we're going to see people in Gaza and civilians in Gaza, half of whom are children, pay the price for Hamas or anything else.
Israeli and U.S. leaders.
Have you seen the video of them digging up water pipes to build rockets? Yes. So initially, I stated that they were digging up water pipes from European donations for new water treatment plants, and they were just digging that up to build rockets. However, I think there's a big pro-Palestinian guy in my chat, X Trinerandis. I think he linked something that said that the pipes that they were digging up were actually from older, out-of-use facilities. So whether that's a big difference or not, I mean, it's worth stating that I believe that the videos that were being shown of them digging up pipes, supposedly I think he claims that they were from older water treatment facilities that were out of use now. But
leaders have emphasized that Israel has the right to defend itself by wiping out Hamas completely. But the majority of casualties in the Gaza Strip aren't Hamas fighters. They're civilians.
It's an interesting question to
hold up. Sorry.
Pay the price for Hamas or anything else.
Israeli and U.S. leaders have emphasized that Israel has the right to defend itself by wiping out Hamas completely. But the majority of casualties in the Gaza Strip aren't Hamas fighters. They're civilians.
Let's say that I assume that is true. Let's just say we assume that's true, which we don't know if that's true, but let's just say we assume that's true. Why? Why does Israel kill so many civilians? Are they just like targeting them, or like I don't think the concept of human shields have been brought up. Have they been brought up a single time this entire video?
It's an interesting question to consider whether or not things would have been different if Hamas didn't exist. But the thing is, Hamas didn't exist until the late 80s, but the occupation of the Palestinian territories has been since 1967.
Why though? We didn't even really say why. It was just Israel thought they were going to get invaded and launched a horribly aggressive war. Destiny, it is true. Holy fuck, you're so biased. Okay, 27 Adam. If I'm wrong about something, let me know.
And the original Palestinian displacement was 1948, and Hamas didn't really emerge until much later than that. I think that anybody who follows Israeli and Palestinian politics, like with some level of honesty, knew that if what happened hadn't happened, something else was going to happen because the status quo was unsustainable.
The world has to recognize this suffering even before we have escalations. The reason we have escalations is because people cannot find any hope.
No one wanted to get to this point. The tragedy of it all, in my mind, I think besides the loss of human life, is that it was preventable, easily preventable.
Why not get at least like one Israeli historian? Do you deny that escalations were inevitable? No, escalations were inevitable. That's of course. The status quo is unsustainable. Something has to change, right? Or these attacks will continue in the future, of course. But like, Destiny, someone brought up the dissemination of the media uncritically writing on the 500 deaths of the hospital. Suggests could have been a mistranslation error from victims to deaths, and then the media just played telephone. Maybe, I don't know. So you don't even disagree with Vox then? Well, that's the thing. I don't think Vox said anything wrong in this video, right? I think every single thing in this video was factually correct. But there's only one side of the facts being accounted for here. That's the issue, right? Split VOD so August can start. Did August even ask for that? Read the description. On October 7th, Hamas, a militant group based in the Gaza Strip, even this is like, even this, I don't even like this. I don't like this. Hamas, a militant group based in the Gaza Strip, that makes it sound even more like, damn, Israel just coming down on all of the Palestinians in Gaza because of a militant group? It wasn't just a militant group. It was a group that won 44% of the vote, a plurality of the vote in 2006 from Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. It's not just a random militant group that took power, right? Like, it's, everything is very slanted here. Launched a deadly attack on Israel, killing over 1,400 Israelis. While in retaliation, Israelis were killed. As of this video, over 6,000 were Palestinians in Gaza, where Palestinians have lived for decades under an occupation and blockade. Like, in 2007, those restrictions became even tighter in Gaza after Hamas seized power there. Like, that makes it sound like a coup. To be fair, after Hamas won their first elections, I believe they suspended all prior ones, so it's kind of true after, I think, 2006. But, like, still, like, come on. They slaughtered the PLO and threw them off buildings. Yeah, Hamas is pretty crazy. Obviously. True, but no election in 17 years and average age is like 19, so to say the Palestinian people want them is wrong. Sure, but then give the context. Thank you for the gifted subs. Dude, Dantes has like the wildest Twitter. 2 years ago, my granddad with Alzheimer's died. Before dying, I remember telling him I loved him. He didn't say it back because he didn't even know who I was. I always thought that would be the saddest moment. I was wrong. Yesterday, I lost 30 games in 30 hours. It felt worse. Why didn't you give that context about the age of the population when you said it? Give what context about the age of the population? Well, because I don't believe half of the Gaza Strip was children in 2006 when Hamas was initially voted in. They might be now because the population is, I don't know if it's exploded or what, or why it's grown so much recently, but it's probably grown a lot because poor people with nothing else to do will fucking make kids. That's just generally, the lower the economic development of an area, the higher the reproduction rates probably, I think. Okay, I'm gonna grab a Red Bull and then I said I would talk to a guy. Getting drink. 1 sec, then we chat. If the Arabs really want to fuck with Israel, what if the Palestinian people all left the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, and then they moved in a whole bunch of like other Jewish people? And then you could have Jews fighting Jews. Maybe that's like the key to success. Bring in all the Hasidic guys or whatever. Metal Gear. You keep dismissing the civilian numbers, but I think that's how most people view conflicts. More civilian deaths are the victim and the good guy. Can you think of a single conflict where the bad side suffered more civilian deaths? Yeah? There was this little war called World War II? Wait, what do you mean? Most people consider Japan the bad guy. Pretty sure they suffered... Am I just fucking completely wrong on this? Germany and Japan must have suffered more civilian deaths than like the rest of like Europe and the United States combined, right? Am I wrong? Let's check. I could be wrong on that. Hold on. How many civilian deaths UK in World War II? 70,000. How many people died in Dresden? How many civilian deaths Germany, World War II? Fuck off with Russia. No one cares about Russia, okay? Germany lost 350,000 to 500,000 civilians? The German government reported that its record lists 4.3 million dead and missing military personnel as well. Civilian deaths during the war included air raid deaths. How many civilian deaths? Japan. Was Japan at 1 million or more? How many was for Japan? Fuck Jesus. 3 million deaths. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they consider these guys to be the bad guys, right? Didn't China lose millions? Are they technically not World War II casualties? Okay, I'm from the United States. China didn't exist yet in World War II, so we don't talk about them. We don't know anything about them, okay? So China doesn't exist. Russian civilian deaths were high in World War II as well, I believe. 15.9 to 70.4 million civilians were killed. Wait, hold on. Okay, so we were wrong and you know it, but you keep making your point. Nice one. Wait, wrong about what? The United States, my understanding is the United States did not lose almost, like, very few civilians in World War II, but I think we're largely considered the good guys. No? What do you mean? Am I getting one guide right now? This guy's a frequent chatter, Pigatron. You're considered the good guys because you won. No, I don't think that people look at good guys and bad guys based on who lost more civilians. I don't think that that's how we historically look at, I don't think that's how we historically look at wars. Russia was an allied power. I think he means allied civilian deaths were more than Axis civilian deaths. If you add all of them up, that, I truly don't even know if that's true. Okay, what were the Russian... Was this actually all Russian civilian deaths, or are they rolling military deaths into here as well? Okay, total Allied deaths versus total Axis deaths, World War II civilians. I know that Russia lost a fuck ton of people. An ungodly amount of people. Russians and Germans fucking hated each other. The civilian toll was around 37 million. The military toll was around 25 million. Yeah, like Russia on its own might have lost more than literally everybody combined. Hold on, let me check this. Civilian deaths due to military activity and crimes against humanity. China was just, I don't think I ever had China mentioned a single time in a World War II section in history that I took in American history. I don't think it ever happened. That's so wild. Like, China is literally, even today in my mind, like, China during World War II is just a complete blank spot. All I know for China was like a Fortnite dropping ground for, like, unarmed people for Japan to just go in and have, like, rape and murder contests. That's the only thing that I know about China for World War II. So the Soviet Union lost a fuck ton. Germany lost... Oh, wait, this is military, sorry. Yugoslavia, cringe. Oh, most of these Japanese deaths were military, not civilian. Look at the United States, baby. 12,000 civilian deaths. According to that chatter, the U.S. were the bad guys during the first Gulf War. True, maybe, yeah. Do you know what Amnesty.org fucking does? I see a son citing them for their proclamation that Israel is apartheid, but what fucking authority do they have for that? I don't know. But I'm pretty sure there are people in the UN that consider... I think there's like a statement from some panel that considers apartheid as well, but... I think Poland lost like 25% of their population in the war. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure Poland got split and fucked literally by both sides. What was the name of that one? Wasn't there some massacre where like a bunch of Polish officers like tried to flee to the USSR and then the USSR like turned them right back around to go get killed by Nazis, or they might have killed themselves? It's like the Ketlin massacre. What's it called? This thing? Hold on, I might be remembering that incorrectly. Let me check this real quick. The Katyn massacre was a series of mass executions of nearly 22,000 Polish military officers and intelligentsia prisoners of war carried out by the Soviet Union, specifically the NKVD, in April and May of 1940. The killings also occurred in Kalinin and Kharkiv prisons and elsewhere. The massacres named after the Katyn forest, where some of the mass graves were first discovered by German Nazi forces. The order to execute captive members of the Polish Office Corps was secretly issued by the Soviet Politburo led by Joseph Stalin. Of the total killed, about 8,000 were officers in prison during the 1939 Soviet invasion of Poland. Another 6,000 were police officers, and the remaining 8,000 were Polish intelligentsia. The Soviets deemed to be intelligence agents and gendarmes, spies and saboteurs, former landowners, factory owners, and officials. Oh, and I guess the Nazi Germany announced the discovery of mass graves as they were marching through. Okay. Stalin severed diplomatic relations with the London-based Polish government in exile when it asked for an investigation by the International Committee of the Red Cross. They just stopped responding to their texts. Like, sorry. After the Vistula Oder offensive, where the mass graves fell into Soviet control, the Soviet Union claimed the Nazis had killed the victims, and it continued to deny responsibility for the massacres until 1990, when it officially acknowledged and condemned the killings by the NKVD, as well as the subsequent cover-up by the Soviet government. 1990. Would that have been Gorbachev? I don't know. One thing, we'll probably spend time looking at this. Now that I'm drug-powered, I can just look up everything. That was Yeltsin? People are saying Yeltsin. I thought Yeltsin wasn't until Russia, right? I thought. Gorbachev seemed like a guy who, this is my very macro, very undereducated reading. Gorbachev seemed like a guy who was like, listen, the USSR has made some mistakes, but we're going to try our best to open our shit up. We're going to do better. I'm going to be in pizza commercials, okay? We're going to try our hardest. And then the Soviet Union was like, no, we're done. And then they just completely collapsed. I don't know why. Relatively peacefully, though. Probably like the most peaceful collapse of like any body that size in like I think the history of the world, which I also don't completely understand how that dissolved so easily. He sent tanks into the Baltic states. Did he? I thought compared to the leaders prior to Gorbachev, I thought Gorbachev was trying to bring like the Soviet. Oh yeah, Gorbachev initially adhered to Marxist-Leninism but moved towards social democracy by the early 1990s. The Soviet Union started unraveling in the 70s. It was just a slow burn into the 90s. Gotcha. Dustin, it's because they invested so much in the space race that the economy literally collapsed. Wrong. It's because liberalism is better, okay? Gotcha, Eric. Isn't that guy still waiting? Yeah, I need to do that. Fuck. Hold on. I'm chatting with a guy. Hold on one sec. All right. Okay, so here's a question, all right? So if I want to do recreational drugs, I have to do research now to find out like if something is contraindicated by taking Vyvanse, okay? But now here's a question. Now that I know what an amphetamine high is like, why would you ever do a recreational drug like MDMA that lasts for 3 hours when you can do like meth that lasts for 12 hours and feels really great the whole time? What's the upside to the other drugs? I'm starting to see why people abuse meth. Okay, it makes sense. Destroy your life? Because when you do meth, you think you have bugs crawling your skin? True. I think if you overdose on like stimulants, you can have very weird hallucinations, yeah.
Hello?
Hi, what's up?
Is my audio and everything?
Yeah, what's up? What are we talking about?
Should I like introduce myself first or?
Yeah, go for it. Whatever you want to do.
So I'm Dingo or Miles. If anyone's seen I did an iceberg video on you recently, and I guess for the past few months I've been making videos, going back and covering like old dramas or like your old history for like newer viewers. As for some context, I guess one of my primary goals is to, like hit new viewers coming in from like Hassan or Vosh's channels who may have only seen your clips through like LSF or Twitter or something, and give them a more fair representation of your like your views and I guess your past interactions. But
oh yeah, you were the one. Oh, hold on, I remember now. You just made a recent video of me. Was it the Destiny iceberg video?
Yeah, it was the Destiny iceberg video.
Yeah. Okay. And then somebody said that you wanted to chat about something. Yeah, what do you want to chat about?
I guess I just want to ask you a few questions because I'm trying to make a kind of like a follow-up video, and I'm kind of interested, super interested in your career and stuff, and yeah, I'm just super interested. So I guess if you don't mind me starting off, what do you think people misunderstand about you most?
Jesus Christ. What do people miss? People probably misunderstand most about me being a quote-unquote debate bro. I haven't been like that in like 5 or 6 years. The vast majority of the conversations I have are actually quite boring. It's generally like I just chat and it's pretty chill. But obviously like people have seen like clips of me like screaming at people. So everybody thinks that that's all of my conversations. That's probably the most annoying thing is people calling me like a debate bro, I think.
Yeah. Why do you think people get that impression?
Because other people on the internet are incapable of addressing any criticism levied at them, and calling me a debate bro is a good way to hand wave everything I say.
Yeah. I guess speaking of like other people on the internet who kind of do that kind of stuff, do you personally find it challenging to like stay professional and like keep your composure in a kind of an atmosphere where your opponents kind of resort to those like low blows, personal attacks, and kind of hand waving away what you believe?
Yeah, of course it's difficult, but you gotta walk a higher path, right?
Yeah. Was there a moment in your career that made you realize you had to be kind of more like empathetic and professional and move away from sort of more like debate bro-y stuff?
I don't know. What was it, like 4-ish years ago? When did I start changing? I don't know if there was like an inciting moment or if it's just something I kind of realized over time.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess. And speaking, I guess, of some stuff you've been doing more recently, like the Red Pill stuff, your kind of ability to kind of present your views kind of non-combatively and kind of acknowledging, opposing point instead of just like, screaming and yelling because the opinions, are kind of terrible and the people saying them, they're usually packaging them in with all sorts of kind of really bad language. Was like your ability to kind of acknowledge those points and kind of provide fair counters. Do you think that played a role in your success in those kind of spaces? Do you value that? And do you think it'll help you connect with other kind of mainstream conservative figures?
Yeah, I think it probably helps. I think it's just a good people skill in general too, to be able to like step inside somebody's like kind of frame of reference and speak from within that frame of reference. What? Don't ever look at me like that ever, because I'm fucking streaming, Mel. Don't ever look at me. Get the fuck out of here.
Your piece is sick.
You need to get the fuck out of here right now.
I need to get the fuck out of here.
You need to get the fuck out of my camera right now. No. Sorry, what did you ask me?
I think do you want me to re-ask the question?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was abusing my wife. You asked me about, I said stepping into other people's frame of reference is good. Yeah, being able to see things from their perspective, yeah.
Yeah. Here's a good one. How do you feel about being called the anti-Ben Shapiro?
I guess it's cute. I mean, Ben Shapiro's popular, so it probably is okay-ish for my image, and at least it puts me on the left, but I mean, I consider myself to be very different than him. I don't have like a hardcore political allegiance like he does, so I don't have to compromise my values to maintain an audience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and jumping off of that, when I watch your content, I'm kind of reminded of a quote from you, I think a few years back. You said, like, don't copy my positions, copy my process.
Yeah,
how would you describe your process for coming to the positions that you have?
I mean, I feel like the most important work, I feel like 90% of the work for arriving at a political position happens before any fact gathering. I think just like taking time to sit down and think about like what is your kind of like moral and your like epistemic foundations. Like, you know, how do I figure out what I think is right or wrong? You know, what kind of world do I want to build? You know, how do I figure out who do I trust, or what are good ways to arrive at like truthful statements? And then once you kind of have all that figured out, then you dive into the world of politics. And that's like the very tip of all the work that goes into figuring out your political positions. But like having like solid principles and values established beforehand, I think is the most important thing. All of this to say that there's a waste of time to even say this up, because most people just end up choosing all of their positions based on the social groups they're in. But I mean, whatever.
Yeah. What kind of, especially in answering those questions, you know, what kind of world would you like to build, and those principles, what pitfalls do you think like the far left and the far right fall into on those questions that you don't?
I mean, just what I said. Most people treat all of the politics stuff as kind of like social groups and everything. So there are no like real principled positions. I can't even really critique the ideologies because both sides are so wildly inconsistent. You know, the far right will talk about how important it is to limit governments to maximize personal freedoms. But when it comes to things like, I don't know, when it comes to things like, say, like LGBTQ stuff, like they're very keen on banning gay marriage. Some of them talk about it, on getting rid of like healthcare for trans people, on, you know, like adding under God, what, in 1952 to our fucking money and our national anthem and shit and all that. So, I don't know. Like, I feel like nobody really has like any principled positions. It's more just they are always self-serving to their social group, which is annoying to me.
Yeah. Do you think there's any value in trying to resolve a conflict on what two people believe are like fundamental values?
It's good to discuss them, to understand there's a disagreement there. It's better to go to the fundamental values than it is to try to argue political positions if you have disagreements on fundamental values, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And like, how, when you were talking about your principles and values, I think I was watching an interview recently with you with Cosmic Skeptic. How do you come to those principles and values while saying like meta ethics is worthless? Is it like an intuition?
It's just it's a half meme. I just don't spend much time thinking about it because I think we all probably have like a 99% intuitive agreement on stuff like that anyway, so I don't bother like arguing about it.
Mm-hmm. Recently you've become more, I feel like, comfortable about covering breaking news topics. What do you think makes you different in coverage than like other streamers in your field?
I mean, I try to hedge my statements more rather than immediately ascribing blame to one side. I try to make people aware of like what's being stated in a headline rather than just trying to see like what's supporting a particular political narrative I might have. So if somebody says like 1,000 civilians are killed, I try to make people aware that like, well, the number might not be accurate and it might be civilians and military people, we don't know. But generally, if I am covering breaking news, which honestly I just find boring, I hate breaking news because it's just not my brain is not wired to give a fuck. But if I am covering breaking news, it usually is just me saying over and over again, like, okay, well, we don't know this, or we're not sure about this, or we don't know this video. This could be Syrians in 2014. It could be Afghanistanis in 2008. It could be this. Like, it's usually just me saying that a bunch, but it's just boring to me, yeah.
Yeah. I think that's interesting because we've seen, I think, other creators, for instance, Hassan went on like the BBC and Piers Morgan recently, especially with those kind of big sweeping statements that you know those creators can make in the moment without any evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any plans for you to go on kind of big networks? Or do you think they're less interested in you because you're more kind of moderate?
I have no idea. It might just be a matter of agents or connections or them seeing my stuff, but who knows? We'll see.
Yeah.
Is it Afghanistanis or Afghanis? I don't know what the fuck they're fucking called.
How do you self-assess and learn from like your debates or discussions where like you believe you might not have performed well, especially in a space when audiences kind of often tend to align with like their preferred content creator, like regardless of the outcome?
I think I've done a fairly good job at building a pretty critical audience. If I do poorly, I think my audience will be aware of it. And then I can also tell, oh, is it Afghans? I can also tell when I look at opponents' comment sections, the types of things they're saying, I can figure out if I feel like I've done well or not. And then I can also be, I have a general awareness of if I feel like I'm responding well to opposition comments and whatnot. Like I've been doing this long enough that my intuitions, after I hear something, and my first impressions are going to map on pretty accurately to what most people are saying about things. Not like completely in the dark about how people perceive me.
And I think what you brought up about your community is interesting. What would you say were like the key factors in like creating and maintaining like kind of an active and kind of actively participating community like DGG, where you can get them out to do canvassing, where they'll kind of go where you go?
I think probably the first thing that helped me, that probably set me apart from every other streamer, was that I've never in my entire life, I think probably even since high school, I like to talk to everybody. Like I had friends, I was in band, I was a band kid, so I had band friends, but I had, football player friends, wrestler friends. I was friends with scene kids, with goth kids. I stayed after did play shit, so I was friends with theater kids or whatever. I've never been like a cliquey person. And then when it came time to do streaming, I was probably like one of the only streamers that very heavily actively participated in my chat and in my community. I was always more interested in talking to the people in my community than like other streamers, and that's probably maintained itself even to this day. Like a lot of the people that come on, a lot of my quote unquote orbiters, a lot of the politics people are people that kind of got their start because I wanted to talk to them or they were in my community or stuff like that, as opposed to like exclusively like just talking to other streamers.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm even reminded of like, for instance, like Twitch Plays Pokemon. Like kind of there were earlier kind of moments where you would like mobilize your community in ways that other streamers wouldn't. I feel like that was kind of unique of your kind of stream in the early days of Twitch or Justin.tv.
Mm-hmm.
And speaking of that, how do you feel about mobilizing your community in that manner?
I mean, when we mobilize for good things, it's good, and I try to make sure they're not mobilizing for bad things, so.
Yeah. What do you think has changed about starting off content creation now than it was for you like 11 years ago?
I mean, there's first of all, I started 14 years ago, motherfucker, number one. Number two, I mean, there's a way more established meta now. There's ways to do things. There's established ways to grow on TikTok, to grow on YouTube, to grow on Twitch. There's like appropriate ways to title your videos, to cover content, to stream certain amounts of hours. Like it's all kind of more figured out now. So you have to play the game well and do good content. There's no real shortcuts or anything.
If you started off, I guess, content creation now, like if you would just be starting now, do you think it would be easier or harder for you to like, create the community you have now?
If I started right now, it would probably be harder, I would imagine. I had a very unique skill set, a very unique set of skills for starting streaming. Because I'm such a multifaceted person. Ugh, glaze. But like because I got like really good social skills and I could be funny and good at games and everything. But I also had, I would estimate, a much higher of technical understanding than any other streamer. Like most streamers are tech retarded. But I put in a lot of effort in the early days to figure out how to make all my streaming software work and all my hardware work. And that was incredibly difficult. So like that whole skill set, if I started today, that skill set literally wouldn't matter, right? So I would imagine that because I had such a unique skill set, it uniquely suited me to starting early as opposed to starting right now. That whole skill set would be wasted. Yeah.
Yeah. And I even think there's like, millions saved by DDoSing. Millions saved by DDoSing.
Millions, yeah. I don't know about that, but
millions. Okay. I'm kind of reminded of kind of React content, because that's one of the newest kind of, I think, additions in the way it's being done kind of in the current modern era of streaming. Mm-hmm. Is your opinion of it, do you think it is like theft in the traditional sense, or do you have more?
Not really. It's probably theft, but I just don't care that much about it.
Yeah. I guess we can move on. As content creators who position themselves as sources of information and kind of actively engage in political discourse, how do you view your responsibility in like shaping the political landscape, particularly in an era where like social media seems to be playing a crucial role in elections?
I mean, I consider it to be paramount. I think it's very, very, very high. If you're going to make statements, if you're going to do things, like I think you have an obligation to try to be as correct as possible, to put in some amount of effort researching stuff, will be willing to correct your opinions if you're wrong, right? Yeah.
Yeah. With the recent, I guess, progressive victory stuff, do you see yourself taking a more like media-friendly approach, I guess, to ensure that opportunities with like politicians don't come at risk? And are you worried that maybe that like defanging in a sense could like hurt viewership?
There are rails that I won't go over. I don't know if I'm ever going to be mainstream friendly, just because I don't know if I even want to have those conversations. I think that like people like Joe Rogan or chats one-on-one with like Ben Shapiro are probably like the highest aspiration that I have in terms of mainstream appeal. And then I probably would just want to grow there, because I think you have way more flexibility and ability to explore unique and interesting conversations there. The higher stuff is just, it seems really boring to me.
Yeah. And I guess if people were to like kind of peg you as controversial, you still like manage, I think, to maintain pretty good relationships with like a broad network of streamers. So like Dr. K, members of OTV and OTK and stuff like that. How do you weave through those relationships and your connections to others when they're kind of heavily influenced by your peers who may like have like a very strong dislike to you?
I don't know. I mean, I'm genuinely a pretty nice person. Like, I don't think I've ever fucked over anybody ever. I'm generally super courteous, super generous. I'm a really easy person to do content with or get along with. I'm incredibly low drama. Like, it'll be like other people starting drama with me, but I'm like pretty like laid back and easy. So yeah, I don't know. I've got a lot of different friends from a lot of different areas because I'm pretty chill.
Yeah. Does it feel bad in a sense to see kind of friends of yours interacting with streamers who kind of often like regularly kind of slander you a lot on stream? Does that ever feel does that ever sting a little bit?
No, I just don't. I don't take it personally. It's all part of networking. There are so many people that don't like me. If I were to get mad at every friend that talked to somebody that did like me, I would have no friends.
Why do you think that like other streamers get into drama so much, whereas you kind of don't as much? What do you think is different?
Well, it depends on what you mean by that. I think depending on what kind of drama you're talking, I get into quite a bit of drama. I don't know what you mean by that. You gotta rephrase that. Yeah.
Sorry, my apologies. I mean more like the drama in a sense where, I mean, we even look at the OTK stuff, like real like reputation stuff.
Yeah, that type of stuff. I'm because I'm so open with everything, you kind of like know what you're getting with me anytime you deal with me. Like, yeah, there's not going to be anything ever that leaks that's surprising about me. Like, the worst thing that I can do to my audience is like have a take that they severely disagree with, right? But otherwise, you 100% know what you're getting, right? I can't even imagine something that could leak about me or something like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. Does it ever feel sort of like, because you like being open about everything, does that ever like kind of get on your nerves? Like, what are the upsides and the downsides?
No, I mean, well, the upsides are you build higher engagement with your audience, more parasociality, because people feel like they know you better. The upside is people see you as more genuine, right? So you've got more room maybe to make a few mistakes. People will be a little bit quicker to believe you that you're being honest because you're not like bought or paid for. You don't hide your true opinions as much. I think if you're an interesting person, being more open gives people more access to you, which if you're interesting as like a pro, I think it's good because people like you more just because there's more to like. But the cons are obviously people have more to attack you with. So people are going to attack me for, my friend killing himself, my abusive relationships, my relationship with my kid, my wife that cucks me every day. There's like, the more open you are, the closer the relationship you build, but the more vulnerable you are to people making personal attacks on you, basically. So it's just a matter of, can you handle the personal attacks? And that's the decision you have to make when you try to open up.
Yeah. If you could go back, is there anything that you would change about that or about your career even generally that you think would leave you better off now? Or do you think everything is kind of exactly the way you'd like it?
The one thing I wish I could have learned earlier, I should have learned this when I got fired from my casino job. You can't do everything on your own. Like being willing to not compromise your values, but to compromise your temper, I guess. Being able to work with other people and being able to network and everything is important, and that's a skill that I think I neglected in my early career. I was always like way too much an outsider on everything, and I didn't need to be.
Mm-hmm. If you would have changed that, what do you think would be different like about your career right now?
I don't know. I might have had equity in Twitch when they fucking sold, so I could have been a millionaire a lot earlier. I probably wouldn't have left for Owned if I had a better relationship with Twitch, if I didn't feel like they were fucking me so hard. I would have gotten partnered earlier on Team Liquid instead of just being my own outsider. I might have been on better StarCraft 2 teams because I was a really high output content creator. Yeah, I don't know. There are communities I could have been involved in more. Like, yeah, I don't know. There's a million different types of larger orgs or communities I could have been involved in more. But maybe that would have all fallen apart because I would have been controversial and I would have gotten axed anyway. So who knows? It's hard to say.
Yeah. Did you even ever get your money back from Owned, or do they just keep it?
No, they went bankrupt, so I never got paid for any subs on my last 2 months, I think, of streaming payment on that site. But what are you gonna do?
Yeah. How do you feel about how do you feel about people making videos on you?
I think it's cool. I'm flattering. Or it's flattering to me, right? I feel like a little celebrity. I think it's cute.
Yeah. Especially considering like clip channels like Brain Rot Politics and all those sorts of accounts, the DGG Clips even, or DGG World. How do you think those channels have like contributed to furthering your reach? And is that something that you think is like really valuable for streamers in your space?
TikTok, I think, is very valuable for furthering your reach. So that's really good. For YouTube, I don't care as much because I've got all my YouTube channels, so it doesn't help me as much. But the TikTok thing is super, super, super valuable. Yeah. TikTok won't make you any money, but it'll make you really famous. So.
Yeah. Do you think politics has made you a worse person?
No, I don't think so.
Do you think politics can tend to make other people kind of worse?
It can, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Especially looking at other creators in your space, it feels like they treat it a lot more like team sports than kind of actual like the way that the world works. Like what are some, if you could give like any piece of advice, like a San or Vosh right now, what would you say to them?
Like career advice or like moral personal advice?
Kind of advice in coming to their positions.
Oh, I don't think they want my advice. I don't think they care. I don't think either of those two people care much about politics. They're in the social club like thing right now, so I wouldn't have any advice. They know what they would need to do if they wanted to change their epistemic or political foundations, I guess. But I don't think either of them have any interest in that.
Yeah. I'll ask about this. Your upcoming podcast, Bridges with Erudite, is actually super interesting, and I don't think there's been a lot of information on that out yet. Can you share like some insights into like the goals and visions you have for the project, and that what kind of guests can people expect from it?
I don't know. Ask Erudite about that. She's the one that's planning literally all of that. So.
All right. What are some guests who you would like to have on, and what would like an ideal guest look like?
Probably people that are intellectually honest and have slight political disagreements, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And Kanye
do you feel
West.
And Kanye West, of course. Do you feel, and the DDoS kid? We'll get him on as well.
Yeah.
Do you feel as though like your passion for politics has gotten stronger over the years, like considering your push for real life advocacy, or do you see it more as like having means you didn't have previously?
No, I mean, I've always had a pretty big passion for politics, like my whole life. I don't know if I would say it's bigger or lesser now. I mean, I've got more capability and reach now, but I've always felt like really, really strongly about it. I was like writing articles for my school newspaper when I was in high school, supporting Bush in the Iraq War. So.
Yeah.
Mel?
Coming off.
Mel. Fuck, why does she pretend like she can't hear me here? Hold on 1 second.
All right.
Hello? Do you need help?
It's just me. Hey guys. Ye wins. Ye wins. Ye wins. Ye wins. Ye wins. Ye never lose. Ye never lose. Obama. Obama.
I think that thing that's right there needs to be thrown away.
What if he died? Is he dead right now?
Am I supposed to take it?
I accept Destiny's concession.
Yeah.
What? That's not my fault. What are you blaming me for this?
That's correct. It's not your fault.
Yeah.
That is your furniture that I built and put on the thing, but there's one part of there that I should have thrown away.
Yeah.
You can do that, though. I think you can
Yeah,
do
I
that.
can do it. It's fine.
That's good.
It's okay.
It is okay.
Yeah.
You can do that. Okay, I'm here.
Hello?
Sorry, what's up?
Sorry, okay. Sorry, give me a second. It's just like when my parents fight. Keeper Kick, for instance. What's about Keeper Kick? Has like a reputation for like controversial guests and like screaming matches. I think kind of akin to earlier Twitch panels like the Raj Royale. Is that a direction you still want to explore, or do you think, or do you plan on taking a more civil approach, especially with Bridges? No. Is he running away from the debate? Left on red. I've usurped Destiny's stream once again. It's mine. What if they're... Okay. It's my stream. You'll call me your leader from now on. It's my channel now. Dingoes to me. I will be fronting the charge. Outpaced intellectually. Obama. What the fuck happened? Does anyone know what's going on? What is going on? Hello? So do you guys come here often? Obama. Oh, he's back. Oh my god.
Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you now.
The power in my apartment just shut off. Thankfully,
That's-
now I've got 2 UPSs to keep my stream and my modem running, guys. Good job. But I didn't have one for my monitor, my camera, and my mic, so... Okay.
I thought I killed you, so we're all
Yeah.
good.
Okay, hold on. Jesus fucking Christ. That must have been power to the building, though, because none of my circuits have... Hold on. Give me 1 second, guys. Hold on.
All right.
It is
I got
alright.
deep fear of abandonment. This is scaring me, Destiny.
Yeah. Where are you living? Are you British?
I'm Irish. I'm in Ireland right now.
When somebody says Irish, does that always mean Republic of Ireland or Northern Ireland?
Oh, that's a really Well, hey, it's really. Hey, listen, I don't want to.
Okay, the island of Ireland. You live there.
The island of Ireland. Yes, I live in the Republic of Ireland. I live in the south.
Okay,
so.
okay. Have you ever seen the movie In Bruges?
Yes, I have.
Oh, what a great movie.
Thanks, man. I really appreciate it.
Okay, I need to change my... Hold up. Boom, 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 boom. There we go.
Is Hamas coming for you?
No. Hold on.
trying to sabotage me.
Okay. Jesus. And you cheapened out on a third-party battery too? No, I didn't cheapen out. It's a dummy battery that I have to use to get my camera running for 12 hours because a normal battery won't last that long. You fucking retard.
All right. Are you back?
Yeah.
All right. I guess we'll just get right back into it.
Yeah.
Keeper Kick, for instance, has like a reputation for controversial guests and kind of like screaming matches compared to like earlier Twitch panels like the Raj Royale. Is that a direction you still want to explore, or do you think like are you planning on taking a more civil approach, especially with the Bridges podcast?
No, the Bridges podcast is not supposed to be anything like that. Kick or Keep is just kind of like it's like unique content that I can do for Kick to try to like build audiences and viewer bases and work with Kick streamers. And it's just like a fun kind of thing that harkens back to old crazy Twitch days. That's also like fun to take part in sometimes.
Do you think Karantos is taking his job more seriously compared to like a few months ago?
Yes, I think he's doing, compared to before, I think he's doing a phenomenally better job now. He organizes really hardcore. He's got people together most of the time. He's like updating overlays and stuff. He's like constantly creating tweets and everything. He's done a much better job of like having everything ready to go, especially given how kind of crazy my schedule has been for the past month or two. So yeah, good for him.
How do you feel about the effort Karantos puts into questions?
I think those have been generally better too. I think he's like still figuring out his rhythm, but they were better than I think a month or two ago. And anytime there's a bad question, I give him shit over it. But I think they've been generally okay.
Do you think Keeper Kick is more of like almost like a tease to your audience because there are so many like interesting people on the panel, but you can't really get in there and interact kind of because you're the moderator?
Yeah, that's something that I've actually spent a little bit of time thinking about. I wish there was a way for me to participate. I tried to a little bit more in the last one, but I don't even know if I should have, because Vito was doing a really good job at playing not devil's advocate, but being on the other side. But I realized before, one of the main draws for my community to like things like the Raj Royale was my participation in it. And it kind of sucks that I can't participate in this. And as a host, all I can do is like kind of sit there and watch. Like I'm not supposed to intervene much. So that's a little bit frustrating, but I don't know, because if I throw myself into there and I just like make myself a contestant, my audience will just vote for me the entire time, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. I think kind of speaking of you kind of having like employees who kind of do that stuff for you. You've spoken high regards to them, such as like August, for instance, and their importance in kind of maintaining and creating kind of the Destiny brand. Assuming like money wasn't an issue, what are some other positions you'd like to kind of hire at to expand?
I have no idea. Most of the hiring out and expansion now is probably going to be based upon how this podcast with Erudite goes. That's probably the next direction. We'll see.
And like coming off of the recent announcement of your debate with like Ben Shapiro, what are you expecting? Kind of what are you preparing for? And what excites you the most about the conversation?
I mean, I hope that it's a substantive conversation about Biden's legacy, or Biden's, I guess I shouldn't say legacy, he's still president and could be next president. It's just about his like legislative record and then how that would compare to Trump going forward, basically. Yeah. And I mean, it's exciting because I mean, like, obviously it's been the meme. Like me debating Ben Shapiro has been the meme for like 5 years, so.
Yeah, it's the anti-Ben Shapiro versus Ben Shapiro. So
yeah, the universe will explode when we come together, yeah.
Yeah. You've had like a multifaceted career, kind of spanning gaming, politics, and more. Is there a specific moment that you're most proud of, and why does it hold kind of special significance for you?
Listen, okay. They called me washed up. They said I was old. They said I couldn't stream anymore, okay? And they said I wasn't a gamer. They said I was a politics guy, all right? And I got an email, and StarCraft asked me to come back, and they said we're doing a contest for who can beat the campaign on Brutal with all the achievements first. And I was like, you know what? This old dog's got some life left in him. And I think I streamed. Somebody should go back and look at the actual numbers. I want to say I streamed like a total of, was it like 75 hours in 3 days or something, or in 4 days? It was an ungodly amount of time. Because I think my first stream was 40 hours, and then I think I slept for 6 or 7 hours, and I think I did another stream for 24 hours, maybe? I'm not sure. Somebody go back and check. But that stream was unbelievable. That was pre-meth, okay? It was...
Yeah.
Yeah. And there was I still remember there was a time where it was on that, there's like an edgy protest guy, and he talks like this, and this is how he talks. It's the one where you've got to like move this thing back and forth on the map. And I was so close to giving up. I was like, at this point, I was like, I am so tired. I don't think I can go on. I'm just going to sleep. Fuck this whole thing. And I pushed on, and Jesus. That was my crowning achievement. Alarak, yeah. Oh, and I guess like my canvassing stuff is cool too. But this was my personal granddaddy achievement. Okay, I came back and I crushed.
Yeah. There have been some recent leaks showing that StarCraft 3 is actually in the works, especially with the new Microsoft acquisition.
There's no shot there have been leaks about that. I would have heard about that. No way. No, there's not.
No, there have been.
StarCraft 3. Various industry insiders have hinted at a possible 2023-2024 release window for StarCraft 3, but as always, it's best to take rumors with a grain of salt until play. Yeah, no, I don't think there's any. I don't know. Well, StarCraft 3 is reportedly in development. At least that's what one journalist seemed to claim in a Q&A on Twitter. Yeah, no, I don't think so. But go ahead.
If it does come out though, will it be the new stream game?
Yeah, I'd probably play it for a while, sure. Although I'm trying to see. I don't know what my stream is going to look like for the next month or two. Like, if my brain is seriously this wired for research, like, consistently on amphetamines, I might just become, the world scholar that knows everything, okay? If I can just sit here and, like, read shit for 5+ hours, like, every single day, I don't know how much, like, gaming I'll be doing. It's hard to say. We'll see.
Let's assume you play StarCraft 3 and you're really good at it. Will you re-enter the competitive scene?
No, I don't think so. Probably too old for that, and I think I'm a little bit too stubborn in the way that I play, so.
Okay. That makes sense. Troubles with the Korean players too, probably, right?
Well, yeah, that all goes in that, yeah.
What do you believe is like the driving force that keeps you like passionate and motivated to continue evolving, not only as a content creator, but also as like a political commentator?
Yeah, I mean, there's two. I mean, the biggest thing that has been like an asset in my life is that I'm a very multifaceted person. Like, I'm not just like I don't play just one game, or I don't just play games. Like, I have like a really wide variety of interests. And because I have a wide variety of interests, and then because I'm interested in politics, it like is organically very easy for me to keep my content relevant year after year after year, right? Like, it feels like online content creators have this like average lifespan of like 2 to 4 years. But because I do politics, because I've got like a wide variety of interests, it's easy for me to like kind of pick up the next thing and just keep moving and moving and moving. So I think that's like I'm just lucky there.
It's no secret that you could have been a bigger streamer years ago if you didn't get on those like league binges or taking a chiller approach to your content.
That was character building, okay?
It was character building, great suffering. It seems that approach to your content has changed. But do you think you'll like keep up the current pace? Because it seems that like the bigger you get, the more difficult it is for like your rivals to ignore you.
Wait, what is the question here?
Are you going to keep up kind of the current pace right now with your content?
Yeah, I don't foresee me. I think I've finally conquered. They say addictions are lifetime diseases, but I feel like I've conquered my league addiction. So as long as I don't drop back into that, yeah.
You need to get diamond, Steven.
No, I really don't. I don't.
You need to get diamond. Assume you had to make a streamer house with 4 other streamers. Who would you add? Who would be the most interesting?
I don't know. I'd find the 4 girls with the most BPD, and I'd throw them all in there until one of them kills me, I think, yeah.
24/7 live streaming? Could be a good idea.
Yeah, exactly.
What are some things that you're most excited for with the future, especially considering you've had like extraordinary growth in the past like 2 years? What are some future kind of things that you've been thinking of that you're like kind of really excited to take a hand at?
I really want to be, I think I've said this before, hopefully it happens with the podcast, Airdead is our next contender, okay? I just really want to be more influential in media. I want to set more narratives in media so that people have better conversations about things, which I guess was ironically my The whole reason I got into politics like 7 or 8 years ago. Like I feel like a lot of media coverage, alternative media especially, but even some mainstream stuff is like pretty bad. And I wish I could just like set the tone a little bit more in those conversations. But yeah, we'll see.
Is that where the idea for your media company sort of comes into play?
Yeah, is like setting the tone for what are we talking about.
What are some kind of interesting stuff that you'd like to do with your media company specifically, or are things kind of a little bit more vague?
Just having, having content creators and like publishing articles and stuff that are having like important and good conversations that aren't just like caught up in like the stupid bullshit. Like COVID, for instance, like I think we should have a huge public discourse on what lockdowns should look like. I think there's a fascinating amount of data from all the way from lockdowns did nothing to all the way to lockdowns, even without vaccines, like almost completely eliminated the disease in areas. Like there's so much interesting conversations to be had. Look at the Scandinavian countries, the different approach Sweden took compared to the other Scandinavian countries. Like, yeah, but instead we're just like focused on, whether the vaccine puts 5G in our brains, right? And there's so many other things like that where it's like, oh, we societally speaking, we could be having so many good conversations and debates about this, but we're just arguing over the fringe like conspiracy lunacy. It's so stupid.
Yeah. How have you any sort of given any thought to how you pair kind of more serious article data driven kind of stuff with, I think, the more keeper kick style streamers tend to be a little bit more bombastic in the way that they present their ideas. Have you given any thought about how to pair those and make them seem kind of cohesive? To
pair educational stuff with what? Well, what was the first thing?
You know how streamers can be kind of bombastic in the way they present their ideas and content, especially with like keeper kick, for instance. How do you like sort of compromise those two together?
I think you can be bombastic. Just don't sacrifice like correctness for entertainment. Yeah.
Yeah. Is there any media company you'd like to model yours after?
Yeah, the Daily Wire, of course.
Nice. What are your thoughts on Sam Hyde?
He seems like a funny guy. A little bit too ironic for me. I can never tell. Like I need more seriousness. But I mean, he's funny. I don't have like anything against him, as long as he's not actually a Nazi. But I really, truly can never tell. So.
Yeah. Even the structure of something like what he's going on, like having kind of people who work for him sort of appear in the content almost as characters, and kind of have he kind of has different shows. I think he like Fish Tank recently. You have like the MD sort of stuff he does. Are you kind of interested in kind of emulating that a little bit, like
Fuck
having?
No.
Do you think it's kind of a liability?
It's just too much. It's not my style of content. He can do it, and it'll be fun for him, and I can watch that. But yeah, just no interest for doing it myself. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess that's all I had. Thanks for bringing me on. I appreciate it.
No problem. I love you, buddy.
Convo. Love you too.
Be careful.
Platonically.
Bye.
You too.
Bro, I'm sorry, but I will glaze myself. First place, Destiny. 12:48 p.m. CST. Second place, Winter. 2:18 a.m. 14 hours later. I crushed this. Absolutely annihilated this. God damn. Back when we stood for something. True. The Devil donated $20. Your sympathy for Ethan of age 3 has led us to your videos. We were also disappointed at the pause on leftovers, as we wish to see a continued oppositional examination of the Gaza and Israeli conflict. Yeah, that's hard for Ethan. If you were a fan base, here's what I will say, okay? Oh, and I can say this, I'm a content creator. If you're a fan of Ethan, if they have an email thing, or if they've got like Twitter DMs open, like sending a message and saying like, hey, I understand that like it's really rough to talk about this and a lot of people are shitting on you, but like I appreciate your perspective, or even if like I'm pro-Palestine or whatever, but like I understand where you're coming from, I know this much probably means a lot to them right now, because I'm sure that they're like super mind fucked. This is probably some of the, if I had to guess in the history of H3H3, this is probably the most amount of public hate I think they've ever gotten. Do you think have they ever I'm trying to think if, has Ethan ever been on this unpopular of a side of like woke scolds before or anything like that? Has he? I followed their stuff for like quite a while. I'm trying to think. I know he's been in like some controversial stuff before, but like of this, I don't think so. The squirrel made a hate thread about you. A deranged neoliberal streamer who hadn't heard of Palestine until a few days ago decided to do a research stream on it comprised of skimming Wikipedia for a couple hours, and has become the most fanatical, far-right Zionist lunatic alive. Real shocker, couldn't see that coming. This is the same scumbag piece of human filth who was live streaming praise for the fascist Christian fundamentalist military coup in Bolivia, repeating the lie that it was a stolen election and never even bothered to correct it. Oh, by the way, credibility is important. I was correct 100% on everything relating to the Bolivia stuff. Remember, all of these guys said that when that lady came into power in the interim government, that Bolivia would never have elections again, that it was a military coup, that the government was not taken over. They did have elections again. And I'm pretty sure the Morales party, I think, won next, didn't they? Somebody could correct me if I'm wrong on that. But didn't the Morales party literally win the next set of elections? Somebody can tell me if I'm right or wrong on that. I think they did. They did win again, yes. And guess what? No military stopped them. Nobody. So these guys were it's funny that she brings this up, but they were 1,000,000% wrong on that. That it was a CIA-backed government coup that was going to prevent socialist parties from everyone. They were completely wrong about that. But okay. No evidence of fraud in Morales poll victory. Says U.S. researchers, a bitter election, accusations of fraud, and now second thoughts, breaking exit polls for the Bolivia movement. By the way, the issues weren't that there were evidence of fraud. The issue was that votes have confirmed to have been routed through servers that were controlled, I believe, by the Morales party that had no third-party auditing. That was the issue that people have. And I'm almost positive that that was 100% true. There wasn't evidence of fraud, but it was like impossible to verify. That was the issue that people had. So this is also like not a very accurate. Also, people's issue, I believe, with Evo is I think it was in Bolivia where he got the Supreme Court to change the term limits for the president as well, right? From 2 terms to 4 or something more. Yeah, but she's leaving out like everything. I don't know. The squirrel person might not know anything about Bolivia. I have no idea. But yeah, this person, I don't know if they have any idea what they're talking about. But okay. Notice, by the way, that the scumbag piece of garbage Gusano, nice racial slur, suddenly stopped believing in Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and beat Salem on Israel and Israel alone. On every other country that the U.S. considers an official enemy, they're 100% accurate. When have I ever said I don't believe Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and beat Salem? Beat Salem. I don't know if I've ever said that, but okay. Betselem? Destiny, I had a good question. Destiny, I literally asked you about Amnesty earlier today, and you just said you don't really know what they do. I remember you asking me about it, but I might have asked, I don't know what they've said about Israel. But like Amnesty International and UN, HRW, these are usually the orgs that I look for to like verify stuff that's going on in the countries, because I don't know if I 100% believe the IDF, and obviously Hamas will say whatever. But I think I appeal to like either US Intel or these like third party NGOs or whatever. Would you consider Amnesty International to be like an NGO, right? I think you said Amnesty's coverage wasn't truthful a few days ago. But not to that level. Why did they publish like a dog shit article or something? Would you be in favor of a dictatorship by Israel in Gaza? I don't. Probably not. Apparently they call Israel an apartheid state. Oh, I might have disagreed with that. But also, I think the UN has a panel where they called them like an apartheid state too. But also, like Amnesty International and the UN, these are really big organizations. Like the UN and Amnesty International, they probably say things I agree with, and they probably say things I disagree with. But like articles that are written on these websites are a lot different than them vetting or verifying, like dead people or doing investigations or whatever. Like these are I'm pretty sure these are really huge orgs. Amnesty International is a global movement of more than 10 million people in 150 countries who campaign, nice, 2 campaigns, for a world where human rights are enjoyed by all. Amnesty had pretty controversial opinions regarding Ukraine. Oh, okay, I don't even know. Why do you think the squirrel person hates you so much? Oh, they're just a super tanky shell, a super anti-American shell, and they hate me because they called me a fascist. I think they used to be a big fan of mine when I was on my debating Nazi arc, and then when I started debating lefties, they lost their fucking mind. I wish Destiny would allow his biases. If he has, and I missed them, then all good, but he talks as if he has none, but some topics he approaches with some initial biases from my observation. I'm pretty sure I just tell you. Don't I tell you when I have like, oh, this is what I think about this so far? This is like, I'm pretty sure I've stated that almost everything. Like there's very few topics that I know absolutely nothing about, right? So I'm probably going into almost everything with somewhat of a bias. I'm pretty sure for the Israel-Palestine thing, I went in with a slight... I feel like I've had a Palestinian bias, but as I've read more and more over time, I start to lean a little bit more Israel. Now that I've done way more history reading, now I'm starting to really lean towards Israel. But again, that might change by the time we finish. We'll see. Okay. What is this? This was posted in the H3 subreddit. I know that Destiny and Hasanabi heads don't overlap because of something that happened around or before 2018. I'm actually a longtime viewer of both Hassan and H3, and I'm not really sure what happened. Just that it spawned the what a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar meme. I'm honestly in full support of pausing leftovers literally because Destiny's YouTube page is just filled to the brim of shitting on both Hassan and Ethan. I understand if you find that takes problematic, but the manner in which Destiny does all of that is so gross, I guess. Clips of him show up on my Insta feed all the time, and he seems to have reasonable takes most of the time. I just hate that Leftovers alone is supplying ammunition to that guy. The Venn diagram comparing leftists who hate Hassan and Ethan and Destiny fans is a circle. Okay. I am the boogeyman, true. It's not complicated. Oh boy.
So it's not a complex issue. That's the big thing. It's super simple. There's one group that has enormous power. It's the most powerful country in the Middle East. It's backed by the United States. It acts on another population of people with total impunity and is never held accountable for anything. So there's no symmetry in the relationship.
Never held accountable for anything compared to every other theocratic regime in that part of the world? Wait, hold on. Potentially super ignorant question. I think I asked this a few days ago. Are there any other democratic regimes in that do like voting and everything, like even remotely democratically, like in the Middle East? I think Iraq might now, right? Don't they? Or I can just Google this. Democracies in the Middle East. Middle Eastern countries with constitutional monarchies are generally considered democratic. For example, Jordan, Kuwait, Morocco, and Bahrain are considered constitutional monarchies. So does this mean like the king of Jordan just doesn't have much power, or?
Period. And just as like a thought experiment, IDW people, if we know that if somehow a population of Jewish refugees ended up in West Bank and Gaza, and an Arabic government in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv had an open-air prison in Jewish Gaza, which they bombed with white phosphorus, they killed civilians indiscriminately, and they had no provisions for medicine. They had an embargo that blocked food, that the electricity wasn't running, that there was an over 48% unemployment rate, life expectancy and malnutrition statistics were horrifying. One of the major policymakers in this hypothetical Arabic Palestinian state said, we need to put those Jews on a diet. In the West Bank, there was another Jewish area where there was a little bit more autonomy, but there was regular Arabic settlements where they pulled up the Jewish farmers' foods, they terrorized them with rocks, the security forces broke children's bones, and they couldn't drive their own roads. We'd all have no problem understanding what that was. So there's nothing complex about it. The second part of your question, it's a pure asymmetry relationship. And the question is rights or not. So that's it. It's not complicated. So it's
Okay. I think my conversation with Michael Brooks was one of my biggest, I don't want to say don't meet your heroes ones, because he wasn't a hero to me, but oh my God, what a horrible conversation. My favorite quote from that was, listen, sometimes I'm right and sometimes you're wrong. I think I talked for a grand total of 5 minutes in that like 40-minute conversation. Jesus Christ. Okay. He knowingly took full advantage of being courteous to a guest. Maybe, I don't know. Or he's probably just used to talking a lot on his own. My security just knocked out a guy live on my kick.
I'm not touching you, bitch.
Don't touch me.
No, what's up? I'm just saying.
Hey, don't touch me.
I'm not touching you,
Don't
bitch.
touch
No,
me.
what's up? I'm just saying, walk.
Oh, you're
Walk. Chill. No.
You all said
Who
walk.
are you talking to, dog?
I'm just saying, y'all say just walk. Then walk.
Dude, he just, what the fuck? Why?
Who the fuck you talking to? What's up? Oh, no, yo, stop.
What is wrong with you? Are you fucking crazy?
Hey, what's up? Hey, one by one, what's up, nigga?
Fucking security guard are you?
Fuck you, bitch. Walk.
He's a security guard?
What's wrong
Fuck
with
you,
you?
bitch. Get the fuck out my face, nigga. Yo,
You-
I'm
you're
gonna
an
flat your shit, nigga.
Touch me.
Fuck you, nigga.
Don't touch me.
Jesus. Oh, this is my favorite punch clip of all time. Okay, and then we're reading. Okay. Jesus Christ. Whoosh. I can't believe they let him walks away after that, too. My God. That poor kid was going to hurt himself with that punch, to be fair. Yeah. Ultra Instinct. Do we really need to watch those? Do you think this guy even knows this video exists? Also, to be fair too, yeah, you gotta be punching real weak. If a guy can like fucking come out here and just like completely shut it down. Jesus. Okay. Here in the past, the estimates by Hamas's Gaza Health Ministry have aligned closely with independent estimates by NGOs. I have not, but that wouldn't surprise me. Like I said, I doubt Hamas completely fabricates the numbers. Probably somewhat close, but like calling all of them civilians is probably, oof, I don't know. But okay, can you minimize the Obsidian sidebar, please? How do you do that? Do I just drag it? Oh, there you go. Wait, why don't both of these move in tandem? Oh, is that only a Windows 11 feature? X Trinidad, after I finish, okay? Jesus. All right. What made you respect Brooks so much? I don't know. When I hear people talk a lot and they sound like they know all the names and places and dates, I feel like they're intelligent. But, One thing I realized, there's two different types of brains in the world. And I don't know if you're like born with these brains or if you like learn them differently. Some people, I think, like, I hope I am. Some people are really good with concepts, okay? So like having like a semantic understanding of a thing. And then other people are really good at like rote memorization. They can memorize facts, figures, and dates. But the frustrating thing, I think, when like a conceptual person argues with like a high memorization person, is the memorization people have like almost no ability to go like to have a conversation, and it drives me fucking crazy. Like with Brooks, because he wanted to bring up, there was at least one example that he was bringing up to try to defend his argument, and I was very familiar with the example he bring up, and the example he was bringing up was not true at all. It had to do with some sort of tariff or something with rubber or tires, I don't remember. But then as soon as I wanted to argue about that point, he was like, no, it's not rubber. He didn't want to bring it up, and then he just wanted to, yeah, it was very, very frustrating. Which am I, Destiny? Pisco, you're a conceptual guy, I think. I feel it's like you have a good conceptual understanding of things you talk about. I could be wrong, but I feel like for law school people, you probably almost always have to lean towards the conceptual thing because of the style of learning you do, right? Because if you're looking at like lawsuits are essentially like it's like puzzle solving or problem solving, right? Like how can I take concepts from other legal cases and then create like a legal theory that will help me advance a case through the court system, right? That's like a level of problem solving. I don't know if you can, well, no, that's not true. I bet if you did like contract law or some dumb shit, you could probably just get by with like memorizing a bunch of stupid shit. So I guess it probably depends on what type of law you go into, huh? But that's a majority report general tactic, bruv. If you watch Cedar debates, he's a steamroller. Cedar is better than Michael Brooks, but I wonder sometimes, yeah. Probably every programmer or engineer in your community would be conceptual. Maybe. I think programming at its best is like a conceptual thing, but I'm sure, but there's a lot of like shitty programmers that are probably just like, right, memorize shit or whatever, right? It probably just depends. It also probably depends on the type of software work you do too, right? Someone clipped Destiny pretending like he's an expert now. Why do you keep saying I'm pretending I'm an expert? I don't think I've ever done this, okay? Except for on StarCraft, bitch. How? This guy's a UN representative. How brave. I know this tweet is going to make me lose my job, but fuck Israel. Based. Mohammed. Haha, what a name. To be making such a brave tweet. Fuck, okay. Israel's not going to be the country that finally makes me racist against Middle Easterners, okay? If I was able to resist the Nazis, okay, I know I can resist the Jews. Motherfuckers. Destiny, do you think your distaste for Islam is impacting some of your views on this topic? No, I don't think so. I don't like any religion, okay? I think it's all fucking stupid. But, yeah. Okay. All right. I didn't do 5 hours of link clicking today. We've only done 2.5. Oh, no, wait, 3, because I started early. Hold on. Anything in the subreddit that we need to care about right now? This post got 5,000 comments. What the fuck? Yeah, glaze me. Longtime H3 fan here. Leftovers turned me into a neo-lib and Destiny fan. Damn. Enid Wilf is a former Israeli politician and author. She was on a couple podcasts. There's a good chance we can get her on the stream interested. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Just let me do my... Wait. Really? Hold on. Where is the subreddit getting flooded from? The top 3 posts of all time now are Israel-Palestine shit. I think probably like a lot of Israeli. If I had to guess, maybe a lot of left-leaning Jewish people, because I don't know where the fuck else they go to right now on Reddit, except for like neoliberal or maybe World News. Although World News is a little wild sometimes, but
I just couldn't sit this one out. But the Bible tells us that there's a time for every purpose under heaven. I'm traveling across the country over the past 6 months. I came here to say it's become clear to me. This is not my time.
Have you read any of Norman Finkelstein's books or listened to any of his speeches? Not much. I've seen the one meme video that everybody says about, yeah.
So after much prayer and deliberation, I have decided to suspend my campaign for president effective today. Now, I'm leaving this campaign, but let me promise you, I will never leave the fight for conservative values, and I will never stop fighting to elect principled Republican leaders to every office in the land. So help me God.
Am I crazy? I feel like most threads about Israel I've seen on the big subreddits have been pretty reasonable. On some of the big subreddits, it is. They are, yeah. But I also think on a lot of the big subreddits, I don't have my thumb on the pulse of Reddit as a whole. But I definitely feel like the trans issues started a divide among Reddit. Before the trans issues, I would say that Reddit overwhelmingly was far left on like every single subreddit. But I think when the trans stuff started to get really big, I think that a lot of Reddit started looking at it and saying like, this is like really goofy. Like the people insisting that like men and women are the same, and especially the trans sports stuff. I think that started pushing a lot of people in a certain direction. And now I think there are some people that are getting increasingly critical of kind of like the left woke stuff. But okay, thanks for leaving in all the applause at the end. This is why I don't watch clips till the end, guys. Fuck you. Any preference who should win the Republican primary? I don't know. I think Trump should fucking win it, okay? Trump should win it, and then let's just fucking go. Let's do it. Civil War 2, okay? Let Trump win, and let's see where the American people stand on everything. Will you stream during the Civil War? The revolution will not be televised, so. Big Yeast, $10. Trump will win, Steven will win like Steven won his next league game. Shut up, stop donating for league. If online trans people were just like 50% less cringe with their posts, they would own the internet, but my God, have you been in those areas? Yeah, true. But they got, yeah, there was just too much power without being challenged because of the way they run their community. So, hey, Dusty, I really want to get your opinion on what makes you side more with Israel in the conflict versus Palestine. It's definitely the Alicia chick, you know. If she would have been like 13, maybe, but 9, she's too young for me, you know. The first casualty of the war is the truth. Is this real or was this Photoshop? Did he really tweet this? Palestinian boy shares his bread with a dog. This is that stupid fuck I debated on Pearl's show. I don't know if this is even real or not. I have no idea. Okay. It is real? Maybe, do Muslims like not have a lot of pets maybe? I'm trying to be like, I'm trying to be charitable. Maybe they just don't have like cats and dogs in the Middle East. I don't know. It could be a dog that's gotten plastic surgery to look like a cat. Palestinian boy shares his bed with a dog. Why are we even posting shit like this? What the fuck? Hi, what's up, buddy? Corantos, what do you want to talk about? Fuck's sake, Dyson, can you hear the phone ringing in the background? It's the Rift calling, brother. Stop.
Hey, can you hear me? My bad.
Yeah, hey, what's up?
How you doing?
I'm chilling.
Well, I just wanted to bring to your attention something about Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. I know we talked about it a while ago.
Yeah.
And I just wanted you to be informed about what's going on since you were talking about the primaries.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lawsuit in Colorado right now about making it so that Trump is not allowed on the primaries in Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
And that's before a trial court in Colorado where the standing issues are not a problem. And basically the petitioners are saying that Trump is not eligible under Colorado election law and that the Secretary of State is required to take him off the primary ballots because he's not eligible under the 14th Amendment.
That's interesting. Do states have any right or is there any law about who's eligible to run in a primary?
So that there's a interpretation question of Colorado state law, which is, does Colorado state law require the Secretary of State of Colorado to take off people who are not qualified to be president? From the primary ballot.
Yeah.
The Colorado primary elections are on March 4th, 2004. And there's a bunch of procedural issues that still need to be resolved, but a lot of them so far have been resolved in the petitioner's favor. But just keep this in mind for a second. If all these procedural issues related to what Colorado law says about what the secretary has to do, if they're all resolved in the petitioner's favor, and like I said, there's a hearing on October 30th, then the judge will have to rule on the substance of the 14th Amendment.
Okay.
And that claim will be appealable to the Colorado Supreme Court.
Yeah.
If you look up right now the makeup of the Colorado Supreme Court, it's all Democratic appointees.
Sure. But I mean, it's certainly going to the Supreme Court next, right?
That's what I mean, right?
Yeah.
So like
Yeah.
this is the primary ballot. The primary is on March 3rd or March 4th, 2004. And if the Colorado Supreme Court says, there's a disqualification order below and we're not going to stay it because we agree with the lower court, then Trump is going to have to appeal that to the Supreme Court. Otherwise,
sure.
Other states are going to start getting ideas. But here's the kicker. The primary election for Colorado, again, is March 4th, 2004. The Supreme Court's going to have to rule if the Colorado Supreme Court gets this before then, right?
Yeah.
Because imagine that the Supreme Court is inclined to agree that Trump is disqualified. Wouldn't it be an absolute disaster if that happened after the primary already happened? And let's say the Republicans have
wouldn't
a
you
nominee,
I imagine reasonably you could push for some sort of injunction or something, right?
a stay, right?
Yeah, or a stay,
So
yeah.
but whatever's going to happen with that, I mean, the Supreme Court's going to be, assuming that the lower court says that he's disqualified as a primary candidate, the Supreme Court's going to have a lot of pressure to rule on that before.
Yeah,
the primaries
absolutely.
occur.
I imagine it would take precedence over any other ruling they're working on, right?
Can you imagine like what the situation would be like if the Republicans put up Trump as a nominee, and then after that happens, when he's already on the ballots for all these states in 2004, the Supreme Court says he's ineligible.
Yeah, it would be a disaster.
And so my sense is if the Colorado trial court comes to a decision that Trump is disqualified for the primary ballots, and it moves up the Colorado appellate court system, you could get a ruling from the Supreme Court rather quickly before this primary on where they're leaning.
Sure.
And I think the bigger problem is what would happen if the Supreme Court says he's disqualified, but the Republicans put him up anyway for the election, and everyone votes and he wins, and you have the Supreme Court saying he's ineligible, but the people voted for him. So just a quick little update there for folks who are following along. That issue is coming, and I think the Supreme Court's going to have to deal with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
That'll be wild.
What do you think?
I mean, really, it's just like, it's really embarrassing and shameful that we're even having to have this conversation. The idea that this is who the Republicans elected and look to guide them is already shameful, and the idea that he's still as popular as he is in the Republican Party is also shameful. I think it's probably one of our darker moments, or will be, in U.S. history. Yeah, I don't know. It's all like pretty sad and pretty depressing. So, yeah, I don't know. In terms of like what'll happen on the ground, I mean, obviously, political ramifications will be rough, or social ramifications will be rough if Trump is disqualified. Like, the best case socio-political situation that could happen would be Trump running and losing the election, right?
Right.
A bad thing that happens, I would say Trump winning the election would be really bad. It's arguable if it might be worse sociopolitically if Trump is like disbarred from running, right? So,
but it would matter, don't you think, about the reaction if it were done before the primaries or after the primaries? That's what I think.
Yeah, no, I think before the primaries would be better, at least. Yeah.
Right.
But yeah.
And if the Supreme Court says, like, doesn't issue a stay, let's say because they get the case and like, listen, one of the standards for granting a stay or an injunction or something like that is you need to show that you're probably going to win on the merits. And they say, we're not going to stay the Colorado order that's saying that you're not allowed on the primary ballots. That's a kind of signal to, all it takes is like that signal. And I think swing states that have Democratic state actors will start disqualifying him from primary ballots.
If there's no stay?
Like, if there's no stay.
Yeah, of course.
Imagine.
Yeah.
And the Colorado, again, the primary is on March 4th. That's within months.
Yeah.
But that, I don't know. I think that even no matter what, it's kind of fucky, because they're gonna claim that it's like fraudulent. That
yeah,
they're
of
stealing
course, because none of those people even believe in any part of our system now, anyway. So.
Yeah, but again, just another way to show to you that like different states have different mechanisms, and the Colorado court system here has a particular kind of election lawsuit which allows anybody to sue any like voter eligible elector for the primaries to sue under this law. And so that might be different in different states, so you might have some piecemeal stuff going on.
Sure.
But
further, there's now like multiple personal attorneys that have flipped, I think 3 or more now, that are testifying against Trump in the RICO case. And is that Georgia?
That's in Georgia.
Yeah.
So there's Jenna Ellis, I think Ken Chesbrough, and Sidney Powell. Do you remember Sidney Powell?
Yes.
Yeah. They all pled guilty. Jenna Ellis to
which, and their RICO charges. So them pleading guilty is really rough, right?
They didn't plead to that stuff. They
didn't?
So,
okay.
Yeah. So each of the defendants did something different. Jenna Ellis, I think, pled to a felony.
Okay.
Which was essentially assisting to get a false document.
Gotcha.
It's just getting the train moving, and the earlier you try to cooperate with law enforcement, the better your deal's going to be. There's reports now that Mark Meadows has cooperated with a special counsel and is going to potentially testify against Trump, although his lawyer is like saying that's not true. But
it's really disappointing to me that I truly don't think at this point you could show a Trumpel anything that would convince them of anything, right? Like you would hope, for instance, I'm going to be honest, because I've always said this. I've always said that like Fox News typically doesn't like outright lie. Like they at least the reporting will try to do their best in the reporting. The Dominion lawsuit stuff, that was pretty sad that a lot of their pundits seemed to know explicitly that, yeah, these claims are total bullshit. And they were even trying to get Trump to run away from the claim so they could stop saying it. But like to knowingly lie, to lose a defamation lawsuit on public companies that badly, to bail on that case, that's unbelievable. And like that doesn't mean anything to any of the Trumpels. They probably still think Dominion and Hugo Chavez and all this shit like still rig the machines. All the charges, all the statements in the indictments, I truly don't think there's a single thing you could show a Trumpel at this point. They would claim it's all fabricated, it's all made up, none of it is real. Yeah. But
I'm not going to name names, but there was someone who I spoke who I think should know better, who repeated the Georgia under the table thing. You know those claims that there's ballots underneath the tables? They put ballots
Are you
there?
talking about one of the early videos that showed them taking a box of ballots from under the table?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the federal
like,
judge, I think that reviewed it, said that if you looked at the longer tapes, you can see them bringing in the box of ballots like at the beginning of the day, like they were just there.
There's like nothing malicious there.
Yeah.
And it's like the most talked about fake elector or fake, I don't know, fraudulent vote claim that there is.
Yeah.
And it's still being repeated around.
Yeah.
On Twitter, I'll have people, because I'll always be like, this is a fair and free election. You'll have geniuses adding me with like videos that have been debunked for they're like many articles saying, yeah, it doesn't matter. The damage has been done. And I mean, really, what would it take to show you that Trump, or to show Trump that he's guilty of anything? I think the answer is really nothing. They don't even care to inform themselves about what the trials are about. There are a few kind of Trump-aligned lawyers who will be on Twitter and be vocal, but they don't care to inform themselves on the facts. And if they'll say the evidence is made up. They'll say it's not a crime. They'll say, well, Trump was just following the advice of his lawyers, and his lawyers told him that it was okay to ask Pence to certify the election for him, for both of them.
Sorry, hold on real quick. So Pisco might agree with me that a settlement doesn't necessarily mean you would have won or lost on the merits of the case. However, that being said, pretty sure Fox pulled the plug on that lawsuit like the day before they were supposed to walk into court, and they paid the largest settlement in the history, I think, of any defamation-related lawsuit ever, and they fired their largest talent from their network over probably this issue. So to pretend like Fox just settled, like they just didn't want to deal with a lawsuit, I think is a little delusional.
It is delusional for other reasons too, because there was a dispositive motion. There were numerous dispositive motions to like deal with this on summary judgment, which is a way of getting rid of the case without going to trial on summary judgment. And one of the issues that was decided was that these were false claims. And the only question at the end was either damages or whether the actors were malicious for purposes of public figure, public media stuff, which there's higher standards, right, for public issues.
Hold on, I'm so sorry. Fuck, I feel better talking about Israel Palestine than Trump is, because at least it's other people around the world. At Destiny, sure, most of the concerns have proven being incorrect, but what about the article talking about how activists save democracy by using shady methods biasing outcomes? Okay, I know exactly the article you're talking about. I don't remember the name. They used a really provocative title for the article. It's this. You're talking about this in Time. The secret history of the shadow campaign that saved the 2020 election. All of you retarded, inbred, knuckle-dragging, 20 IQ, Trump-voting dipshits that should honestly take fucking night flights out to the fucking Pacific and be dropped off, okay? This article is not about shady shit happening, okay? It's about a collection of people that did their best to maintain and ensure election integrity. If you're gonna quote this article, go fucking read it, you fucking retard. Why would Time write an article about shady shit done to rig the election? It doesn't even make sense. I know this is exactly the article you're referring to, and I know you've never read it, and I know exactly the types of people that tweet this headline and try to claim that it says something it doesn't. Read the full article and then buy a rope. Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
God. No, that's fine. I've never had I've had some difficulty getting people to come on stream or to come on and like debate the actual merits of any other than the crazies of fraud stuff or the fraud allegations. But it's actually a lot of work to inform. It's almost like the Hunter Biden barista stuff.
Well, you've got to read on every single thing.
It's hard.
On every single random conspiracy. It was like for COVID and vaccines, like I had to keep up to date on every single new Joe Rogan episode, every single new Dr. Malone tweet, because there was always another type of reason why the vaccine was going to poison you and kill you and blah, 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 blah. Yeah.
I don't want to tell you the number of roads I've walked, like unraveled, where it's Wisconsin lawsuits about certain voter initiatives. This was done unconstitutionally because it was done not through a state legislature, but it was done unilaterally by the governor or whatever. Claims about actual fraud, claims about the Dominion stuff and whether or not it was connected to the internet or not, whether or not Bush v. Gore says one thing versus the other. Like there are 1,000 different roads that you can walk down in saying that the election was stolen, and if you're not fully read up on
the exact details on like everything, and you have to know the details because all of these people will always like preferentially cite what's actually happened for every single thing. So you have to like be asking questions.
Yeah, bro. You been good?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I'm doing great. I feel amazing.
Personally,
How about you?
everything's good and drugs are working.
Yeah, they help me with my personal issues too, my relationship issues. I can navigate conversations, fights, pay attention to people better. When I'm hanging out with somebody, I can give
Really?
them more like focused time. I don't have to be on my phone. Yeah, it's super. It's helped like every single aspect of my life. Yes, it's unbelievable.
Damn. So are you like an advocate, or is that just like your personal situation that you?
I mean, I'd advocate it for if you need it. Yeah, my brain is wired for drugs, for amphetamines, though. So yeah, if you need it, I think it can probably help. Yeah, I think it literally helps every single area of my life. My mood is elevated. My relationships are better. I can communicate better. I focus more on people when I hang out with them one on one. Yeah, and then that's on top of like the ordinary. Like I've got good focus when I want to read stuff. Like yeah, I don't have any of the negative side effects. Like my sleep yesterday, I got 96% on my phone. I don't get headaches, I don't get stomach aches, I'm not moody. Some people say it turns them into zombies or whatever. I've never felt any of that, so yeah. But who knows, maybe like 3 months from now, maybe I'll build a tolerance and hate myself or something. Yeah, who knows.
Awesome. Well, I'm gonna leave you to it. I think it's awesome that you're doing more research and best of luck on it.
Yeah, thanks. How are you doing? How's your life? Where are you at right now? What state?
I'm doing good.
Or
I'm in
country?
New York.
Okay.
I'm back. It's
You're
awesome.
back, baby. We're so back.
It's great. Yeah, it's really cool. So I was in Australia for a while, on a vacation, and it was a great country. Love Australia.
Yeah?
It's a great place.
Think you're going to move down there?
No, don't think so. Everything closes at like 8. That's the one thing.
That's like all of Europe. It's really weird. I'll be like in Stockholm with Mel, and it'll be like 7:30, and I'll be like, "Hey, do you want to go out to eat?" And it's like they don't have. There's like 24/7 stuff like does not exist in these countries. And if you go to Germany on Sunday, like they just close everything for church. It's fucking weird. Yeah.
Wild.
America's the land, the king of 24/7. We like invented that shit.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that's open like past 9 or 10 is like Macca's. That's what they call it. They say Macca's.
Yeah.
If you order an iced coffee, they put like 2 scoops of vanilla ice cream in it. I went there. I was like, "Can I just get an iced coffee?" And they're like, "Sure, yeah." And they just give me milk with 2 big scoops of vanilla ice cream in it and just like a little bit of espresso on it.
Based.
Their politics is on just a different level than America. I feel like they combine a lot of elements of UK and American politics, but everyone is all about climate change and environmental stuff. And the fights are on totally different levels than America.
It
And
is a little
everyone's nice, too.
embarrassing to go from like watching political debates from other countries and then you go to ours where like their political debates look like C-SPAN and then ours are like WCW or WWF or whatever. It's insane.
They do still have some crazy. Some of the
Sure.
liberal party there, which isn't liberal, and
Yeah.
their liberal party is like the conservative Murdoch people, right?
Yeah.
But it is nuts to. It seems like a lot of the QAnon type crazy stuff that we're dealing with is just on another level to what they have to do.
Yeah. Fun fact about Australia. Did you know, I'm pretty sure in Australia, I think law firms can have private investors. You ever heard of that before?
Didn't know that.
Yeah,
Didn't know that.
very weird.
There are ethic limitations for that in America.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. I don't think you can have any private investment in law firms in the United States, right?
They're usually like limited liability partnerships.
Sure.
Or there's other forms that they can take, but yeah, there's limitations on investments for sure because you have some perverse incentives that are
Yeah,
possible.
of course. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
But
not that those incentives can't get channeled in other ways.
Sure.
Like a lot of the plaintiffs' attorneys style class action stuff. I don't know. Have you guys ever gotten emails from like NVIDIA or these kinds of places that they've settled something because you're part of a class and you didn't even know it? I had a
for class
GTX
action suits.
970. Yeah.
Yeah, I've gotten like emails and it's like I think Wells Fargo offered me like $5 because of their checking account opening shit or whatever. Yeah.
So they're the real parties are the lawyers. So there can be, but on the other hand, you can say they're doing a public service because when Subway says it's a foot long, and it's only I actually don't know what
10 inches or whatever. Or something, yeah.
I think that's because they toast it and the toasting process gets it smaller or whatever. I actually don't know the disposition on that particular lawsuit, but no one is gonna, in their right mind, just one person is gonna sue on that based on false advertising. But you need someone to enforce these kind of little pennies, the marginal thefts that are happening on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, like people that do like short research in like markets. Like it's good to have people checking for companies fucking around, even if it seems like a bad thing. Like class action lawyers might look like greedy fucks, but you need people that are kind of doing this type of fact checking to keep people honest in society, right?
100p.
Yeah.
100%.
True
What are you
that.
most looking forward to in the next 2 months?
Obviously, the Ben Shapiro debate next month.
Will it be on Israel-Palestine?
I want it to be no. I want it to be on Biden's legislative record and Biden versus Trump. That's what I really want it to be, like a hardcore, like factually, like what legislation did Biden pass? What did it do? What did Trump pass? What can we expect him to do? Who's better for America?
Biden has to walk a really listen. I don't pretend to know much about international politics or anything, but I just me reading the tea leaves. Biden has to walk a very weird line where he has to appear to be super in favor of Israel at all times and help them a lot, but at the same time he has to be careful about alienating a lot of the pro-Palestine sentiment among the left, and then also be concerned about not escalating to a regional war with Iran and posturing.
I feel like one of the things
trying to win the election, right?
Yeah.
And not let Trump get in office.
For sure. I feel like Biden has done a phenomenal job foreign policy wise of drawing the limits of U.S. involvement. Like, you know, we're not going to put troops in Ukraine. You know, we're not going to be directly involved in Israel. We are going to send humanitarian aid to the people in Gaza. We are going to learn from our mistakes in 9/11 and not overreact. We are going to encourage Israel to show restraint. Like, I think Biden has done a phenomenal, or if Biden is a puppet, whoever's pulling the strings. I think that, I think Biden has exceeded to an unimaginable level, like all of any personal expectations I had for him being a good leader. Is pretty insane.
So Shapiro comes at you and says, well, Trump was just a way better foreign policy president than Biden. What do you say to that?
I'm probably just going to take the things that I know, and I need to get more in the weeds for all of my knowledge. So, like, for instance, I would say statements like Angela Merkel saying that Europe can no longer look to the United States for leadership, I think that is deplorable. Other presidents around the world saying poor things about our leader. I think the Australian prime minister did. I believe the Mexican president did. That's deplorable. Unilaterally withdrawing us from the Iranian nuclear agreement. I thought that was deplorable. Photo ops and direct meetings with Kim Jong-il from North Korea without securing any form of concession was deplorable, right? That they were doing tests, you know, like the next week. I think even Pence was on the record, like, swearing because of how irritated he was from that. Oh, was it Kim Jong-un? Sorry. Yeah, moving the embassy to Jerusalem just seems stupid.
That seems
in
like
Israel.
But he's gonna hit you on. Well, I don't know
Made
if he's
peace in
gonna
the
do this,
Middle
or if you're
East.
gonna talk about it.
Yeah,
Well, that's what I mean. Like,
I need to read more about that. Whatever peace
do,
deal he
because
quote unquote. Yeah.
The Abraham Accords.
Yeah.
Put that on your list, because that a lot of people who are pro-Palestine say having Israel have better relations with other Arab states actually takes away one of the few avenues of hope that Palestinians have, and so that's something that you should know about. And then Trump's foreign policy generally. If you're going to compare and contrast Biden's record, it sounds like a lot of what you said is PR, or he'll say it's just PR. Like, who cares what these people think? Merkel was the one who was cozying up to Putin in the first place, so why should we listen to her? And like the one concrete thing you say is the Iran deal. Right now, do you really think that we should be, warmer relations to Iran? They just funded Hamas and they attacked Israel, and you're in favor of Israel. So why are you in favor of the Iran nuclear deal?
Because I mean, it would give us more leverage, right? If we were still like in a friendly. Oh yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, I mean, for on the ground, for more concrete stuff. I mean, I got to point to the fact that, well, you didn't like attacking the Middle East. Trump bombed that Syrian airport. Trump abandoned our allies, the Kurdish people. Trump maintained a U.S. presence in Syria to run those oil fields. Trump was a coward and wouldn't pull us out of Afghanistan, and he kicked the can down the road for Biden to deal with the I forget the name of the agreements that he signed with the Taliban to push out our U.S. withdrawal. Yeah, he didn't do anything else about Russia occupying Crimea. Yeah, in terms of actual actions taken, and I'm sure there's more things I can think about.
Are you more comfortable getting criticisms from like a neocon perspective, where people are like, yeah, he shouldn't have gotten out of Afghanistan, he shouldn't have abandoned the Kurds, but Biden's withdrawal from Afghanistan was worse than the withdrawal from northern Syria? Like, are you more comfortable with dealing with those criticisms, or the criticisms that are like, yeah, the only problem with Trump is he didn't get Afghanistan soon enough? Like, which side of the conservative?
I don't like that Trump had this weird thing where he had a way of trying to put things off on the next administration so that he wouldn't have to deal with it. The two huge things I remember for that was, one was the Afghanistan withdrawal. He negotiated that with the Taliban so that it would take place after his administration, number one. And then number two, a really big thing was, let's see if I can remember this. He wanted to do COVID stimulus where I believe he would forgive, I think it was low incomes people's payment on FICA taxes. But if he didn't win the next election, he had it set so there was like a sunset clause or something, so that next year, if he didn't win and extend it, all of those taxes would come back and you'd have to owe like a lump sum to the government. It was like, that was like an insane provision that I think he tried to get thrown in. It was wild. I'm sure if I dig more, I bet he had other things that he did like that. But yeah, I think Trump was notorious for trying to kick problems down the road. And also, no major legislation besides the tax cuts. What's up with that?
I don't
Why
know.
didn't he
You'll
get
have to
anything
ask
done? Trump talked forever about an infrastructure bill. The Republicans talked for 8 years about repeal and replace Obamacare. Trump, he did nothing.
Yeah, he was stopped by rhinos.
Yeah, clearly, yeah. And Biden manages with a 50-50 fucking Senate to do so much. And Trump sold himself. Remember this also, because I hate that I can criticize Trump for the president that he was. However, everybody needs to remember the president that conservatives said that Trump would be, because Trump was sold to us as the businessman and the great negotiator. We were supposed to get a record amount of Republicans and Democrats coming together, bipartisan support for Trump legislation, bipartisan support for these huge federal everything, right? He said infrastructure, repeal and replace, all these different things, bringing back businesses to America. He did none of that. All we got were tax cuts, which is business as usual, and record deficit spending all the time, even before COVID under Trump. Fuck him, dude. Sorry, yeah.
No problem. On the Jerusalem thing, what if he says, well, if it was so bad to move the embassy to Jerusalem, why hasn't Biden reversed it?
I don't even know what the process would be on that, and I don't know if it would be okay. It would be good to reverse it. Just like I don't know if it would be good necessarily for Biden to hop back into the Iranian nuclear deal, because it makes the United States foreign policy look fucking schizophrenic, right? What about the USMCA? Hold on. People talk about how horrible NAFTA was and the USMCA was such an improvement. The USMCA is like NAFTA plus. It's not dramatically different. I think like there were like 3 provisions that were changed. The USMCA was not this massive change from NAFTA. If you liked NAFTA, you probably liked the USMCA. He tried to claim that was some massive new deal negotiated. Bullshit. All right, sorry, go ahead.
No worries. Are you getting triggered by
No,
YouTube
just Trump was
chatters,
like legitimately on a factual basis. Trump was just a dog shit president. Like if you were a hard conservative, you should dislike Trump because he didn't fucking do anything. And somehow people try to sell this idea that he was so effective, like Trumpers do. And it's the reason why they like Trump was because of what he said on Twitter. Unironically, that's the start and the stop of people's appreciation for Trump was that he owned the libs. Like these people don't even fucking care about anything related to policy or the United States or anything. It's so stupid.
I mean, I agree. I think that's true. Because I think that if Trump came out in favor of universal health care, he'd carry the most of his base with him.
Probably, yeah. He could literally, yeah, for sure. The only thing he couldn't carry them on was vaccines, apparently, but yeah.
True. Do you think that the position on... so his position on vaccines and on abortion seems to be more moderate than some people on the right?
Well, his positions on abortion were pretty unhinged. His position on the vaccine, he doesn't have a real position on the vaccine. The only reason why Donald Trump is pro-vaccine is because he wants credit for warp speed for pushing it through. That's the only reason. Because if it was under a Democrat, he would probably be an anti-vaxxer. Remember, people forget this sometimes. Trump was the leader of the birther movement. You know that, right? Him and Jeff or Arpaio or whatever. Yeah, like those guys were like the head of that. Get Obama to push the birth certificate, right? Yeah. And then even when he published the birth certificate, people were like, "Oh, it's photoshopped." God, fuck me, dude.
That reminds me of Cenk Uygur's run for president.
Yeah, that's unhinged, but you know, Cenk is Cenk.
I think the people who say that he's eligible it's nonsense. But just to tie it all back to the Section 3 and 14th Amendment before I get out of your hair, don't you think that there should be a mechanism to sue whatever Secretary of State to get Cenk delisted from the ballots? And don't you think
will he even be listed on the ballots
for the primary ballots? Let's say.
Will he be?
I think he's trying, right? Isn't he running for president?
Yeah, but will anybody list him? I don't know. I guess it's funny because now we're going to come up to, because remember when we had our debate initially, one of us, it was either me or you, brought up the example of like, well, what if a person is underage, right? What if somebody tries to run and they're 31? Like, what's the process for not listing them? But then the counter argument is, if so obviously not. Like if you're underage, like people who just not list you. But yeah, who has standing to sue, or what is the process for removing? Yeah, who knows? We'll see.
You support his candidacy?
Do I support Jenk's candidate? No.
What about this new Democratic representative who's running for president? I actually don't remember his name.
Don't know who it is, but I mean, no, I don't generally celebrate running against your incumbents.
All right, man. Well, listen, nice
yeah.
talking to you. Always appreciate it, and have a good one.
Yeah, I love you. Be careful. Oh,
yeah.
Also, there was that one more good thing too. Trump constantly shit on China, talking about how he was going to fight against China, do the blah blah blah. I'm pretty sure all of the tariffs that Trump tried to do on China have been like unanimously panned as being ineffective. Our boy Biden comes out with the motherfucking CHIPS Act, and now you've got like every major semiconductor fabricator manufacturer in the world trying to set up like massive new businesses in the United States for fabrication plants because of how the billions of dollars that were allocated in that CHIPS Act for domestic manufacturing of like wafers and stuff. So yeah, fuck Trump. Sorry, okay, I'm done.
Do you give him credit for the economy, Bidenomics?
Biden?
Yeah.
Do I give Biden credit for the economy?
Because I know if you're asked the same question about Trump's economy, you say fuck no.
No, I don't. Of course not. But Trump didn't pass any legislation or do anything for the economy, right? That was all riding high off of. Obama. If anything, I would be critical of Trump on the economy because I don't know how much Trump pressuring the Federal Reserve to keep interest rates low was actually effective. I don't know if that influenced their decision or not, but interest rates definitely should have come up under Trump.
If you ever get into debate with Shapiro. Yeah. Or anybody really, will you ever cite the economy? Look how good the economy is doing under Biden.
No, I generally don't give presidents much credit unless they are like directly intervening somehow. No, I would just look at legislation and what that impacts. Like economies are huge; they largely move independent of whatever the fuck the president says. If I'm gonna give Biden credit for things, it's gonna be stuff related to like his infrastructure package or stimulus and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's because you don't want to take responsibility for the inflation. Do you think the economy is doing well?
That's a hard one. I don't know. Maybe once I'm done with this, I should. Actually, once I'm done with this, we should do economy research. It really does seem like every economic indicator is up for literally all generations. And I can't tell if the economy is actually rough and like all of the numbers are missing it, or if there's just like political sentiment and it's causing people to think the economy is bad. Like even for instance, for like Zoomers, like Generation Z home ownership and everything is on track or exceeding prior generations. But if you talk to Zoomers, all of them are saying none of them can buy houses, it's all unaffordable, right? So even though they've got more student loan debt than their predecessors, they're also still affording houses better than they ever have generation after generation after generation, despite rising home costs and everything. So yeah, like inflation has been falling, GDP increase has been insane. Like productivity is like tracking some wages, not all of them are increasing. Oh, the massive squeeze on employment right now has caused wages at the bottom to rise pretty dramatically. Gas prices have fallen pretty substantially. I think they're back on track to where they were before. I have to go look up those numbers because I think they are. But like everybody around, and even the media is like writing like somehow United States still not recession. Where's the recession? It's right around the corner. And then like last quarter's GDP growth is like 4.9%. It's like, yeah, I don't know. So yeah. Do you think the economy's bad, or do you have any feelings on that? Or
I think that the macro indicators, to the extent that I have an opinion on it, and I only have a bachelor's economics degree, so nobody should listen to me. In terms of like the traditional things you look to, which is growth, inflation, wages, right? All that stuff seems to be positive, right? But for whatever reason, people aren't feeling it. People don't feel happy about it. When you ask them, is the economy doing well? They say no. And no one thinks that Biden, well, I shouldn't say that, but like on the economy, issue to issue between him and Trump crushes Biden on the economy.
Sure.
Does that bother? I mean, that's always been kind of a Republican advantage in the economy in terms of people's perceptions, but it's humongous. And so
yeah, I mean, it's frustrating because like the economy under Trump was better, but like arguably the economy under Trump was insanely overheated, right? We'd been running 0% interest for like 10 fucking years or something, right? Like the housing market was unbelievably unsustainable. Trump was spending like crazy as president. He cut taxes. He didn't pair it with spending cuts. He was running massive budget deficits. Like we had under Obama, we were getting like 10 to 15% year over year growth. Under Trump, we got like 20% year over year growth. It's way too much.
You kind of changed the question though. You were asking me, is the economy good? And whether or not Trump exists, the American people are saying with one voice clearly, in terms of the percentage, if you care about it, and polling data, if you care about it, if you believe it, no. And guess what? We don't
I
trust
understand.
Biden with the economy.
I'm just
Why
saying,
is that?
Yeah, I'm just saying that people's perception of what a good economy is a little bit detached from reality. So, for instance, if you would ask people in 2006, the economy is fucking amazing, right? Because if you're buying houses or investing in property, holy shit, your shit is go. So there's probably a lot of people, if you ask them in the lead up to like, I don't know, like 2004 to 2007, they're like, the economy is fucking amazing. I want this economy again. It's like, no, you dumb motherfucker. That's like asking somebody coming out of a toxic relationship, was your last relationship good? And they're like, well, yeah, when it was good, my relationship was really good. And it's like, no, you fucking retard. Your relationship was horrible. It was toxic the whole time. What are you talking about? But they're running off the highs of unsustainable markets and unsustainable deficit spending, right? So it's impossible to contend with a market that's overheated and headed towards disaster, right? You can't contend with that, but people are going to remember those times, and yeah, it's a difficult thing to fight with that perception, you know?
What do you go with if you're selling Biden? And listen, if it comes down to Biden and Trump, I want to be on the front lines of that fight for sure. What's your message? What's your message to people saying, listen, shit's not good. Cheese costs too much. Eggs cost too much. What do you say to them? You say, well, you idiot, like, no, you don't understand. When Trump, it was overheating, and really your real wage growths are probably on average increasing, and so it shouldn't make that much difference to you. What's your response to that kind of like the angst from middle America, where they're saying this is all, and I see how much money we're spending in foreign conflicts. Why shouldn't that money go to Americans, and Biden's just going to give it all away?
I mean, like, bro, it's so hard. I don't even know how you because like all the talking points here are all ideologically driven. So like they have almost no attachment whatsoever to a factual basis. So like, how do you even begin to have that conversation? Like, my guess would be,
well, we need to, right? And we can't just say,
no,
you guys
like,
are idiots and you don't know
anything
anything
about
about
here's
economy.
the thing, like, Americans will decide votes on things like the U.S. debt, right? But if I ask an American, like, how does a treasury bill bond work? Like, where does that come from? Can you explain the process? My guess would be probably less than 5% of Americans could explain how, you know, the United States issues debt, or what does it mean that the United States is the largest holder of U.S. Treasury? Like, nobody would even know how that means. But they have very, very, very strong opinions about it, right? What does it mean, you know, interest payments on the U.S. debt, or that the U.S. debt is so high? Or like, is it really the case that if we spend money in Ukraine, if we stop doing that we can spend it here? Does it all come out of the same purse? Is there a purse? Is it unlimited? Like, people have very strong opinions about the reality, or they have very strong opinions about like the policy implications, but they don't understand any of the underlying mechanisms. So how do you even approach something like that?
Why should we pay for a war in Ukraine?
Yeah, exactly.
And you know, I have to pay $5 for a box of eggs.
Yeah.
What are you telling that person? And shouldn't we already know the answer to that?
Or people look at like, we sent $100 billion to Ukraine, and the majority of that was like, those are a lot of like old weapons and shit. It was just valued that way, right? We're not actually sending them like cash. We did send, I do believe we did do some financial support, but yeah, it's
billions. So when people ask me like, is the economy doing well? In some sense, that, like, I don't know, the objective indicators are decent, are good, and it looks like we're having a quote soft landing, but people don't feel it, and I don't know how to convince them, and I don't know if is it just on net we're all doing well, and actually people are not doing so well if you look at any particular group of people who are pivotal voters or something.
Yeah, I don't know. It's so hard. Yeah, like you'll have people with like iPhone 15s that like just graduated college with a degree in engineering, like entering the workforce making $80,000 a year, and they'll be like, yeah, I can't buy a house in LA, and I've got, you know, $30,000 in student loan debt. The economy's fucking horrible. And it's like, bro, like, I don't know what to say. Yeah.
I feel like so many of these complaints are, well, it's not Biden's fault, right? So if a Trump or someone, a swing voter that says, when Trump was in office, we didn't have all these wars popping off. I'll be like, well, that's not Biden's fault. It's not Biden's fault that they invaded that. You know, well, when Trump was in office, we didn't have this rampant inflation. Well, it's not Biden's fault that we had inflation. And, you know, actually we're doing pretty, like, every single answer to the problems that they're seeing that our country's facing, it seems like our response instinctually, the first thing we think about is, you can't put that on Biden. And that doesn't seem like a very strong, I don't know, starting point for me. But
no,
that's what
I agree, yeah. Yeah, that's why I like to look at like legislation. Like that's like what is the legislative agenda of both leaders, and what do they manage to pass? That's probably going to be more important than blaming the economy, or even giving credit to the economy under certain presidents. Like, yeah, but
I would just, I guess my only thought is like, and then I'll absolutely leave and let you get back to research, would be, if I ever get those questions, I would spin it into a tangible action that Biden took that we think is positive related to the issue. So they say, you know, we didn't have a war when Ukraine, when Trump, we didn't have a Ukraine-Russia war when Trump was in office. We say, first of all, you did, and second of all, Biden took very strong action and is doing a great job on this because of X thing that he did.
Yeah, the only thing that sucks is like their counter is like, well, if Trump would have been in office, Putin wouldn't have even had the bravado to invade the rest of Ukraine. He was waiting for a weak president like Biden to get in there. My mom would think that.
Have you talked to her about this stuff?
Briefly for a little bit on stream, but she's, yeah.
She seems so nice when I saw the little bit that I saw.
She is super nice. Both my parents are ultra nice and wonderful people. But like, I mean, like I think she said on stream, we had 2 older family members died from COVID, and my mom's not even vaccinated because she doesn't trust it that much. Like, it's insane. Yeah.
And you can't reach her.
No. When I started asking my parents like who they liked, they just started spitting out names. Like, I think my dad was like, "Oh, I really like Jim Jordan." I think my mom was a big Gates fan. They're like, yeah, they're super lost into that forever. Yeah.
All right, buddy. I'll let you get to it. Much love and stay safe.
Oh, I love you, buddy. Be careful.
Later, bye.
At Destiny, a YouTube chatter said, U.S. pop 15 to 65 working 151 million, U.S. pop 15 to 65 total 212 million, unemployment rate 4%. Yes, we measure unemployment based on the number of people seeking work. That's how almost every country in the world measures unemployment. In finance or formally, or for government policy, we refer to this as the U3 unemployment rate. If you're looking at something, if you want to see the total number of people not working, then, I think I fucked this up, but I keep looking this up. You have something called the U6, and then something a little different than the U6 called, I think the U6 is about labor force participation rate, but these roughly track each other. There's never been, in my understanding, there's never been a wide divergence between the U6 and the U3 unemployment rate. Like, they more or less track each other. So the idea that there's some secret unemployment happening that the numbers aren't accounting for is bullshit. Unguro donated $5. Your point of view on the 80K a year engineer grad with 30K in student loan debt says they can't afford a house in LA. Take was valid 2 to 3 years ago, but with current interest rates, any house above 400K costs like $2,600 a month plus. That's fine, but the numbers don't lie. Zoomers are on track to own houses just as much as any other generation. That's just a factual basis. Whether you like it or don't, that's whatever. I can't argue against your feelings there, but yeah. Has there ever been any administrations that have altered the definition of unemployment? I don't know. I don't think so. But does you understand that? But when you say people are confused about how the economy feels because your stats sound good, but they feel 25% unemployed people, even if not seeking. No, nobody feels 25% unemployed people, James. This is what I mean when I say, like, okay, if you said that, I hate to be the one to say this because I'm like the millionaire streamer guy. You are totally detached from the real world. Go to any airport, go to any restaurant, go to any downtown, and you will see sign after sign after sign. Now hiring, now hiring. Burger King, 14 an hour. Gas station, 15 an hour. But dude, there are so many places all over the United States where everybody is desperately fucking searching for employees. Unless maybe that's only in every area that I've been in, but like it feels like everybody in the economy is so fucking hungry for workers right now. And I'm pretty sure, let me just look it up instead of saying pretty sure. Wages, poorest workers, United States. Can I find this? Is there a St. Louis Fed graph for like lower wages? Because my understanding from I think Krugman, I think I've seen a Bloomberg article talk about this. Pretty sure the lowest wages as unemployment decreases and it's crunching, pretty sure the lowest wage workers are the ones that are seeing some of the biggest wage bumps right now. But I don't know. I don't know what stat I would look for to find this exactly. I don't know if Metal Sword or whatever could find this. Midwest University Town, local fast food places are offering 15 to 16 starting wage now. What would you be doing for a living if it wasn't for your current occupation? Probably working at McDonald's and screaming at people on the internet. Let me look at this tweet. Econo Boy linked this. Here is the growth of real wages by occupations for the pandemic period compared to pre-pandemic ranked by wages. You can see real wages up at the bottom, down at the top, and generally doing worse than pre-pandemic. Increase my confidence in the broad story. Percent change from December 17th to December 2019, and then 2019 to December 21. So this is where it's gained, and this is where it's decreased. So this is pre-pandemic and post-pandemic, or during and post-pandemic. So your biggest gains have been in leisure and hospitality, retail trade, transportation, and warehousing. And then your biggest losses have been education and health services, manufacturing, construction, financial activities, utilities, and information, and professional and business services. If the lowest wage is increasing, does that mean the value of a college degree is also decreasing? I think college degrees are running into an issue where if you're going to private schools and accumulating a ton of debt for not good degrees, I think you're actually starting to make bad financial decisions. I think I've read something about that somewhat recently. Wage growth tracker. I'm not as interested in all the wages. I'm looking at like wages weighted based on like quintiles of the economy, or upper or lower. Degree quality matters a lot now. Yeah. Do wage level. Wait, where's wage level? Oh, I see. Is first quartile the top or the bottom? Fourth quartile. Which one is top or bottom? I don't know how they would usually say it. First is the highest. Oh, okay, gotcha. Can I like narrow this to specific years? Oh, sick, okay. So starting in January of 2022, this is for the United States. So you've seen wages are relatively stagnant in the first quartile. They've grown decently in the second quartile. And then in the third, and especially the fourth, they've grown quite a bit. With the biggest growth being, seems like at the fourth quartile here, right? Is this percentage growth? So from like starting the year at 3% growth and ending the year at about 5.8% growth or 5.7% growth? 5.6% growth. As an ex-blue Colorino, what do you think about joining a trade? If you can do a trade, do it, but don't like, I think people oversell the trades, or they've started to a lot. I'm 23, I have no student loan debt, I make $80K a year. The numbers don't lie, Stephen, but $2,600 a month on mortgage payments alone is a lot, especially if my car payment, $460 a month. The average is $800 a month and $140 a month for insurance. Yeah, like, I don't know, I don't know what people's expectations are. I don't know if my background was too, or like once I hit my teens especially, was too lower class or not. But like, in my mind, like if you're paying $460 a month for a car, in my mind, you're doing really well. But maybe that's not, maybe that doesn't track anymore. Maybe it's been, because like in my mind, if I graduated college now and I was like, I don't want to say poor, but if I was like coming to the job market, I feel like I'd try to buy, like here's a question. I genuinely don't know. Can you buy a decent used car right now for like $5,000? Or is that going to be like a dog shit fucking car? Like could I get like a Honda Civic or like an Accord or some shit? Could I find like a car like that for $5,000? People are saying yes and no. UN funded schools in Gaza call suicide bombers martyrs whose examples should be followed. Thanks. I can't pronounce that name ever. It's not impossible, but much harder. I got a 2015 Nissan Versa for 4K. Could I look up like Kelly Blue Book Honda Civic? I guess we just like look, huh? Okay, so I'd probably go 6 or 7 years old. We'll say like a 2017 Sedan, C pricing. More cars for sale, actually. Let's see what's for sale and C pricing. I don't. Are these new? Okay. Let's go, we'll go 2010 to 2020. I'll see what we can find. Sort by price lowest. Nah, let's go 2015. I don't think I want a 14-year-old car. This 2016 Honda Civic is $17.5 thousand. 2019 for $9,000. This sounds like it's been in an accident, but it's that cheap. So it looks like you're spending 5 to 10K, probably closer to $10,000 if you want an okay used car. Probably. 8K is safe for a 5+ year old compact. You can actually get a new car for like 20K now. Anyone complain about car? Wait, what do you think my car is worth right now if I were to go sell it? Wait, hold on. Ford Focus RS 2017. I bought my car for 40K. Wait, 10, 11K? Yo, what the fuck? Wait, why is my shit fucked? 27K? The fuck? That blue RS is a special edition? Yeah, why is it so low? $27,000? My feeling is that the waiting periods on new cars is increasing used car prices by a lot. Glass plot full, $10. Important to remember that people's perception of the economy isn't just how well the economy is doing, but how well the economy is doing plus their lifestyle expectations. Yeah, sure. Jesus Christ. You're gonna make your kid buy their own car for Nathan? Oh, Jesus. I haven't even thought about that. He's 12. I have a few more years. He's not getting a brand new car for his first car. That motherfucker can drive a beater like I did, okay? Especially because everybody seems like they wreck their first car anyway. I'm not buying him some new shit so he can go fuck it up. Get him something insanely nice so he can flex on the pores? Yeah. What if I got him something really nice that he didn't know was really cool, okay? And then he just hates me. But an older person seems like sick. Was it S2000s or S1000s? I got him some old fucking... No, it was an S2000, these old Hondas. He'd probably hate this. This would be baller, okay? This would be badass, alright? Last donut, but used car prices are still extremely high. Most online listings are 5 to 6K more expensive unless you use dealership financing with 10% APR. Creditors or banks are tightening restrictions on age criteria for eligible cars. Love you, buddy. Yeah, Wicked Supreme is an S2K. What a baller. If you struggle with actually taking your ADHD medication on a consistent level, was your initial experience with a friend's medication only one time, and was it really what initially motivated you to seek an official diagnosis? I got an prescription, and I was really bad at taking it, and ultimately stopped taking it altogether? I don't understand when I read things like that. I don't understand. I don't know how to, because like it improves my day-to-day experience so much. Why would I not take it? That just seems like, why would I sign myself up for a day that just kind of sucks? Why would I do that? No, I have no problem. As soon as I wake up in the morning, I want to take it. Like, why would I? Yeah. Hold on one sec. The squirrel is talking more about you now? Don't. Who cares, okay? Why in the past did you refuse to even take painkillers? I always thought that was odd. Sometimes the pain lets you know you're alive, you know? Or something like that. New tweets. Ugh. Okay, the last one. And then we gotta, guys, been live for 4 hours. Okay, we definitely need to start reading, okay? Too much other shit. Boom, boom. Get him a shitty car with FNAF decals. Oh my god. Could you imagine if I got him a nice car and he got like some fucking FNAF rap on it? I would kill myself. Someone just sent me a clip of the streamer responding to the Bolivia post saying that they were correct. Because, God, this person is obsessed with me. Saying they were correct because in an election Morales' party won. This is amazing. He doesn't know the fascist coup regime killed countless and was forced into an election by a mass uprising. He also repeated, wait, what were the countless people killed? Countless? Summary executions and widespread repression under Bolivia's interim government, reports rights advocates from Harvard University Network of Human Rights. What are the countless? Why not list the number? How many? General strike and blockade in Bolivia entered day 11 as protesters condemned the delayed vote by coup government. Now, also independent global news, Democracy Now! Nice one. There were protests in Bolivia because the vote was delayed, but I believe their excuse for delaying the vote was because of COVID and that it was hard to do it safely. Now, whether you believe them or not, I mean, they did hold the vote and they did have the new parties and everything come in. But I mean, like, again, the date of this, August 13th, 2020, but countless because you can't find any bodies to count. He also repeated that actually there was fraud in the election. I literally said there was, I didn't say there was fraud in the election. I said that the votes went to servers that I believe were controlled by Evo's party that nobody else could audit. That was the issue. I literally said there was no proven fraud. People just thought that some of the voting looked weird or irregular and they had no access to the servers that some of the votes were routed through. Like, which even the New York Times, Washington Post, and Guardian admit is false. If you watch this hack who just spouts asinine rhetoric without any knowledge of the basic facts, don't you feel embarrassed? Aren't you even a little ashamed? Also, he's never heard of Bet Salem. I guess he didn't come across in his wiki skimming the main human rights organization in Israel itself, which is regarded as the most credible, including by Western human rights orgs like Amnesty and HRW. It's all a sick, depraved joke. Let's like look for this, I guess. Well, if she's too retarded or doesn't know the fucking numbers. Summary, executions, and widespread repression, Bolivia's interim government. Also, this is just a thing I've noticed. Always be really hesitant about people that link pictures of stories but don't include links to the actual stories. Anytime you see me tweet out stories or anything, or pictures of stories, I always include like reference to the source so you can go through and read it yourself. It's always like really sketch when somebody won't include links, but Bolivia's recent interim government came to power by sidestepping constitutional rules, presidential section, and persecuted opponents with systematic torture and summary executions by security forces in the tumultuous aftermath of Evo Morales' resignation in 2019, according to a new report by independent human rights experts. The scathing 471-page report is most comprehensive yet to examine the events surrounding the disputed 2019 election. Where's the number? I want to know the countless numbers of people killed. This is what I was talking about before. The OAS electoral mission to Bolivia found a number of irregularities in the 2019 election, including the existence of hidden computer servers. Okay. After a 3-day visit to Bolivia, Paulo Abreu, who heads the Inter-American Commission. Okay. Recommended Bolivia coordinate with an international panel of experts similar to one formed to blah, blah, blah. Oh, the distance of 43 students in Mexico. Oof. Was that the cartel killing these people? Normally, these situations, national institutions aren't prepared to resolve such a massive grouping of violations. Bolivia spiraled on chaos after the 20th. Okay. Most of the at least 33 fatalities since the vote occurred after the military deployed against Morales' backers as they blocked strategic roads to protest what they viewed as a coup. So it's number 33? In the article, it had 20 deaths listed further down. Oh, did it? Okay. Not to say that, like, any deaths are good, by the way. It's not. But, like, why lie? Why say countless deaths? Okay. Maybe she can't count to 33. That's possible. Chart proving housing is pretty much unattainable, contrary to what Destiny says. Okay, long-term trends. I don't know what this is. Home price to income ratio, US and UK. Home price to median household income ratio. Okay, so a couple things. First, is the home price the mean home price, or it's probably median home price to median household? Are households making less money because of the because not as many people are marrying as early? Because I think a household includes both incomes, right? I understand that this number is high now. I don't know how it would necessarily make sense with this number, but if you look at the actual like percentage of people who own homes, rather than trying to look at a fuck, I think Noah wrote an article. He should have a source on this. Noah opinion home ownership. I know he wrote something else recently. I need a source to home ownership by generation. That number literally just tracks the 30-year yield. It's such a shit way to measure house affordability. Price to median house. Yeah, maybe. I don't know if it's even a good way to measure it. But I would just, you can just look at like, I think you just look at like the percentage of people that own homes, right? Somebody in chat will find this. I believe in you guys. I know you can do this. You have sources in your notes. Oh wait, did I actually... Wait, how do I bring my sidebar back that you fuckers made me get rid of? Okay, the source for this is Redfin. Gen Z is on track with older generations' home ownership rates. So this is Gen Z down here as they age, but the home ownership rates for Gen Z people, first of all, started out higher than other generations, and I believe it's about on track with other generations as well. Millennials got fucked a little bit here, obviously, but millennials have more or less caught it to where Gen Xers were, and then we're all a little bit behind where the baby boomers were. But this idea that like Gen Z uniquely can't afford homes or are uniquely fucked compared to every other generation, I don't think if you look at the home ownership rates, I don't think that that's borne out by any data. We can look at like medians or ratios or other things, but if you just look at like the raw number of people, or not the raw number, but the actual number of people in each generation that own homes, I think it's about where it's supposed to be. Why are people spending so much more relative to income on homes, especially since 2020? I don't know how much this is carried by, right? Home ownership is a complicated question. there's probably a lot of economic factors that you have to consider. One is going to be like, how much does a home appreciate? Like if you're spending a lot on your home, but it's appreciating at a greater value, that might be worthwhile. Another is going to be interest rates are going to influence like how much you'd be expected to spend on a home. Another might be like overall income. So for instance, if somebody says, do you spend 50% of your income on a home? It might be bad. If you earn $25,000 a year and you spend 50% of your income on your mortgage, that's really bad. If you earn $100,000 and you spend 50%, it's probably not as bad. I'm not sure. Home ownership and like the factors that go into owning a home and making it affordable are probably really complicated, more so than I imagine most types of numbers you're looking at. That'd be my guess, right? Oh, is it a two-person household versus a one-person household? It's probably going to influence it quite a bit as well. Yeah. Destiny, I'm sorry, but this take is brain dead. Home ownership is so high because of the recent 0% interest rate. So APR went from 2.5% to 7.5%. Anyone who wants to buy a house right now is screwed. Interest rates influence one part of it, but you don't actually know that. For instance, you think that 0% interest makes it easier for you to buy a home. That's not necessarily true. It might be the case that 0% interest rates look like they make home ownership easier because the loan terms are more favorable, but the increase in cost of the home, the actual appreciation in value or the inflated value of homes might put homes that you could have afforded at 4 or 5% interest out of reach because 0% means that the competition and the demand for those mortgages and for housing is so much higher that the price is driven up to, right? That's what I'm saying. It's like, it's a little bit more complicated than just like looking at one or two numbers and saying it. Low interest absolutely makes it easier. It's not. I don't know how. Go watch an econ channel or finance channel. If you don't understand what I just said, I can't explain it to you. Okay, I'm too lazy. Okay, don't trigger me. Why am I getting triggered? I'm not triggered. Scott Alexander's done a bit of writing on cost disease, which is just the general term for housing, education, medical costs being fucked. Might be worth reading, maybe. Destiny, wrong. Take the numbers and work it out on paper. Well, I mean, I can make the numbers work. Depends on what we're talking about. But like, let's say hypothetically, let's say that we have two worlds, okay? Let's say in this world, I'm right on the concept, okay? Now, I don't know where the actual numbers fall, but I'm correct on the concept, okay? Let's say that this is a world of, let's say we have a world of 0% interest, and let's say that these are average housing costs in thousands, okay? Average house can be $1,000 or $1 million. It might be the case that, let's go from 2000 to 2020. I'm not gonna follow any of the trends, okay? But let's just say, let's say at 0%, let's say that housing prices look like this, okay? 0% interest, okay? 0% interest, as the interest falls on a given thing, the quantity demanded of the same thing will rise. People want to buy more of the same thing at a lower price. It's very basic supply and demand, okay? Cheaper mortgages being available means more people acquiring mortgages. Mortgages are connected to housing prices. It means that cost of housing will increase, okay? More people chasing the same stock of housing will drive up housing prices, okay? So this is what we would expect to happen for 0% interest. Now, let's say we take a world where we bump interest to, we'll say 5%. It's possible that that world looks like this, okay? Because the interest rates are higher, not as many people going for mortgages, not as many people chasing the same number of houses, the stock of housing available to sell is lower, the amount of people buying are lower, right? When we look at this, okay, you might be here right now. You might be here right now saying like, God, if interest rates were 0%, it would be so much more affordable to buy housing. But you don't know that. 0% interest rates might mean that you'd be buying a house for way more money, right? Lower interest rates, more people chasing the same stock of housing causes prices to increase, right? Destiny, rates went up, prices stayed the same. Who gives a shit about the hypothetical? When you're looking at the cost of housing right now, you're not comparing the cost of a house at this rate based on what the cost of the house was at the last rate. You're trying to compare the cost of the house at this rate now to hypothetically what it would be if the other rate was now. For instance, here, you could be here right now, okay? You could be here right now saying, Destiny, you fucking retard, interest rates are 5%, Housing prices are still going up. You're wrong. Look, they're increasing. But the argument isn't that an increase in interest rate would decrease housing prices. It's that it would decrease the increase, okay? That your first derivative would decrease, not the actual function would decrease, right? The acceleration would decrease. It wouldn't necessarily cause prices to lower. So prices might not be lower than they were 10 years ago, but they should be lower than they would be today if interest rates were still 0%, okay? Okay. If you don't believe me, then I'm a retard and we can all be retards and that's fine. That's all I have to say. Also, everything that I'm saying right now, it's basic finance and math, but there might be other reasons economically why what I'm saying is wrong. There might be other factors that are driving housing prices up, okay? What I just gave you, I don't mean basic like everyone should know. I mean basic in that like that analysis that I just gave was very, very, very crude, okay? There are other external factors that can influence the cost of housing, okay? There you go, okay. Okay. Okay, we're just gonna read, because that's what we're gonna do, okay? Destiny, go take an intro to econ course, please. What do you, Zeeg, what did I just say that was incorrect about basic econ? Also, I don't even know if any of what I just said would be covered in econ. I'm pretty sure it'd be covered in finance. But Zeeg and Kick Chat, tell me, you one guide me. Let me know what I just said that was incorrect, okay?
Hey.
Who is it? Oh, hi, what's up?
No, come on. All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, how's it going? Jesus, your
Hey.
sound quality. Yeah.
Sorry, on the laptop. Dinner at 5. Sound good?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, is Mel going to be there?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
All right, see you then. Bye.
Bye. I'm waiting. Okay. Destiny just did the read a book thing. Then what did I say? Read a book. Notice how I did the exact opposite of that. I didn't tell you to just read a book. I explained the concepts. How did I tell you to read a book? I just explained my understanding of finance, my basic understanding of finance. If I'm wrong, I don't think I'm wrong. Okay, we're done. Okay. All right. Okay. 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 You said go watch a finance video. Yeah, after I explained everything, okay? If you don't understand it still, then you have to go watch a video. But I'm not relying on you watching a video to, yeah, okay. You're getting massively one guide. I am. Look at Zillow in any Midwest town. A lot of the houses are up over 100% since COVID. Understandable because of the interest rates. Okay. Western diplomacy. We have to get through this whole Suez crisis, okay? On the 1st of August, 1956, a tripartite meeting was opened at 10 Downing Street between British Foreign Secretary Selwyn Lloyd and U.S. Ambassador Robert D. Murphy and French Foreign Affairs Minister Christian Pineau. Fuck these names. Almost immediately after the nationalization, Eisenhower suggested to Eden a conference of maritime nations that use the canal. The The British preferred to invite the most important countries, but the Americans believed that inviting as many as possible amid maximum publicity would affect world opinion. Invitations went to the 8 surviving signatories of the Constantinople Convention. I believe this convention regulated use initially of the Suez Canal, I believe, or that was part of it. Is a treaty concerning the use of the Suez Canal in Egypt. It was signed, yeah, okay. And the 16 other largest users of the canal. Australia, Ceylon, some fake country that is going to exist for a little bit and then not anymore. Denmark, Egypt, Ethiopia, France, West Germany. Lame. Greece, India, Indonesia, Iran, Italy, Japan, the Netherlands, New Zealand, Norway, Pakistan, Portugal, the Soviet Union, Spain, Sweden, Turkey, the United Kingdom, and the United States. All except Egypt, which sent an observer, and used India and the Soviet Union to represent its interests. Ceylon equals Sri Lanka. And Greece accepted the invitation, and the 22 nations representatives met in London from the 16th to the 23rd of August of... Is this 56? 1956. 15 of the nations supported the American, British, French position of international operation of the canal. Pakistan chose its Western allies over its sympathy for Egypt's anti-Western position, despite resulting in great domestic controversy. Ceylon, is it Ceylon? Indonesia and the Soviet Union supported India's competing proposal, which Nasser had pre-approved, of international supervision only. India criticized Egypt's seizure of the canal, but insisted that its ownership and operation now not change. The majority of 18 chose 5 nations to negotiate with Nasser in Cairo, led by Menzies, while their proposal for international operation of the canal would go to the Security Council. Menzies was he the Australian guy? Fuck. I don't know what I would look up for this. I don't want to lose my thing. Australian politician and lawyer who served as the 12th Prime Minister. Yes, okay. Why the fuck is Australia being chose to lead the negotiations? Cringe. Pig Iron Bob Menzies. He sold the medal to the Japanese that came back as fighter planes. Behazed. While their proposal for international operation of the canal would go to the Security Council. Menzies' 7th of September official communique to Nasser presented a case for compensation for the Suez Canal Company and the establishment of principles for the future use of the canal that would ensure that it would continue to be an international waterway operated free of politics or national discrimination, and with financial structure so secure and an international confidence so high that an expanding and improving future for the canal could be guaranteed. And called for a convention to recognize Egyptian sovereignty of the canal, but for the establishment of an international body to run the canal. Nasser saw such measures as a derogation from Egyptian sovereignty and rejected Menzies' proposals. This is worth. Initial proposal would have allowed Egyptian sovereignty, I can't spell that fucking word, sovereignty, to be recognized while maintaining an international operation of the canal. International body, yeah, international operation. Nasser rejected. Dumbass. Pillow stream, 20 euros. Destiny, your logic on S&D is fine. Search and destroy? Oh, supply and demand. But it presupposes a decrease in demand for the appreciation of housing prices to decrease. I.e., you are saying people are buying homes at the same rate because people are buying homes less. Okay. But It presupposes a decrease in demand for the appreciation of house prices to decrease. You're saying people are buying homes at the same rate because people, I don't know. I can't. I'm too stupid. I just can't read it. I'm sorry. I tried. Menzies hinted to Nasser that Britain and France might use force to resolve the crisis, but Eisenhower openly opposed the use of force, and Menzies left Egypt without success. Instead of the 18-nation proposal, the United States proposed an association of canal users that would set rules for its operation. 14 of the other nations, not including Pakistan, agreed. Britain, in particular, believed that violation of the association rules would result in military force. But after Eden made a speech to this effect in Parliament on the 12th of September, the U.S. Ambassador Dulles insisted we do not intend to shoot our way through the canal. The United States worked hard through diplomatic channels to resolve the crisis without resorting to conflict. The British and French reluctantly agreed to pursue the diplomatic avenue, but viewed it as merely an attempt to buy time, during which they continued their military preparations. The British, Washington's closest ally, ignored Eisenhower's pointed warning that the American people would not accept a military solution. God, why are you guys so war-hungry in Europe? British and French hungry for military intervention to solve potential canal problems, despite Eisenhower's disapproval. On September 25th, 1956, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Harold Macmillan, met informally with Eisenhower at the White House. I don't know what the fuck this is. The Chancellor of the... What is this, a British position? Was a British statesman, conservative politician, was the Prime Minister of the United States from 57 to 63 after this. Hopefully not a meth addict, like Eden was. Oh, equivalent to the Secretary of the Treasury. Cringe words. Macmillan misread Eisenhower's determination to avoid war and told Eden that the Americans would not in any way oppose the attempt to topple Nasser. Though Eden had known Eisenhower for years and had many direct contacts with him during the crisis, he also misread the situation. The Americans refused to support any move that could be seen as imperialism or colonialism, seeing the U.S. as the champion of decolonization. It is kind of funny that the United States largely skirts a lot of the imperialist or colonization bullshit kind of for these times, just because we were a colony ourselves and we had the whole of North America to kind of colonize ourselves, but we took it from the Native Americans, so people don't really see it that way. So yeah, get fucked, you European scum fucks. Eisenhower felt the crisis had to be handled peacefully. He told Eden that American public opinion would not support a military solution. Eden and other leading British officials incorrectly believed Nasser's support for Palestinian Fedayeen against Israel, as well as his attempts to destabilize pro-Western regimes in Iraq and other Arab states, would deter the U.S. from intervening with the operation. Eisenhower specifically warned that the Americans and the world would be outraged unless all peaceful routes had been exhausted, and even that the eventual price might become far too heavy. London hoped that Nasser's engagement with communist states would persuade the Americans to accept British and French actions if they were presented as a fait accompli. This proved to be a critical miscalculation. Franco-British-Israeli objectives. Britain was anxious lest it lose efficient access to the remains of its empire. Both Britain and France were eager that the canal should remain open as an important conduit of oil. What did the British Empire look like in 1955? British Empire in 1956. What do they even have at this point? I'm so curious. Circled by British possessions and dependencies from the Caribbean to the west of Singapore, Malaya, and Hong Kong in the east. You're correct on IR and demand, but it hurts supply since it costs more to borrow to build, and people that would sell/move are less likely to do so. If their current IR is good, source econ degree, sure. I mean, that's why I said there's a lot of countervailing forces, right? Because if interest rates increase, people might be less willing to sell, which also drops the supply of housing, which could increase the demand. So I understand what you're saying, but I'm pretty sure, despite all of the countervailing forces involved, that as a general trend, A decrease in interest rates, I believe, should lead to an increase in housing costs or housing prices. Like, broadly speaking, I believe that's the case. There might be different factors in local markets and different things that push price in one way or another, but I believe, broadly speaking, increase in interest rate generally means a slowdown, a deceleration in cost or price of housing, and a decrease in interest rate generally means. I believe, broadly speaking, I think that's the trend. I could be wrong. Link me a trend chart. Maybe that's not necessarily the case. What is the deal with the just send special forces idea? Hamas is too big to deal with like we did with bin Laden. Spec ops are going to Gaza, take out a few Hamas targets and get surrounded. Yeah, I'm not too sure. I don't know what people mean when they say. I think people think special forces are like Call of Duty troops that can go in and defeat entire armies. But Lycan was also saying that, but I don't believe that's what special forces do. But I could be wrong, yeah. Destiny, correct, but that's not what is happening. Is reality or your hypothetical worth more? What do you mean that's not what's happening? You don't think housing pricing increase hasn't slowed? I don't know. Show me a first derivative of housing prices. We can look. Oh, okay. I'm getting multiple percent, yeah. Hold on. Hannah Kasparian saying send in spec ops, dude. Yeah, it's just kind of like a catch-all, right? Yeah. I like how Destiny is referring to the rate of change of housing prices as first derivatives, like he said. Any experience with a Calc 1 class? Okay. Why am I getting one guy? It's so hard by my YouTube chat. Okay. Why am I getting... I'm not going to get one guide. I'm not going to do it, okay? Destiny's economics takes trigger the fuck out of me. Wicked Demirs, you're a tier 4 sub. Wait, what have I said that's wrong? I don't even think I've said anything controversial. Stop talking about housing, nobody cares. Or wait, is he triggering me because he's a tier 4? You are wrong short term is the point. I literally said that. It might be the case that in the short term, a dramatic increase in housing prices means a dramatic decrease in homes available in the market, which causes a huge dip in supply. It may be in a short-term effect. Maybe housing prices do rise faster than they would have under low-interest environments because housing construction subs, well, that could be the case. But I'm pretty sure in the long term, Destiny, wrong. Okay. Your housing price take is the IQ curve meme. High rates are bad. High rates are bad are the low and high end. The elasticities will never actually work out the way you describe on the net. Really? You don't think if we run a 0% interest rate meme forever, you don't think housing prices will continue to just inflate like crazy if people know that there's such easy access to money for homes? You don't think that's... No matter what Destiny, you say Destiny's wrong. Wicked Demerge is a certified retard. Why are you reading anything he says? We can just, you know what, fuck it. I could be wrong. Let's just look it up. Change in housing prices compared to, what would I say, like federal funds rate or compared to interest rates? What do I say, interest rates? If you look at historical trends, higher home prices do tend to correlate with lower interest rates because more people are looking to buy homes and mortgage rates are low. Okay, is there somebody else that disagrees with this? When interest rates are going up, the cost of owning a home becomes more expensive due to the high interest rate, which reduces demand. Okay, is there somebody that disagrees? How high mortgage rates have historically affected home prices. Annual change in mortgage rates. This is kind of a weak correlation, maybe, so... Oh, this could be true too. Higher mortgage rates and higher interest rates more generally have historically been associated with periods of stronger economic growth. So even though the interest is going up, the demand increases a bit because it's usually associated with time. Okay, so yeah. Fuck you. I think I'm right. Fuck off. Link me something different, okay? Have you tried using Notion? Okay. Boom. Boom. Oh shit, I just saw. Rage Puppy specifically did not include any other variables. What do we... Oh, no. Hold on. I'm not getting triggered by you. Boom. Okay. Nice Hassan roleplay. True. Well, hold on. The difference between Hassan and me is I actually try to read like all my criticism in chat to see if I'm incorrect or something. What Hassan does is he picks the worst and dumbest comment in chat that's the easiest to respond to, and then he spends the next 20 minutes fighting that most straw man horrible version. Oh. Hassan is liking more and more tweets shooting it. Good. He mad, and I love that. I love that he's mad. I love that he goes to sleep thinking about me in his $3 million mansion, collecting 7 figures every single month. I love it. I love that he thinks about me so much. Okay. Destiny, are interest rates correlated to general growth of the economy? Probably. That'd be my guess. My guess is going to be lower interest rates, but it's paradoxical. Lower interest rates are probably correlated with bad economies, but lower interest rates probably stimulate more economic growth. But you would lower interest rate in a bad economy because you need the economic growth. Higher interest rates are probably associated with better economies, even though they slow down economic growth because you would raise interest rates in a good economy. So it'd be like a paradoxical relationship, I think. But it's not really a paradox, but it seems to be contraindicated. But who knows? Also, I'm retarded. I'm a music school dropout. I can tell you about dominant sevenths. Resolving. Oh, I didn't go to the record. There you go. That's all I know about, okay? Why are you reading about the Suez Crisis at all? It's more related to British losing status as a superpower than anything related to Israel-Palestine. Well, because I believe that Israel was a pretty major player, I think, in this crisis, and it's giving me so much more perspective on the world. Because my world history, especially the intricacies of world history, are pretty poor, but it's giving me more perspectives on, like, the world of politics after World War II, how Arab nations felt about each other. Like, I've learned, like, general things that I wouldn't have learned just focusing on Israel, right? Like the idea between all this intra-Arab conflict where these nations are like vying to be like powers of like the Arab world or whatever. I don't really know. I didn't know any of this shit existed. All I've ever heard historically growing up is like Sunni Shia divide. That's all I've ever fucking heard. I didn't know that Egypt or this Nasser guy or that there were these huge fights for leadership of the Arab world, post-world. I don't know any of this shit. So it's good. It's just nice to know it all. Okay, sorry. Back to reading. Okay. Okay. Suez is one of those things that AP history hits in high school, one of the big things that a lot of high school regular, oh, cool, good, then there you go. Then all the AP kids can realize how retarded I am and all the normal people can do this. What the fuck is this shit? Are people doing fatwas on my fucking subreddit? What is this shit? Appears to be some kind of alien language. Why would you... Okay. Hebrew. The sub-settlement is complete. It's time to arm yourself. After the 4 Minds agent has armed you, eliminate all tampering. More instructions below. Agent Stefan, your dedicated work is appreciated. Soros sends his best wishes. Why? Okay. You guys are unhinged. You're going to scare off all of our new visitors. Or you're going to keep attracting them, I guess. I don't know. Britain was anxious lest it lose efficient access to the remains of its empire. Both Britain and France were eager that the canal should remain open as an important conduit of oil. Real quick, French-Algerian War was in the 50s. Was it before or after this? 54 to 62. Okay, so it was kind of ongoing or still brewing or in full swing or something. Okay. Our new visitors should see how well you do in the Rift. Big East. Stop. Both the French and British felt that Nasser should be removed from power. The French held the Egyptian president responsible for assisting the anti-colonial rebellion in Algeria. Held the Egyptian president responsible for assisting... Oh, okay. France was nervous about the growing influence that Nasser exerted on its North African colonies and protectorates. Israel wanted to reopen the Straits of Tiran, leading to the Gulf of Aqaba to Israeli shipping, and saw the opportunity to strengthen its southern border and to weaken what it saw as a dangerous and hostile state. This was particularly felt in the forms of attacks injuring approximately 1,300 civilians emanating from the Egyptian-held Gaza Strip. Israel's interest in war was damaging, or we'll say weakening, a hostile state. Egypt held Gaza Strip plus surrounding countries via Egyptian-supported Palestinian Fedayeen. I don't know how to fucking spell this shit. I don't even give a fuck. God damn it. Just please autocorrect it. Fedayeen. Was responsible for attacks injuring approximately 1,300 civilians. The Israelis were also deeply troubled by Egypt's procurement of large amounts of Soviet weaponry that included 530 armored vehicles, of which 230 were tanks, 500 guns, 150 MiG-15 jet fighters, 50 Ilyushin Tu-28 bombers, submarines, and other naval craft. The influx of this advanced weaponry altered an already shaky balance of power. Israel was alarmed by the Czech arms deal and believed it had only a narrow window of opportunity to hit Egypt's army. Additionally, Israel believed Egypt had formed a secret alliance with Jordan and Syria. Let's get all of this up here, actually. Boom, boom. I believe Egypt was unable at this point to purchase a fuck ton of weaponry from... No, wait, I think they started buying from France, didn't they? Israel was also scared about Egypt's large procurement of weapons and feared they'd forged a secret alliance with Jordan and Syria. Forces. British troops were well-trained, experienced, and had good morale, but suffered from the economic and technological limitations imposed by post-war austerity. The 16th Independent Parachute Brigade Group, which was intended to be the main British strike force against Egypt, was heavily involved in the Cyprus emergency, which led to a neglect of paratroop training in favor of counterinsurgency operations. The Cyprus emergency, from 55 to 59, also known as the Greek Cypriot War of Independence, was a conflict fought in British Cyprus between 55 and 59. Greek Cypriot right-wing Cypriot? Christ, fuck me. Right-wing nationalist guerrilla organization began an armed campaign in support of the end of the British colonial rule and the unification of Cyprus and Greece. Okay. Cyprus is the territory of the Ottoman Empire from the late 16th century until it became a protectorate of the UK under nominal Ottoman suzerainty. Cyprus, okay. Cyprus formed an annex into the British Empire after the Ottomans had entered World War I on the side of the Central Powers against the British, and it was initially governed by a military administration until 25, when it was proclaimed by the Crown Colony of Cyprus. Several unsuccessful offers made to Greece by the British to cede Cyprus in exchange for military concessions. Now it sets attention to transfer its Suez military. Okay. Insurgency in 55. Shit got fucked. British encountered great difficulty obtaining effective intelligence. Okay, and was supported by the majority of the Greek Cypriot population. They were hampered by a general manpower, which was caused by the Suez crisis and the Malayan emergency. Fuck, Britain, what are you doing? Towards the late 1950s, they enjoyed more success. At least 14 Cypriots arrested on suspicion to be OK members were tortured and then killed by UK forces during detention. Everyone asking for league all the time just wants to punish Destiny and Eternity. Tournament team, but you can still get Diamond 1 on drugs. Good one. Oh shit, we're not playing music. Oh shit. Cyprus became independent. The British government agreed to pay $1 million total to 33 Cypriots who had been allegedly tortured by British forces during the uprising. They include a woman aged 16 at the time who said she'd been detained and repeatedly raped by soldiers, and a man who had lost a kidney as a result of his interrogation. The payout followed the declassification of government documents in 2012. But Foreign Minister Alan Duncan stated that the settlement does not constitute any admission of liability, that the government has settled the case in order to draw a line under this litigation and to avoid further escalation of costs. Interesting. Okay. That was... So Cyprus was revolting. The Malayan Emergency, also known as the Anti-British National Liberation War, was a guerrilla war fought... Oh, this is from 48 to 60. Between communist pro-independence fighters of the Malayan National Liberation Army and the military forces of the Federation of Malaya, British Empire, and Commonwealth. The communists fought to win independence from Malaya, from the British Empire, to establish a socialist economy. Ragebot, why are you... Is this guy still posting more on my subreddit? I've had... this guy was posting a Kick Chat all yesterday, and I think he's made, like, multiple threads on this. When I was on a Kick or Keep episode, I think I said something to the effect of, like, listen, the only thing that's going to change the outcome of this is, like, basically Israel probably has to kill all the Palestinians. It's, like, the only... It seems like that's the only way this thing is ever going to end. And I probably said it, like, more... It sounded more true when I say it, but obviously I'm not pro-genocide. I don't think that's good. I just said that it seems like the only way the conflict is going to end is if one side completely eliminates the other. But yeah, this guy has become like obsessed with this talking point. I think he was like sharing it. He kept linking me to the stream over and over again yesterday in Kick Chat. That was the thing that I clicked on at the end of stream. I just lost a massive amount of respect for my boy Steven, blurting out something like, I'm pro-genocide at this point, and then completely pivoting from the criticism. What's up with that? Destiny was not saying, I think this is what most likely to happen at this point. He clearly and explicitly said this is what he thinks should happen. Like, yeah, okay. Filthy Casual. Destiny, with all your Israel-Palestine research, can you summarize your current opinion? Yeah. Jew leader master. At Destiny, what makes you want to research this topic so intensely? Because it comes up over and over again, and there's a lot of peripheral history, so... Okay, stop asking me why I'm reading this. I read... Okay. Say L genocide. Can everybody in all my chats please keep saying L genocide? Okay. Malayan emergency. Okay. The Royal Navy could project formidable power through the guns of its warships and aircraft flown from its carriers, but lacked amphibious capability. The Royal Navy had just undergone a major and innovative carrier modernization program. The Royal Air Force had just introduced 2 long-range bombers, the Vickers Valiant and the English Electric Canberra, as a British first-generation jet-powered medium bomber. But owing to their recent entry into service, the Royal Air Force had not yet established proper bombing techniques for these aircraft. Despite this, General Sir Charles Keightley The commander of the invasion force believed that air power alone was sufficient to defeat Egypt. By contrast, General Hugh Stockwell, the task force's ground commander, believed that methodical and systematic armored operations centered on the Centurion battle tank would be the key to victory. It's pronounced Canberra, not Canberra, it's Canberra. The Centurion was the primary British Army main battle tank of the post-World War II period. It's considered one of the most successful post-war tank designs. Saw combat until the 1980s. French troops were experienced and well-trained, but suffered from cutbacks imposed by post-war politics of economic austerity. In 1956, the French armed forces was heavily involved in the Algerian War, which made operations against Egypt a major distraction. French paratroopers of the elite Régiment des Parachutistes Coloniaux were extremely experienced, battle-hardened, and very tough soldiers. Thank Jackstar Plays for the gifted subber, who had greatly distinguished themselves in the fighting in Indochina and in Algeria. Is Indochina like the name for like in the Southeast Asian region? Is this? I don't even know what the fuck country this fucking is. I have no fucking idea. French Indochina was a grouping of the French colonial territories in Africa. Was it? Or oh no. Oh no, okay, no, never mind. This looked like Africa for a second. It was in Southeast Asia. Indochina are the countries of Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia, formerly associated with France. First within its empire and later within the French Union. The men of the RPC followed a shoot first, ask questions later policy towards civilians, first adopted in Vietnam, which was to lead to the killing of a number of Egyptian civilians. The rest of the French troops were described by the American military historian Derek Varble as competent, but not outstanding. The main French and Israeli tank, the AMX-13, was designed for mobile flanking operations, which led to a tank that was lightly armored but agile. Who made this? Is a French light tank produced from 1952 to 1987. Wow, Nate, thanks for gifting a kick chat sub. And was exported to more than 26 other nations. Why do I care about this Rosanna Pansino? Wasn't this Husky's girlfriend that did the cooking stuff? General Andre Bouffray, who served as Stockwell's subordinate, favored a swift campaign of movement in which the main objective was to encircle the enemy. Throughout the operation, Bouffray, if I'm pronouncing this correctly, she's making a massive deal of being edited in Mr. Beast's video. Okay. Please read the Rosanna Pansino. Is it worth it? Once we're done with the Suez Canal, if we've got time, I'll read it, okay? The Suez Crisis. I don't think we've got that much left to go here because we're getting to the actual conflict, okay? Throughout the operation, Bouffray proved himself to be more aggressive than his British counterparts, always urging that some bold step be taken at once. Oh, is it Beaufort? The French Navy had a powerful carrier force that was excellent for projecting power inland, but, like its British counterpart, suffered from a lack of landing craft. Israel. American military historian Derek Varble called the Israeli Defense Forces the best military force in the Middle East, while at the same time suffering from deficiencies such as immature doctrine, faulty logistics, and technical inadequacies. The IDF's Chief of Staff, Major General Moshe Dayan, encouraged aggression, initiative, and ingenuity among the Israeli officer corps while ignoring logistics and armored operations. Dayan, a firm infantryman, preferred that arm of the service at the expense of armor, which Dayan saw as clumsy, pricey, and suffering from frequent breakdowns. At the same time, the IDF had a rather disorganized logistics arm, which was put under severe strain when the IDF invaded the Sinai. Most of the IDF weapons in 1956 came from France. The main IDF tank was the AMX-13, the main aircraft were the Dassault Mystère IVA and the Ouragan. Jesus, this thing looks like a death box. When people criticize you for using Wikipedia for research, where do you think they get their research from? I can't imagine they're actually reading books or listening to primary source interviews or something, but maybe they secretly do it. No, nobody reads books. No, especially people that say read this book. They haven't actually read the books. You can super quickly tell when somebody's actually read it on a topic or not. And when they have, they don't just say read a book. Positive, thanks for the $5. Early jets all look like suicide machines. I mean, if you're Japanese. Superior pilot training was to give the Israeli Air Force an unbeatable edge over their Egyptian opponents. The Israeli Navy consisted of 2 destroyers, 7 frigates, 8 minesweepers, several landing craft, and 14 torpedo boats. Wow, DJ Dreamy, thanks for the tier 5 subber, my dude. Egypt. In the Egyptian armed forces, politics, rather than military competence, was the main criterion for promotion. The Egyptian commander, Field Marshal Abdel Hakim Amir, was a purely political appointee who owed his position to his close friendship with Nasser. A heavy drinker, he would prove himself grossly incompetent as a general during the crisis. In 1956, the Egyptian military was well equipped with weapons from the Soviet Union, such as T-34 and IS-3 tanks, MiG-15 fighters, Ilyushin Tu-28 bombers, Su-100 self-propelled guns, and assault rifles. What's a self-propelled gun? What does that even mean? It's a tank, but no armor. Artillery on a tank. Oh. So this is like lacking armor, or... An SPG is a lightly armored RD tank. They're critical in Ukraine. Okay. No, it has armor. It's made for indirect fire. Oh, so like when I pull out and I come on your mom's ear. Rigid lines between officers and men in the Egyptian army led to a mutual mistrust and contempt between officers and the men who served under them. Egyptian troops were excellent in defensive operations, but had little capacity for offensive operations owing to the lack of rapport and effective small unit leadership. Invasion. Oh my god. It's not even here? End of hostilities. Bro, it's a whole other thing? Bro, why are you broing me like this? This is backing up to July. We've already read through this. Franco-Israeli planning. We've got Moshe Dayan, advised Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion that Israel should attack Egypt at the first chance, but Ben-Gurion said he preferred to attack Egypt with the aid of France. Guy Mollet was this guy's name, not Guy, right? Guy Mollet had embarked upon a dual policy of attacking Egypt with Britain, and if the British backed out, as Mollet believed they might have, with Israel. On the 22nd of October, 1956, during negotiations leading to the Protocol of Sèvres, Ben-Gurion... What is this? Well, here, I think it'll explain it here. Ben-Gurion gave an explanation to foreign dignitaries of Israel's overall strategy for the Middle East. His main objection to the English plan was that Israel would be branded as the aggressor while Britain and France would pose as peacemakers. Instead, he presented a comprehensive plan which he himself called fantastic for the recognition of the Middle East. Jordan, he observed, was not viable as an independent state and should therefore be divided. Iraq would get the East Bank in return for a promise to settle the Palestinian River. What is the East Bank? Is that east of the Jordan River? It must be, right? It must be. It's what's east of the Jordan, right? And then west of the Jordan is the West Bank. Yeah, okay. I wonder how much... Is this like... Does that mean like all of the country of Jordan? You seriously don't know what East Bank is? No, I've never heard of it referred to as the East Bank. You fucking... Sorry. Okay. Wait, where were I? Okay. Iraq would get the East Bank in return for a promise to settle the Palestinian refugees there and to make peace with Israel, while the West Bank would be attached to Israel as a semi-autonomous region. Lebanon suffered from having a large Muslim population, which was concentrated in the south. The problem could be solved by Israel's expansion up to the Litani River, thereby helping to turn Lebanon into a more compact Christian state. Litany River? What the fuck is this? Oh. Bro, what the fuck river is? Oh, is it this thing? So what? Israel was proposing to expand. I'm guessing this is decently into Lebanese territory. Okay. Okay. The problem could be solved by Israel's expansion up to the Litany River, thereby helping to turn Lebanon into a more compact Christian state. Israel declares its intention to keep her forces for the purpose of permanent annexation of the entire area east of the El Arish Abu Aguila, Nakhl Sharm El Sheikh, in order to maintain for the long term and freedom of navigation in the Straits of Eilat, and in order to free herself from the scourge of the infiltrators and from the danger posed by the Egyptian army bases in Sinai. I told him about the discovery of oil in southern and western Sinai, and it would be good to tear this peninsula from Egypt because it did not belong to her. Rather, it was the English who stole it from the Turks when they believed that Egypt was in their pocket. I suggested laying down a pipeline from Sinai to Haifa to refine the oil. Okay. So Egypt's ideal plan involved taking territory north into Lebanon, having the West Bank run as a semi-autonomous state attached to Israel, and having Iraq claim everything on the East Bank, because Israel believed Jordan to be an unstable state. Also encouraged the... So what, they're saying the English should have stolen the Sinai, or we're taking the Sinai back, or... It'd be good to tear this peninsula from Egypt because they're no longer... Rather, it was the English who stole it from the Turks, and they believed that Egypt was in their pocket. I still know. And encouraged, we'll just say the taking of the Sinai Peninsula. Jesse, you're about to see why Eisenhower is a very based U.S. president, am I? Seems like for the whole time of this, Eisenhower is basically like telling everybody, like, figure your shit out and stop fucking fighting with each other, and don't you dare go fucking fight with each other. That's all I've seen from Eisenhower so far. Israel's ideal plan, not Egypt. It's the French, not Egypt, that made this plan. Wait, are you sure? Wait, did I read this wrong? Ben-Gurion gave an explanation of foreign dignitaries of Israel's overturners. His main objection to the English plan was that Israel would be branded as an aggressor, while Britain and France would pose as peacemakers. Instead, he presented comments from machine guns. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Who's presenting this plan? That's important, actually. It's a secret agreement reached between the governments of Israel, France, and the UK during discussions. The protocol concerns their joint political and military collusion atop the Egyptian leader, Colonel General Abdel Nasser, by invading and occupying the Suez Canal in response to the president. It's the English plan. Who do you think is presenting it? His main objection to the English plan was that Israel would be branded as the aggressor. So this is a summary of the English plan, not the Israel. Oh, okay. Never mind. Because I was going to say, this is pretty aggressive. This would play into the idea that Israel was, like, pretty conquest-oriented, or was trying to significantly expand their land. Okay. So this is the English plan. Are you sure about that? I thought this was Israel's alternative to the English plan. That's what it looked like, but it's... No, it's not the English plan. It is his alternative. Okay, let's just... It's Ben-Gurion telling what the English plan was. Wait, how did this song start in the middle of it? Okay. Of Israel's overall strategy for the Middle East, Schleim called this Ben-Gurion's grand design. His main objection to the English plan was that Israel be branded. Okay, no, this was Ben-Gurion's plan. Hold on. Okay. Ben-Gurion's grand plan. This was Ben-Gurion's plan. Okay, so yeah. Particularly noteworthy is at the last point, for it was included at Ben-Gurion's specific request and it defined Israel's territorial aims, which were only tenuously related to the Suez Canal crisis. Israel declares its intention to keep her forces for the purpose of permanent annexation of the entire area east of the... whatever. Okay, the Strait of Eilat. The fuck is this? Oh, is that just another name for the Strait of Tiran? Or is it part of, or is it in this area of the Strait of Tiran? Fuck me, dude. What are you guys doing? Eilat is the most south Israeli city. Damn, this place looks sick. Sorry. Okay. Gotcha, I see it, okay. Gulf of Aqaba. It's a vacation city, giga overpriced. The Red Sea. Damn, bro. How long do you think it took Jesus and everybody to walk? Or not Jesus, Moses and everybody to walk over this? Jesus could have just walked on top of it, you know? Okay, so where is the Strait of Tiran? Is... Okay, whatever. It's just this shit. Okay. But I guess theoretically, if Egypt controls the Sinai, they could theoretically just close this down and say fuck you to any shipping in and out of here. It's the Straits of Tiran. There's two of them to the left and right of the Tiran Island. Yeah, I guess it makes sense. This is Tiran Island. Okay. Britain and France are required to support or at least commit themselves not to show opposition to these plans. This is what Israel demands as her share, the fruits of victory. My logical explanation for how Moses split the sea is high tide, low tide, not literally splitting the sea. I thought, hasn't biblical scholarship agreed that it was a mistranslation and they actually walked across the Sea of Reeds instead of the Red Sea? In which case it was just kind of like a swampy marsh. It's not actually like the Red Sea. It's Sinai. Is it Sinai? Not Sinai, is it Sinai? There is no evidence that Jews were actually in Egypt. Yeah, that's my understanding, is that there was never evidence of a massive Jewish presence in Egypt. That's just like part of the movies we watch every Christmas or something, I believe. Sinai? Sinai?
Sinai.
Sinai. Fuck you. Stop. The aim of destroying Nasser had pervaded the entire conference, and it was uppermost in Ben-Gurion's mind. This is a unique opportunity to wrote that two not-so-small powers will try to topple Nasser, and we shall not stand alone against him while he becomes stronger and conquers all the Arab countries, and maybe the whole situation in the Middle East will change according to my plan. France and Britain have a vital interest in the Suez Canal, he said forcefully. The Straits of Tiran are the state of Israel's Suez Canal. We intend to capture the Straits of Tiran, and we intend to stay there and thus ensure freedom of navigation to Eilat. The British officials then asked a number of questions about Israel's operational plans, evidently inspired by the fear that the Israel operation would not amount to a real act of war, and that consequently Britain would not have a credible casus belli for military intervention. Will Israel issue a formal declaration of war? Ben-Gurion replied that Egypt's repeated violations of the armistice agreements made a declaration of war superfluous. Dayan retorted more bluntly, we will not declare, we will simply strike. In his diary, Ben-Gurion recorded the next day, I told him about the discovery of oil in southern and western Sinai, and that it would be good to tear this peninsula from Egypt because it did not belong to her. Rather, it was the English who stole it from the Turks when they believed that Egypt was in their pocket. I suggested laying down a pipeline from Sinai to Haifa to refine the oil, and Molay showed interest in the suggestion. Ilan Troen, director of the Ben-Gurion Research Institute and Archives, omits the plan, codenamed Fantastic by Ben-Gurion, from his account of Sevres, and instead offers as the Israeli motivation for the invasion of Egypt. So they're saying this dude was probably biased, I guess? Is that... Okay. Okay. October of 1956, Eden, after 2 months of pressure, finally and reluctantly agreed to French request to include Israel in Operation Revise. The British specify, I don't know what that means. So the British alliances with the Hashemite kingdoms of Jordan and Iraq had made the British very reluctant to fight alongside Israel, lest the ensuing backlash from the Arab world threaten London's friendships in Baghdad and Amman. The coming of winter weather in November meant that Eden needed a pretext to begin Revise as soon as possible, which meant that Israel had to be included. This was especially the case as many conservative backbenchers had expected Eden to launch operations against Egypt in the summer and were disappointed when Eden had instead chosen talks. By the fall of 1956, many Tory backbenchers were starting to grow restive about the government's seeming inability to start military action, and if Eden had continued to put off military action for the winter of 56 and 57, it's possible that his government might not have survived. 3 months after Egypt's nationalization of the Suez Canal Company, a secret meeting took place at the Sèvres outside Paris. Britain and France enlisted Israeli support for an alliance against Egypt. The parties agreed that Israel would invade the Sinai. Britain and France would then intervene, purportedly to separate the warring Israeli and Egyptian forces, instructing both to withdraw to a distance of 16 kilometers from either side of the canal. Destiny, quick clip break. Well, if it's Quinn 69.
Faster. People melt up. People, go. Spam. Literally spam. Spam. Chat. Spam people meltdown. 10 seconds. Go. What the shit? Wait, is it bugged?
Cute. The British and the French would then argue that Egypt's control of such an important route was too tenuous, and that it needed to be placed under Anglo-French management. David Ben-Gurion did not trust the British in view of their treaty with Jordan, and he was not initially in favor of the plan, since it would make Israel alone look like the aggressor. However, he soon agreed to it, since such a good opportunity to strike back at Egypt might never again prevent itself. So under the Protocol of Sèvres, the following was agreed to. Sneaky. Okay. The Protocol of Sèvres. Was agreed to by, it would have been Israel, France, and Britain. And the UK, I guess I should say. On October 29th, Israel would invade the Sinai. On October 30th, Anglo-French ultimatum to demand both sides withdraw from Canal Zone. On October 31st, Britain and France would begin revise, which I'm guessing would take the Suez Canal under international control or something. Stockwell offered up Operation Musketeer, which was to begin with a 2-day air campaign which would see the British gain air superiority in place of Port Said. Musketeer called for the capture of Alexandria, which was the second largest city in Egypt, west of Cairo, right? Where is it? Here. Once that city had been taken in assault from the sea, British armored divisions would engage in a decisive battle of annihilation, somewhere south of Alexandria and north of Cairo. Annihilation is a military strategy in which an attacking army seeks to entirely destroy the military capacity of the opposing army. Musketeer would require thousands of troops, leading the British to seek out France as an ally to destroy the 300,000 strong Egyptian army. In his planned battle of annihilation, Stockwell estimated that he needed 80,000 troops, while at most the British army could spare was 50,000 troops. The French could supply the necessary 30,000 troops to make up the shortfall. One French officer recalled that Stockwell was, extremely excitable, gesticulating, keeping no part of him still, his hands, his feet, and even his head and shoulders perpetually on the go. He starts off by sweeping objects off the table with a swish of his swagger cane, or in his room by using it to make golf strokes with the flower vases and ashtrays. Those are the good moments. You will see him pass in an instant from the most cheerfully expressed optimism to a dejection that amounts to nervous depression. He is a cyclothymic? Was he a BPD boy? By turns courteous and brutal, refined and coarse, headstrong in some circumstances, hesitant and indecisive in others. He disconcerts by his unpredictable responses and the contradictions of which he is made up. One only of his qualities remains constant, his courage under fire. By contrast, the majority of the officers of the task force, both French and British, admired André Beaufort as an elegant yet tough general. Okay, I don't need all of this information. JJ McCullough uploaded a video on this conflict 2 minutes ago. Wait, really? Why the world is obsessed with Palestine. Maybe we'll watch it later. The American CIA was taking high-altitude photos of the Allied activities, and more details came from human sources in London, Paris, and Tel Aviv. CIA Chief Alan Dulles said that intelligence was well alerted as to what Israel and then Britain and France were likely to do. In fact, U.S. intelligence had kept the government informed. Okay, I don't know if I need anything else. I don't really need to know, like, every single... The Israeli border police militarized the Israeli-Jordan border, including the Green Line with the West Bank. During the first few hours of the war, Israeli Arab villages along the Jordanian border were placed under curfew. This resulted in the killings of 48 civilians in the Arab village of Kafr Qasim in an event known as the Kafr Qasim Massacre. The border policemen involved in the killings were later tried and imprisoned, with an Israeli court finding that the order to shoot civilians was blatantly illegal. This event had major effects on Israeli law relating to the ethics in war and more subtle effects on the legal status of Arab citizens in Israel, who at the time were regarded as a fifth column. probably good to just have this as a note. The Kafr Qasim massacre took place in Israeli Arab village of Kafr Qasim during the war, where Israel border police illegally killed Arab civilians returning from work during a curfew they were unaware of. 48 people died. Okay. Arab sources usually give the death toll as 49 as they include the unborn child of one of the women. The border policemen, men who were involved in the shooting, were trialed and jailed for 7 to 17 years. All of the sentences were later reduced, with some of those convicted receiving presidential pardons. Yikes. All sentences were later reduced, with some of the convicted receiving presidential pardons. Every convicted person was eventually released by 1959, November of 1959. Not a good look, Israel. Of those convicted, Gabriel Dahan was later placed in charge of Arab affairs by the city of Ramla. Yisakar Yiska Shadmi, the highest-ranking official prosecutor for the massacre, stated shortly before his death that he believed that his trial was staged to protect members of the Israeli political and military elite, including Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion, from taking responsibility for the massacre. The purpose was to portray the perpetrators as a group of rogue soldiers rather than people acting under higher orders. December of 2007, President of Israel Shimon Peres formally apologized for the massacre. In October of 2021, a joint list bill to have the massacre officially recognized was turned down in the Knesset. Okay. Early actions in southern Sinai. The IDF Chief of Staff, General Moshe Dayan, first planned to block the vital Mitla Pass. Dayan planned for the Battalion 890 of the Paratroop Brigade under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Raphael Eaton, a veteran of the 1948 Arab-Israeli War and future head of the IDF, to drop at Parker's Memorial near one of the defiles of the pass, Jebel Heaton? Maybe. The rest of the brigade, under the command of Colonel Ariel Sharon, would then advance to meet with the battalion and consolidate their holdings. On October 29th, Operation Kadesh, the invasion of the Sinai, began when an Israeli paratrooper battalion was airdropped into the Sinai Peninsula east of the Suez Canal near the Mitla Pass. In conjunction with the airdrop, 4 Israeli P-51 Mustangs, using their wings and propellers, cut all overhead telephone lines in the Sinai, severely disrupting Egyptian command and control. Due to a navigation error, the Israeli DC transports landed each 400 paratroopers 3 miles away from Parker's Memorial, their intended target. Eaton marched his men towards Jebel Heaton, where they dug in while receiving supplies of weapons dropped by French aircraft. Wait, what the fuck? Okay. At the same time, Colonel Sharon's 202nd Paratroop Brigade raced out towards the Mitla Pass. A major problem for Sharon was vehicle breakdown. Dayan's efforts to maintain strategic surprise bore fruit when the Egyptian commander, Field Marshal Abdel Hakim Amir, was at first treated the reports of an Israeli incursion into the Sinai as a large raid instead of an invasion, and as such, Amir did not order a general alert. By the time that Amir realized his mistake, the Israelis had made significant advances into the Sinai. It's pronounced Haitan? Okay. Early actions along the Gulf of Aqaba. Battle of bullshit. Air operations. I'm looking for more like if there's like significant like massacres or civilian deaths or. Colonel Sharon is the same guy who became the PM of Israel. You watched him on the Vox video. Oh, okay. It's pronounced Aqaba. Aqaba. The Egyptian Navy dispatched Ibrahim El Awal, an ex-British Hunt-class destroyer, to Haifa with the aim of shelling that city's coastal oil installations. Wait. Was Haifa under Lebanon control at the time, or? I thought Haifa belonged to Israel at this point. Oh, I'm sorry, the Egyptian Navy. I'm reading British Navy. I don't know why I thought that. Never mind. Oh, because it says ex-British Hunt-class destroyer. My bad. Wow, hi. Ancient city's coastal oil installations. On the 31st of October, Ibrahim El Awal began bombarding the city. The French destroyer Crescent, which was guarding Haifa port as part of Operation Musketeer, returned fire but failed to score any hits. Ibrahim El Awal. When are you doing this on stream? A good one. Disengaged into northwest. The Israeli destroyers INS Elit and INS Yafo and 2 Israeli Air Force Dassault Oregons then gave chase and caught up with the Egyptian warship and attacked it, damaging the destroyer's turbo generator, rudder, and anti-aircraft guns. Left without power and able to steal, Ibrahim El Awal surrendered to the Israeli destroyers. During the engagement, the Ibrahim El Awal's crew lost two killed and 8 wounded. The Egyptian destroyer was subsequently incorporated into the Israeli Navy and renamed INS Haifa. Yikes. On the night of 31st of October in the Northern Red Sea, the British light cruiser, blah, 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 challenged and engaged the Egyptian frigate Damiet, reducing it to a burning hulk in a brief battle. Okay, do I need... The city of Rafah was strategically important to Israel because control of that city would sever the Gaza Strip from the Sinai and provide a way to the main centers of the northern Sinai, Al-Arish and Al-Qantara. Holding the forts outside of Rafah were a mixture of Egyptian and Palestinian forces in the 5th Infantry Brigade commanded by Brigadier General Jafar al-Abd. Rafah is this city right here, bordering Egypt and the Gaza Strip. In Rafah itself, the 87th Palestinian Infantry Brigade was assigned to capture Rafah were 1st Infantry Brigade, led by Colonel Benjamin Givley, and the 27th Armor Brigade, commanded by Colonel Haim Barlev of the IDF. How far are you liking Israeli history so far? Or how are you liking it so far? You know, it's meh. To the south of Rafah were a series of mine-filled sand dunes, and to the north were a series of fortified hills. Dayan ordered the IDF forces to seize Crossroads 12 in the central Rafah area, to focus on breaking through rather than reducing every Egyptian strongpoint. The IDF assault began with Israeli sappers and engineers. Sappers. Putting up a sapper. Okay, or dispenser? What do they say? Fuck, I feel like I heard about this. Were sappers in TF2? Am I making this up? Clearing a path at night, the minefields surrounded Rafah. French warships led by the cruiser Georges Legues provided fire support. Oh, sapper is the spy thing. Through Dayan had a low opinion of the French gunnery. Though Dayan, I think this is a typo, had a low opinion of the French gunnery, complaining that the French only struck the Egyptian reserves. Modern Republic in 1999. I have to go. In case you want to know, Destiny, Ike forced the UK to end the crisis by threatening to destroy the value of the British pound, which was struggling at the time. Cool story, bro. Okay, I don't think I need to know all of this. You ever considered reacting to Caterino's funny compilations? No, I have not. Okay. Total casualties. British, 22 dead, 96 wounded, French, 10 dead, 33 wounded. Israel, 172 dead, 817 wounded. Egypt. What's that?
Cass and soju.
What?
Cass and soju.
Cass and soju?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Wait, I love you, and I appreciate you, but I don't think I can drink while I'm on this medication. I'm like really sensitive to alcohol. Well, I mean, it lasts for like 14 hours, I think. I took it, or it lasts for like 12 hours, but I took it at like 11. But alcohol, when I mix them, it fucks with my sleep super, super, super hard. But I appreciate it. I love you though. Melina might want some. The number of Egyptians killed was never really established. Egyptian casualties to the Israeli invasion were estimated at 1,000 to 3,000 dead and 4,000 wounded. 1,000 through... Drinking on stimulants is fun. It's fun to drink on stimulants, I agree, but it fucks with my sleep way too hard. Unless I've got somebody I'm like... trying to fuck. I don't give a fuck. Okay, well, 4,000 wounded. Okay. While losses to the Anglo-French operation were estimated at 650 dead and 900 wounded. 1,000 civilian Egyptians are estimated to have died. 1,000 Egyptian civilians estimated dead. Wait. Anglo-French operation were estimated at 650 dead and 900 wounded. I don't understand what this means. Is Anglo and French different than British and French? Or are they talking about like on the combined operation they lost 650 people? Oh, no. This is losses to... I understand. Casualties to the Israeli invasion and losses to the Anglo-French operation. Never mind, I understand. So we'll say the overall was like 1,500, 1,500 dead, and then like probably like 4,900 wounded. Okay. End of hostilities. Anti-war protests in Britain. Although the public believed the British government's justifications of the invasion as a separation of Israeli and Egyptian forces, protests against the war occurred in Britain after it began. On the popular television talk show Free Speech, an especially bitter debate took place on the 31st of October with the leftist historian A.J.P. Taylor and the Labour journalist and future party leader Michael Foot calling their colleague on Free Speech, the Conservative MP Robert Boothby, a criminal for supporting the war. One television critic spoke of free speech during the war that the team seemed to not only be on the verge of, but actually losing their tempers. Boothby boomed. Foot fumed and Taylor trephined with apparent real malice. The angry, passionate, much-watched debates about the Suez War on free speech mirrored the divided public response to the war. The British government pressured the BBC to support the war and seriously considered taking over the network. Eden's major mistake had been not to strike in July 1956, when there was widespread anger at Nasser's nationalization of the Suez Canal Company, as by the fall of 1956 public anger had subsided, with many people in Britain having come to accept the fait accompli. Many words in the English vocabulary are French origin. Why the fuck would you do this? Okay. And saw no reason for war. This was especially the case as Eden's claims that the Egyptians would hopelessly mismanage the canal had proven groundless, and that by September of 1956 it was clear that the change of management had not affected shipping. Even more importantly, Eden's obsession with secrecy and his desire to keep the preparations for war as secret as possible meant the Eden government did nothing in the months running up to the attack to explain to the British people why it was felt that war was necessary. Many of the reservists who were called up for their national service in the summer and fall of 1956 recalled feeling bewildered and confused as the Eden government started preparing to attack Egypt, while at the same time Eden insisted in public that he wanted a peaceful resolution of the dispute and was opposed to attacking Egypt. The British author David Price Jones recalled that as a young officer that the ultimatum was submitted to Egypt and he had to explain to his troops why war with Egypt was necessary without believing a word that he was saying. Only one British soldier, however, refused to fight. H3 name dropped you when Pokey was there today. Are you sure this wasn't yesterday and you're not clipping some old shit? This was streamed 1 day ago. Good one. Did. Gateskill was much offended that Eden had kept him in the dark about the planning for action against Egypt and felt personally insulted that Eden had just assumed that he would support the war without consulting him first. Gateskill was the labor opposition leader, right? Leader of the Labor Party, yes. Okay. Destiny, rewatch. We already watched this. It's not even about me much. I don't think, right? Felt personally assaulted Egypt. On 31st of October, he cited in Parliament the fact that despite Eden's claim that the British government had consulted closely with the Commonwealth, no other member nation did, and the Security Council, not even Australia, had supported the British action. He called the invasion an act of disastrous folly whose tragic consequences we shall regret for years. Yes, all of us will regret it because it will have done irreparable harm to the prestige and reputation of our country. We shall feel bound by every constitutional means at our disposal to oppose it. The stormy and violent debates in the House of Commons almost degenerated into fistfights after several Labour MPs compared Eden to Hitler. Yet the Prime Minister insisted, "We are not at war with Egypt now. There has not been a declaration of war by us. We are in an armed conflict." The British historian A.N. Wilson wrote that the letters to the Times caught the mood of the country with great majority opposing military intervention. The journalist Malcolm Muggeridge and the actor Robert Spikett wrote in the public. Okay, all right. The Suez Crisis played a key role in the reconciliation. Blah, 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 blah. Do I care about any of this? 37% of the British people supported the war, while 44% were opposed. The Observer newspaper and a leader editorial attacked the Eden government for its folly and crookedness. Destiny, how are you going to do all this research on Israel and Palestine and then not debate Shapiro on it? I don't know. Maybe I will. Not sure. We'll see if it comes up or not. Rage Pope. What happened in 1888 to 1929 that would make him pro-Palestinian? In 1090, he just, like, everybody's gonna be mad no matter where I start. Rage Pope is, like, super fucking, like, you know, half cock bent on starting in 1888. If I start in the 80s, people are gonna say I need to read back further to find, like roots of Zionism or whatever. The reality is, I started where I started. I might go back earlier after I finish, like, getting to modern day, but, like, everybody's gonna complain about starting at some fucking certain area. Rage Pope is just, like, autistically, like, bent on the 1888 as being. You could start from the beginning mind waves. When you say beginning mind waves, do you want me to start at the very beginning, like where there are no humans living there at all? Or do you want me to go back to the beginning where Jewish people were there before Arabs had ever set foot on the fucking land? Or what part mind waves do you want me to go back to the beginning for? Let me know. Fucking retard. Okay. Start with the Big Bang. True. I wanted to stand for the... Okay, do we care about this? No, we don't. Domestic support for Eden. Don't care about this that much. Tell me, like, how did this resolve? International reaction. Response by... It's probably decent to keep track of. The operation aimed at taking control of the Suez Canal. Hold on, I just want to ask one quick question, okay? Has Destiny been taking a slightly warmer approach to the Palestinian cause? I'm a Palestinian DGGer who stopped watching the last few weeks, felt disappointed. Chatter 33. Can you tell me what your ethnic tie is to Palestine? When you say you were a Palestinian, can you tell me what you mean by that? I'll wait for you to type it in chat. I'm just curious. Account was created 2 minutes ago, Destiny. Oh, okay. He's using Starlink in Gaza right now, so he's lagging a bit with the response based. Can we get 23andMe flares for chat so you can know the ethnic background of all chatters? Latina Titties, thank you for subbing so much, but I'm a booty guy, so let me know when your sister Latina Booty subscribes. I'm currently living in a refugee camp in Lebanon, where I was born. Okay, good for you. You're committed to the cause, my friend. Allah Akbar. I will say, though, being in Lebanon, it is quite interesting that your IP address resolves to New Jersey. It could be that Lebanon has camps out there? Or maybe you're on a VPN that connects through New Jersey instead of someplace in Europe, but... Huh. Okay. They've started the global jihad? True. Well. Destiny, that's a cable company. New Jersey is a cable company in Lebanon? Okay. Please click yarn. Why? Stop telling me. Lebanon, New Jersey. Shut up. Okay. The operation aimed to take control of the Suez Canal, Gaza, and parts of the Sinai was highly successful for the invaders from a military point of view, but was a disaster from a political point of view, resulting in international criticism and diplomatic pressure. Along with the Suez Crisis, the United States was also dealing with the near-simultaneous Hungarian Revolution. Vice President Richard Nixon later explained, "We couldn't on one hand complain about the Soviets intervening in Hungary and on the other hand approve of the British and French picking that particular time to intervene against Nasser." Beyond that was Eisenhower's belief that if the United States were seen to acquiesce in the attack on Egypt, that the resulting backlash in the Arab world might win the Arabs over to the Soviet Union. Despite having no commercial or military interest in the area, many countries were concerned with the growing rift between Western allied nations. The Swedish ambassador at the court of St. James, Gunnar Haglof, wrote in a letter to the anti-war conservative MP Edward Boyle, why do I care about what anybody in Sweden says ever? When Israel refused to withdraw its troops from the Gaza Strip and Sharm el-Sheikh, Eisenhower declared, "We must not allow Europe to go flat on its back for the want of oil." He sought UN-backed efforts to impose economic sanctions on Israel until it fully withdrew from Egyptian territory. Senate Majority Leader Lyndon B. Johnson and Minority Leader William Noland objected to American pressure on Israel. Johnson told the Secretary of State John Foster Dulles, oh, is Sweden influential at the time in terms of policy? Really? Fuck Sweden. That he wanted to oppose with all its skill any attempt to apply sanctions on Israel. Dulles rebuffed Johnson's request and informed Eisenhower of the objections made by the Senate. Eisenhower was insistent on applying economic sanctions to the extent of cutting off private American assistance to Israel, which was estimated to be over $100 million a year. Ultimately, the Democratic Party-controlled Senate would not cooperate with Eisenhower's position on Israel. Eisenhower finally told Congress that he would take the issue to the American people, saying America has either one voice or none, and that voice is the voice of the president, whether everybody agrees with him or not. Damn. The president spoke to the nation by radio and television, where he outlined Israel's refusal to withdraw, explaining his belief that the UN had no choice but to exert pressure upon Israel. Let's see. Eisenhower is very upset with Israel, Britain, France, because the U.S. could not reasonably oppose Soviet actions in Hungary while remaining silent on plans to seize territory from Egypt. Remain silent on European plans to seize territory from Egypt. The attack on Egypt greatly offended many in the Islamic world. In Pakistan, 300,000 people showed up in a rally in Lahore to show solidarity with Egypt, while in Karachi, a mob chanting anti-British slogans burned down the British High Commission. Are these cities in Pakistan? Second largest city in Pakistan. Oh, Jesus. I don't know these. These like borders at all. Okay. Lahore. Okay, that's way the fuck over there. Gotcha. In Syria, the government blew up the Kirkuk-Banias pipeline that allowed Iraqi oil to reach tankers in the Mediterranean, to punish Iraq for supporting the invasion, and to cut Britain off from one of its main routes for taking delivery of Iraqi oil. King Saud of Saudi Arabia imposed a total oil embargo on Britain and France. Damn, these guys fucked up hard. 300,000 protesters in Pakistan chanting anti-British slogans. Protests in Syria. Oh, actually, not even protests. That was the government. Syrian government blew up the Kirkuk-Banias pipeline to punish Iraq and Britain. Saudi Arabia imposed a total oil embargo on Britain and France. The only pack I stan is my own. Based. Wait, hold on. Give me 1 sec. Hold on. Ooh. I'm on my knees asking for this unban. Mashallah, I got accidentally permit on the 18th and I still haven't been unbanned after submitting the form. I need to return to the front lines. I'm coming for you, Forethought. I'm coming to your house. What did you get banned for? Forethought, where are you? Put me out of my misery. Why are you... Okay, you're unbanned, I guess. Shit. RTB is gonna get mad at me for that. On the 30th of October, the Security Council held a meeting at the... When they say... If you're ever referring to the Security Council in capital letters like this, you're always referring to the UN Security Council, right? There wasn't like a US Security Council or some other security... Right? That's... On October 30th, the Security Council held a meeting at the request of the United States when it submitted a draft... At this point, was the USSR part of the like UN Security Council, or... Yes. I don't know where I would find... At the UN's founding in 1945, the five permanent members of the Security Council were the Republic of China, the Provisional Government of the French Republic, the Soviet Union, the United Kingdom, and the United States. Gotcha. Oh, UN General Assembly Resolution 997. The Security Council submitted a draft. The U.S. submitted a draft resolution calling upon Israel immediately to withdraw its armed forces behind the established armistice lines. It was not adopted because of the British and French vetoes. A similar draft resolution sponsored by the Soviet Union was also rejected. On the 31st of October, also as planned, France and the UK launched an air attack against targets in Egypt, which was followed shortly by a landing of the troops at the northern end of the Canal Zone later that day. Considering the grave situation created by the actions against Egypt and with lack of unanimity, Jesus, among the permanent members, preventing it from exercising its primary responsibility to maintain international peace and security, the Security Council passed Resolution 119, decided to call an emergency special session of the General Assembly for the first time, as provided in the 1950 Uniting for Peace resolution, in order to make appropriate recommendations to end the fighting. The emergency special session was convened on the 1st of November, the same day Nasser requested diplomatic assistance from the U.S. without requesting the same from the Soviet Union. Why did he ask us instead of the Soviet Union when he was buying weapons from them and sucking their dick? The fuck? He was at first skeptical of the efficacy of U.S. diplomatic efforts at the UN, but later gave full credit to Eisenhower's role in stopping the war. In the early hours of the 2nd of November, the General Assembly adopted the United States proposal for Resolution 997. The vote was 64 in favor and 5 opposed. Australia, New Zealand, Britain, France, and Israel. Losers. With 6 abstentions. It called for an immediate ceasefire. The U.S. calls for Security Council and UN meetings/resolutions. Resolution 997. Call for an immediate ceasefire and withdrawal of all forces behind the armistice lines, an arms embargo, and the reopening of the Suez Canal, which was currently blocked. Passes with a vote of 64 to 5. Way off topic, but did you see the Cone Carnage game? No, I'm still waiting for I'm still waiting for Reynad's game. Wait, where is Reynad's game? Is there like any progress or... What was it called again? The Bazaar? Our first look at gameplay in the Bazaar.
It's Reynad back for another update video of the Bazaar.
2 years ago. It's coming. Look, last update 10 months ago.
What's up, guys, and welcome to another update
Man, that hair is growing a lot.
video for the Bazaar.
How much money did they raise altogether for this game?
We're gonna take the time to make the game the best that it can be. Let's close this out with a little Q&A. How will you handle the Indiegogo pre-orders and Tempo Republic backers?
Indiegogo, the Bazaar, Reynad. Oh, there wasn't that much money raised. $115,000? Or I mean, like, I guess, like, I thought it could have been, listen, bro. Isn't Star Citizen almost at, is Star Citizen almost at $1 billion raised? $600 million? The Secretary General was requested to observe and report promptly on compliance to both the Security Council and General Assembly for further action as deemed appropriate in accordance with the UN Charter. Over the next several days, the Emergency Special Session consequently adopted a series of enabling resolutions which established the first United Nations Emergency Force. Jibsbox, $5. How's working out going? It's going great. I'm twink maxing right now. By not eating ever. On the 7th of November, by Resolution 1001, this proposal of the emergency force and the resulting ceasefire was made possible primarily through the efforts of Lester B. Pearson, the Secretary of External Affairs of Canada, and Dag Hammarskjöld, the Secretary General of the United Nations. Christ. Britain and France agreed to withdraw from Egypt within a week. Israel did not. Destiny, real quick, which proposal do you think the Palestinians should have accepted? Was it the Balfour Declaration? No, it was, I think it was the UN provision from 1947. I don't remember what the name of it was, but it was it was the 1947 one. The role of Nehru, both as Indian Prime Minister and leader of the non-aligned movement, was significant. The Indian historian Inder Malhotra wrote that now Nehru, who had tried to be even-handed between the two sides, denounced Eden, the partition plan, denounced Eden and co-sponsors of the aggression vigorously. He had a powerful, if relatively silent ally in the U.S. President Dwight Eisenhower, who went to the extent of using America's clout in the IMF to make Eden and Molay behave. The Indian historian Inder Malhotra wrote about Nehru's role that, so the Suez War ended in Britain's humiliation, Eden lost his job, Nehru achieved his objective of protecting Egypt's sovereignty and Nasser's honor. Disapproval of UN resolution in West Germany. A rare example of support for the Anglo-French actions against Egypt came from West Germany. Though his cabinet was divided, West Germany's Chancellor Konrad Adenauer was furious with the United States for its chumminess with the Russians, as Adenauer called the U.S. refusal to intervene in Hungary and voting with the Soviet Union at the UN Security Council. Adenauer told his cabinet on the 7th of November that Nasser was a pro-Soviet force that needed to cut down to size, and in his view, the attack on Egypt was completely justified. What appalled Adenauer about the crisis was the United States had come against the attack on Egypt and voted with the Soviet Union at Security Council against Britain and France, which led Adenauer to fear that the US and Soviet Union would carve up the world according to their own interests with no thought for the interests of the European states. Sam Hyde emote needs to live on, otherwise I'll make sure to edit some of the Wikipedia pages to get you to misspeak. Okay. Adenauer was especially worried by the fact that the American embassy in Bonn would not provide a clear answer as to what the American policy in response to the Bulgarian letter. What the fuck is Bonn? Are these real cities? Is a federal city in the German state of North Rhine-Westphalia. Okay, that exists. Adnir maintained that his cabinet that the French had every right to invade Egypt because of Nasser's support for the FLN in Algeria, but the British were partly to blame because they inexplicably shut down their Suez Canal base in 1954. It was the capital of West Germany. Lame. Subsequently, the traditionally Francophile Adenauer drew closer to Paris. On the 5th and 6th of November, he refused to cancel a planned visit to Paris and his summit with Mollet was clearly meant to be seen as a gesture of moral support. Comments regarding opening the ceremony. Okay, well, international reactions. So we can have this here. West Germany was furious with the US and supported France and Britain. It's Adnor. Adnor? Why would Palestine accept 1947 if it allocated 56% of land to Jews, even though Palestinians had twice the population? Because at that point, Palestinians had zero land. And having an official border drawn on a map that like international communities, including the UN, would recognize, probably be pretty nice. The Palestinian people gambled. They thought that if they agreed to nothing, they could kick all the Jewish people out. And clearly that gamble fucking failed. So, I mean, what do you want to say? What do you want me to say? It's awe spoken like shout, ow. Oh, Adnor? Or Adnar? Adnar? Rage Pope. Technically they had 100% of the land until Britain took it away from them. Oh, Rage Pope. What was the name of their country again? Sorry, I missed that. I missed it in my studying, Rage Pope. Can you tell me what it was? It's Adenar. Destiny. Greater Syria. Okay, that's what I thought. Was it the actual Palestinians who refused, or just the Arab nations leading their cause? I think it was the entire Arab League refused. Yeah. Israeli response to the crisis' aftermath. Okay, let's see. On the 7th of November, David Ben-Gurion addressed the Knesset and declared a great victory, saying that the 1949 armistice agreement with Egypt was dead and buried, and that the armistice lines were no longer valid and could not be restored. Under no circumstances would Israel agree to the stationing of UN forces on its territory or in any area it occupied. He also made an oblique reference to his intention to annex the Sinai Peninsula. Isaac Alteris writes that Ben-Gurion was carried away by the resounding victory against Egypt, and while a statesman well known for his sober realism, he took flight in dreams of grandeur. The speech marked the beginning of a 4-month-long diplomatic struggle, culminating in withdrawal from all territory under conditions far less palatable than those envisioned in the speech, but with conditions for sea access to Eilat and a UNEF presence on Egyptian soil. The speech immediately drew increased international pressure on Israel to withdraw. That day in New York, the emergency session passed Resolution 1002, or 1002, or 1002, again calling for the immediate withdrawal of Israeli troops to behind the armistice lines and for the immediate withdrawal of British and French troops from Egyptian territory. After a long Israeli cabinet meeting late on the 8th of November, Ben-Gurion informed Eisenhower that Israel declared its willingness to accept withdrawal of Israeli forces from Sinai when satisfactory arrangements are made with the international force that is about to enter the Canal Zone. Israel originally wanted to maintain indefinite, control over the Sinai, but was eventually forced without due to international pressure led heavily by Eisenhower, we say? Eisenhower. Soviet saber rattling. Although the Soviet Union's position in the crisis was as helpless as was the United States regarding Hungary's uprising, Premier Nikolai Bulganin threatened to intervene on the Egyptian side and to launch rocket attacks at Britain, France, and Israel. Bulganin accused Ben-Gurion of supporting European colonialism and Mollet of hypocrisy for leading a socialist government while pursuing a right-wing foreign policy. He did, however, concede in his letter to Eden that Britain had legitimate interests in Egypt. The Soviet threat to send troops to Egypt to fight the Allies led Eisenhower to fear that this might be the beginning of World War III. One of Eisenhower's aides, Emmett Hughes, recalled that the reaction at the White House to the Bulganin letters was somber, as there was fear that this was the beginning to the countdown to World War III. A war that if it occurred, would kill hundreds of millions of people. In private, Eisenhower told Undersecretary of State Herbert Hoover Jr. of his fears that the Soviet Union might be ready to undertake any wild adventure. They are as scared and furious as Hitler was in his last days. There's nothing more dangerous than a dictatorship in that frame of mind. The Soviet Union did not go to war with NATO allies Britain and France, and the United States would be unable to remain, or did go to war with NATO allies Britain and France, and the U.S. would not be able to remain neutral, because the United States' obligations under NATO would come into effect, requiring them to go to war with the Soviet Union in defense of Britain and France. Likewise, if the Soviet Union attacked Israel, though there was no formal American commitment to defend Israel, the Eisenhower administration would come under heavy domestic pressure to intervene. From Eisenhower's viewpoint, it was better to end the war against Egypt rather than run the risk of this escalating into the Third World War, in case Khrushchev was serious about going to war in defense of Egypt, as he insisted was as serious as he insisted he was. Wait, Khrushchev is cited here. Oh. What is the difference between the premier and the... So what, is Khrushchev the president and Nikolai Bulganin was the premier? What the fuck is the difference between these positions in... Oh, they just called them leader. Premier is prime minister. First secretary of the Communist Party from 53 to 64. Is premier just leader of a party? It's the premier of the Soviet Union from 55 to 58. Premier isn't the guy in charge. Khrushchev was... Yeah, I'm pretty sure Khrushchev was the big boy leader. I'm just not sure what the... I don't know what the premier's job is. Premier of the Soviet Union was the head of government of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. 12 individuals held the post. Oh, wait. What the fuck? Okay, first secretary. The general secretary of the Communist Party was the leader of the Communist Party of the Socialist of the of the Soviet Union. I'm so confused. What's the difference between first secretary of the Communist Party and premier? The head of the party was more powerful than the head of government. Okay. Okay. Eisenhower's reaction to these threats from the Soviet Union was, if those fellows start something, we may have to hit them, and if necessary, with everything in the bucket. Eisenhower immediately ordered Lockheed U-2 flights over Syria and Israel to search for any Soviet air forces on Syrian bases so the British and French could destroy them. He told Hoover and CIA Director Alan Dulles, if the Soviets attacked the French and British directly, we would be in a war and we would be justified in taking military action even if Congress were not in session. The Americans excluded Israel from the guarantee against Soviet attack, however, alarming the Israeli government. The U-2 showed that Soviet aircraft were not in Syria despite the threats. Khrushchev often claimed to possess a vast arsenal of nuclear-tipped ICBMs, and while disclaiming any intention of starting a war, maintained that he would be more than happy to turn a conventional war into a nuclear one if war did come. U-2 flights over the Soviet Union, which were intended to discover if the country really did have the nuclear arsenal that it claimed to have, only started in 1956, and it was not until February 1959 that it firmly established that Khrushchev had vastly exaggerated his nuclear strength. Loser. In fact, the supposedly huge Soviet arsenal of ICBMs with which Khrushchev would wipe out the cities of Britain, France, Israel, and if necessary the United States, consisted only of 4 Semyorka missiles stationed at a swamp south of Arkhangelsk. From the viewpoint of Eisenhower in 1956, he had no way of knowing for certain whether Khrushchev's nuclear braggadocio was for real or not. Earlier in 1956, Dulles had warned Eisenhower that Khrushchev was the most dangerous person to lead the Soviet Union since the October Revolution, as Khrushchev was not a coldly calculating person, but rather one who reacted emotionally. He was obviously intoxicated much of the time and could be expected to commit irrational acts. Bro, how many of these leaders and politicians shit are like on drugs or fucking what the fuck? Khrushchev later admitted in his memoirs that he was not seriously thinking of going to war in November of 1956, as he claimed at the time, as he lacked the necessary ICBMs to make good his threats. Financial pressures. The U.S. put financial pressure on the UK to end the invasion because the Bank of England had lost $45 million between the 30th of October and the 2nd of November, and Britain's oil supply had been restricted by the closing of the Suez Canal. The British sought immediate assistance from the IMF, but it was denied by the United States. Eisenhower, in fact, ordered his Secretary of Treasury, George M. Humphrey, to prepare to sell part of the U.S. government's sterling bond holdings. The UK government considered invading Kuwait and Qatar if oil sanctions were put in place by the U.S. Britain's Chancellor of the Exchequer, your Treasury person, Harold Macmillan, advised his Prime Minister Anthony Eden that the U.S. was fully prepared to carry out this threat. He also warned his prime minister that Britain's foreign exchange reserves simply could not sustain the devaluation of the pound that would come after the US's actions, and within weeks of such a move, the country would be unable to import the food and energy supplies needed to sustain the population on the islands. However, there were suspicions in the cabinet that Macmillan had deliberately overstated the financial situation in order to force Eden out. What Treasury officials had told Macmillan was far less serious than what he had told the cabinet. In concert with U.S. action, Saudi Arabia started an oil embargo against Britain and France. The U.S. refused to fill the gap until Britain and France agreed to a rapid withdrawal. Other NATO members refused to sell oil they received from Arab nations to Britain or France. Nice. Good work, U.S. Ceasefire on the 6th of November. November 6th. Dexel. I see the USSR began a boycott of the UN and didn't use their veto for some time. Gotcha. Okay. November 6th. It's 1956, I imagine, right? British announced a ceasefire. Warning neither France nor Israel beforehand. Troops were still in Port Said and on operational maneuvers when the order came from London. Port Said had been overrun, and the military assessment was that the Suez Canal could have been completely taken within 24 hours. Eisenhower initially agreed to meet with Eden and Mole to resolve the differences, but then canceled the proposed meeting after Secretary of State Dulles advised him it risked inflaming the Middle Eastern situation further. Eisenhower was not in favor of an immediate withdrawal of British, French, and Israeli troops until the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, Henry Cabot Lodge, Jr. pushed for it. Until the U.S. ambassador was not in favor of immediate withdrawal. Okay. Eden's predecessor, Sir Winston Churchill, commented on the 22nd of November, "I cannot understand why our troops were halted. To go so far and not go on was madness." Churchill further added that while he might not have dared to begin the military operation, nevertheless, once having ordered it, he would certainly not have dared to stop it before it had achieved its objective. Without further guarantee, the Anglo-French task force had to finish withdrawing by the 22nd of December 1956 to be replaced by Danish and Colombian units of the UNEF. The Israelis refused to host any UN force on Israeli-controlled territory and withdrew from the Sinai and Gaza in March of 1957. Before the withdrawal of Israeli forces systematically destroyed infrastructure in the Sinai Peninsula, such as roads, railways, and telephone lines, and all houses in the villages of Abu Agila and El Qasima. Before the railways were destroyed, Israeli troops confiscated Egyptian National Railways equipment, including 6 locomotives and a 30-ton breakdown crane for use by Israel Railways. The UNEF was formed by forces from countries that were not part of the major alliances, NATO and the Warsaw Pact, though Canadian Armed Forces troops participated in later years, since Canada had spearheaded the idea of a neutral force. By the 24th of April 1957, the canal was fully reopened to shipping. Anglo-French task force was fully withdrawn by the 22nd of by December 22nd, 1956. Israeli forces were fully withdrawn from the Sinai and Gaza in March of 1957 after destroying and sealing Egyptian infrastructure and villages on the way out. Aftermath. Egyptian sovereignty and ownership of the canal had been confirmed by the United States and the United Nations. In retirement, Anthony Eden, the British Prime Minister at the time, maintained that the military response had prevented a much larger war in the Middle East. In the context of the massive armament of Egypt via Czechoslovakia, Israel had been expecting an Egyptian invasion in either March or April of 1957, as well as a Soviet invasion of Syria. The crisis may also have hastened decolonization, as many of the remaining British and French colonies gained independence over the next few years. Some argued that the imposed ending of the crisis led to over-hasty decolonization in Africa, increasing the chance of civil wars and military dictatorships in newly independent countries. The fight over the canal also laid the groundwork for the Six-Day War. The fight over the canal also laid the groundwork for the Six-Day War in 1967 due to the lack of a peace settlement following the 56 War and rising tensions between Egypt and Israel. Additionally, the Soviet Union was able to avoid most repercussions from its concurrent violent suppression of the rebellion in Hungary, and were able to present an image at the UN as a defender of small powers against imperialism. Cute. As a direct result of the crisis, and in order to prevent further Soviet expansion in the region, Eisenhower asked the Congress on January of 1957 for authorization to use military force if requested by any Middle Eastern nation to check aggression. And secondly, to set aside $200 million to help Middle Eastern countries that desired aid from the United States. Congress granted both requests, and this policy became known as the Eisenhower Doctrine. Eisenhower seems like kind of a base dude. He seems like a cool guy. $200 million to help Middle Eastern countries that desired aid from the U.S. The Soviet Union made major gains with regards to influence in the Middle East, as American historian John Lewis Gaddis wrote, when the British French-Israeli invasion forced them to choose, Eisenhower and Dulles came down with instant decisiveness on the side of the Egyptians. They preferred alignment with Arab nationalism, even if it meant alienating pro-Israeli constituencies on the eve of a presidential election in the United States, even if it meant throwing the NATO alliance into its most divisive crisis yet, even if it meant risking whatever was left of the Anglo-American special relationship, even if it meant voting with the Soviet Union in the United Nations Security Council at a time when the Russians themselves were invading Hungary and crushing, far more brutally than anything that happened in Egypt, a rebellion against their own authority there. The fact that the Eisenhower administration itself applied crushing economic pressure to the British and French to disengage from Suez, and that it subsequently forced an Israeli pullback from the Sinai as well, All of this, one might thought, would won the United States the lasting gratitude of Nasser, the Egyptians, and the Arab world. Instead, the Americans lost influence in the Middle East as a result of Suez, while the Russians gained it. Wait, why didn't Egypt like us more after this? Khrushchev's much publicized threat, expressed through letters written by Nikolai Bulganin, began to begin rocket attacks on the 5th of November on Britain, France, and Israel if they did not withdraw from Egypt, was widely believed at the time to have forced a ceasefire. Accordingly, it enhanced the prestige of the Soviet Union in Egypt. Accordingly, it enhanced the prestige of the Soviet Union in Egypt, the Arab world, and the Third World, who believed the USSR was prepared to launch a nuclear attack on Britain, France, and Israel for the sake of Egypt. Though Nasser in private admitted that it was American economic pressure that had saved him, it was Khrushchev, not Eisenhower, whom Nasser publicly thanked as Egypt's savior and special friend. They were also selling them a fuck ton of weapons too, so the relationship was probably good there as well. Callow, thanks for the $10. Okay. Our use of international influence to halt England, France, and Israel's aggression against Egypt in 1956 was a historic turning point. Previously, they had apparently thought that we were bluffing when we openly said that the Soviet Union possessed powerful rockets, but then they saw that we really had rockets and it had this effect. The Soviet Union was given all the credit due to nuclear saber rattling from Nasser, though it was almost assuredly U.S. Diplomatic and financial pressure that brought the conflict to a swift end. The conclusion that Khrushchev drew from the Suez Crisis, which he saw as his own personal triumph, was that the use of nuclear blackmail was a very effective tool for achieving Soviet foreign policy goals. Therefore, a long period of crises began, starting with the Berlin Crisis, beginning later in '58 and culminating in the Cuban Missile Crisis of '62. U.S. Secretary of State John Foster Dulles perceived a power vacuum in the Middle East, and he thought the U.S. should fill it. His policies, which ultimately led to the Eisenhower Doctrine, were based on the assumption that Nasser and other Arab leaders shared America's fear of the Soviet Union, which was emphatically not the case. In fact, Nasser never wanted Egypt to be aligned with one single superpower, and instead preferred the Americans and Soviets vying for his friendship. Which that was true at the start of this conflict, at the start of Nasser assuming power, right? Nasser saw the Eisenhower Doctrine as a heavy-handed... The Eisenhower Doctrine is basically the U.S. saying that it would give money and support to any Arab nation in the Middle East that wanted it, right? $200 million or something. A Middle Eastern country could request American economic assistance or aid from U.S. military force if it was being threatened by armed aggression. Eisenhower singled out the Soviet threat in his doctrine by authorizing the commitment of U.S. forces to secure and protect the territorial integrity and political independence of such nations, requesting such aid against overt armed aggression from any nation controlled by international communism. The phrase international communism made the doctrine much broader than simply responding to Soviet military action. A danger that could be linked to communists of any nation could conceivably invoke the doctrine. Gotcha. Destiny, but didn't you read just now that the U.S. decided to interview interfere only in response to USSR saber rattling, and he wanted to abstain before? No. It looked like Eisenhower, like that was maybe a contributing factor, that we were worried that the USSR was being crazy, but it seemed like the entire time Eisenhower was basically telling Britain and France to fuck off, that there wasn't a good reason to intervene here. Months had passed since Egypt was controlling the Suez Canal, and there was still shipments going through, and that, yeah, that this, I don't think Eisenhower at any point supported this. That doesn't seem to be the case. Okay, what are we looking for? Literally says the U.S. told Britain that they must exhaust every peaceful approach possible. Yeah. What was I looking for? And I just think, I don't know. And led him to ally Egypt with the Soviet Union as an effective counterweight. It was only with the quiet abandonment of the Eisenhower Doctrine and a National Security Council review in mid-1958 that Nasser started pulling away from the Soviet Union to resume his preferred role as an opportunist who tried to use both superpowers to his advantage, playing on their animosity. The American historian Arthur L. Herman says that the episode ruined the usefulness of the United Nations to support American ideals. Suez destroyed the United Nations. Hey, thank you. What's in the dumplings?
Pork beef.
Pork and beef. Crazy. Thank you. Wait, did you stream this?
No.
What the fuck? Did you take pictures of it?
Yeah.
Oh. Thanks.
Mel, you hungry? Yeah.
Suez destroyed the United Nations as well by handing it over to Dag Hammarskjöld and his feckless ilk. Eisenhower turned the organization from the stout voice of international law and order into, at best, a meaningless charade, at worst, a Machiavellian cesspool. Instead of teaching Nasser and his fellow dictators that breaking international law does not pay, Suez taught them that every transgression will be forgotten and forgiven, especially if oil is at stake. Suez destroyed the moral authority of the so-called world community. 50 years later, we're still living in the rubble. Wait, so what did Nasser actually do that was breaking international law? Oh, it was when he nationalized the Suez Canal. That was in contravention to the 1888... what was it called? Control F. 1888. Oh, hey Lex, thanks, buddy. The contravention of the Constantinople Convention of 1888, and it probably violated the armistice agreements as well. And he also cut off access to Israel. That's true as well. That's right. Okay. Thanks for the $20, Lex. I love you, buddy. Military thought. What is today? Oh, it's Saturday. The great military lesson that was reinforced by the Suez War was the extent that the desert favored highly fluid mobile operations, the power of aerial interdiction. French aircraft destroyed Egyptian forces threatening paratroopers at Raswa, and Israeli air power saved the IDF several days' worth of time. To operate in the open desert without air supremacy proved to be suicidal for the Egyptian forces in the Sinai. Big East, thanks for the $10. Lex wants more league. Okay. The Royal Marine helicopter assault at Port Said showed promise as a technique for transporting troops at a small landing zone. Strategic bombing proved ineffective. Revised Phase 2 failed to achieve its aim of breaking Egyptian morale, while at the same time, those civilian deaths that did occur helped to turn world opinion against the invasion and especially hurt support for the war in Britain. In West Germany, the Chancellor was shocked by the Soviet threat of nuclear strikes against Britain and France, and even more by the quiescent American response to the Soviet threat of nuclear annihilation against two of NATO's key members. Egypt, while the prompt withdrawal of UK and French troops later followed by Israeli troop withdrawal, Egypt kept control of the Suez Canal. After the fighting ended, the Egyptian Chief of Staff Abdel Hakim Amir accused Nasser of provoking an unnecessary war and then blaming the military for the result. The British historian D.R. Thorpe wrote that the outcome gave Nasser an inflated view of his own power, despite thinking he'd overcome the combined forces of the United Kingdom, France, and Israel, failing to attribute their withdrawal to pressure from the superpowers. Despite the Egyptian defeat, Nasser emerged a hero in the Arab world. American historian Derek Varble commented, although Egyptian forces fought with mediocre skill during the conflict, many Arabs saw Nasser as the conqueror of European colonialism and Zionism simply because Britain, France, and Israel left the Sinai and the Northern Canal Zone. The Greek-American historian P.J. Vatikiotis, described Nasser's speeches in 1956 and after as providing superficial explanations of Egypt's military collapse in Sinai, based on some extraordinary strategy, and that simplistic children's tales about the Egyptian Air Force's prowess in 56 were linked in the myth of orderly withdrawal from Sinai. All this was necessary to construct yet another myth, that of Port Said, inflating and magnifying odd and sporadic resistance into a Stalingrad-like tenacious defense. Port Said became the spirit of Egyptian independence and dignity. During the Nasser era, the fighting at Port Said became a symbol of Egyptian victory, linked to a global anti-colonial struggle. Of Nasser's post-Suez hubris, Thorpe wrote, "The Six-Day War against Israel in 67 was when reality kicked in, a war that would never have taken place if the Suez Crisis had had a different resolution." Of Tawfiq al-Hakim's writings about the 56 and 67 wars, Vatikiotis summarizes, "Were bluffing and histrionics in the nature of Nasser? It was bluffing that led to the crushing of Egypt in 67 because of the mass self-deception exercised by leaders and followers alike ever since the non-existent Stalingrad, which was Port Said in 1956. Huh. Okay. Let's see. Abolishing civil liberties. In October of 56, when the Suez Crisis erupted, Nasser brought in a set of sweeping regulations abolishing civil liberties and allowing the state to stage mass arrests without charge and strip away Egyptian citizenship from any group it desired. These measures were mostly directed against the Jews of Egypt. As part of its new policy, 1,000 Jews were arrested and 500 Jewish businesses were seized by the government. A statement branding the Jews as Zionists and enemies of the state was read out in the mosques of Cairo and Alexandria. Jewish bank accounts were confiscated, cha-ching, and many Jews lost their jobs. Lawyers, engineers, doctors, and teachers were not allowed to work in their professions. Thousands of Jews were ordered to leave the country. They were allowed to take only one suitcase and a small sum of cash and forced to sign declarations donating their property to the Egyptian government. Some 25,000 Jews, almost half the Jewish community, dipped mainly for Israel, Europe, the United States, and South America. By 57, the Jewish population of Egypt had fallen to 15,000. Bro, my organization here is literally non-existent. Let's see. Jews had their civil liberties infringed upon in Egypt following the war, resulting in some 25,000, almost half, of the Jewish population leaving Egypt. Wasn't Hassan trying to say that Jews were treated wonderfully in Muslim countries? Yeah, so did Karantos. I think by wonderfully they just mean like not holocausted. It's like, is there? Yeah. Political and psychological impact of the crisis had a fundamental impact on British politics. Anthony Eden was accused of misleading. I think we're almost done, okay? Misleading Parliament and resigned from office on the 9th of January 1957. Eden had been Prime Minister for less than 2 years when he resigned, and his unsuccessful handling of the Suez Crisis eclipsed the successes he had achieved In the previous 30 years as foreign secretary in 3 conservative governments. Eden's successor, Harold Macmillan, accelerated the process of decolonization and sought to restore Britain's special relationship with the U.S. He enjoyed a close friendship with Eisenhower, dating from the North African campaign in World War II, where General Eisenhower commanded Allied invasion forces and Macmillan provided political liaison with Winston Churchill. British foreign policy thinking turned away from acting as a great imperial power. During the 60s, there was much speculation that Prime Minister Harold Winston's continued refusal to send British troops to the Vietnam War, even as a token force, despite President Lyndon B. Johnson's persistent request, was partially due to Americans failing to support Britain during the Suez Crisis. Wow. Edward Heath was dismayed by the U.S. opposition to Britain during the Suez Crisis. As Prime Minister in October of 1973, he refused the U.S. permission to use any of the UK's air bases to resupply during the Yom Kippur War. Is it Kippur or Kipper? Kippur War, or to allow Americans to gather intelligence on British bases in Cyprus. Ass mad. The war led to the eviction of GCHQ, Governmental Communications Headquarters, from several of its best foreign signals intelligence collection sites, including the new Perker, Ceylon site, fake countries. Recent development at a cost of 2 million euros. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see. And then in France, Rissé Capin argues that Franco-American ties never recovered from the Suez Crisis. There are various reasons for this. Previously, there had already been strains in the Franco-American relationship triggered by what Paris considered U.S. betrayal of the French war effort in Indochina at Dien Bien Phu in 1954. Don't know anything about that. The incident demonstrated the weakness of the NATO alliance and its lack of planning and cooperation beyond the European stage. Mollet believed Eden should have delayed calling the cabinet together until the 7th of November, taking the whole canal in the meantime, and then veto with the French any UN resolutions on sanctions. From the point of view of General Charles de Gaulle, the Suez events demonstrated to France that it could not rely on its allies. The British had initiated a ceasefire in the midst of the battle without consulting the French. That was wild. While the Americans had opposed Paris politically. The damage to the ties between Paris and Washington, D.C. culminated in President de Gaulle's 1966 decision to withdraw from the military integration of NATO, ASMAD. The Suez War had an immense impact on French domestic politics. Much of the French Army officer corps felt that they had been betrayed by what they considered to be the spineless politicians in Paris when they were on the verge of victory, just as they believed they'd been betrayed in Vietnam in 1954. And accordingly, become more determined to win the war in Algeria, even if it meant overthrowing the Fourth Republic to do so. The Suez Crisis thus helped to set the stage for the military disillusionment with the Fourth Republic, which was to lead to the collapse of the Republic in 1958. According to the protocol of the Sèvres Agreements, France secretly transmitted parts of its own atomic technology to Israel, including a detonator. And then the Sèvres Agreement, that was the top secret sneaky plan where the UK and the French agreed that Israel would invade Egypt like the bad guys, and then Britain and France would go in and they'd be like, guys, stop fighting, but we're also going to take control of the canal and just chill here, right? This is okay. And then they also shared some atomic technology with Israel. Cute, okay. So it was agreed, yeah, okay. And then for Israel, look, we're almost done. Last few paragraphs, guys. Do you think the UN is anti-Semitic like some Zionists are claiming at the moment? I don't think so. The only thing I would caution is that it feels like, when I look at how people speak publicly and act publicly, it feels like anti-Zionism can very quickly bleed into anti-Semitism. So watch for that, okay? Let's see. Okay, don't care about this. Yeah, also Zionism means different things depending on who you ask as well, so yeah, I don't know. The IDF gained confidence from the campaign, according to whom? The war demonstrated that Israel was capable of executing large-scale military maneuvers, in addition to small nighttime raids and counterinsurgency operations. Ben-Gurion, reading on the 16th of November that 90,000 British and French troops had been involved in the Suez Affair, wrote in his diary, if they had only appointed a commander of ours over this force, Nasser would have been destroyed in 2 days. The war also had tangible benefits for Israel. The Straits of Tiran, closed by Egypt since 1950, was reopened. Israeli shipping could henceforth move freely through the Straits of Tiran. Wait, they closed this in 1950? Jesus. I don't know why, Les Roues, you say that. Wait, what? Henceforth, move freely through Switzerland into Africa and Asia. The Israelis also secured the presence of UN peacekeepers in Sinai. Operation Kadesh brought Israel an 11-year lull on its southern border with Egypt. Israel escaped the political humiliation that befell Britain and France following their swift, forced withdrawal. In addition, Destiny, that's not... Oh, that's Trollface. Okay. Israel escaped the political humiliation that befell Britain and France following their swift, forced withdrawal. In addition, its stubborn refusal to withdraw without guarantees, even in defiance of the United States and United Nations, ended all Western efforts, mainly American and British ones, to impose a political settlement in the Middle East without taking Israel's security needs into consideration. In 1965, Eisenhower told Jewish fundraiser and Republican Party supporter Max M. Fisher that he greatly regretted forcing Israel to withdraw from the Sinai Peninsula. Vice President Nixon recalled that Eisenhower expressed the same view to him on several occasions. Okay. Christ. Okay, let's see if we can summarize this. In what would be this started in 1956. Okay. In 1956, Egyptian leader Nasser, driven by his desire to be neither a puppet to the U.S. nor USSR, nationalized the Suez Canal while acquiring large amounts of weapons from the USSR. In defiance of prior agreements, we'll say. Britain, France, and Israel devised a covert plan. I should have the agreements. I should know these offhand. Of the Constantinople Convention of 1888. Of prior agreements, namely the Constantinople Convention. Okay, Britain, France, and Israel devised a covert plan the Protocol of Severus in order to stage an Israeli military invasion that would be disrupted by Anglo-Franco forces. Is that a real term? Can I use that? Which would then give way to an international administration of an international co-ownership? I don't know. International ownership of the Suez Canal. despite military success by all three parties, intense international pressure, especially from the United States, pressure from revolting colonies, and intense domestic pressure at home, combined with nuclear saber rattling from the USSR, forced the Anglo-Franco forces to immediately withdraw, suffering an international humiliation. Israel would withdraw its forces sometime later, having re-established trade through the Straits of Tiran. Egypt, and namely Nasser, would emerge feeling as though they had single-handedly defied European imperialistic aims, saw himself as an emerging leader, as an emerging unaligned leader of the Arab world. It was like an okay summary. United States, picture of worried that trade would be interrupted, Britain and France approached Israel was worried that the anti-Zionist Egypt was amassing a massive military to devise a covert. Okay, that's okay. I think it has like the important. I think. Okay, I'll throw this up as like a summary. I think it's fine. Israel has been condemned 68 times. Every other country on earth combined has been condemned 67 times. Together, doesn't that seem a little sussy? Hey, listen, maybe Israel's especially bad, my dude. Okay. Here, boom. We'll just make this green. No, why is it fucking up my formatting? Oh, fuck. I know why it is. It's because it's interfering with the auto list making. Boom, okay. Okay. That gets us through the Suez Crisis, or the Second Arab-Palestinian War, I think, or the Second Arab-Israeli War. From 63 to 69, Eshkol. This gets us into the Six-Day War. I wonder how much of this we can get through tonight. But I'm going to eat right now. We're going to watch JJ McCullen talk to us a little bit. Holocaust Night on YouTube chat. 20 Prof wants something about every sussy everything surrounding the issue. Oh, nice.
This video was brought to you by Ground News.
So in this video, I want to talk about why the Israel-Palestinian conflict seems to have such a hugely outsized presence in the world's imagination. Why this foreign conflict, more than any other, seems to be the one that everyone cares about, often in a highly emotionally charged way. You probably know some relationships that have been torn apart by it recently. This amount of worldwide passion can sometimes...
I'm sorry, but this guy's Canadian accent is way too thick. He needed to be from Toronto. Let me get some water real quick. Hold on. Are you still watching the dog? Yep. How's he doing? What's that? How's he doing? He's well. Well. Sucks because he can't really play too much because his collar. Does he have a special collar? Yeah, like when I'm not with him, I put the what they call the Elizabethan collar, that big fucking. Oh, does he like scratch himself or bite himself or something?
He can't hit that eye again.
Oh, gotcha.
Sometimes feel a bit disproportionate, given not that many people even live in Israel, Palestine in the first place.
Destiny, Hassan confirms your Israel theory. Wait, what?
Before all this happened, I know, but I'm saying like these guys, okay, being Jewish has nothing to do with this, okay? Your proximity to like the American State Department interest is infinitely more important than you being Jewish or genteel, okay? It's utterly irrelevant. Maybe from the normie sphere, if you like went to Jewish school and camp and birthright and whatever, the likelihood that you were propagandized towards having one kind of position is entirely, I mean, it's there's a likelihood potentially there, but ultimately, you know, it has nothing to do with like a monolithic Jewish understanding.
Destiny, why is Palestine both Gaza and West Bank when they're controlled by different groups which seem to not like each other? That's complicated. That's a kind of a weird thing. I feel like the whole success of Israel has been because Jewish people are relatively monolithic compared to other religions. I feel like the answer is like the exact opposite. It was because Jewish people are so monolithic in terms of their approach to Zion or Israel is because of the early success of Israel. Sure as fuck wasn't because of the United States. Probably wasn't because of Britain, partially, but like chiefly, I think it rests on how much the Jewish people seem to be united around making Israel work. But I don't know, whatever. It's Hassan, why am I... If we fact check Hassan, we'll be doing this all day. Okay. Destiny, 5 days ago. What?
7th.
Why are you linking me this? 5 days ago. Jewish people in Israel stopped being monolithic over the last years. That might be true. Maybe more recently. Yeah, we'll get there and figure it out.
Son Alliance. I want to say so many fucking...
Wait, what?
Roiper Hassan Alliance. I want to say so many fucking awful things to you that I will get banned if I genuinely tell you how I feel. Just follow your leader, you know? Follow your fucking leader. Do the right thing. Do what Adolf did, okay? And just, you know.
Okay.
And notwithstanding the recent horrors, the amount of death and displacement that the conflict has produced remains considerably lower than that of many other global conflicts, including those in other parts of the Middle East. And I don't say this to minimize anybody's suffering. Obviously, every life lost to war or terrorism or oppression is a tragedy. But it is an objective fact that the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is very much not the world's worst war zone and never has been. So interest in it is driven by more than just basic human empathy. So, why? Why is there free Palestine graffiti here in Vancouver and Israeli flags flying in Northern Ireland? Why are there thousands of people marching in support of Israel in Argentina and thousands more marching in solidarity with Palestine in South Africa. Ever since the October 7th massacres and subsequent expansion of the war in the Gaza Strip, I have noticed a lot of relatively apolitical people in my life scrambling to educate.
What?
This guy sounds like Canadian Louis C.K.
Yeah, okay, true.
Educate themselves in an attempt to answer these questions, and there are certainly no shortage of educational videos and articles out there offering to help. But in my opinion, a lot of this stuff tends to fixate too much on the history of modern Israel, which implies that understanding the conflict is mostly a matter of learning a bunch of names and dates of wars and treaties and prime ministers and that sort of thing.
Is he in chat? Nice. Nice copying my take, fucking loser. Okay? I'm DMCAing my ideas from this video.
And I just don't think that's the case at all. The reason people are lighting up monuments with the Israeli flag or holding free Palestine marches in Roblox isn't because they have deep opinions on the justness of Lord Balfour's Declaration of 1917 or whatever. No, the reason people care so much about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, the reason people of all races, religions, and nationalities feel the need to express themselves so stridently on this issue occurring thousands of miles away is because, to much of the world, the conflict has come to be understood primarily as a sort of metaphor for what people perceive to be the fundamental themes of power that define our contemporary world. So today I just want to run through some of those themes in the hopes of maybe making the meta story of this conflict a bit clearer. But please keep in mind that I'm going to be primarily talking about the perspectives of people who are located outside of Israel, Palestine itself. Obviously, the passions of people whose lives and families are directly affected by the violence.
Everybody's saying it was a dumb statement, but depending on how he defends it, his statement makes perfect sense. In some ways, Israel-Palestine is a good metaphor for how a lot of people view conflict in the world. Big guy versus small guy, freedom fighters versus oppressor, West foreign policy, U.S. versus East, Islam versus, other, white defenders in the world, or white aggressors versus Islam, the Holocaust and like the Jewish people. Like, I think what he's saying is relatively true. Like, Israel-Palestine can arguably be analyzed through so many different lenses that people do actually feel quite strongly about. That's not that surprising. I don't think now, he might make a really retarded video talking about this, or maybe he doesn't justify it, but I don't think his point was necessarily that bad. Or I don't even think it's a bad point.
Of the conflict don't require any great analysis to understand. It is why everyone else cares that I think is the more interesting question to explore. Okay, so one big reason is the America angle. Israel is a strong ally of the United States, the most powerful country in the world. It has become a stronger and stronger U.S. ally over the course of the last few decades, receiving a lot of American military and financial support, and is generally a cooperative and supportive strategic partner to the United States in the Middle East. As a younger man, President Biden once quipped that if Israel didn't exist,
were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest in the region.
And all this means that
Biden's old speeches were fucking based. Holy shit. Biden's speech on, I believe it was intervention in Bosnia, was fucking wild.
People's opinions on Israel are often heavily bound up in what they think about U.S. foreign policy more broadly, and even the United States itself. If you think that U.S. foreign policy is generally respectable and America is a country that is broadly motivated by the pursuit of global peace and stability and freedom, then Israel is easily defended as an important assistant in pursuing these goals. This tends to be the disposition of people on the center or center-right of Western politics, who are generally deferential to American geopolitical leadership. However, if you think that U.S. foreign policy and the U.S. in general is mostly a force of war, exploitation, and authoritarianism in the world, then you tend to see Israel as just another odious American-backed regime committing human rights abuses with Washington's active knowledge and consent. The harshest critics of U.S. foreign policy tend to be found on the further left end of the political spectrum, both in the developing world and the Western world. This has been the case since at least the Cold War, when a certain left-wing argument was popularized, positing that American foreign policy consistently favored the rich and powerful over the weak and oppressed. Since Israel is a rich and powerful nuclear-armed nation state and the Palestinians are poor and stateless, it is not difficult to fit their conflict into this frame and judge America for siding with those who need less help. A similar but distinct phenomenon is the idea of understanding the Israeli-Palestinian situation through the lens of anti-imperialism. This is the idea that relations between countries is fundamentally defined by an exploiter versus exploited dynamic, in which one group of people conquer, oppress, and subordinate another group of people for their own benefit. Often, these are people who would otherwise have nothing to do with each other. One group simply wants to take something that the other group has, usually resources or land. The decision to conquer, in turn, is often informed by racism and prejudice. One group sees the other as inherently inferior to themselves, therefore making conquering and exploiting them no big deal. In the eyes of some of the people who believe imperialism to be the primary explanation of how foreign relations operate, the founding of the State of Israel in 1948 is seen as basically an imperial exercise. Israel is depicted as the creation of European Jews who migrated to the Middle East, displacing the native Palestinians, taking their land and making them into a second-tier class of person. A lot of Israelis heavily dispute this characterization of the creation of their country, but we're talking about a lot of disputable arguments today. Many of the people who have been protesting on behalf of Palestinians lately have been using words like decolonize and settler, which are terms that evoke the idea that Israel is akin to a European colony or empire. A lot of these people are fond of calling Israel an apartheid state as well, which is a reference to the system of extreme racial segregation imposed on the black people of South Africa by its small...
Remember,
racial segregation imposed on the black...
We now know that if we all lived in an apartheid state and we went to the blacks area, we wouldn't be able to bring Darius with us.
People of South Africa by its small white minority who were the descendants of Europeans who had moved to Africa over the course of the previous 3 centuries. The political leadership of the Palestinians, for its part, has been very keen to present itself to the world as leaders of an anti-colonial resistance. The late Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat, in particular, put a lot of effort into forging alliances with other world leaders who define their politics as being part of an anti-imperialist struggle, including Nelson Mandela, Fidel Castro, and the communist rulers of Vietnam. And this remains a very popular way of looking at Israel in significant parts of the global south to this day, often in Muslim countries, but notably also in certain countries with far left governments like Venezuela and Bolivia.
The youth in Venezuela, the youth in Iran must know that the world of the future will be a just world without imperialism.
As well as among students, academics, and other activists who have made anti-imperial or anti-colonial theory central to their worldview. All right, now let us talk about the big one, anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is irrational hatred of Jewish people. It has been called mankind's oldest prejudice and has been around in some form or another for hundreds, if not thousands of years, overlapping with the long history of the Jewish people themselves.
Hundreds of years. I think anti-Semitism was like invented in 1740, I think, right? Yeah.
In modern times, we tend to think of anti-Semitism as having a fundamentally conspiratorial character, which is to say it posits Jews as having a lot of secret power over everything behind the scenes, and using this power to be deliberately evil and selfish. The existence of the State of Israel has accordingly been incorporated into a lot of anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, claiming that, you know, the Israeli government has made puppets out of all the world leaders, and that there's some sort of giant conspiracy between Jewish politicians and journalists to spread pro-Israeli propaganda to the masses. And if your worldview posits that Jews are inherently bad, sinister people, then you'll logically support anything that helps weaken or destroy the world's only majority Jewish country. In the 20th century, we came to associate anti-Semitism with right-wing politics, in part because the most viciously anti-Semitic government of that century was right-wing, and in fact explicitly demonized left-wing politics as a manifestation of the supposed Jewish plot to ruin everything. In many Muslim countries, right-wing anti-Semitism is still common and is often bound up in conservative religious and nationalistic attitudes. But in Western countries, it is becoming increasingly common to argue that anti-Semitism is becoming more of a left-wing thing. The argument goes something like this. As Christian and conservative arguments in favor of Israel, which we will discuss later, have proven quite persuasive to people on the center-right, right-wing anti-Semitism has become an increasingly fringe movement in the West. At the same time, however, the rising popularity of anti-Israel arguments on the left, like the anti-American and anti-imperial ones we mentioned, have made anti-Semitism at least more theoretically compatible with the agenda of some of the more strident left-wing factions. Attempting to distinguish anti-Semitic arguments against Israel from fair and non-prejudicial ones is something that a lot of people spend a lot of time fighting about these days. All right, now let us talk about the War on Terror. So the War on Terror...
Okay, listen, if you want to watch the rest of this, I finished it way quicker than I thought I would. Here you go. Have fun, be careful. This guy's a cool dude. You and JJ need to team up so badly. I mean, we've DM'd before. I don't think we have anything to talk about right now.
There you go.
I love you, be careful. Boom, boom. What the fuck is this? Oh. Okay. Boom, boom. Ugh. Next conflict. Boom, boom, boom. I was careful. 1 to 100 are bricked right now. I'm bricked up for number 12 right now. 1963 to 1969, Eshkol. Oh, Levi Eshkol became leader of Mapai and the new prime minister. Cringe name. A couple of hours ago, you took someone named Mohammed to make a remark like, wonder why he thinks that. Isn't that similar to the whole wonder why US supports Israel tweet? No? Or can you draw a closer... Can you help me sketch that parallel out a little bit for me more? Obviously, you shouldn't stereotype people based on their names, but it was just funny that the Vox video is choosing 6 pro-Palestinian journalists for their Vox video. Okay. In 1963, Yigael Yadin began excavating Masada. Is it Yadin or Yadin? It's an ancient fortification in the southern district of Israel situated on top of an isolated rock plateau akin to a mesa. Is it Yadin? I think it's Yadin. It's like on the eastern edge of the Judean desert. Oh, over here. Overlooking the Dead Sea, 20 kilometers east of Arad. Okay. In 1964, Egypt, Jordan, and Syria developed a unified military command. Israel completed work on a national water carrier, a huge engineering project designed to transfer Israel's allocation of the Jordan River's waters towards the south of the country in realization of Ben-Gurion's dream of mass Jewish settlements of the Negev desert. The Arabs responded by trying to divert the headwaters of the Jordan, leading to growing conflict between Israel and Syria. National Water Carrier is the largest water project in Israel, including 1964. Its main purpose is to transfer water from the Sea of Galilee in the north of the country, the highly populated center and arid south, and to enable efficient use of water and regulation of water supply. Gotcha. Ben-Gurion quit Mapai. Mapai. How do you fucking say this shit? Okay, that's fucking stupid. How to pronounce... Fuck me. I'm not gonna be able to...
Mapai.
Mapai? Please just say it.
טוב, אז מה היה לנו שם? א' צדיק, כרזת בחירות לכנסת השנייה. הזמן, שנת 1951. כמעט 1,000,000 בעלי זכות הצבעה במדינה הצעירה. מהם הצביעו 695,007 איש. לכרזה יש 2 צדדים. בצד ימין, האות א', מפא"י. מפלגת...
Mapai. Okay. Mapai. Thank you. Ben-Gurion quit Mapai to form the new party Rafi. He was joined by Shimon Peres and Moshe Dayan. Begin's Hirut Party. Christ, all these fucking names. Joined with the liberals to form Gahal. Mapai and Labor unified for the 1965 elections, winning 4 to 5 seats and maintaining Levi Eshkol as prime minister. Ben-Gurion's, I don't actually know where the emphasis on this guy's going. Rafi party received 10 seats. Gahal got 26 seats, becoming the second largest party. Until 1966, Israel's principal arms supplier was France. However, in 1966, following the withdrawal from Algeria, Charles de Gaulle announced France would cease supplying Israel with arms and refused to refund money paid for 50 warplanes. Yikes, fam. How do I account for some random shit that happened between conflicts? We'll say 1963 to 1966, I guess? I don't know. I guess we could just call this. Destiny, so far, do you think banning Nazi work from chat doesn't improve chat at all? Have you gotten any emails, messages thanking you or commenting on it? I don't know if I have people commenting on it, but the I think it was good to ban it. Jesus Christ. That British dinner. Why did you like that? Israel completed work on a national water carrier. Arabs responded by attempting to divert the headwaters of the Jordan, leading to growing conflict between Israel and Syria. 1964, we'll say Egypt, Jordan, and Syria developed a unified military command. Oh god. How long is this? Hold on. How long is this fucking fight happening for right now? Can somebody tell me when it's over? Just ban them? I can't, because it's gonna be like every 2 seconds. Some other fucking retard is like typing some shit about fight that I absolutely don't give a fuck about. 30 minutes or an hour? Moshe Dayan, noteworthy figure to keep an eye out for during your research. Wasn't he one of like the Israeli ground leaders or whatever in the Suez Crisis war or conflict? Oh, good job, RTBA. Oh, he was the Minister of Defense. Until 1966, Israel's principal arms supplier was France. In 66, okay, let's see. Till 1966, Israel's weapons came from France, though Charles de Gaulle ceased supplying Israel with arms post-Algerian withdrawal. The United States announced that it was taking over the former French and West German obligations to maintain military stabilization in the Middle East. Included in the military hardware would be 200 M48 tanks. In May of that year, the U.S. also agreed to provide A-4 Skyhawk tactical aircraft to Israel. In 1966, security restrictions placed on Arab Israelis were eased and efforts made to integrate them into Israeli life. The U.S. and... oh, just the U.S. The U.S. stepped in to replace the flow of weapons. Jesus. In 1966, black and white TV broadcasts began on 15th of May 1967. The first public performance of Naomi Shimmer's classic song, Jerusalem of Gold, took place, and over the next few weeks, it dominated the Israeli airwaves. 2 days later, Syria, Egypt, and Jordan amassed troops along the Israeli borders, and Egypt closed the Straits of Tiran to Israeli shipping. Nasser demanded that the UNEF leave Sinai, threatening escalation to a full war. Egyptian radio broadcasts talked of a coming genocide. On the 26th of May, Nasser declared, "The battle will be a general one, and our basic objective will be to destroy Israel." Israel considered the Straits of Tiran closure a casus belli. Belli? I don't know how to pronounce this. Egypt, Syria, Jordan, and Iraq signed defense pacts, and Iraqi troops began deploying to Jordan, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria also announced that it would send troops to Egypt. Between 63 and 67 Egyptian troops had tested chemical weapons on Yemenite civilians as part of an Egyptian intervention in support of rebels. Is it Belli? Casus Belli? Or Casus Belli? Casus Belli? Casus Belli. Okay, this is the 6-Day War. How do we... Oh, further information. It's Belly? Oh, why? Okay, fuck it, let's go. 1967, the 6-Day War, or the Third Arab-Israeli War. In Ayla's version of Capture the Flag, is it against the rules to run around the enemy capture point with a Bluetooth speaker? What? Highlight this in red. Boom, boom, boom. You can't even pronounce GIF correctly. Good one. I wonder if I can take better notes for this conflict versus the last one. You kind of constructed the fact that Israel constructing the water carrier brought drought throughout the Jordan River. Did it? It doesn't say that here. Maybe in the next article. Most of the waterworks in Israel are integrated with the national water carrier, the length of which is around 130 kilometers. Planning and construction. Agriculture, drinking water, and Jordan's share. The national water carrier was inaugurated in 1964, with 80% of its water being allocated to agriculture and 20% for drinking water. As time passed, increasing amounts were consumed as drinking water. By the early 1990s, the national carrier was supplying half the drinking water in Israel. It was forecast that by that year, 80% of the national carrier would be directed more providing drinking water. The reasons for increased demand for drinking water were twofold. First, saw rapid population growth, primarily in the center of the country. This increased domestic water use results in the 1994 Israel-Jordan Treaty of Peace. Among them, Israel agreed to transfer 50 million... Wait, Control F. Florator. Controversies section. Since 2015, after large-scale supplying approximately 10% of its previous years, we're going to undertake extensive investment in water reclamation. Okay, I'll go down and read this, but if this national water carrier is supplying all of Israel's drinking water as of 2010, was it really causing the Jordan River to dry out in 64? It seems like there would just be more and more and more people there moving, right? But I don't know. We'll see. Okay. Alternative plans. The Herzl Plan. The initial idea of a national water carrier followed the proposal of several solutions for the water problems of Palestine put forward before the establishment of Israel in 1948. Early ideas appeared in the 1902 book Alteneland by Theodor Herzl. This is the founder of Zionist guy, in which he talked about utilizing the source of the Jordan River for irrigation purposes and channeling seawater for producing electricity from the Mediterranean Sea near Haifa through the Bet Shean and Jordan valleys to a canal which ran parallel to the Jordan River and the Dead Sea. Hayes Plan, Johnston Plan, controversy. Since its construction, the resulting diversion of water from the Jordan River has been a source of tension with Syria and Jordan. In 1964, Syria attempted construction of a headwater diversion plan that would have prevented Israel from using a major portion of its water allocation, sharply reducing the capacity of the carrier. The project and Israel's subsequent physical attack on those diversion efforts in 1965 were factors which played into regional tensions, culminating in the 67 Six-Day War. In the course of the war, Israel captured from Syria the Golan Heights. Receding Dead Sea and sinkholes. When substitute large number of sinkholes appearing in the area. Damage to the highway below. The surface of the sea has shrunk by about 33% since the 60s, which is partly attributed to the much reduced flow of the Jordan River since the construction of the National Water Carrier Project. The amount of water from the rains reaching the Dead Sea has diminished even further since flash floods started pouring into the sinkholes. The Eco-Peace Middle East, a joint Israeli-Palestinian-Jordanian environmental group, has estimated the annual flow into the Dead Sea from the Jordan as of 2021 less than 100 million cubic meters of water, compared with former flows between 1.2 billion cubic meters of water, 1.3 billion. The war over water. Jordan Water Valley Unified Plan is by the technical main phase. 64 to 67. The water carrier project included works to pump water from the Sea of Galilee. Its initial diversion capacity without supplementary booster pumps is 320 million meters cubed, well within the limits of the Johnston Plan. The Arab states were not prepared to coexist with the project, which seemed likely to make a major contribution to Israel's economic growth. In January of 1964, an Arab League summit meeting convened in Cairo and decided the establishment of Israel is the basic threat that the Arab nation in its entirety has agreed to forestall. And since the existence of Israel is a danger that threatens the Arab nation, the diversion of the Jordan waters by it multiplies the dangers to Arab existence. Accordingly, the Arab states have to prepare the plans necessary for dealing with the political, economic, and social aspects so that if the necessary results are not achieved, collective Arab military preparations, when they are completed, will constitute the ultimate practical means for the final liquidation of Israel. Hold on. Do you have any proof or evidence that the initial disruption or attempted disruption of diverting the Jordan River was because they were running out of water? Or did you just completely make that up? I'm super curious. Hold on. Because I don't see any of that. None of that is mentioned here. It seems like they just didn't like the idea that Israel was going to use the river to grow its population a ton. So I don't believe you. If you can link me another source, a non-Wikipedia source maybe, but it's not listed in any of the articles here. But okay. Coalition of Arab states was fought between Israel and a coalition of Arab states from the 5th to 10th of June, 1964. June 5th. Escalated hostilities broke out amid poor relations between Israel and its Arab neighbors following the 1949 armistice agreements, which were signed at the end of the First Arab-Israeli War. Earlier in '56, regional tensions over the Straits of Tiran escalated in what became known as the Suez Crisis when Israel invaded Egypt over the Egyptian closure of maritime passageways to Israeli shipping, ultimately resulting in the reopening of the Straits of Tiran to Israel, as well as the deployment of the United Nations Emergency Force along the Egypt-Israel border. In the months prior to the outbreak, it's kind of funny. I understand because it's Wikipedia and it can't summarize everything all the time. But it makes it sound like in this 1956 war, it was just Israel invading Egypt over the closure of this when it was a bit more, going on there, but it's funny. Okay, sorry. The months prior to the outbreak of the Six-Day War in June of 1967, tensions again became dangerously heightened. Israel reiterated its post-1956 position that another Egyptian closure of the Straits of Tiran to Israeli shipping would be a definite casus belli. May of 1967, Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser announced the Straits of Tiran would again be closed to Israeli vessels. He subsequently mobilized the Egyptian military and defensive lines along the border with Israel and ordered the immediate withdrawal of all UNEF personnel. Okay, it's a pretty big deal. May 1967, Nasser mobilizes Egyptian military into defensive lines along the Israeli border and closes the shipping lanes through the Straits of Tiran to Israeli vessels. Israel. Oh. Despite Israel warning, this would be a casus belli. Is it casus or casus belli? Can I just like do this? Paste. Are you gonna publish these notes? I'll probably make them publicly available. My notes are horrible though, okay? Casus? Cassius? No. Pronunciation.
We are looking.
All of these fucking channels should get banned from YouTube. The start of the video should be the pronunciation of the word. Then you can say whatever dumb shit you want to say next. God, I hate these fucking stupid channels.
Looking at how to pronounce this expression, as well as how to say more interesting and often confusing and mispronounced phrases from Latin as well. So make sure to stay tuned. This designates an event.
He doesn't even do his audio correctly. You have one job. You literally have one job.
Action that justifies or allegedly justifies a war or conflict. So a case that justifies to enter in a war. There are two different ways of pronouncing it. To make it sound more Latin, it is generally said as casus belli.
Casus belli. Okay. Your casus belli for war. On the 5th of June, 1967, as the UNE... Oh, hold on. That's important, too. Defense lines are close to the shipping lanes, and despite Israel wanting to... Nasser also orders the removal of all UNEF troops, or personnel, I should say. I don't know if they actually had armies there, or if it was just, like, administrative officials and like, police. On June 5th, 1967, as the UNEF was in the process of leaving the zone, Israel launched a series of preemptive airstrikes against Egyptian airfields and other facilities, launching its war effort. Egyptian forces were caught by surprise, and nearly all of Egypt's military aerial assets were destroyed, giving Israel air supremacy. Simultaneously, the Israeli military launched a ground offensive into Egypt's Sinai Peninsula, as well as the Egyptian-occupied Gaza Strip. After some initial resistance, Nasser ordered an evacuation of the Sinai Peninsula. By the sixth day of the conflict, Israel had occupied the entire Sinai Peninsula. Jordan, which had entered into a defensive pact with Egypt just a week before the war began, did not take an all-out offensive role against Israel. However, the Jordanians did launch attacks against Israeli forces to slow Israel's advance. On the fifth day, Syria joined the war by shelling Israeli positions in the north. Egypt and Jordan agreed to a ceasefire on the 8th of June and Syria on the 9th of June, and it was signed with Israel on the 11th of June. The six-day war resulted in more than 20,000 fatal Arab casualties, while Israel suffered fewer than 1,000 fatal casualties. Alongside the combatant casualties were the deaths of 20 Israeli civilians killed in Arab forces' airstrikes in Jerusalem, 15 UN peacekeepers killed by Israeli strikes on the Sinai at the outset of the war, and 34 U.S. personnel killed in the USS Liberty incident in which Israeli Air Forces struck a United States Navy technical research ship. At the time of the cessation of hostilities, Israel had seized Syria's Golan Heights, the Jordanian-annexed West Bank, including East Jerusalem, and Egypt's Sinai Peninsula, as well as the Egyptian-occupied Gaza Strip. With the sole exception of Sinai, Israel retains control of all the seized territories to this day. The displacement of civilian populations as a result of the Six-Day War would have long-term consequences, as around... hold on. Oh, okay. as around 280,000 to 325,000 Palestinians and 100,000 Syrians fled or were expelled from the West Bank and the Golan Heights, respectively. Nasser resigned in shame following Israel's victory, but was later reinstated following a series of protests across Egypt. In the aftermath of the conflict, Egypt closed the Suez Canal until 1975, eventually leading to the 1970s energy crisis in 1973. Until 1975. In 1970, the oil crisis due to the impact on oil deliveries coming to Europe from the Middle East through the Suez Canal. Up to this point in the war, did Israel not have any control of any territory east of Jerusalem? Did that all belong to Jordan? Also, when did Transjordan become Jordan? Just gloss over Israel attacking a U.S. ship, but want to fact check on if water is being used properly. Bro, there are so many more Nazi channels you can watch, okay? I'm sure you know I'm sure you know the exact dick size and cum quantities of every single soldier on that ship because you probably spent the past 10 years obsessing over both that and 9/11. Go do it somewhere else. You fucking smelly, disgusting loser, okay? When they 1946. Transjordan probably became Jordan after it wasn't on both sides of the Jordan River anymore after they lost the West Bank. Huh. Let's check, I'm curious. Transjordan. An area to the east of the Jordan River. Numerous passengers in the early... Oh, okay. Huh. Was the last link in that list. Was it? Hashemite Kingdom of Transjordan. A former name. 46 to 49 for the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. Hey Destiny, if you want to watch the real history of this conflict, look up Unbiased History of Israel. Wow, thanks, dude. Why would I just do that? Thank you. Jordan gained independence, became officially known in Arabic. Okay, so it was in 46 after they gained independence. They called themselves Jordan. Okay. Capture and annex, make their, I don't know. Okay, and then they owned the West Bank until 67. This war. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, Transjordan, I guess, refers to both sides of the river or something. Sure, Transjordan makes sense. Okay. Israel, Egyptian occupied Gaza Strip. Israel would capture the Sinai Peninsula, the Egyptian occupied Gaza Strip, the West Bank, the West Bank from Jordan, and the Golan Heights from, Syria. $20,000 Arab deaths versus 1,000 Israeli deaths. Military, 20,000. Civilian deaths, 20 Israeli civilians killed in Arab forces airstrikes on Jerusalem, 15 Jerusalem, 15 UN peacekeepers killed by Israeli strikes in the Sinai, and 34 U.S. personnel killed in the USS Liberty incident. Okay. Israel gave back the Sinai to Egypt. Okay. we'll just call this the summary section. Okay. Okay. Why does it after? Why is this Sinai? Why is the Suez Canal closure included here? I don't know. Whatever. All right. Good luck. After the 56 Suez Crisis, Egypt agreed to the stationing of the UNEF in the Sinai to ensure all parties would comply with the 49 armistice agreements. In the following years, there were numerous minor border clashes between Israel and its Arab neighbors, particularly Syria. November of 1966, Syria signed a mutual defense agreement with Egypt. Soon after this, in response to Palestine Liberation Organization guerrilla activity, including a mine attack that left 3 dead, the Israeli Defense Force attacked the village of As-Samu in the Jordanian-ruled West Bank. Jordanian units that engaged the Israelis were quickly beaten back. King Hussein of Jordan criticized Egyptian President Nasser for failing to come to Jordan's aid and hiding behind UNEF skirts. Oof. So let's see. So we can say, following the 1956 Suez Crisis, Syria and Egypt signed a mutual defense agreement. We can also say that PLO activity and attacks against Israel from Arab countries continued. I'm pretty sure that these attacks against Israel from Arab countries, this was happening pre-Suez Crisis as well, from Egypt, Jordan, and Syria. From Egypt, Transjordan, and Syria, I guess, or the nation of Jordan, yeah. So this has been kind of like a theme, I guess. Okay. May of 1967, Nasser received false reports from the Soviet Union that Israel was massing on the Syrian border. Nasser began massing his troops in 2 defensive lines. Wait, why? Were they wrong or were they lying? Hold on, that's kind of like a big thing to just... Wait, why? Fuck, I can't read this book. Did you already see the drama update earlier? What happened? Oh, good one. Waste my time. Okay, well, in 1967, Nasser received false reports from the Soviet Union that Israel was massing on the Syrian border. Nasser began massing his troops in 2 defensive lines in the Sinai Peninsula on Israel's border, expelled the UNEF force from Gaza and Sinai, and took over UNEF positions at Sharm el-Sheikh, overlooking the Straits of Tiran. Israel repeated declarations it had made in 1957 that any closure of the straits would be considered an act of war or justification for war. But Nasser closed the straits to Israeli shipping on the 22nd and 23rd of May. After the war, President Lyndon B. Johnson commented, "If a single act of folly was more responsible for this explosion than any other, it was the arbitrary and dangerous announced decision that the Straits of Tiran would be closed. The right of innocent maritime passage must be preserved for all nations." Why? Oh, we know why, actually. Let's see. So, in May of 1967, Nasser received bogus intel from the USSR. Israel was massing on the Syrian border. So he gathered troops in the Sinai Peninsula, ejected UNEF personnel, and once again closed the Straits of Tiran, or once again denied passage of Israeli vessels through the Straits of Tiran. On the 30th of May, Jordan and Egypt, ooh, and then 30th of May, Jordan and Egypt signed a defense pact. That following day, at Jordan's invitation, the Iraqi army began deploying troops and armored units in Jordan. They were later reinforced by an Egyptian contingent. On the 1st of June, Israel formed a national unity government by widening its cabinet. And on the 4th of June, the decision was made to go to war. The next morning, Israel launched Operation Focus, a large-scale surprise airstrike that launched the Six-Day War. Iraq, and Egypt began deploying troops and armored units in Jordan. Seems like it's unknown whether the USSR lied or had accidental misinfo. It feels like it must have been wrong, right? Like, what would be the USSR motivation for doing this? The Soviet Union deliberately instigated the 1967 war in the Middle East. Hassan el-Baltimi uses new Egyptian sources to answer one of the great mysteries surrounding the 67 Six-Day War. Did the USSR intentionally provoke Egypt to... Did Egypt not have any intelligence of their own? Like, this New York Times article claims that they did it on purpose. I don't have anything against Wikipedia. It is a somewhat decent source of information, but it seems like Destiny's getting 90% or more of his information sold from Wikipedia, which is unideal. Caustic Agnostic in YouTube chat. Can you please tell me something that I've read or gotten off of Wikipedia so far that's been incorrect? Please enlighten me so that I can learn something more. We'll wait. Everybody in YouTube chat is going to wait, okay? Egypt probably assumed USSR intelligence was better than their own. So it is a deliberate, premeditated plan by specific regional actors, either Israel or Egypt and Syria. However, it also says the role of the U.S. and the Soviet Union, and where much of the written of the U.S. providing amber light during the visit of Meir Amit, chief of Mossad, to Washington, as well as Soviet warnings to Egypt of an imminent Israeli attack on Syria. Whether through tacit or explicit encouragement, provisions of arms, or political backing, many argued the superpowers were intertwined in the unfolding war. Egyptian intelligence was poor during this era. Yeah, clearly. It's widely acknowledged that the Soviet Union provided Cairo with warnings about Israeli intentions to invade Syria. On May 13th, 1967, the Soviet Union provided information that Israel was amassing around 11 brigades to attack Syria through at least 3 channels. It was first communicated to Anwar Sadat. Ooh, they really communicated this. Big East, $10. Let's play where we load a game of good old League of Legends. Good one. The information the Soviet provided Israeli brigades could be false. The Soviet intentionally mislead. Did Moscow want an Egyptian-Israeli confrontation, or was it simply an intelligence failure that unintentionally precipitated war in 1967? Destiny, the fat fuck doxed and harassed the wrong person. For reference. Bro, I already know what you're talking about. That guy is insane. I don't even know how that guy has any following or fan or anything. That guy is like an insane dude. He's like mentally unwell and should probably be taken off the internet. How the KGB started the war that changed the Middle East. KGB used to call this modus operandi active measures. According to KGB documents, they are aimed at exerting useful influence on aspects of interest in the political life of a target country, including its foreign policy, misleading the adversary, undermining and weakening the adversary's positions. The heads of the KGB were deeply anti-Semitic and saw in Israel world Jewry a danger which is only second to the main enemy, the United States. The KGB was intent on destabilizing Israel, totally disproportionate to the country's strength or influence. In April of 1967, as the U.S. was making gains in Vietnam, the Soviets decided to undertake dramatic active measures to weaken Israel and thereby also deal a blow to Americans. By conveying false information, the Soviets hoped to increase Syrian and Egyptian dependence on Moscow and deepen Egypt's involvement in the Middle East. Okay, but like, what's the evidence for this? Kotov and his comrades in Tel Aviv saw that Israel was preparing for war, so the Syrians Moscow were convinced was not going to have a fight air law. Began asking their agents what was going on. The Shin Bet decided to activate our double agents to try and prevent the war by feeding the Russians accurate information. Kotov worrying, telling about the preparation for war, that if the Soviet Union did not bring about a relaxation of tension, the withdrawal of the Egyptian army from the Sinai, Israel would attack another double agent. Polish journalists give the same orders. This is an opinion piece? Well, just because it's an opinion piece doesn't mean it's just random shit. I mean, opinion pieces are like persuasive essays, right? Or they could be. What do lay Redditors think about this? Wow, nice. Nobody gives a fuck. Okay, more about this later. I found that Hiromi playlist if you're still interested. I'm good. Okay. Bro, these AI girls on fucking not Tinder, on Twitter, or not Twitter actually, X. Okay. Military preparation. Before the war, Israeli pilots and ground crews had trained extensively in rapid refitting of aircraft returning from sorties, enabling a single aircraft to sortie up to 4 times a day. Why is Merc just like, why is she, Jesus, she just like always messages me the most random shit. She DMs me and she goes, I am who I am and that's it, and there's nothing you guys can say to change that, so have fun. What is she doing? She's smoking way too much. Enabling a single aircraft to sortie up to 4 times a day, as opposed to the norm in Arab air forces of 1 or 2 sorties per day. This enabled the Israeli Air Force to send several attack waves against Egyptian airfields on the first day of the war, overwhelming the Egyptian Air Force and allowed it to knock out the other Arab air forces on the same day. This has contributed to the Arab belief that the IAF was helped by foreign air forces. See controversies relating to the Six-Day War. Pilots were extensively schooled about their targets, were forced to memorize every single detail, and rehearsed the operation multiple times on dummy runways in total secrecy. The Egyptians had constructed fortified defenses in the Sinai. These designs were based on the assumption that an attack would come along the few roads leading through the desert rather than through the difficult desert terrain. The Israelis chose not to risk attacking the Egyptian defenses head-on, and instead surprised them from an unexpected direction. James Reston, writing in the New York Times on the 23rd of May, 1967, noted that in discipline, training, morale, equipment, and general competence, Nasser's army and the other Arab forces, without the direct assistance of the Soviet Union, are no match for the Israelis. Even with 50,000 troops and the best of his generals and air force in Yemen, he has not been able to work his way in that small and primitive country, and even his effort to help the Congo rebels was a flop. The best of his air force in Yemen. Is Reston referring to Nasser's support in Yemen, or to Soviet Union support in Yemen or the Congo, or to help Congo rebels? It's probably... He's referring to Nasser from Egypt, I'm guessing, huh? I'm guessing it's Nasser. Okay. Destiny, your masterful application of the historical present tense in transcribing the Israeli-Palestinian conflict narrative exudes the essence of a true historian. Commendable. Thank you, Vosh fans. Finally, I've gotten some good Vosh fans in here. That's what I'm looking for. On the eve of the war, Israel believed it could win a war in 3 to 4 days. The United States estimated Israel would need 7 to 10 days to win, with British estimates supporting the U.S. view. Difficult takes a day, impossible takes a week. That's what Israel said, Jesus. The Israeli army had a total strength, including reservists, of 264,000, though this number could not be sustained during a long conflict as the reservists were vital to civilian life. Against Jordan's forces in the West Bank, Israel deployed about 40,000 troops and 200 tanks, 8 brigades. I believe these tanks were supplied by the U.S. Israeli Central Command forces consisted of 5 brigades. The first 2 were permanently stationed near Jerusalem and were the Jerusalem Brigade and the mechanized Herald Brigade. Mordecai Gur's 55th Paratroopers Brigade was summoned from the Sinai Front. The 10th Armored Brigade was stationed north of the West Bank. The Israeli Northern Command comprised a division of 3 brigades led by Major General Elad Peled, which was stationed in the Jezreel Valley to the north of the West Bank. Oh, actually, we can probably finish this all today. The Six-Day War, actually, like internationally, geopolitically, is probably a simpler conflict than the Suez Crisis. That'd be my guess, the Suez Canal Crisis, but we'll see. On the eve of the war, somebody said in Kick Chat, at Destiny, Israel is one of the countries that require almost the entire population to serve in the military for a term of service, meaning almost all the population has basic military and weapon training. I mean, that's the same with, like, you know, the surrounding Arab countries, too. The only difference is the IDF puts a rifle in the hand of a child, and the Arab countries put bombs on their back. Just kidding. Joke. Joke! On the eve of the war, Egypt massed approximately 100,000 of its 160,000 troops in the Sinai, including all 7 of its divisions, 4 infantry, 2 armored, and 1 mechanized, 4 independent infantry brigades, and 4 independent armored brigades. I don't need the fucking accounting. What is this, the Iliad? Over a third of these soldiers were veterans from Egypt's continuing intervention into the North Yemen civil war, and another third were reservists. Ah, fuck, should I know about this? Give me like a quick recap of this. Because this happens prior to this. From 62 to 70, between partisans of the Mutawakilite Kingdom and supporters of the Yemen Arab Republic. The war began with a coup d'etat carried out in 62 by revolutionary Republicans led by the army under the command Abdullah S. Salal. Where were we at? Who dethroned the newly crowned king and imam Muhammad al-Badr and declared Yemen a republic under his presidency. The imam escaped to the Saudi Arabian border, where he rallied popular support from northern Shia tribes to retake power, escalating rapidly to a full-scale civil war. Destiny, not important, Yemen L. Okay. On the royalist side, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and Israel supplied military aid, and Britain gave covert support, while the Republicans were supported by Egypt, then formerly known as the United Arab Republic, and we supplied warplanes from the Soviet Union. How interesting. So Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and Israel were all supplying things on one side against Egypt and the Soviet Union. But when the Six-Day War came, Egypt and Jordan sided against Israel. Okay, interesting. Both foreign, irregular, and conventional forces were involved. Our boy, the Egyptian President Nasser, supported the Republicans with as many as 70,000 Egyptian troops and weapons. Despite several military actions and peace conferences, the war sank to a stalemate by the mid-1960s. Egypt's commitment to the war is considered to have been detrimental to its performance in the Six-Day War, after which Nasser found it increasingly difficult to maintain his army's involvement and began to pull out of Yemen. The surprising removal of Salal on the November 5th by Yemeni dissidents, supported by Republican tribesmen, resulted in an internal shift of power in the capital. While the royalists approached from the north, the new Republic government was headed by Qadi Abdul Rahman Iryani, Ahmed Noman, and Muhammad Ali Uthman, all of whom shortly either resigned or fled the country, leaving the disarrayed capital under the control of Prime Minister Hassan al-Amri. The 1967 siege of Sana'a became the turning point of the war. The remaining Republican prime minister succeeded in keeping control of Sana'a, and by February of 68, the royalists lifted the siege. Clashes continued in parallel with peace talks until 1970, when Saudi Arabia recognized the Republic and a ceasefire came into effect. Egyptian military historian referred to the war in Yemen as their Vietnam. Historian Michael Oren, former Israeli ambassador to the U.S., wrote that Egypt's military adventure in Yemen was so disastrous that the then ongoing Vietnam War could easily have been dubbed America's Yemen. Jeez, okay. Huh. I'm just curious how much Jordan was involved in this. Dispatched, okay. Halted their aid to the imam. Pulled us only after Jordan Saudi Arabia stopped all aggressive operations on frontiers. Convinced their next target was Saudi Arabia's oil, and that if the Sauds went, he would be next. Okay. Bro, Egypt is... not Egypt, Nasser. That dude is wild. Forces. I wonder how much, like, single leaders, like, determined the course of, like, different geopolitical adventures? National adventures, I guess? Jordanians provided an active support to the royalists in the Syria war. Military alliance with Saudi Arabia and Jordan became widely known. While the Egyptian raids on Saudi Arabia, Jordanians withdrew from the war in 63 by recognizing the Republicans, but the Saudi support continued. And what about Israel? To use gas attacks against Israel as well. Oh shit, hold on. The first use of gas took place on June 8th, 1963 against Qama, a village of about 100 inhabitants in northern Yemen, killing about 7 people and damaging the eyes and lungs of 25 others. This incident is considered to have been experimental, and the bombs were described as homemade, amateurish, and relatively ineffective. The Egyptian authorities suggested that the reported incidents were probably caused by napalm, not gas. The Israeli Foreign Minister Golda Meir suggested in an interview that Nasser would not hesitate to use gas against Israel as well. There were no reports of gas during 1964, and only a few were reported in 65. The reports grew more frequent in late 66. On December 11th, 1966, 15 gas bombs killed 2 people and injured 35. T-Con linked, Israel also used biological weapons. And then you linked me to the 48 war, which is not really at all related to this. But we'd already read about that earlier, that apparently they were, I think they would like poison wells and stuff as they were retreating so that if any Arabs came back, their water would be poisoned or something. But I don't know why you linked that in response to this. I literally said in 48. Okay, well, we're in 64, so why are you linking me stuff from 48? That's a lifetime ago, bro. There were no reports of gas during 64, 66, 67. The biggest gas attack came... Also, it's kind of weird to link that use of Israeli biological weapons compared to this, right? Like poisoning wells, not to say that it was good, but poisoning wells and I think crops, that's different than gas bombs. It's a little different. Not to say that it's acceptable or some are good and some are bad, but it's... My ear. Okay, where were we? There were no reports of... okay. Causing 270 casualties, including 140 fatalities. The target may have been Prince Hassan bin Yahya, who had installed his headquarters nearby. The Egyptian government denied using poison gas, claiming that Britain and the US were using the reports as psychological warfare against Egypt. On February 12, 1967, it said it would welcome a UN investigation. On March 1st, Hugh Thant said that he was powerless to deal with the matter. On May 10th, the twin villages of Gahar and Gaddafa in Wadi Hiran, where Prince Mohammed bin Mohsin was in command, were gas-bombed, killing at least 75. The Red Cross was alerted, and on June 2nd, it issued a statement in Geneva expressing concern. The Institute of Forensic Medicine at the University of Bernay made a statement based on a Red Cross report that the gas was likely to have been halogenous derivatives phosgene, mustard gas, lewisite, chlorine, or cyanide bromide. The gas attack stopped for 3 weeks after the Six-Day War of June, but resumed on July against all parts of royalist Yemen. Casualty estimates vary, and an assumption considered conservative is that the mustard and phosphine-filled aerial bombs caused approximately 1,500 fatalities and 1,500 injuries. Do we know for sure that Egypt was using this? Or I guess who else would it be? If it wasn't Egypt supplying it, it would have, because Jordan was pulled out of the war by this point. Or no, wait, Jordan was on the other side, actually. Or it would have been Saudi Arabia, right? It would have had to have been one of those two. But Egypt was buying weapons from the USSR. Did the USSR have, I don't even remember, get access to these types of chemical weapons? I'm not sure. Egypt united with Syria for a short while. Sure. Huh. Also Syria. Control F, chemical warfare. Is it just like... Yemen, civil war, chemical warfare. Do I type in a country name? No, we'll just see what's said. Forgotten gas attacks in Yemen haunt Syria crisis. Failed response to repeated chemical assaults 50 years ago haunts contemporary debate on Syria. In 1962, a group of military officers overthrew Yemen's... Oh, okay, we know this. The Egyptian-led intervention of this protracted civil war would later be dubbed Nasser's Vietnam, and as the conflict worsened, the Egyptian response to the insurgents' guerrilla attacks grew desperate. Local population opposed the Egyptian presence. Tribes began shifting their support. Nasser hoped a massive bombing campaign using poison gas would terrorize. I'm just going to assume Egypt did this. I don't know if it's contested. I guess if it's contested, it'll come up later. I'm going to use the restroom real quick. Hold on. I'll be back 1 second. Oh. Okay. Why did you pause the music? Because I think if this is playing in the background and I'm not talking, I'll probably get hit for copyright. But I think if it's quiet enough and I'm talking, I don't think the YouTube thing automatically picks it up. Let's see. According to George Linksowski? Christ. At Destiny, during the Cold War, Arab monarchies like Jordan were in competition with Arab republics like Egypt and Syria, which is why they were opposed on Yemen, but were united on an Israeli issue. Yeah, I understand that. Especially with Egypt and their opposition to people like Iraq. I can see the vying for Arab leadership. Let's see. According to George Linksowski, I don't know how to pronounce this shit, okay. As early as May 23rd, President Johnson secretly authorized supplying Israel by air with a variety of arms systems, even when an embargo on weapons shipments was placed on the Middle East. Talk to me about this. Where was the embargo? I thought we agreed that we were going to step up to supplying arms to Israel after France stopped. What was the embargo? Fuck, why is there no link to this? What is the embargo? I'm so curious what that was in reference to. Destiny, be honest, this got stuck in your head after the Almost Friday TV video? No, actually it was from the Scrubs episode. Fuck. Hopefully we run into this later, because I don't understand this part. Stephen Green wrote in his book that the United States sent reconnaissance aircraft to track nighttime movement of Egyptian ground forces in order to facilitate daytime Israeli air attacks that proved important for Israel's advances. Richard Parker disputes this and suggests that it is a hoax based on the questionable testimony of a single man. Who wrote this section? It's funny, some of the Wikipedia stuff is written really well, and some of it is like very clearly written by like just somebody like jotting notes down, and it's not actually, it's just like random shit. On the second day of the war, Arab state-run media reported that American and British troops were fighting on Israel's side. Radio Cairo and the government newspaper Al Aram made a number of claims, among them that U.S. and British carrier-based aircraft flew sorties against the Egyptians, that U.S. aircraft based in Wheelus Air Base, Libya, attacked Egypt, and that American spy satellites provided imagery to Israel. Mohammed Hassanin Hikal, the chief of Al Aram in the Nasserite period, repeated similar claims at Al Jazeera channel. Later, Muammar al-Gaddafi's Libyan government confirmed these claims, also only to get a pretext for the coup that took place on the 1st of September 1969. The governments of the United States and Britain officially denied involvement. Similar reports were aired by Radio Damascus and Radio Amman. Egyptian media even said that King Hussein had personally seen radar observations showing British aircraft taking off from aircraft carriers. Outside of the Arab world, claims of American and British military intervention were not taken seriously. Britain, the US, and Israel denied these allegations. On June 8th, Egyptian credibility was further damaged when Israel released an audio recording to the press, which they said was a radio-telephone conversation intercepted 2 days earlier between Nasser and King Hussein of Jordan. Nasser. Shall we include also the United States? Do you know of this? Shall we announce that the U.S. is cooperating with Israel? Hello, I do not hear. The connection is the worst. The line between you and the palace of the king from which the king is speaking is bad. Is he referring to himself in the third person, or is this like a translation error? Nasser. Hello! Will we say the U.S. and England, or just the U.S.? Hussein. The U.S. and England. Nasser. Does Britain have aircraft carriers? Hussein. Nasser. Good. King Hussein will make an announcement, and I will make an announcement. Thank you. Will His Majesty make an announcement on the participation of Americans and the British? Hussein. Nasser, by God, I say that I will make an announcement and you will make an announcement, and we will see to it that the Syrians will make an announcement that American and British airplanes are taking part against us from aircraft carriers. We will issue an announcement, we will stress the matter, and we will drive the point home. How the fuck is Israel even intercepting these radio telephone conversations? Jesus. In the immediate aftermath of the war, as the extent of the Arab military defeat became apparent, Arab leaders differed. He differs. His opinions differed. It's differed. Arab leaders differed on whether to continue to assert that the American military had assisted the Israeli victory. On June 9th, 1967, Nasser stated in his resignation speech, his resignation was not accepted. What does that mean when you don't accept somebody's resignation? I don't know what that means. What is now established is that American and British aircraft carriers were off the shores of the enemy helping his war effort. Also, British aircraft raided in broad daylight positions of the Syrian and Egyptian fronts. In addition to operations by a number of American aircraft reconnoitering some of our positions, scouting basically, I guess. Indeed, it can be said without exaggeration that the enemy was operating with an air force 3 times stronger than his normal force. King Hussein, however, later denied the allegations of American military support. On June 30th, he announced in New York that he was perfectly satisfied that no American planes took part, or any British planes either. In September, the New York Times reported that Nasser had privately assured Arab leaders gathered in Sudan to discuss the Khartoum resolution that his earlier claims were false. The Khartoum resolution in September of 1967 was issued at the conclusion of the 67 Arab League summit. What nations were in the Arab League right now? The 4th Arab League summit in the aftermath. Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Yemen, Kuwait, and Iraq? Were those the only ones? Syria wasn't part of the Arab League? Or Lebanon, or were these just the ones that known as the 3 No's? No peace with Israel, no recognition of Israel, no negotiations with Israel. The summit also resolved that no oil-rich Arab states give financial aid to the states who lost the war and to help them rebuild the military forces. Oh, that the oil-rich Arab states give financial... This is actually important. Wait, I'm glad I clicked this. Jesus. Okay. The 1967... Arab League Summit. Famous for the Khartoum Resolution, known as the 3 No's. How did spy satellites work in 1967? I don't know if we had any in 67. Spy satellites. Maybe we might have. We went to the moon in 69. In 67, could we transmit or take pictures from space? I have no idea. Or no, wait, actually, hold on. No, because I was in a Cuban Missile Crisis. Those pictures were taken by U-2s, weren't they? Can I? Let me check, hold on. Cuban Missile Crisis. Is it, wait, were they U-2s? Was that the name of the place? Or the planes? Later, the missile preparations were confirmed when a U.S. Air Force U-2 spy plane produced clear photographic evidence. Yeah. I think it was just planes that were producing this type of visual evidence for us, right? The article said spy satellites. Yeah, but I don't know if... I think that was their claim or something, right? I don't think that... Did the article say for sure the U.S. was riding spy satellites? Everybody keeps saying they parachuted the films like it was actually happening, so maybe that was actually happening. Okay. Huh, okay. Didn't your dad help build that plane? I think he worked on it. And then the SR-71, I think? Wait, hold on. Is it possible to reschedule this appointment for 3 weeks later? so I have more time to adjust to being home and on a regular schedule. My doctor wants to meet with me like every 2 weeks to talk about my medication. Every 2 weeks. I think it's because I'm paying cash. I don't need to talk to you every 10 fucking days. You're not doing anything for me. Jesus. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Just gonna. King Hussein, however, later denied the allegations. Oh, hold on. We were this resolution. It's normal for 2 weeks. Okay, yeah, but like give me a month so I can like truly know what's going on. Famous members are known as the 3 no's. No peace with Israel. No recognition. No recognition of Israel. No negotiations with Israel. Other oil-rich Arab states will help other Arab states who lost the war to rebuild their military. The outcome of this summit influenced Israel's foreign policy for decades. The final note of the meeting asserted Palestinians' rights to the whole of Palestine, meaning the total eradication of Israel. Arab League Summit. I'm just curious what the members were of this summit in '67. Is there a way that I can check this? Maybe don't talk about getting high on your meds publicly. What are you talking about? Okay, establishment. Jesus. It was the same? What do you mean it was the same? So it's just these 6 members? Or 6 or 7 members? Or has it been like 22 members the entire time? The Arab League has 22 member states. It was founded in Cairo in March 1945 with 6 members. Oh wait, I think it does say it right on that page. I normally ignore this section, my bad. I'm sorry. Okay. We were in 67. So at this time, it would have been... Oh no, these were the different summits. Fuck me. Okay, I don't care. You said on stream you get high off your amphetamine meds. Doctors take that language seriously. First of all, I don't think my doctor does take that language seriously. Secondly, I don't get high off my meds. I was high for the first couple days, but the feelings of euphoria are probably normal when you start amphetamines. Like, they're amphetamines. Kill yourself. Okay. Look under the image. Yeah, I see the image of like some of the leaders, but I don't know if that's the only people that were here at this summit. But whatever. It's not technically that important, I guess. But okay. Resolution. Conference has affirmed the unity of Arab states, the unity of joint action, the need for coordination, and for the elimination of all differences. The King's presidents, representatives of other Arab heads of state at the conference have affirmed their country's stand by an implementation of the Arab Solidarity Charter, which was signed at the 3rd Arab Summit Conference in Casablanca. The summit had almost all Arab countries. Okay. Conference has agreed on the need to consolidate all efforts to eliminate the effects of the aggression on the basis of the occupied lands are Arab lands, and the burden of regaining these lands falls on all of the Arab states. The Arab heads of states have agreed to unite their political efforts at the international and diplomatic level to eliminate the effects of the aggression and to ensure the withdrawal of the aggressive Israeli forces from the Arab lands which have been occupied since the aggression of 5th of June. This will be done. The 5th of June refers to the start of the Six-Day War. GTA 6 trailer just released. Wait, really? Hold on. Fuck you. Wait, none of this is real, right? I don't even know. I don't know. I don't care. I don't even care about GTA. What am I? Retarded. This will be done within the framework of the main principles by which the Arab states abide, namely no peace with Israel, no recognition of Israel, no negotiations with it, and insistence on the rights of the Palestinian people in their own country. The Conference of Arab Ministers of Finance, Economy, and Oil recommended that suspension of oil pumping be used as a weapon in the battle. However, after thoroughly studying the matter, the summit conference has come to the conclusion that the oil pumping can itself be used as a positive weapon, since oil is an Arab resource, which can be used to strengthen the economy of the Arab states directly affected by the aggression, so that these states will still be able to stand firm in battle. The conference has therefore decided to resume the pumping of oil, since oil is a positive Arab resource that can be used in the service of Arab goals. It can contribute to the efforts to enable those Arab states which were exposed to the aggression thereby lost economic resources. Wait, so were they like, okay, we're not going to sell oil to Israel, fuck these losers, but then all of them were like, okay, but if we sold oil to Israel, we can get their shekels, and then we can defeat them with their own money. Is that essentially the back and forth here? The oil-producing states have, in fact, participated in the efforts to enable the states affected by the aggression to stand firm in the face of any economic pressure. The participants in the conference have approved the plan proposed by Kuwait to set up an Arab Economic and Social Development Fund on the basis of the recommendation of the Baghdad Conference of Arab Ministers of Finance, Economy, and Oil. The participants have agreed on the need to adopt the necessary measures to strengthen military preparation to face all eventualities, and the conference has decided to expedite the elimination of foreign bases in the Arab states. Commenters have frequently presented the resolution as an example of Arab rejectionism. Abd al-Azim Ramadan stated that the Khartoum decision left only one option: war. All agree that the Khartoum resolution amounted to a rejection of Israel's right to exist. The Palestinian Liberation Organization itself enlisted the Khartoum resolution to advocate against acceptance of Israel's right to exist as articulated in United Nations Security Council Resolution 242. Benny Morris wrote that the Arab leaders hammered out a defiant rejectionist platform that was to bedevil all peace movements, or all peace moves in the region for a decade, despite an Israeli offer on June 19, 1967, to give up Sinai and Golan in exchange for peace. 1967. We'll probably hit to that at the end of the Six-Day War. We kind of skipped ahead a little bit, but I've never heard of this in my entire life. Although I guess I intuited? Because I felt like in order for peace, but I mean, that's not even intuitive. I just didn't know this particular thing existed. But it's obvious that like peace can't exist for Israel or Palestine until all the other Arab nations come together and decide on it, right? Avi Shlaim has argued that Arab spokesmen interpreted the Khartoum declarations to mean no formal peace treaty, but not a rejection of peace, no direct negotiations, but not a refusal to talk through third parties, and no de jure recognitions of Israel, but acceptance of its existence as a state. Emphasis in original. Shlaim states that the conference marked a turning point in Arab-Israeli relations by noting that Nasser urged Hussein, the king of Jordan, I believe, right, to seek a comprehensive settlement with Israel. Shlaim acknowledges that none of that was then known to Israel, whose leaders took the three no's at face value. Oh, so they had a secret agreement, of course. Wink, wink. Sure. Fred Corey argued that the Khartoum conference cleared the way for the Arab moderates to seek a political solution and to offer, in exchange for their conquered lands, important concessions short of actually recognizing Israel and negotiating formal peace treaties with her. In the event, indirect negotiations between Israel, Jordan, and Egypt eventually opened through the auspices of the Jarring Mission, and the secret direct talks also took place between Israel and Jordan, but neither avenue succeeded in achieving a meaningful settlement, which set the stage for a new round of conflict. Okay, I don't want to jump this far ahead. To achieve a peaceful settlement of the conflict after the 60 War in 67. What does shuttle diplomacy mean? You're like running between a whole bunch of... To serve as an intermediate. Yeah, okay. Okay, sorry, I need to not read ahead. Okay, boom. Okay, sorry. Boom, boom, boom. We'll do this one later. Okay. Still doing 6-Day War. Oh, these are controversies related to the 6-Day War. Okay, back here. The way Shalom presents it is arguably the most accurate in my reading. Other interpretations are pretty reductive. Okay. Okay, armies. Syria's army had a total strength of 75,000 and was deployed along the border with Israel. Professor David W. Lesh wrote that one would be hard-pressed to find a military less prepared for war with a clearly superior foe. Since Syria's army had been decimated in the months and years prior through coups and attempted coups that had resulted in a series of purges, fracturings, and uprisings within the armed forces. The Jordanian... Oh, hold on. There's something else I need to... We haven't really done any of this. Okay. How many Palestinians were living in these other Arab countries at this point? Were they lobbying the governments in the Arab League too, or does that not matter? Unless they've like oh, okay. What was I saying? Fuck. How many Palestinians? Oh, it might be missing or it might be absent from the Wikipedia entries. Okay, it could be that these that they're just not including it here for whatever reason, or these just aren't detailed enough to include it. But it seems like I don't know if anybody actually gives a fuck about any of the Palestinians here. I think that they all just like hate Israel. I don't think they actually care about Palestine. But I could be wrong. But that's the feeling. But yeah. Or the Palestinians, I should say, since Palestine isn't a real thing. Syria's army, okay. The Jordanian armed forces included 11 brigades, totaling 55,000 troops. 9 brigades, don't need to know this, okay? There's just a sizable number of M113 APCs. We're equipped with some 300 modern Western tanks, 250 of which were the US M48 Pattons. In this war, did you have M48s shooting at other M48s? How do you even, like, tell the difference? They also had 12 battalions of artillery, 6 batteries of 81mm and 120mm rounds, mortars, paratrooper battalion trained in the new US-built school, and a new battalion of mechanized infantry. The Jordanian army was a long-term service professional army, relatively well-equipped and well-trained. Israeli post-war briefings said that the Jordanian staff acted professionally, but was always left half a step behind by the Israeli moves. The small Royal Jordanian Air Force consisted of only 24 British-made Hawker Hunter fighters, 6 transport aircraft, and 2 helicopters. According to the Israelis, the Hawker Hunter was essentially on par with the French-built Dassault Mirage 3, the IAF's best plane. Why would random Arab countries hate Israel for no reason? I don't think it's that they necessarily hate Israel for no reason, but I think the Arab countries see themselves as all sharing one they purportedly share the common goal of being like a united Arab League, and the Jewish people obviously stand in opposition to that because the Jewish people are Jewish. Well, do they stand in opposition to it? I mean, they would never be as close to the Arabs as the Arabs would want them to be. So I guess they just kind of view like the Jewish people as like odd ones out who never should have been there, right? This is all like Arab conquered land from the past, and they want it to be all like Arab conquered land. And then they want to have like their, but I mean like, but also all these Arab states like fight with each other too. So I mean, it's, you know, fuck them. Yeah. Let's see, where were we at? Destiny, no, it's a disdain for the British who they blame for shipping them there. Yeah, I guess, but I mean, like, it feels like if at any point in time all the Arab countries really wanted to combine into one big thing and like do their shit, they could have, but there was too much, it feels like there's too much disunity between the Arab states for them to actually come together and agree on anything, right? Because too many people are vying for power or influence, right? It seems like that Nasser guy, right, was one of the big players in this region who was like, I'm going to be the new head of the massive new like pan-Arab nation. And this type of like conflict, right, him being pissed off at Iraq for joining U.S. British agreements, or him taking part in that Yemeni civil war against opposite of Jordan and Saudi Arabia, I think, right, all of them like the vying for influence and fighting amongst each other's, right, and like, yeah. It's very important to know that Muslims believe the Day of Judgment won't come until the Jews are kicked off the Holy Land. Yeah, but clearly that's not what they care about the most. They're more interested, like, which is strange because I would have given you the exact opposite take 10 years ago. I think I've even repeated 10 or 15 years ago. I think I've said this a lot, actually, and now I think I was actually completely wrong on this. I've said in the past that I don't know if people in the Middle East view themselves as being nations the same way that in the U.S., where like the United States and France and Great Britain, right? They're like tribes of people are different like that. I think it's actually the exact opposite. I think that the people of the Middle East identify more strongly with their nations in general than they do as being similar ethnic groups or similar religious groups, right? That like the Iraqis feel themselves as being, and I mean, this evidence is said by like the Iraq-Iranian war, right? Or Iraq's invasion of Kuwait, or Egypt's vying for power from all the other countries, or the disunity between the Gulf states and the Shia states, right? Yeah, I think I've said that a lot before, but I think I'm completely and totally wrong there. That's not true. I think that the peoples of the Middle East actually quite strongly identify with their nations, with some exceptions, right? The Kurdish people don't have a country, for instance. I'm sure there are other groups of people that exist in the Middle East that I just don't know about, that probably also don't. But oh yeah, and maybe like Afghanistan people. Although I don't know enough about like the Taliban. Do they feel like they're in terms of? But yeah, but it feels like the different nations and their aspirations as nations are actually quite important, and was probably. Or was absolutely a huge contributing factor to their inability to like knock Israel out of the Middle East, right? That's what it feels like, but I could be wrong. Arabs don't consider Afghanistan as part of the Middle East. I don't think Afghanistan is technically part of the Middle East. Afghanistan and Pakistan, Pakistan, and I think. What's way up there? Oh God, the two countries. It's Kyrgyzstan and it's not Azerbaijan. It's Kyrgyzstan and it's, fuck me. What's the name of the country? Oh, I'm not gonna remember it. Oh, it's Tajikistan. That's right. I don't think those countries are considered part of the Middle East. I think it's Tajikistan. I don't know. Let's check. Yeah. I think technically, if you get into something called the Greater Middle East region, it might be, but Iran is over here. Oh, fuck me, I forgot. Pakistan, Afghanistan. One of these is Kyrgyzstan. One of these is, I think, Tajikistan or some shit. I don't remember. Fuck me. Google Maps, Pakistan. You know, Iranians aren't Arabs, right? Trust me, I know. If you ever think an Iranian is an Arab, find an Iranian friend and call them an Arab. And they will bite your head off. They're the holy royal Persian peoples, okay? Oh, Uzbekistan was the one I was looking for. Fuck me. Okay, I'm sorry. I never hear anything about these countries, so I forget these ones. It's Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan is your big one up here, and then it's Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan. These are north of Afghanistan. You always know that Pakistan is lower because they're always fighting with India. They share the border and they fight over the territory here. Oh, okay. All right. But okay. Test your Middle East country knowledge. I should know most of these. Hold on. It's one of these stupid fucking countries. It's one of these. Is this Turkey? Why the fuck does it look so weird? Okay. Based. Fuck you. Okay. In the immediate aftermath of the war, as the extent of the Arab military defeat became apparent, Arab leaders deferred on whether... What now? Okay. I think we already read this. Oh, this is... We're still in the controversies. Okay. Okay. 100 Iraqi tanks and an infantry division were readied near the Jordanian border. Now, when we say Jordanian border, we're talking like Jerusalem still, right? Because Jordan still owns all of the West Bank here, I believe. So 2 squadrons of Iraqi fighter aircraft, Hawker Hunters and MiG-21s. Okay, we already read of this. Were rebased adjacent to the Jordanian border. Or actually, am I thinking of the Greenland? Would they not have considered the West Bank part of the Jordanian border? I'm not sure, actually. Wait, what?
Okay. And for
why do you fucking retards? Chain, are you the one making these? Can you fix your computer so that all of your streamables, it's either you or somebody else, you make streamables and your volume is so low on all of them. Fucking loser. Stop.
Okay. And for the Jordanians out there who think that...
And I can't even... Okay.
And for the Jordanians out there who think that their days are perfectly solid, your days are numbered too, bitch. Okay? Remember, Transjordan, motherfucker. Remember.
Remember, Transjordan. Oh no. Careful, Hassan. Because Transjordan was only Transjordan because King Hussein from the country of Jordan conquered and technically stole the land in the West Bank from the Palestinians. Transjordan was supposed to be Palestinian land, but it was conquered by Jordan. Why would he use that as an example of anything other than other people conquering Palestinian land? Wait, was it Abdullah? I thought it was it Abdullah the first or Hussein the first? Oh no, wait, I think it was Abdullah the first. I think you're right, my bad.
One day, Lebanon and Jordan might also be part of, Israel proper. Who knows?
Why would Lebanon and Jordan be conquered by Israel? What precipitated every single loss of land from these countries to Israel? He's obviously implying that Saudi Arabia will annex Jordan and make Super Arabia. Okay.
But yeah, the idea that like, the idea that refugees are living in fucking mint, Palestinian refugees are doing.
Good one. Okay. Good volume. Okay. I don't care. Okay. The weeks leading up to the Six-Day War, Saudi Arabia mobilized forces for deployment to the Jordanian front. Oh, Saudi Arabia joined too. Oh, Jesus. Hold on. Who are all the players in this? I thought it was just like, I thought the Six-Day War was technically just 3 countries, but... Involved forces. We had... Egypt amassing 100,000 troops in the Sinai. Syria deploying 75,000 along their border with Israel. Jordanian armed forces totaled 55,000 troops. 100 Iraqi tanks and an infantry division readied near the Jordanian border. Along with 2 squadrons of Iraqi fighter aircraft. I just butchered that. Aircraft. And Saudi Arabia mobilized forces for deployment to the Jordanian front. I don't know how many. An infantry battalion. A few forces, we'll say. And then, oh, Jesus, okay. Oh, fuck me. I've been underselling this in the past. I thought it was 3 main nations that were fighting with, I thought it was mainly Syria, Jordan, and Egypt, with like a little bit of extra help from a couple other people. I didn't realize it was like every motherfucking, okay. Arab air forces were also reinforced by aircraft from Libya, Algeria, Morocco, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia to make up for the first day losses of the war. Volunteer pilots also came from the Pakistan Air Force, acting in an independent capacity, actually just showing up as kill stealers. Gross. Dobler, $10. Enjoying the stream, love. What note-taking program is that? It's Obsidian. Have you listened to Blink-182's latest album one more time? Nope. I listened to their one song so that everybody could listen and cry or whatever. Okay. Why don't you just copy paste it? Because then it does like links and these like ugly things, and just typing it out probably helps me remember it a bit better. Have you heard the saying that God created war so Americans would learn geography? Okay. Weapons. With the exception of Jordan, the Arabs relied principally on Soviet weaponry. Jordan's army was equipped with American weaponry, and its air force was composed of British aircraft. Egypt had by far the largest and most modern of all the Arab air forces, consisting of about 420 combat aircraft, all of them Soviet-built, and with a large number of top-of-the-line MiG-21s. Of particular concern to the Israelis were the 30 Tu-16 Badger medium bombers capable of inflicting heavy damage on Israeli military and civilian centers. Has Israel ever been bombed by any of these people, or did all the other aircraft get blown up first? Would you have Nasser on the stream? There's no way that dude's still alive, right? No, died in 1970, bro. Ooh, he died young. Damn, how did he die? Right after this, they get bombed in Tel Aviv. Oh, jeez. Israeli weapons were mainly of Western origin. Its air force was composed principally of French aircraft, while its armored units were mostly of British and American design and manufacture. Some light infantry weapons, including the ubiquitous Uzi, were of Israeli origin. The Arab armies, Egypt, Syria, and Iraq, Jordan used these. Artillery, aircraft, helicopters, AAW, infantry weapons. Fighting fronts. Operation Focus. The first and most critical move of the conflict was a surprise Israeli attack on the Egyptian Air Force. Initially, both Egypt and Israel announced that they had been attacked by the other country. On the 5th of June, this would have been in 67, right? Israeli time, with civil defense sirens sounding all over Israel, the IAF launched Operation Focus. All but 12 of its nearly 200 operational jets launched a mass attack against Egypt's airfields. The Egyptian defense infrastructure was extremely poor, and no airfields were yet equipped with hardened aircraft shelters capable of protecting Egypt's warplanes. Most of the Israeli warplanes headed out over the Mediterranean Sea, flying low to avoid radar detection before turning towards Egypt. Others flew over the Red Sea. Meanwhile, the Egyptians hindered their own defense by effectively shutting down their entire air defense system. They were worried that rebel Egyptian forces would shoot down the plane carrying Field Marshal Abdel Hakim Amir and Lieutenant General Sidki Mahmoud, who were en route from Al-Maza to Bir Tama in the Sinai to meet the commanders of the troops stationed there. Rebel Egyptian forces? Wait, what? What's going on, guys? In any event, it did not make a great deal of difference as the Israeli pilots came in below Egyptian radar cover and well below the lowest point at which its SA-2 surface-to-air missile batteries could bring down an aircraft. High-altitude air defense system. How high do you have to be flying to actually... Or low, I guess. What is the effective range? Like, how good are surface-to-air missiles if they're... if you just fly low and you can't be hit? Seems kind of shit. Are we going to be talking about whether a preemptive war was justified, though? This is something that's contested. I feel like they kind of told them that they were going to do it, didn't they? Like, didn't the Suez crisis was precipitated by the closing of the Straits of Tiran, both of those straits, and the restrictions on the Suez Canal, and Israel said, if you close that shit again, we're going to fucking attack you. And Egypt was like, no, we're going to close it and kick out all the UNEF personnel, and boom. And I feel like at that point, like Israel already, they explicitly stated, did they not, that it was a casus belli or whatever? They already stated that, like, we're going to fucking bomb you if you do this shit. And I mean, they did it and they got bombed. I mean, also, like, everybody else is amassing troops and everything. Like, we know we're going to war, right? Like, it's foregone. Are you saying there needed to be, like, a formal declaration, maybe? I'm not sure. I don't know. Like, I mean, like, they literally... Destiny, it's the solid field booster in these specific SAMs. It means they tear off at dumb speed so they can't maneuver at low altitude. Gotcha. Makes sense. That doesn't answer if it's justified. I mean, I would say it seems obvious that it's justified. But who knows? I don't know. See Melina's latest tweet. Melina, what the Mel? Oh, flying low can help due to curvature of the Earth as well. Interesting. I didn't consider that. Maybe, yeah. Freedom of navigation is a UN recognized right. You can't just blockade countries willy-nilly. Yeah, sure. That was part of it as well, yeah. Although the powerful Jordanian radar facility in Ajloun detected waves of aircraft approaching Egypt and reported the code word for war up to the Egyptian command chain. Oh, also, keep in mind that supposedly a big driver here for why Egypt sucked ass so much is because Egypt, Nasser especially, had a ton of false confidence after the Suez crisis, right? Supposedly his assumption coming out of the Suez Canal crisis was that he defeated France, he defeated Britain, and he defeated Israel all at the same fucking time, and that's why they ran with their tail between their legs to flee his country after he single-handedly basically destroyed all three countries. When the reality was, it was a ton of pressure from the United States. And I guess arguably the broader international community, and domestically there was a lot of protests against especially Britain to fuck off, and that's why they ended up pulling out, right? So supposedly, if Wikipedia is to be believed, right, Nasser was hyped up off of his own farts coming into this as well, thinking that, like, I mean, they already single-handedly defeated 3 Western nations, if you include Israel in that, so of course they can win this war, right? So I'm sure that might have played somewhat into the preparations and everything as well, right? But, okay. He paved it on his own, yes. Israel lied initially and said it was attacked first, and then later claimed it was a preemptive strike. Yeah, I see that here, where they both said they attacked each other. Also, U.S. Ambassador to Israel acknowledged that U.S. intelligence indicated that the troop movements in Egypt had only a defensive purpose. Joey, hold on. Had only a defensive purpose. The defensive purpose was to cut off access for the Straits of Tiran, right? So yeah, of course it was only a defensive purpose, but they literally kicked out the UN troops there. They made them leave, and then they defended the closure of that strait to block off shipments or anything from Israel, right? Destiny, not sure if you read this, but part of a big reason for this war was the USSR giving Egypt incorrect information about Israel massing forces for an invasion. Egypt and Syria mobilized their troops based on this, and the United States saw on the satellites. Yes, that too. Now, I don't know. We were linked to a few articles earlier. I don't know if the USS did that intentionally or not, but yeah. Yes, I realize that, but Destiny, is that enough, though? My understanding is that blocking ships from passing into areas is literally can almost be cause for war, right? Wasn't that arguably what brought wasn't our embargo of like Japanese routes, isn't that why they bombed like Pearl Harbor and shit? Didn't we get sucked into World War I because German U-boats were sinking our ships? Like, this type of like blockage of trade routes is a really, really, really big deal. Like maritime passage, like having ships being able to go through canals and go through the oceans and not be like not fuck everything up. It's a really, really, really big deal. It's a huge big deal. That's like, I think blocking ships is a casus belli or whatever. Like, that's a reason to go to war, you know? Destiny, we sanctioned Japan, we didn't embargo them. Okay, maybe we didn't actually embargo them. I'd have to check that, but yeah. Dr. Trent, $20. Imagine lying about who attacked first. What other country would do that? What, did we do that? Somebody said blocking ships is 100% a casus belli in Israeli doctrine, not the rest of the world or the UN. Well, that's not necessarily true because the Suez Canal crisis, France and Great Britain, France and the UK were driven to war with Egypt because of them basically taking over the Suez Canal, right? I'm sure there are other examples of this. I just don't know it yet, but I don't know. We'll see. Okay. But yeah, it's a big deal. Say CB. How about you suck D's? You ever heard of DN? Destiny, everyone says Ike did the right thing by supporting Egypt. After reading how it backfired, didn't it turn out to be a mistake in hindsight? Seems like we gave the USSR a W on nuke threats and empowered Nasser, a guy that's fucking with our shit. I think the US did the right thing. I think that, you know what? Here's something that it wouldn't surprise me if this was a drum pattern that beats throughout modern history, maybe the past like 150 years, maybe, I don't know. If you want to go to war, or if you want to do military action, it's probably really important to coalition build first. You need to make sure that at least your allies think that you have a moral right or moral authority to intervene in some area. So whether that means unanimous approval from NATO, whether that means the support of the United Nations, or whether that at least means the close support of your allies, that's probably a really important factor in determining whether or not you ought to intervene and what kind of support, both politically, domestically and internationally, and militarily, internationally, you'd have going into a region. Yeah. So like, the United States standing in opposition to British and French intervention down there was when they probably didn't need to. There were other options that could have been explored. I think was probably a good call from Eisenhower. But there might be people who disagree with that. Also, I didn't know anything about this conflict like 12 hours ago. So, you know, who the fuck am I to say that, right? Please don't link Cherry tweets to my chat, okay? Cherry can go do everything, all right? Eisenhower said he regretted pressuring Israel to withdraw from the Sinai. Did he? I'd have to go back and read that. Maybe. I'm not sure. The UK had the support of Iraq, Israel, Germany, and France. The US was the only major ally against it. Okay, bruv, but first of all, the UK didn't have domestic support for it that much, number one. And number two, France already had huge problems in Algeria, okay? And number three, the US was the fucking shit, bro. Why would you not get the US to sign off on some shit after we literally saved all of your fucking asses in World War II? Don't you think like having the US on your side there is really fucking important? Yeah, I feel like that's probably one of the most important allies you could have. Yeah, and like fucking Britain and France were on the verge of like losing every fucking colony they had at that point too. Like, just chill. Why not just chill? Yeah, and they were being sneaky about it. They knew they were in the wrong, right? That's why they did that, what was the agreement called? It had the weird accent. Severus or whatever the fucking thing was called. They tried to do the little sneaker agreement. Protocol of Severus, because they knew they were probably in the wrong there, okay? I don't care about that. Okay. Do you plan on doing some research on Taiwan and China history? Maybe. Who knows? Maybe we'll just be reading Wikipedia all day, every day from now on. We'll see. Do you feel the mainstream media reporting is broadly siding with Israel or Palestine? Feels like it's broadly siding with Palestine, but I don't know. I could be wrong. There might be other media reporting that I'm missing, but obviously from everything that I see, it seems to be pretty ubiquitous support of Palestine, or at least opposition to Iraq, or not Iraq, opposition to Israel. Okay, anyway, sorry. Okay. Although the powerful Jordanian, the radar still, okay. The radar facility at Ajloun detected waves of aircraft approaching Egypt and reported the code word for war upped the Egyptian command chain. Egyptian command and communications problems prevented the warning from reaching the targeted airfields. We don't need this. Where is this? Okay, this is northwestern Jordan, east of like the West Bank over here. Okay, so way up here. I can see all this shit, I guess. Okay. Waves of aircraft approaching Egypt. Okay. The Israelis employed a mixed attack strategy, bombing and strafing runs against planes parked on the ground, and bombing to disable runways with special tarmac shredding penetration bombs developed jointly with France, leaving surviving aircraft unable to take off. The runway at the Arish airfield was spared, as the Israelis expected to turn it into a military airport for their transports after the war. Jesus. Is this in the Sinai, or where is this? It is, okay, because they were like, we're taking this shit. I'm guessing this is the Sinai, right? Oh yeah, because this is Gaza. Yeah. That's so greedy. Fuck, what's a game that you play where you do shit like this? I'm not gonna blow this shit up because I'm gonna take it later. Matthew Perry of Friends died. Okay. Civilization 6, is it? Surviving aircraft were taken out by later attack waves. The operation was more successful than expected, catching the Egyptians by surprise and destroying virtually all of the Egyptian Air Force on the ground with few Israeli losses. Only 4 unarmed Egyptian training flights were in the air when the strike began. Imagine coming back to base and all your shit is gone. Jesus. Matthew Perry dies drowning. Damn. Dead at 54. Uh-oh.
Oh, just wanted to pop in real quick. First of all, thanks for doing the stream share thing the other day. Appreciate that.
Wait, what stream share?
Yeah, apparently when
the raid or whatever, yeah.
Thing, yeah, thanks. Yeah, your community isn't too bad. Somebody shared like fucking dick pics in the Discord while I was streaming, unfortunately, but yeah, other than that, they were pretty cool.
Okay.
Yeah, secondly, just wanted to talk about the UN's current position on the invasion in Gaza. It seems like there's very little international support, aside from like the US seems to still be backing Israel. what's crazy to me though is a lot of the misinformation has made its way to like some of the UN Council. Like I've seen UN security chiefs talk about how like Israel's responsible for the hospital bombing and shit. So yeah, what do you think of that?
I mean, the rest of the world is the rest of the world, because Israel is in such a commanding position militarily, probably just wants Israel to chill out because people are worried that it's going to be like a huge incitement into like prolonged World War III tier conflict.
Like, do you think they're just worried about conflict with Iran, or do you think they have like some weird ideological thing against Israel? Because with
anybody, right? Like any other Arab country theoretically in that region could get irritated and start fighting, right?
Well, yeah, Iran in particular. Like, personally, I don't see that as a bad thing necessarily. Like, Iran was responsible for the October 7th attack. Like, when you have a...
Well, hold on. I don't think there's any evidence for us to know that, no?
There is. So, battle plans were found on the Hamas fighters that were killed during the October 7th attack, and with a high degree of certainty, some security experts are saying it's Iran.
Okay. I would wait for like U.S. confirmation or something on that, or more international community consensus around that, but okay. That's possible, by the way. I wasn't sure that.
Yeah, but assuming Iran was behind the attack, so like a lot of the planning, maybe some of the weapons and stuff, do you think it would be a good idea to go to war with Iran?
No, probably not. I think we probably need to find going to war with Iran is like the closest.
After they literally orchestrated the equivalent of 9/11?
Iran was literally like almost directly killing U.S. troops in Iraq during our occupation. If that wasn't pulling us into war or confrontation with Iran, this isn't going to do it now. Like a direct full-on war with Iran would be a big deal for the world. It would be, not good.
I don't think it would be.
Okay, well, I guess.
I don't expect other like Saudi nations to get involved. Maybe we'd get, worse deals on oil prices, something like that. But I don't think any other countries are going to get sucked into a conflict like that.
Maybe. I mean, I feel like, that's really hard to say. We have no idea what could happen, right? But
yeah, like from my point of view, I think war with Iran is probably going to happen. Especially if Israel's successful in annihilating Hamas and they start going after Hezbollah.
I mean, if Israel starts like going into Lebanon and shit, yeah, that would be a lot of people would look to get involved at that point probably, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Okay. All right. Well, just wanted to hear your opinion on that. Okay. Well, take care, dude. Have fun.
Be careful. Okay, interesting. All right. Total of 338 Egyptian aircraft were destroyed and 100 pilots were killed, although the number of aircraft lost by the Egyptians is disputed. Among the Egyptian planes lost were all 30, we don't need to know this. Egyptian radar and SAM missiles were also attacked and destroyed. The Israelis lost 19 planes, including 2 destroyed in air-to-air combat and 13 downed by anti-aircraft artillery. One Israeli plane, which was damaged and unable to break radio silence, was shot down by Israeli Hawk missiles after it strayed over the Negev Nuclear Research Center. Another was destroyed by an exploding Egyptian bomber. The attack guaranteed Israeli air supremacy for the rest of the war. Attacks on other Arab air forces by Israel took place later in the day as hostilities broke out on other fronts. The large number of Arab aircraft claimed destroyed by Israel on that day were at first regarded as greatly exaggerated by the Western press. However, the fact that the Egyptian Air Force, along with other Arab air forces attacked by Israel, made practically no appearance for the remaining days of the conflict proved that the numbers were most likely authentic. Throughout the war, Israeli aircraft continued strafing Arab airfield runways to prevent the return to usability. Meanwhile, Egyptian state-run radio had reported an Egyptian victory, falsely claiming that 70 Israeli planes had been downed on the first day of fighting. Gaza Strip and Sinai Peninsula. I know that the Friends dude is dead. I don't. Okay, thank you. Please. Gaza Strip and Sinai Peninsula. The Egyptian forces consisted of 7 divisions, 4 armored, 2 infantry, and 1 mechanized infantry. Overall, Egypt had around 100,000 troops and 900 to 950 tanks in the Sinai, backed by 1,100 APCs and 1,000 artillery pieces. This arrangement was thought to be based on the Soviet doctrine, where mobile armor units at strategic depth provided dynamic defense while infantry units engaged in defensive battles. Israeli forces concentrated on the border with Egypt, included 6 armored brigades, 1 infantry brigade, 1 mechanized infantry brigade, 3 paratrooper brigades, giving a total of around 70,000 men and 700 tanks. Were organized in 3 armored divisions. The Israeli plan was to surprise the Egyptian forces in both timing, the attack exactly coinciding with the IAF strike on Egyptian airfields, location, attacking via northern and central Sinai routes, as opposed to the Egyptian expectations of a repeat of the 1956 war, when the IDF attacked via the central and southern routes, and method, use a combined forced flanking approach rather than direct tank assaults. Yeah. It feels like so a lot of this I remember from the Suez Crisis. It seems like, if the Wikipedia is to be believed, that the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, seem to learn a lot from prior conflicts, right? They spoke about the importance of air supremacy during the conflict. They spoke about how important it was to be quick and mobile rather than to have like large, clumsy armor. And it seems like they utilize these lessons in future conflict pretty well, obviously. I mean, on the 5th of June at 7:50 a.m., the northernmost Israeli division, consisting of 3 brigades and commanded by Major General Israel Tal. What if you were from a country and your name was the name of the country? It seems kind of cringe. Like, imagine if my name was like United States of America Bonnell. Like, cringe. What does Israel stand for? Doesn't Israel mean something? Destiny, they have to be mobile and offensive because Israel is so small. There's no such thing as retreating to a fallback position. Sure. People are named America? Oh, cringe. Jordan? Well, are the people in Jordan named Jordan? Jordan doesn't feel like a very Jordanian name. Israel is the name of Jacob? Whatever, cringe. Means he who wrestles with God. Yes, everyone in Jordan is named Jordan. Okay. One of Israel's most prominent armor commanders crossed the border at 2 points, opposite Nahal Oz and south of Khan Yunis. They advanced swiftly, holding fire to prolong the element of surprise. Tal's forces assaulted the Rafah Gap, an 11-kilometer stretch containing the shortest of 3 main routes through the Sinai towards El Qantara and the Suez Canal. The Egyptians had 4 divisions in the area, backed by minefields, pillboxes, underground bunkers, hidden gun emplacements, and trenches. The terrain on either side of the route was impassable. The Israeli plan was to hit the Egyptian at selected key points with concentrated armor. Tiny haters already in the trenches. Oh, stop. Please, stop. Hold on. Stop. You're getting banned. If you're linking cherry tweets or like response to cherry tweets, I'm giving you huge bans. Stop. Jesus. Stop. Please don't give people attention. Jordan is the English version of the make it a ban phrase. If RTBA is here, do it like 24-hour ban or 2-week ban or whatever. If anybody linking your fucking Twitter. The Israeli plan was to hit the Egyptians. Okay. Tal's advance was led by the 7th Armored Brigade under Colonel Shmuel Gonen. The Israeli plan called for the 7th Brigade to outflank Khan Yunis from the north and the 60th Armored Brigade under Colonel... No. Okay, I don't need like... Kevils is shitting on Hassan. Okay, I'm blocked by like half these Twitter accounts. I don't care. Okay. The crew brigades would link up and surround Khan Yunis, while the paratroopers would take Rafah. Gonen entrusted the breakthrough to a single battalion of his brigade. Initially, the advance was met with light resistance, as Egyptian intelligence had concluded that it was a diversion for the main attack. However, as Gonen's lead battalion advanced, it suddenly came under intense fire and took heavy losses. A second battalion was brought up, but was also pinned down. Meanwhile, the 60th Brigade became bogged down in the sand, while the paratroopers had trouble navigating through the dunes. The Israelis continued to press their attack, and despite heavy losses, cleared the Egyptian positions and reached the Khan Yunis railway junction in a little over 4 hours. When you definitely don't hate Hassan. What? Okay, I don't care about couple suites right now. How big is a battalion in number of men? I'm not sure, but there's like standards for all of this, I think. Like worldwide, right? Like a battalion, a brigade. A battalion consists of 300 to 1,000 soldiers. I don't know all the different fucking... There's got to be like Hoi fans or some shit where they use all this terminology, but... Around 1,200 for the US, gotcha. Gonen's brigade then advanced 9 miles to Rafah in twin columns. Rafah itself was circumvented, and the Israelis attacked Sheikh Zuweid, 13 kilometers or 8 miles to the southwest, which was defended by 2 brigades. Though inferior in numbers and equipment, the Egyptians were deeply entrenched and camouflaged. The Israelis were pinned down by fierce Egyptian resistance and called an air and artillery sport to enable their lead elements to advance. Many Egyptians abandoned their positions after their commander and several of his staff were killed. Sheikh Zuweid, gotcha. The Israelis broke through with tank-led assaults. However, Avarim's forces misjudged the Egyptians' flank and were pinned between strongholds before they were extracted after several hours. By nightfall, the Israelis had finished mopping up resistance. Israeli forces had taken significant losses, with Colonel Gonen later telling reporters that we left many of our dead soldiers in Rafah and many burnt-out tanks. The Egyptians suffered some 2,000 casualties and lost 40 tanks. Advanced on Arish. The 5th of June, with the road open, Israeli forces continued advancing towards Arish. Already by late afternoon, elements of the 79th Armored Battalion had charged through the 11-kilometer, 7-mile-long Girati defile, a narrow pass defended by well-emplaced troops of the Egyptian 112th Infantry Brigade. In fierce fighting, which saw the pass change hands several times, the Israelis charged through the position. The Egyptians suffered heavy casualties and tank losses, while Israeli losses stood at 66 dead, 93 wounded, and 28 tanks. Emerging at the western end, Israeli forces advanced to the outskirts. Do we need to read all of this? Receiving supplies via airdrop. Oh, hello. Wait. Where? Oh, fuck. I was thinking of, Fortnite. No, I wasn't. I was thinking of Fulton pickups from Metal Gear Solid 5. Sorry. The Israelis entered the city and captured the airport at 7:50 a.m. The Egyptians fired from the rooftops, from balconies and windows. They dropped grenades into our half trucks and blocked the streets with trucks. Our men threw the grenades back and crushed the trucks with their tanks. Gonen sent additional units to Arish, and the city was eventually taken. Brigadier General Avraham Yoffe's assignment was to penetrate Sinai south of Tal's forces and north of Sharon's. Yoffe's attack allowed Tal to complete the capture of the Girati defile, Khan Yunis. All of them were taken after fierce fighting. Gonen subsequently dispatched a force of tanks, infantry, and engineers under Colonel Yisrael Granite to continue down the Mediterranean coast towards the Suez Canal, while a second force... okay. Wait, what? Hold on. Let's see. The mid-front. Further south, on the 6th of June... The Israeli 38th Armored Division under Major General Ariel Sharon assaulted Katef, a heavily fortified area Defended by the Egyptian second. When this says mid-front, is that referring to the Jordanian side, or is it mid-front of the Sinai? Oh, it is the Sinai Peninsula, I think. Okay. As night fell, the Israeli troops lit flashlights, each battalion a different color, to prevent friendly fire incidents. At 10 p.m., Israeli artillery began a barrage on Ketef, firing some 6,000 shells in less than 20 minutes. The most concentrated artillery barrage in Israel's history. Israeli tanks assaulted the northernmost Egyptian defenses and were largely successful, though an entire armored brigade was stalled by mines and had only one mine clearance tank. To the west, paratroopers commanded by Colonel Daniel. Those that successfully landed on target destroyed Egyptian artillery and ammunition dumps and separated gun crews from their batteries. That was a Euphrates attack, large Sharon. Okay, other Israeli forces. Okay, I think we got it. We got you. Chandler, no. What is Chandler? Oh, wow. Oh my God. How you just... Okay. Oh, what is this? Hold on. Further south, on the 5th of June, the 8th Armored Brigade under Colonel Albert Mandler, initially positioned as a ruse to draw off Egyptian forces from the real invasion routes, attacked the fortified bunkers at Kuntilla. Got him. Kuntilla, a strategically valuable position whose capture would enable Mandler to block reinforcements from reaching Ketef and to join Sharon's upcoming attack on Nakhl. The defending Egyptian battalion, outnumbered and outgunned, fiercely resisted the attack, hitting a number of Israeli tanks. Most of the defenders were killed, and only 3 Egyptian tanks, one of them damaged, survived. By nightfall, Mandler's forces had taken Kuntilla. With the exceptions of Rafah and Khan Yunis, Israeli forces had initially avoided entering the Gaza Strip. Israeli Defense Minister Moshe Dayan had expressly forbidden entry into the area after Palestinian positions in Gaza opened fire on the Negev settlements of Nerim and Kisufim. IDF Chief of Staff Yitzhak Rabin overrode Dayan's instructions and ordered the 11th Mechanized Brigade under Colonel Yehuda Reshef to enter the strip. The force was immediately met with heavy artillery fire and fierce resistance from Palestinian forces and the remnants of the Egyptian forces from Rafah. By sunset, the Israelis had taken the strategically vital Ali Muntar Ridge overlooking Gaza City, but were beaten back from the city itself. Some 70 Israelis were killed, along with Israeli journalist Ben Oizerman and American journalist Paul Schutzer. Schutzer? I would say Schutzer. 12 members of UNEF were also killed on the war's second day. Killed by who? On the war's second day, 6th of June, the Israelis were bolstered by the 35th Paratroopers Brigade under Colonel Raphael Eaton and took Gaza City along with the entire strip. The fighting was fierce and accounted for nearly half of all of Israeli casualties on the southern front. However, Gaza rapidly fell to the Israelis. Meanwhile, on the 6th of June, the two Israeli reserve brigades under Yafi, each equipped with 100 tanks, penetrated the Sinai south of Tal's division and north of Sharon's, capturing the road junctions of Abu Agila, Bur, Lafan, and Arish, taking all of them before midnight. 2 Egyptian armored brigades counterattacked, and a fierce battle took place till the following morning. The Egyptians were beaten back by fierce resistance, coupled with airstrikes, sustaining heavy tank losses. They fled west towards Jabal Libni. During the ground fighting, remnants of the Egyptian Air Force attacked Israeli ground forces, but took losses from the Israeli Air Force and from Israeli anti-aircraft units. Throughout the last 4 days, Egyptian aircraft flew 150 sorties against Israeli units in the Sinai. 150 sorties. Did they have aircraft left to fly? Many of the Egyptian units remained intact and could have tried to prevent the Israelis from reaching the Suez Canal or engaged in combat in the attempt to reach the canal. However, when the Egyptian Field Marshal Abdel Hakim Amr heard about the fall of Abu Agila, he panicked and ordered all units in the Sinai to retreat. This order effectively meant the defeat of Egypt. Meanwhile, President Nasser, having learned of the results of the Israeli airstrikes, decided together with Field Marshal Amr to order a general retreat from the Sinai within 24 hours. No detailed instructions were given concerning the manner and sequence of withdrawal. Jesus. Imagine how high you can fall in 24 hours, right? So it was basically one day that Egypt was shattered. I think, right? Essentially. Or maybe 2 days, 48 hours, I guess. Rip. Damn. As Egyptian columns retreated, Israeli aircraft and artillery attacked them. Israeli jets used napalm bombs during their sorties. The attacks destroyed hundreds of vehicles and caused heavy casualties. At Jabal Libni, retreating Egyptian soldiers were fired upon by their own artillery. At Bur Gafgafa, the Egyptians fiercely resisted advancing Israeli forces, knocking out 3 tanks and 8 half-tracks and killing 20 soldiers. Due to the Egyptians' retreat, the Israeli High Command decided not to pursue the Egyptian units, but rather to bypass and destroy them in the mountainous passes of West Sinai. Citation needed. Therefore, the following 2 days, all 3 Israeli divisions, Sharon and Tal, were reinforced by an armored brigade, rushed westward, and reached the passes. Sharon's 1st Division... Okay, we don't need this. According to Egyptian diplomat Mahmoud Raid, 10,000 men were killed in 1 day alone. Oh, these passes became killing grounds for the Egyptians, who ran right into waiting Israeli positions and suffered heavy losses in both soldiers and vehicles. According to Egyptian diplomat Mahmoud Riyad, 10,000 men were killed in 1 day alone, and many others died from hunger and thirst. Tal's units stopped at various points to the length of the Suez Canal. Citation needed. I don't know of which part. Maybe just the last one. Israel's blocking action was partially successful. Only the Gidi Pass was captured before the Egyptians approached it. The Israelis eventually exceeded their capabilities to provide for prisoners. As a result, they began directing soldiers towards the Suez Canal, and only imprisoned high-ranking officers who were expected to be exchanged for captured Israeli pilots. According to some accounts, LOL, you said you would take more notes on this one at Destiny. Well, this is all just like battlefield stuff. There's not really like many notes to be taken here. There were a lot more notes for the last conflict because this was like incredibly political in nature. The Suez Crisis was this is just like a war, right? Kind of. There's not as much. I'm really going to be mainly interested in the resolution of the conflict afterwards and probably international response to the conflict. Those are going to be the most important things. Destiny, the embargo on weapons shipments mentioned earlier in the controversies wiki page. This is referencing U.S. policy. It'd be good to review after the Six-Day War. During the early 1960s, the U.S. government sought to establish a regional arms limitation agreement in the Middle East. I understand what you're saying, that happened in the 60s, but my understanding is that in 1966, France decided to pull weapon shipments to Israel, and the United States decided to step up and replace that arms shipment. Until 1966, Israel's weapons, these were notes I had earlier, Israel's weapons came from France, though Charles de Gaulle ceased supplying Israel with arms post-Algerian withdrawal, after France lost their colony, basically. And then the U.S. stepped in to replace the flow of weapons, and they started selling them a fuck ton of things. Like, I think we sold them like 200 tanks, M48s, whatever, and a bunch of other things before this war. That's why I didn't understand that one line, but it's not that important, I think. Yeah, okay, where am I? Let's see. According to some accounts, during the Egyptian retreat from the Sinai, a unit of Soviet Marines based on a Soviet warship in Port Said at the time came ashore and attempted to cross the Suez Canal eastward. The Soviet Destiny, Lily Pichu liking tweets blaming the U.S. for Gaza. Please stop. The Soviet force was reportedly decimated by an Israeli air attack and lost 17 dead and 34 wounded. Among the wounded was the commander, Lieutenant Colonel Viktor Shevchenko. According to some accounts, how do you not know that 100%? I feel like that would be known pretty well if that was true now, or I guess, I don't know. During the offensive, the Israeli Navy... What is the source for this? I'm curious. 28. Junior, Isabella, and Ramez Gideon, the Soviet-Israeli War. The USSR's military intervention in the Egypt-Israeli conflict, page 23. Great. During the initial offensive, or during the offensive, the Israeli Navy landed 6 combat divers from the Shayatet 13 Naval Commando Unit to infiltrate Alexandria Harbor. The divers sank an Egyptian minesweeper before being taken prisoner. Both Egyptian and Israeli warships made movements at sea to intimidate the other side throughout the war, but did not engage each other. However, Israeli warships and aircraft did hunt for Egyptian submarines throughout the war. Do submarines surface and attack, like, land? Can that happen? Or do submarines mainly just fight submarines and ships? Cruise missiles? Do those exist in the 60s? Submarines shoot missiles. Huh. Okay. Imagine a submarine with monster truck wheels. That would be unstoppable. True. Not that this is a groundbreaking or anything, just a take Destiny drop that wasn't really true with Mr. Beat. We didn't forgive Germany and move on with our lives. The world enslaved Nazi researchers and literally hunted them down all over the world to murder them if not useful. Russia did this, America did this, Israel did this, etc. The shift in German policy wasn't due to an understanding between Nazi Germany and the world. I wouldn't say that we, like, necessarily, quote unquote, like, just completely forgave Germany, but, like, didn't we literally forgive their war debts? Am I wrong on that? Didn't we forgive all debt in World War II? We wouldn't have forgiven war debts. I don't know if we lent money for Germany, but I thought, like, all debt at the end of World War II was cleared from, like, everybody. And we just tried to kind of, like, work to build, I know we did with, like, Japan, right? Try to work to build them back up and everything. I know that there was different operations on both sides to take, like, scientists from Nazi Germany. Yeah, I don't know. I guess maybe I can go read some post-World War II shit. But, like, I know that after World War I, for instance, Germany was saddled with a ton of debt. I don't believe they were after World War II, but now you're making me doubt myself. I'm not sure. Okay. Okay. Germany finished paying off its World War II debts in 2010. All right, hold on. Before the war officially ended, the United States, Great Britain, and France and the Soviet Union discussed what Germany would owe. In February of 1945, the Allies estimated that Germany would owe about $20 billion. By the winter of 1945, total reparations were estimated at over $300 billion. Okay, there you go. By the winter... It was believed that initially they suggested more reparations. Okay, hold on. World War II. We did that to Japan because they promised to make anime. Germany extracted payments from occupied countries, compelled loans, stole or destroyed property after World War II. According to the Potsdam Conference between Germany was to pay the Allies $23 billion, mainly in machinery and manufacturing plants. Dismantling in the West stopped in 1950. Reparations Soviet Union stopped in 1953. Beginning before the Germans surrendered, continued for the next 2 years, the United States pursued a vigorous program of harvesting technological and scientific know-how, as well as patents of many leading scientists in Germany, known as Operation Paperclip. Historian John Gimble, in his book Science, Technology, Reparations, Allies, Intellectual Reparations, $10 billion. German reparations were partly to be in the form of forced labor. By 1947, approximately 4 million German POW civilians were used as for civilian laborers. Okay, there you go. Boom. Okay, where were we? Oh. the city, killing 20 Egyptian soldiers, taking 8 more prisoners. On the 8th of June, Israel completely captured the Sinai by sending infantry units to Ras Sudar on the western coast of the peninsula. Several tactical elements made the swift Israeli advance possible. 1 was the surprise attack that quickly gave the Israeli Air Force complete air superiority. 2, the determined implementation of an innovative battle plan. And 3, the lack of coordination among Egyptian troops. Egyptian control of Jordanian forces. King Hussein had given control of his army to Egypt on the 1st of June, on which date Egyptian General Raid arrived in Amman to take control of the Jordanian military. Now, this is really bad, I think, because, right, the Egyptian military culture was essentially to promote people that were, like, cool. I think that was the case, right? So as opposed to, I think the Israeli military promoted based on battlefield exploits or, you know, capability to command. Egypt was promoting people based on, I guess, who they liked the most. And apparently that was one of the driving factors for why Egyptian command was so poor, I think, supposedly. Egyptian Field Marshal Amir used the confusion of the first hours of the conflict to send a cable to Amman that he was victorious. He claimed as evidence a radar sighting of a squadron of Israeli aircraft returning from bombing raids in Egypt, which he said was an Egyptian aircraft en route to attack Israel. In this cable, sent shortly before 9 a.m., Riyadh was ordered to attack. Cannon 499. Out of Crowder, Shapiro, the Hodge twins, and Matt Walsh, who do you think you could beat in a thumb wrestling match? Depends on how hard your mom is fucking me. Initial attack. One of the Jordanian, Egypt, and a lot of post-colonial nations in general have a big kleptocrat problem. Ultra rampant corruption, destiny. Okay. One of the Jordanian brigades stationed in the West Bank was sent to the Hebron area in order to link with the Egyptians. The IDF's strategic plan was to remain on the defensive along the Jordanian front to enable focus in the expected campaign against Egypt. Now, remember, I think Jordanian front is here, right? It's not actually over here, right? It's here in the West Bank. Oh, yeah, here's Hebron. Yes, that's true. Okay, because Hebron is in the, I think this is the West Bank, right? Yeah, because Jerusalem is up here. The West Bank is like all this area up here. The IDF's strategic plan was to remain on the defensive to enable focus on the extended campaign against Egypt. Intermittent machine gun exchanges began taking place in Jerusalem at 9:30 a.m., and the fighting gradually escalated as the Jordanians introduced mortar and recoilless rifle fire. What the fuck does that mean? What is a recoilless rifle fire? This is alien tech? Under the orders from General Narkis, the Israelis responded only with small arms fire, firing in a flat trajectory to avoid hitting civilians, holy sites, or the old city. Oh, anti-tank guns and RPGs. Okay. At 10 a.m. on the 5th of June, the Jordanian army began shelling Israel. 2 batteries of 155mm long tom cannons opened fire on the suburbs of Tel Aviv and Ramat David Air Base. The commanders of these batteries were instructed to lay a 2-hour barrage against military and civilian settlements in central Israel. Some shells hit the outskirts of Tel Aviv. It's probably like noteworthy battle things. Egypt. Well, I mean, I think the surprise attack on Egyptian airfield guaranteed all but certain victory in the Sinai for Israel. Jordanian army was instructed to lay a 2-hour barrage against military and civilian settlements in central Israel itself. I guess it's probably worth noting that IDF originally was to avoid Gaza Strip / city, but firing from that area, or attacks I should say, I guess, or shelling attacks from that area force the IDF to invade and conquer, I guess. Or I could just say to conquer. Just take over. Some shells hit the outskirts of Tel Aviv. By 10:30 a.m., Eshkol, who was the current prime minister of Israel, I believe, right, has sent a message via Oddbull. The fuck is that? Lieutenant General Oddbull was a career officer in the Royal Norwegian Air Force who rose to the position of Chief of Air Staff. Okay, to King Hussein, promising not to initiate any action against Jordan if it stayed out of the war. King Hussein replied that it was too late. The die was cast. Jesus Christ. Okay. Let's see. Eshkol promised Israel would not initiate any action against Jordan if it stayed out of the war, but King Hussein refused. God, it makes it so hard to feel bad for any of these people. Okay. The die was cast. At 11:15 a.m., Jordanian howitzers began a 6,000 shell barrage at Israeli Jerusalem. Oof. The Jordanians initially targeted Kibbutz Ramat Rachel in the south and Mount Scopus in the north, then ranged into the city center and outlying neighborhoods. Military installations, the prime minister's residence, and the Knesset compound were also targeted. Wait, is the Knesset in Jerusalem? I didn't know that. Wait, that's what they're shelling, right? I just assumed it was in Tel Aviv. I don't know why I assumed that. I guess there's no reason to think that, huh? The Knesset meets in Givat Ram, Jerusalem. Yes. I mean, I guess they've had it since the beginning, so it makes sense, huh? Damn, you really put your capital like that close? Isn't that kind of spooky to put your capital like that close to like everybody that wants to kill you? Like you'd think it would go more towards the west, no? Like it's literally like your whole shit is surrounded by, you just don't give a fuck. You're God's chosen people, I guess. Yeah, fuck it. Jesus. Okay. Knesset compound was also targeted. Jordanian forces shelled the Beit Hanassi and the Biblical Zoo. What is this, like the two of every animal zoo? What the fuck does that mean? Killing 15 civilians. The Tish Family Biblical Zoo in Jerusalem. Popularly known as the Jerusalem Zoo, located in the Malha neighborhood of Jerusalem. It's famous for its Afro-Asiatic collection of wildlife, many of which are described in the Hebrew Bible, as well as for its success in breeding endangered species. Okay. Jesus. Bro, this snake could kill both of these people with one squeeze. Bait is pronounced bait. It's Arabic for house of. Okay. Israeli civilian casualties totaled 20 dead and over 1,000 wounded. Let's see. Jordanian shelling of Jerusalem resulted in 20 dead and 1,000 wounded civilians. If we're to believe the Israeli numbers. Okay. I'll put that out there. Some 900 buildings were damaged, including Hadassah in Kerem Hospital, which had its Shekel-made windows destroyed. What the fuck does that mean? Marc Chagall was a Jewish, Belarusian, and French artist and early modernist. He was associated with several major artistic styles. Who cares, loser? Okay. At 11:50 a.m., 16 Jordanian hawker hunters attacked Netanya, Kfar Sirkin, and Kfar Sabah, killing 1 civilian, wounding 7, and destroying a transport plane. 3 Iraqi Hawker hunters strafed civilian settlements in the Jezreel Valley, and an Iraqi Tupolev 216 attacked Afula and was shot down near the Megiddo airfield. The attack caused minimal material damage, hitting only a senior citizen's home and several chicken coops, but 16 Israeli soldiers were killed, most of them when the Tupolev crashed. What, did the helicopter crash into the soldiers? Jesus. Okay. Israeli cabinet meets. When the Israeli cabinet convened to decide what to do, Yigal Allon and Menahem Begin argued that this was an opportunity to take the old city of Jerusalem. Jesus. But Eshkol decided to defer any decision until Moshe Dayan and Yitzhak Rabin could be consulted, who were busy fighting in the south, right? No. Moshe Dayan wasn't fighting. He was the defense minister at that point in time. Uzi, was this the guy that it was named after? Uzi Narkis made a number of proposals for military action, including the capture of Latrun, but the cabinet turned it down. Dayan rejected multiple requests from Narkis for permission to mount an infantry assault towards Mount Scopus. However, Dayan sanctioned a number of more limited retaliatory actions. Was a commander of the Israel Defense Force. He appears in the famous photograph of Defense Minister Moshe Dayan, flanked by the Chief of Staff of the old city of Jerusalem shortly after its capture from journeying forces. Later activities. Did they name the Uzi after this guy? I'm just so curious. I want to know. Oh, well, fuck you. Uzi. Family of Israeli submachine guns. Prototype was finished in 1950. It was first introduced to the IDF Special Forces in 1954, and then was placed in a general issue 2 years later. Our design uses an open bolt blowback operated design, quite similar to some bullshit, the production of some bullshit. Was designed by Captain Uziel Gal. Why didn't you call it the Uziel then? What a loser. The IDF following the 1948 Arab-Israeli War. The weapon was submitted to the Israeli army for evaluation and won out over more conventional designs due to its simplicity and economy of manufacture. Gal did not want the weapon to be named after him, but his request was ignored. Why? Nice. The Uzi was officially adopted in 1951. First introduced to IDF Special Forces in 1954, the weapon was placed in a general issue 2 years later. What did this defense minister look like? People keep wanting me to look this guy up. Israeli military leader and politician. Oh, big boss. Oh, and this was the... No, it's not. Never mind. How did he lose his eye? Oh, eye patch. The night before the invasion of Syria-Lebanon, of the Syria-Lebanon campaign, this is prior to Israel independence. So he would have been part of the Haganah or whatever, do you think? Or part of some other, one of the other two. Oh, at the age of 14, he joined the Haganah, which was one of the 3 arms of the early Israeli Defense Force. 1941, the night before the invasion of Syria-Lebanon campaign, Dayan's unit crossed the border and secured 2 bridges over the Litany River. During that time, Dayan served under the command of British Lieutenant General Sir Henry Maitland Wilson, I guess. When they were not relieved as expected at 4 a.m. on the 8th of June, the unit perceived that it was exposed to possible attack and assaulted a nearby a few hours later. As Dayan was on the roof of the building using binoculars to scan Vichy French positions on the other side of the river, the binoculars were struck by a French rifle bullet fired by a sniper from several hundred yards away, propelling metal and glass fragments into his left eye and causing severe damage. 6 hours passed before he could be evacuated, and he would have died if not for Bernard Dov Prater, who took care of him until they were evacuated. Dayan lost the eye. In addition, the damage to the extraocular muscles was such that Dayan could not be fitted with a glass eye, and he was compelled to adopt the black eye patch that became his trademark. Letters from this time revealed that despite losing his left eye and suffering serious injuries to the area where the eye was located, Dayan still pleaded with Wilson to be re-enlisted in combat. He also underwent eye surgery in 1947 at a hospital in Paris, which proved to be unsuccessful. The years immediately following the disability caused him some psychological pain. Diane wrote in his autobiography, I reflected with considerable misgivings on my future as a cripple without a skilled trade or profession to provide for my family. He added that he was ready to make any effort and stand any suffering if only I could get rid of my black eye patch. The attention it drew was intolerable to me. I preferred to shut myself up at home doing anything rather than encounter the reactions of people wherever I went. Well, hey, I mean, good for you, I guess. You made something of yourself. Okay, and this was near south of Jerusalem, West Bank. Okay. Okay, let's see. Where were we? But the cabinet turned him down. Diane rejected multiple requests for Narkis for permission to mount an okay. Initial response. Shortly before 12:30 p.m., the Israeli Air Force attacked Jordan's 2 air bases. The Hawker hunters were refueling at the time of the attack. The Israeli aircraft attacked in 2 waves, the first of which cratered the runways and knocked out the control towers. The picture you Google, or when you Google them, the picture that comes up is not flattering. Oh my God. This guy lived to be like 66? Listen, that's a bad picture, okay? I'm sure they could have found a better one. Wait, where were we? Oh. The Hawker hunters were refueling. Israeli aircraft attacked H3, an Iraqi Air Force base in western Iraq. During the attack, damn, how far deep is this? Oh, okay. This this border here is this is the northeast side of Jordan, right? Right here. Why can't I? I think it is. I'm pretty sure it is. Okay. During the attack, 12 MiG-21s, 2 MiG-17s, 5 Hunter F-6s, and 3 Tu-28 bombers were destroyed or shot down. A Pakistani pilot stationed at the base, Saiful Azam, who was posted with the Royal Jordanian Air Force, as an advisor, shot down an Israeli fighter and a bomber during the raid. The Jordanian radar facility at Ajloun was destroyed in an Israeli airstrike. Israeli Fuga Magister jets attacked the Jordanian 40th Brigade with rockets as it moved south from the Demia Bridge. Dozens of tanks were knocked out. A convoy of 26 trucks carrying ammunition was destroyed. In Jerusalem, Israel responded to Jordanian shelling with a missile strike that devastated Jordanian positions. The Israelis used the L missile, a surface-to-surface missile developed jointly with France in secret. Jordanian battalion at Government House. A Jordanian battalion advanced up Government House Ridge. Is this what, where the Knesset is, I'm guessing? And dug in at the perimeter of Government House, the headquarters of the United Nations Observers, the headquarters of the UN Observers, and opened fire on Ramat Rachel? This was a kibbutz, I think, right? The Allenby Barracks and the Jewish section of Abu Tor with mortars and recoilless rifles. What the? UN observers fiercely protested the incursion into the neutral zone, and several manhandled a Jordanian machine gun out of a government house after the crew had set it up on a second-floor window. Jesus. After the Jordanian occupied Jebel Makabir, an advanced patrol was sent out and approached Ramat Rachel.
Have you seen what's on the thing?
No. Stop trying to hit me. Your abuse
What?
is sick.
Yeah, I like to abuse you. Bitch. What are you doing here?
Just reading.
Tell me about it.
Tell them it's cool stuff. All the fightings where they came under fire from 4 civilians, including the wife of the director, who were armed with old Czech-made weapons. Mukaber. I don't know. The immediate Israeli response was an offensive to retake Government House and its ridge. The Jerusalem Brigade's Reserve Battalion, 161, under Lieutenant Colonel Asher Dreesen, was given the task. Dreesen had 2 infantry companies and 8 tanks under his command, several of which broke down and became stuck in the mud at Ramat Rachel, leaving 3 for the assault. The Jordanians mounted fierce resistance, knocking out 2 tanks. The Israelis broke through the compound's western gate and began clearing the buildings with grenades before General Odbul, commander of the UN observers, compelled the Israelis to hold their fire, telling them that the Jordanians had already fled. The Israelis proceeded to take the Antenna Hill directly behind Government House and clear out a series of bunkers to the west and south. The fighting, often conducted hand-to-hand, continued for nearly 4 hours before the surviving Jordanians fell back to trenches held by the Hittin Brigade, which were steadily overwhelmed. By 6:30 a.m., the Jordanians had retreated to Bethlehem, having suffered about 100 casualties. All but 10 of Dreesen's soldiers were casualties, and Dreesen himself was wounded 3 times. Bethlehem is south of Jerusalem, currently in the West Bank. Okay. Israeli invasion. During the late afternoon of the 5th of June, the Israelis launched an offensive to encircle Jerusalem, which lasted into the following day. During the night, they were supported by intense tank, artillery, and mortar fire to soften up Jordanian positions. Searchlights placed atop the Labor Federation building, then the tallest in Israel, Israeli Jerusalem, exposed and blinded the Jordanians. The Jerusalem Brigade moved south of Jerusalem. A combined force of tanks and paratroopers crossed no man's land near the Mandelbaum Gate. Gur's 6th Paratroop Battalion approached. Okay, I don't need all of these details. All of the Israeli officers, except for 2 company commanders, were killed, and the fighting was mostly led by individual soldiers. Jordan, $10. You need to hug your wife. I'm going to hug your wife. The fighting was conducted at close quarters in trenches and bunkers and was often hand-to-hand. During the battle, 36 Israelis and 71 Jordanian soldiers were killed. Attacked the fortress at Latrun, which the Jordanians had abandoned due to heavy Israeli tank fire. The mechanized Jordanians fell back after a battle that left 2 Israeli and Jordanian soldiers dead, and Israeli forces advanced through blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, 600 Egyptian commandos stationed in the West Bank moved to attack Israeli airfields. Led by Jordanian intelligence scouts, they crossed the border and began infiltrating through Israeli settlements towards Ramlah and Hatzor. They were soon detected and sought shelter nearby fields, which the Israelis set on fire. Some 450 commandos were killed, and the remainder escaped to Jordan. Oof, that was not 20 good men. From the American colony, the paratroopers moved toward the Old City. Their plan was to approach it via the lightly defended Salah al-Din Street. However, they made a wrong turn onto the heavily defended Nablus Road. The Israelis ran into fierce resistance. Their tanks fired at point-blank range down the street, while the paratroopers mounted repeated charges. Despite repelling repeated Israeli charges, the Jordanians eventually gave way to Israeli firepower and momentum. The Israelis suffered some 30 casualties, half the original force. Okay, we don't need every single fucking fight in Jerusalem and over here. Jesus. Fearing damage to holy sites and the prospect of having to fight in built-up areas, Dayan ordered his troops not to enter the Old City. He also feared that Israel would be subjected to a fierce international backlash and the outrage of Christians worldwide if it forced its way into the Old City. Privately, he told David Ben-Gurion that he was also concerned over the prospect of Israel capturing Jerusalem's holy sites only to be forced to give them up under the threat of international sanctions. That's pretty smart. Dayan ordered troops not to capture the Old City due to potential international backlash, plus potential outrage of being forced to give back holy sites after capturing them. The West Bank. Israel was to gain almost total control of the West Bank by the evening of the 7th of June. It began its military occupation of the West Bank on that day, issuing a military order, the Proclamation Regarding Law and Administration of the West Bank 1967, which established the military government in the West Bank and granted the commander of the area full legislative, executive, and judicial power. Jordan had realized that it had no hope of defense as early as the morning of the 6th of June, just a day after the conflict had begun. At Nasser's request, Egypt's Abdul Munim Riyad sent a situation update at midday on the 6th of June. The situation on the West Bank is rapidly deteriorating. A concentrated attack has been launched on all axes, together with heavy fire day and night. Jordanian, Syrian, and Iraqi air forces in position H3 have been virtually destroyed. Upon consultation with King Hussein I, I have been asked to convey to you the following choices. 1. A political decision to cease fighting to be imposed by a third party, the USA, the Soviet Union, or the Security Council. 2. To vacate the West Bank tonight. 3. To go on fighting for one more day, resulting in the isolation and destruction of the entire Jordanian army. King Hussein has asked me to refer this matter to you for immediate reply. What is the country of Jordan? What has Jordan been doing this whole time? Are they like even a real country? Or like what's happening? I'm not trying to shit on Jordanian people, but like from you guys got your own independence post-mandate, and then you just seem like the most cucked country in the world. Like, why did you guys like let Egypt have control over everything? And you seem like nothing is happening over there. You're just like imagine one day you're getting a message from Nasser and he's like, bro, we just fucked up Israel's entire fucking air force. Like, check this shit out. Look at the radar scans. Those are our airships coming back. And then the next year, like, okay, well, listen, we've lost the entire fucking war, okay, in like 2 days, okay. So what do you want us to do? Because now our shit is fucked and we're about to lose everything. Like, what is Jordan as a country been doing for 20 years since 48? The Arab armies are notoriously ineffective because they're always afraid of military coups, so they don't train them well. Pretty sure Jordan is another minority-controlled country like when Saddam held Iraq. Okay, but didn't Iraq have a major military? I thought Iraq and Iran, they were on some like serious military shit, weren't they? Like the Iraq-Iran war was insane. And even like the first Gulf War, it was like, that was my understanding, but we're not at that point in history yet. So maybe something different happens, or maybe they look at how cucked all of these countries are around Israel. Like on one end, I want to say like good for Israel for beating so many enemies at once, but also like on another end, this is kind of like, oh God, I forgot his name. Who's the really good FPS player that like plays casual games? I forgot. He's a streamer on Twitch. He's mega popular. Who am I thinking of? Shroud. Yeah, this is like Shroud dropping into a Fortnite game with like 6-year-olds. So, I mean, like, to some extent, and this kind of happened in the 48 and the very first Israeli war as well, where there's like a bunch of people that... I heard from some old Israeli official that the king didn't really want to join the war, but was afraid of popular uprising by Palestinians if they didn't. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we should read, like, I'm kind of curious about the history of Jordan and, like, what is happening in this country. An Egyptian order for Jordanian forces to withdraw across the Jordan River was issued at 10 a.m. on the 6th of June. However, that afternoon, King Hussein learned of the impending United Nations Security Council Resolution 233, which was what? Called on the governments concerned to take a measure for an immediate cessation of, activities in the Middle East? Or that said Near East, so that might have been... was already and decided instead to hold out in the hope that a ceasefire would be implemented soon. It was already too late as the counter order caused confusion and in many cases was not possible to regain positions that had been previously left. On the 7th of June, I've got to leave pretty soon. I have to leave 30 minutes early today, so I got 2 minutes. Near East is the Middle East? Sure, yeah. On the 7th of June... Dayan ordered his troops not to enter the old city, but upon hearing... why is this guy linking not safe for work? Ban him. Dayan ordered his troops not to enter the city, but upon hearing that the UN was about to declare a ceasefire, he changed his mind and without cabinet clearance decided to capture it. Oh, he was like, rip. Hold on, so where was he? I don't understand. After hearing about the impending UN ceasefire, he changed his mind and captured it. 2 paratroop battalions attacked Augusta Victoria Hill, high ground overlooking the old city from the east. 1 battalion attacked from Mount Scopus, and another attacked from the valley between it and the old city. What if he didn't know? Why perma? I'm pretty sure he left chat immediately. That's why my autocomplete didn't work. I think he left chat right after looking at safe work, so he knew he wasn't supposed to. The paratroopers met little resistance. Fighting in the north, battalion, okay. One brigade. Jordanians 12th Armored Battalion, which outnumbered the Israelis, held off repeated attempts to capture Jenin. However, Israeli air attacks took their toll, and the Jordanian M48 Pattons, with their external field tanks, proved... External field tanks? Is there a reason for that? Is an American first-generation main battle. Jordan had weapons from, like, 4 different countries, too. They had, like, so much random shit. With their external field tanks proved vulnerable to short distances, even to the Israeli-modified Shermans. 12 Jordanian tanks were destroyed and only 6 remained operational. Just after dusk, Israeli reinforcements arrived. The Jordanians continued to fiercely resist, and the Israelis were unable to advance without artillery and air support. 1 Israeli jet attacked the Jordanian commander's tank, wounding him and killing his radio operator and intelligence officer. The surviving Jordanian forces withdrew. Jordanian infantry and their 3 remaining tanks managed to hold some people off. After the old city fell, the Jerusalem Brigade reinforced the paratroopers, continued to the south, capturing Judea and Gush Etzion. Hebron was taken without any resistance. Fearful that Israeli soldiers would exact retribution for the 1929 massacre of the city's Jewish community, Hebron's residents flew white sheets from their windows and rooftops. I didn't actually do the 29 massacre because I didn't do anything before, I think, 35. So I missed a couple of these. Okay. Yikes. I feel like I should just... Let me mark this here. Kind of memey. I'll quote this. Haas Brigade proceeded eastward, descending to the Jordan River. Am I going to finish this section? Yeah, and then we'll do the Golan Heights. So finish up this tomorrow. On the 7th of June, Israeli forces seized Bethlehem, taking the city after a brief battle, left some 400 Jordanian soldiers dead, with the remainder fleeing. On the same day, one of Peled's brigades seized Nablus. Then it joined one of Central Command's armored brigades to fight the Jordanian forces, as the Jordanians held the advantage of superior equipment and were equal in numbers to the Israelis. Again, the air support of the IF proved paramount as it immobilized Jordanians, leading to their defeat. Blew up the Abdullah and Hussein bridges with captured Jordanian mortar shells. Jordanians, anticipating an Israeli offensive deep into Jordan, assembled the remnants of their army and Iraqi units in Jordan to protect the western approaches to Amman and the southern slopes of the Golan Heights. As Israel continued its offensive on the 7th of June, taking no account of the UN ceasefire resolution, the Egyptian Jordanian command ordered a full Jordanian withdrawal for the second time in order to avoid an annihilation of the Jordanian army. This was complete by nightfall on the 7th of June. After the old city was captured, Dayan told his troops to dig in to hold it. When an armored brigade commander entered the West Bank on his own initiative and stated that he could see Jericho, Dayan ordered him back. It was only after intelligence reports indicated that Hussein had withdrawn his forces across the Jordan River that Dayan ordered his troops to capture the West Bank. Jericho is a Palestinian city on the West Bank, is the administrative seat of the Jericho government. How far over is Jericho? Okay, way over here. Gotcha. According to Narcus, first, the Israeli government had no intention of capturing the West Bank. On the contrary, it was opposed to it. Second, there was not any provocation on the part of the IDF. Third, the rein was only loosened when a real threat to Jerusalem's security emerged. This is truly how things happened on June 5th, although it is difficult to believe the end result was something that no one had planned. I bet this is probably contested. I'm sure this is a point of Palestinian contention. That the plan was always to retake Jerusalem. Although, I mean, it's hard to argue against... Okay. Tomorrow will be the Golan Heights and then the aftermath of the 6-Day War. We're basically done with this. Yeah, because these are all footnotes. We're pretty much done with this. And then after the 6-Day War, I could be wrong. I don't think there are any more major military conflicts with Israel, are there? I think now it's all like peace agreements and attempting, and then you've got like the Intifadas, the Yom Kippur War. I don't know how big this one was. The Fourth Arab-Israeli War was an ongoing conflict between Israel and a coalition of Arab states led by Egypt and Syria. Oh, actually, I don't know how long this war lasted. I don't know fuck all about this one. Egypt's initial objective in the war was to seize a foothold on the eastern bank of the Suez Canal. Bro, how many times do you have to lose on like the same map? Like, what are you doing? Both the United States and the Soviet Union issued massive resupply efforts to their allies. Jesus. Amman, pronounced Amman. Okay. This is the war they're comparing to the most recent attack, yeah. This was the surprise war the Arabs declared on the Jewish high holiday in an effort to destroy the Jews. I wonder how this one turns out. Who wins this one? Jesus Christ. Will you do Jordan and Lebanon too? Their histories? We might do a little bit of Lebanon if we want to dig into Hezbollah, which is like the extremist group there funded by Iran. But we'll see. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, tomorrow we'll do Golan Heights. And tomorrow we'll do the Golan Heights. We get into the aftermath of the 6-Day War. Hopefully we can do the Yom Kippur War. We need to, I need to stop doing other news in the beginning of stream. I just need to do like 10 or 11 hours of reading rather than like 5, because I'm only doing like 5 hours of reading on this. We could probably get through more stuff. The Israel-Lebanon war is important. Okay, well, we'll get there, I guess, but. All right. Controversies relating to the 6-Day War. I don't know. Do I want to read these? Do I care? Allegations of Egyptian atrocities against fellow Egyptians. Oh, no. Allegations of killing prisoners. USS Liberty. Okay. Quick Kokolinsky tweet before you go. Oh, I don't care. Okay. I don't know if I care about anybody in media's opinion about this conflict right now. Okay. Oh, okay. Who's streaming right now on YouTube and on... Kick. Canute is on Kick. Okay, I'll host him. And then, I don't want to host Vegan Games twice on YouTube, okay? Do a quick recap of where you're at for Israel and Palestine. Are you even more on Israel's side? Yes, I keep getting pushed more and more there, especially as I keep seeing offers where Israel's like, because like I feel like this is pretty shitty. Now, maybe when we do our Palestinian-sided research, maybe there's going to be things that make this not quite as. But like for instance, the fact that what is his name, Eshkol, like he literally contacted Jordan. He was like, guys, can we like not fight and then we won't do anything? And then Jordan was like, nah, actually we're gonna fuck your shit up. Like, and that's how they lost. That's how the entire West Bank was lost from Jordan. I mean, like, it's at some point it's hard to feel sorry for any of these people, but I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, Rage Pope thinks if I go back to 1882 instead of 1935 or whatever, that my whole opinion will change. So. You literally read that Jordan and Egypt signed a defense pact a week earlier. No, well, yeah, but that doesn't mean you have to. I mean. No, I don't have time. We can talk tomorrow about it, okay? Bye. I don't even have 2 seconds for this. Okay, I have to leave like immediately. I'm already late as fuck. Fuck, who can I host on YouTube? Lily Pichu. She's not even streaming. Oh, Night in the Woods. Oh, upcoming. Nope. Okay. Well, nobody. I'm scouting you guys to the wind. Raid Wolfheart FPS. They're not streaming either. Okay. I'm hosting on Kick to Canute. I love you guys. We're gonna cappuccino, poppuccino, poppuccino. Be careful, guys. Bye. Wait, King Academics. King Academics. King Academics. Is he streaming right now? Oh, he doesn't have, I think he needs to follow me or turn on his redirect. I can't do it, so.